Dreamscape presents All's Fair in Love and Blood by Jennifer Peel. Narrated by Stephanie Kay. Dedication. To my children, the best examples of how dreams really do come true. The before. What is the before? The before is the summer before my senior year of college. It's the summer Kane Hudson changed my life. The summer I learned to love myself. And the summer I fell deeply in love. The before impacted me in ways I never could have imagined, just like Kane Hudson did. He taught me more about life than anyone. Then he stole my heart and never gave it back. It wasn't all he was going to take, but we will get to that in the after. First, we must start at the beginning, the day Kane Hudson came crashing into my life. It all began at our parents' wedding. The wedding. Don't fall. Don't fall. Please don't let me fall. What did that article say about walking in heels? It's all about the posture? Am I standing tall? Excuse me? Garrett, the groomsman I was clinging to, asked out of the side of his mouth. Did I say that out loud? Nothing! I squeaked. How long is this aisle anyway? If only I could see. Or maybe I should be happy I'm nearsighted, and stepmother number 7 thought I would look better without my glasses. It's not like I wouldn't be going to another one of my father's weddings in the near future. Besides, they'd all looked about the same. Hundreds of flowers in varying shades, depending on the season. Though, for some reason, my father, Augustus Armstrong, or Augie as I called him, because he doesn't want to be called Dad or Daddy, like most Southerners prefer, liked to get married in May. So, usually the flowers were pastel in nature, as they were today. Then there were typically myriads of candles in all shapes and sizes, making it smell like there was a massive seance going on. If only. That would probably be more fun. This wife, Eva, wanted to add arches between the pews, and Augie was happy to oblige. He spared no expense when it came to his weddings. I was beginning to think my father needed a 12-step program for wedding addiction. I had been a bridesmaid 5 times now, and a flower girl twice. Perhaps Augie did it so I would wear a dress at least every couple of years when he created a new future ex-wife. Regardless, I wasn't sure I was going to survive this go-around. Tight core and land on the ball of your foot first, I reminded myself. Unfortunately, I had nothing close to a tight core, as I was still happily holding on to the freshman 15 and had never worn heels so high, or Spanx, another requirement from the latest woman trying to fill my mama's shoes. Though I didn't know if my mama had ever worn heels. In fact, I didn't know much about her at all, except she had died when I was 1. Other than that, I knew only what I'd seen in the single picture I had of her. She was beautiful, with her willowy figure, golden blonde hair, and forest green eyes like mine. She wouldn't have required Spanx, and no one would have ever said something to her like, "Scarlett, if you would only lose some of your baby fat, get some contacts, and get better control of your curls, you would be so pretty." Those words from Eva had been playing on repeat in my mind for the last several days. Being pretty is overrated, I tried to comfort myself. Eating cookies whenever I wanted was much more fun. And I don't enjoy sticking things in my eyes. As far as my curls went, it would be easier to tame the ocean's tide. Or at least that was the lie I told myself. Doing my hair was so time-consuming, and I had better things to do, like studying. It was no easy feat scoring a 522 on the MCAT. Getting into the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine was my goal. Hopefully with that score, I was one step closer. Oh, there went the left ankle. The large audience gasped on my behalf as I faltered. Even the procession music the orchestra played came to a stop. Great. At least I couldn't see them. I had to pause and grip Garrett, the unlucky groomsman and cousin of Kane, Eva's son and my father's best man. Kane made a good case for wanting to be pretty, but it seemed best not to think about it right now, as my legs were already unsteady enough. Besides, we hadn't interacted much other than a few pleasantries. He'd seemed more interested in studying me whenever we'd been around each other. He probably thought I was odd, and he would be right. I shouldn't care what he thought. I should be blaming him for this entire ordeal. Kane worked for my father, and one fateful day, his mother met him at the office for lunch, and now here we were. I should be grateful, at least, that Eva wasn't half my father's age like the last train wreck. Garrett rolled his eyes. At least I think he did. Maybe I should have gotten contacts before the wedding.
"Are you all right?"
Garrett asked begrudgingly. Fine, just fine, I whispered through my pain.
"Let's keep going,"
he grumbled. I hobbled the rest of the way down the aisle, thankful I couldn't see my father or Kane. Despite not being able to see my father, I was sure he was sighing and shaking his head, not quite sure what to do with me as usual. Kane, on the other hand, was probably studying me again, and I knew he would be beautiful while doing it. As far as I was concerned, it was perfectly fine for me to think about Kane like that, since he would be my stepbrother for only a maximum of 18 months. No wife had made it past 3 years, and that was a long time ago. My father's marriage lengths had gotten shorter with each wife. So Kane and I would never truly be family. Besides, Kane was a lot older than me, like 7 years, which made him 29. And he was so out of my league. That was if I even had a league. I was more like a spectator, when I could see. I took my place in the bridal party line, the last in line of 7 bridesmaids. I desperately wanted to slip off the nude heels and Spanx and breathe. Breathing would be so nice. Spanx didn't mess around. Eva had at least let me keep my glasses on until right after I'd slipped into the long blush chiffon dress that had way too many slits in it. I hardly recognized myself in the bridal suite's floor-length mirror. Who knew I had such a womanly shape? Eva had even Spanxed my thighs, which was too bad because they would have been clapping for me as I walked down the aisle, and I could have used the encouragement. When Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles began to play, I praised Jesus. It meant this was almost over. Lady Deathstrike, as I'd nicknamed Eva, the horrid wives all got comic book villain names, would be walking down the aisle any moment now, thinking she was truly the sun in my father's life. Little did she know that his world revolved around his company, Armstrong Labs. Plasma was his lifeblood. Would it be bad if I slipped out of these heels while I waited? I mean, it wasn't like I was the maid of honor. That title went to Lady Deathstrike's daughter, Coraline with the K, as she loves to say. She was every bit as beautiful as her mother and brother. They each had these mesmerizing golden brown eyes and athletic builds. Eva was more fair than her children, who both had olive skin and dark hair, and they were all tall, like the perfect height for modeling. Coraline was a few years older than me, and thankfully wouldn't be living at Augie's while I was home from school for the summer. If only Augie hadn't wanted me to intern at Armstrong Labs this summer, I would have stayed at Samford and taken additional classes while I applied to medical schools. It was always awkward when there was a new wife at home. Inevitably, they wanted to put their mark on the place. The house had been everything from nautical-themed to animal prints. Currently, we were still living with an Asian Zen style from the barely legal Barbie doll my father had married only last year. The interior decorators in Atlanta loved my father. Yet, I came home because I wanted to make my father proud, somehow, some way. And the only things I felt like I had to offer were my brains and my reluctant promise to forgo my dream, and instead work for Armstrong Labs after I graduated from med school. I made out a fuzzy vision of Eva, now standing next to my father. People in the audience could be heard whispering about what an attractive couple they made. My father was certainly dashing, tall with a thick head of brown hair. Okay, so I was almost certain he dyed it. No way he wasn't graying at 55. In addition to his good looks, he held himself with such an air of confidence. something he'd forgotten to pass down to me, his only biological child. The audience whisperings weren't all flattering. All my ex-step-siblings who were front row center were taking bets on how long this one would last, and murmuring about how they hoped the food at the reception was worth the price of the gift they'd brought. My father not only collected ex-wives, but their children as well. There were 9 of them now, if you included the 2 today. Most of them were around my age, give or take a few years. Becoming a stepchild of Augustus Armstrong meant having your college tuition paid for and a job upon graduation, as long as you didn't screw up too badly. When the pastor started the ceremony, I felt a surge of hope that I would be able to breathe soon. This was a new pastor, as our old one said he couldn't in good conscience help my father marry for the 8th time. He had suggested that perhaps my father should take a good look at his life and reevaluate some things. No one told Augustus Armstrong what to do, not even a man of God, so he'd found a new pastor. Unfortunately, this pastor didn't know the routine and droned on about the beauty of becoming one and making a life together. He also made the mistake of saying, "Until death do you part." There was a smattering of laughter throughout the audience. Even I had to hold back the giggle that wanted to escape. Eva didn't find it amusing and tisked loudly. Apparently, she didn't appreciate anyone who dared to crush her hopes and dreams of defeating the odds stacked against her. She would learn. I had never been more grateful to hear the words, "I now pronounce you husband and wife, you may kiss the bride." The fact I couldn't see it made it all the better. Maybe Eva, though partially evil, was onto something. Maybe I wouldn't wear glasses to any of my father's future nuptials. I'm sure the kiss was like all the previous wedding kisses. My father would give the crowd a show by looking longingly at his bride before gently kissing her, and then he would dip her down for effect. After all, he needed a good photo op for the papers and online media outlets. Sure enough, I could see all the flashes of light from the cameras. By the way the crowd was clapping, it sounded like a kiss for the books. The blessed recessional music started. It was then I made my decision. I wasn't walking back down that aisle in these heels. In fact, I was going to wait it out. My ankle was killing me. Garrett could make it back fine without me. He would probably be thrilled, seeing as he had tried to trade bridesmaids with all the other groomsmen. I might not see well, but my hearing is above average. Kane had told him to knock it off. It was very decent of him, given he hardly knew me. Naturally, we'd seen each other at the rehearsal dinner, and he'd been by the house, but I'd hid in my room. I had even seen him at headquarters, as my father called the office. He'd never really said anything more than hello and how are you in his extremely charming southern drawl. It had given me butterflies, which was ridiculous. "Are you coming?" Garrett hissed, shaking me out of my thoughts of his cousin. "Go on without me." I waved him away. All my ex-step-siblings chuckled. Mindy, my favorite ex-stepsister and one of the few friends I had, grabbed me and helped lead me to the pew next to her. My father had married Mindy's mom, Cindy, when I was 11. Yes, Cindy and Mindy. I never understood the reasoning behind the rhyming names. Yet, who was I to judge? I mean, when people heard my name was Scarlet, they automatically assumed I was some sexy siren. People were severely disappointed. Thank you, Scarlett Johansson, for giving everyone unrealistic expectations of the name. If only Augie could have stayed married to Cindy. Not that she was my favorite, but Mindy was by far my favorite step-sibling. She'd made middle school bearable when I was even more awkward than I am now. Braces weren't a good look for me. Mindy gave me a side hug. "How's your ankle?" "I'll survive." I reached down and rubbed it. I had a feeling there was going to be some swelling. "Well, you look beautiful." She was too kind. She was the pretty one. Tiny, blonde, with all the right curves. She'd made it through college without gaining a single pound. But she deprived herself of cookies. So not worth it. "It's the Spanx. Which reminds me, if I pass out, get some scissors and cut me free. No need to call 911. She laughed. "Why in the world did you wear Spanx?" It wasn't by choice. Let me guess. Eva? I suppose she has your glasses, too? I was able to muster out a big enough breath to make my unruly bangs take flight. Yep. Mindy squished my cheeks with her petite hands. I say this because I love you. You have to stop letting people push you around, especially your stepmamas.
It's not like Eva will be around long.
I sounded silly defending myself with smushed cheeks. And I didn't walk back down the aisle. Not only that, but I have every intention of being late to the reception, which I'm going to need a ride to, by the way. That whole not being able to see thing was a bummer. And I'm not even going to sit at the family table. Mindy dropped her hands. That's because your favorite show is on at the same time. I grinned because she was partially right. I was obsessed with a docuseries called Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist on YouTube. A new episode is uploaded every Saturday night. I was planning on watching it on my phone, but I was willing to do anything to stay out of the way of my new stepmother. Okay, fine. I'm a wimp. You're not a wimp. You're amazing. I only wish you could see that. I wish I could too. The reception. Oh, crap. I hate when I get wedding cake down my bra. It wasn't the first time it had happened. It wouldn't be the last. I was sitting in a quiet, out-of-the-way spot at the country club where all my father's wedding receptions have been held, except the one to my mama. It was a cozy little nook near the stone fireplace in the lobby. I set my phone down on the hardwood floor next to me. Thankfully, I could pause my show. Not only was it fascinating, but I kind of had a crush on the host, Landon Drummond, one of the world's top forensic pathologists. Before I wriggled my hand down my bra, I made sure no one was around. Good thing I was alone. I had to really dig. Those dang crumbs dove deep. One thing can be said for my body, and that is I have some ample, perky boobs. Which was good because my dress was strapless. I had no issues holding it up. The problem was, I was doing too good of a job keeping it up. It was a tight squeeze trying to retrieve the pesky, though scrumptious, dark chocolate cake crumbs from my voluminous cleavage. Augie did have good taste in cake. Women, not so much. Apart from my biological mama, the only other woman I loved was his second wife, Naomi. She was the mama of my heart, and the reason I was obsessed with forensic pathology and my show. If only Naomi were here. She would have already cut me out of the Spanx and brought me another piece of wedding cake. Yet, seeing as how Augie was still in love with her, and she with him, it would have been in poor taste. He would never admit to being in love with her. He never admitted to loving anyone, not even me. Anyway, cake crumbs. I think I just about had them. Scarlet, a sexy voice drawled. My head popped up to see Kane walking my way. Yep, my hand was still down my bra, and I'm pretty sure the ring I always wore on my right hand was now stuck on it. It was a tiny diamond ring, my mama's promise ring. Augie had gifted it to me on my 16th birthday. It was the most tender thing he had ever done for me. He had called me into his study that day and, with some emotion, told me he had given the ring to my mother on her 16th birthday. He had promised her that day that he would marry her, but first he needed to make something of himself. He'd made good on both accounts. But right now, that didn't really help my precarious situation. Why did these kinds of things always happen to me? Kane, in all his beautiful black tux glory, stopped a few feet in front of me with his head tilted. I had to squint hard to see the more than concerned look wash over his angular face, which had the finest layer of stubble I'd ever seen. I think he may have believed I was having a mental episode. He wasn't too far off. Some crumbs dropped down my bra. Did I just say bra in front of him? What I meant was my breasts. Oh my gosh. Kane pressed his lips together, obviously holding back the laughter that was dancing in his gorgeous eyes. My ring got caught, I lamely added.
Ah, That does present a problem, now doesn't it?
I nodded.
Would you like some assistance?
He hesitantly asked. Maybe you could turn around? I suggested.
Yes, of course.
He spun on his heels and faced the other way. I did my best to yank the ring loose, to no avail. The bra was going to rip.
What are you doing out here all alone?
He asked while waiting. Oh, watching a docuseries on YouTube. Could I sound any more like a lunatic? His silence said he agreed with the lunatic assessment. Who watches YouTube videos at her father's wedding reception? I kept yanking.
What's the name of the show?
He asked after a long pause. It's called Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist.
Sounds intriguing. Would you like some help?
I weighed my options. Rip my bra and risk a possible nipple situation, which unfortunately wouldn't be my first one. Call Mindy to come save me and pray no one else catches me in my current situation, or let Kane unzip my dress to give me some working space. None of these were good options.
I promise not to look.
A stupid, girlish giggle escaped me. Okay, could you unzip me a little? He turned around and gave me a heart-stopping smile that I could see even despite how blind I am.
You're in luck. I'm good with zippers.
I had no doubt he had a PhD in unzipping dresses. Look at the man. Between the Spanx and him, I found I couldn't breathe. At all. He stepped toward me. The closer he got, the hotter my skin burned. I was getting so hot my boobs were starting to sweat. Great, I was going to pull out a wet hand. This was going down as the most embarrassing moment of my life, and that was saying something. He knelt next to me. He was kind enough not to stare at my hand stuck in my bra. Instead, his eyes peered into my own.
You have unusual eyes.
Well, I was an unusual girl. I always had been. Unusual, though, sounded nicer than strange or weird, which I also got a lot of. Thanks. I couldn't keep the disappointment out of my voice.
I think you're taking that wrong.
How should I take it? I truly wanted to know. He leaned in a little closer. Was he tipsy? I could smell the champagne and strawberries on his breath. It was intoxicating and making me hungry. Stop it, Scarlet. I was being silly. There was no reason to get drunk off him or have any weird sensations coursing through me. No man ever had any interest in me, unless I counted Hugh Giles. He'd been following me around since we'd ended up in the same study group last year. He was nice enough, but he lacked proper hygiene and chewed with his mouth open. Unfortunately, I was beginning to think the Hughes of the world were my only option. That was why I planned on giving my life to medical school in my career. Who needed men? Staring into Kane's eyes had me thinking maybe I did. It was like looking into pools of liquid caramel chocolate, which definitely didn't help the growing hunger I felt.
Scarlet.
He said my name like no one ever had, tenderly with a hint of excitement. He was definitely drunk.
You have beautiful eyes. I've never seen a shade of green so dark. They're almost opaque, as if you're hiding secrets. Are you hiding secrets?
I lost all ability to speak for a moment or two. No. I mean, unless you count the crumbs in my bra. He barked out a masculine but melodic laugh.
We should probably take care of that.
If you wouldn't mind. I nervously sat up and scooted away from the wall on my butt. The chiffon glided nicely against the floor. I could only imagine how ridiculous I looked. Kane moved into place. Don't let the dress fall, and keep your eyes closed, I begged.
Darlin', like I said, I'm good with zippers.
No one had ever called me darlin' before. A travesty since I had grown up in Georgia, yet I couldn't imagine anyone saying it as alluringly as he did. Okay, I'm ready, I eked out.
Relax,
He whispered against my bare skin. My stupid body broke out in goosebumps, which was a first. I heard the zipper go down before I felt the release of pressure on my chest. Oh, blessed relief. If only I could have taken the entire dress off and changed into some sweats.
Imagine how this looks. Me undressing my new stepsister and boss's daughter while at our parents' wedding.
Kane chuckled to himself. Don't worry, we won't be related for long. My left hand went to work extracting my right hand.
Not worried in the least. I've been in more compromising positions than this.
I swallowed hard, imagining all the possibilities. Except my imagination wasn't all that good when it came to the opposite sex. Oh, really? I squeaked out. He laughed again.
Nothing to worry yourself about. You about done up there?
My hand was finally loose, with minimal damage to the lacy bra. Yes, I breathed out. He zipped me right back up. I immediately scooted away from him and sat back against the wall. Thank you. To my surprise, he seemed in no hurry to leave. Instead, he studied me like he seemed to do every time he was around me. It was unnerving. I looked down at myself, wondering if I had stained the dress with frosting or something. Or worse, maybe I had some on my lips. My hand flew up to my mouth just in case.
Are you all right?
He questioned. I have frosting all over my lips, don't I? I mumbled through my hand. He reached for my hand and pulled it away. His touch sent searing waves of electricity through me.
You don't need to be nervous around me. Your lips are...
He paused, then dropped my hand.
Well, let's just say there's no frosting on them.
I clasped my hands together in my lap. He reached into his pocket and pulled out my glasses.
I thought you might want these.
Gratefully, I took the black-framed, square-lens glasses and put them on. His face came in loud and clear. I pushed myself as far back against the wall as I could, stunned by his beautiful presence. Thank you, I whispered.
I'm sorry if my mother or sister did anything to offend you today.
I shrugged. I'm used to it. He narrowed his eyes.
That makes it worse. I hope you don't think you deserved their treatment.
I began to nervously twist my curls around my finger. I try not to think about it. He pressed his lips together, seemingly unsatisfied by my answer.
Is that why you're out here all alone?
No, I like to be alone. I had spent most of my life alone, so it seemed natural.
I'm disturbing you then?
His tone was playful. No, I stuttered.
Good.
He leaned back against the wall next to me. This was totally unexpected. I had no idea what to say or do. All I could manage was getting lost in the spicy scent of his cologne. It reminded me of the soft ginger cookies Naomi made every Christmas.
Can I ask you a question?
He pierced the awkward silence. Sure.
Why do you always sit on the floor? I noticed you do the same thing in your office at work.
Office? It was more like a closet, and I had a bit of claustrophobia, which was why I kept the door open. I suppose that's how he had noticed my odd habit. I shouldn't complain. Most interns had cubicles. That was one perk of being the boss's daughter. Well, I was embarrassed to say, though nothing should have been able to further embarrass me by this point. I don't know how to put it, other than I have farther to look up. His left brow popped like a Hollywood star. I smoothed out my dress. I know it sounds weird. It's just a reminder that I can always do better. A smile grew on his beyond beautiful face. I bit my lip. What?
You are
Unusual? I finished for him. I know.
I don't think you do know. I was going to say intriguing.
My cheeks pinked. Intriguing sounds nicer. He tugged on one of my errant curls.
I meant what I said.
I liked that he thought I was intriguing. Still, I had no idea how to behave around him. My body was having all sorts of physiological reactions to him, from a raised pulse to sweaty palms. You probably want to get back to the wedding, I suggested out of nerves.
Not really. Weddings are boring as hell. And this one is particularly...
Weird?
Yes,
he conceded. I know it's hard to watch your parent marry, but after a few times it gets easier, I assured him.
I suppose you would know best, wouldn't you?
More than I ever wanted to. I hope your mom isn't going to be too heartbroken when this one doesn't last.
She's been warned, he grumbled.
In that case, I hope you won't hate my father too much when he breaks her heart.
I'm good at separating my business life from my personal one.
That's good. I've heard Augie mention you're a rising star. Kane chuckled.
We'll see. How about you? Your father has big plans for you.
Yep, I sighed.
You sound like you don't like those plans.
I pursed my lips together, thinking about what to say. I didn't know this man, though technically we were related now. And sadly, he probably talked to Augie more than I did. I love pathology. It wasn't a lie. I just didn't want to specialize in the kind of pathology Augie expected me to. Laboratory medicine. Augie saw me as the future chief medical officer of Armstrong Labs and eventually taking the helm of the company. I wanted to be a forensic pathologist. Somehow, though, what I wanted had never really mattered much. So I would do what I had to do and hope that it would give me what I really wanted, Augie's ear and heart. He tilted his head and studied me once again.
I think you are keeping secrets behind those eyes.
I shrugged. He leaned in, his warm breath against my skin making me shiver.
Maybe someday you'll tell me some.
He drawled in a whisper. I took a deep breath in and let it out. He was going to make me hyperventilate. When I got control of the flutterings happening all over my body, I peered into his eyes, and for some unexplainable reason, I wanted to tell him everything about myself, even though he would probably think I was a nut job. Or maybe he was only being nice to me because... How much champagne have you had tonight? He flashed me a crooked grin.
Not nearly enough. Would you like to join me for a glass?
Yes? That's okay. I couldn't imagine why he wanted to have a drink with me.
I'll take a rain check.
He seemed determined. Odd. Odder than me. I picked up my phone out of nerves, not knowing what else to do.
You probably want to get back to your show,
he guessed. I nodded, though I really wanted him to stay. He stood, brushed off his pants, and straightened his jacket. Wow, he was quite the specimen. He gazed down on me, smiling.
Watch out for those cake crumbs.
I giggled and blushed. Thanks for helping me.
Anytime.
I found myself very much wishing he would be around any time I needed him. Though I knew better than to hope and have dreams. They never came true. The red dress. There's something different about you. Naomi stabbed a cherry tomato with her fork. It was our obligatory after-the-wedding lunch we'd been having since stepmother number 3. But instead of taking me to Chuck E. Cheese like she used to when I was a little girl, we went to the Cheesecake Factory now. Much better, in my opinion, except I couldn't whack-a-mole, which was highly therapeutic. Not to say cheesecake didn't provide plenty of TLC. Different? I questioned before shoving a fry in my mouth. Fries were also a good source of comfort. You're not your normal post-wedding solemn self. I chewed and swallowed. That's because the newlyweds are honeymooning for 2 weeks in Bora Bora. And maybe it had something to do with Kane, but I would never say that out loud because it's insane. One gorgeous man talking to me shouldn't be a reason to celebrate, although it felt like quite the victory. It did make the wedding more bearable. Naomi snorted. Does Eva know she'll be the only one on vacation? She did her best to keep the bitterness out of her voice, but didn't quite succeed. I'm sure she's figuring that out right about now. Augie was always connected and known to spend hours a day working while on vacation. Once, he took Cindy, Mindy, and me to Disney World and only left the hotel room once. That was after I'd begged him for 3 days to tour Animal Kingdom with us. He'd relented, but spent half the time conducting business on his cell phone. Naomi placed her delicate hand over mine. Are you sure you're doing okay? Are you? I gave her a sad smile. I knew how much she loved my father. Why wouldn't I be? She tucked some of her medium-length silver hair behind her ear. I admired Naomi for embracing her age. She had never once dyed her hair or used any fillers or Botox like the latest stepmother. Even so, Naomi was 10 times more beautiful. Her laugh lines and crow's feet only meant she smiled a lot. And her brilliant turquoise eyes still shone. They spoke of how wonderful and kind she was. She was too good for my father. However, I got it. Despite our vast differences, I loved him and was desperate for him to love me back. He doesn't love Eva. I tried to comfort her. I'm not sure he's capable of loving anyone. I shoved 2 more fries in my mouth. Naomi sighed and set down her fork. Sweetie, your father loves too deeply. That's his problem. I rolled my eyes. We'd had this conversation 100 times. Naomi was convinced my father was too afraid to love anyone after my mama died. Or, I should say, after the manner in which she died. He blames me. She shook her head vehemently. No, he blames himself. Your mother's postpartum depression was something he couldn't fix. It was something he didn't want to believe she had. That part I knew. It was how Naomi had come to be in our lives. Augie hadn't believed my mama had taken her own life. He'd refused to accept it when the coroner labeled her death as a suicide. He had hired Naomi, a private forensic pathologist, to try and disprove the county medical examiner's claim. Naomi couldn't, but she'd offered my father comfort. When he hadn't offered any back after 3 years of marriage, she divorced him. She was the only woman to ever leave him, something my father could never fathom. One-sided relationships were the worst. I would know. It was the kind my father and I had, unless you counted him paying for all my needs and wants, which I kept to a minimum. It felt wrong to gratuitously take his money. I didn't want to feel like I was using him like everyone else. Everyone meaning most of his ex-wives and stepchildren. I didn't want his money. I wanted something much more valuable than money was ever going to compensate for. If she had never had me, the world would have cried. I would cry. You wouldn't have known any different. Scarlett, you listen to me. I would have known something was missing in my life had you never come to fill my heart. I love you more than anyone. Her eyes began to water, making mine do the same. I love you too. You're my person. For now, she winked. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, honey, someday you will have your person, and he will be the luckiest man in the world. Right. I reached for my strawberry lemonade. Admittedly, my thoughts flickered to Kane, as ridiculous as it was. I had come to the conclusion that Kane was only a flirt and had too much champagne at the wedding. Or worse, he felt sorry for me, which was why he had been so nice to me. I wish you could see what I see when I look at you. I know what people see. An introverted, awkward girl who stopped speaking in the 1st grade because stepmother number 2 told her voice was annoying. It was a true story, and I was teased about it for years by my peers. What made it worse was being held back that year, despite getting 100% on every test and assignment I had turned in. My teacher didn't feel I was emotionally mature enough for 2nd grade. Naomi's face burned red. She was still unhappy about that situation. Augie hadn't let me see Naomi after the divorce. It wasn't until Augie was at his wits' end trying to get me to talk that he let Naomi back into my life. She was my saving grace. I told Naomi what Christina, wicked stepmother number 2, had put me through. That was the end of that marriage. Naomi composed herself. Don't even get me started on that woman. But let me start in on you. She reached for my hand. You, my love, are not a girl anymore. You are a gorgeous young woman who, unfortunately, hasn't been told enough how truly beautiful you are inside and out. You're biased, I whispered. No, I'm an objective scientist. I giggled. She squeezed my hand. I would never lie to you. You know that. Please start looking at yourself through clear eyes, and not the critical eyes of the jealous women who marry your father on a regular basis. What do they have to be jealous of? You, of course. The only constant in his life. Constant nuisance, maybe. No, she adamantly said. Your father loves you. He does a poor job of showing it, but I know he does. Why do you think he wants you to come home every summer and during every school break? I stared down at the table. I don't know. I guess because he expects me to be involved with Armstrong Labs. Yes, because that's the only way the idiot thinks he can keep you in his life, she growled. So misguided, she said more to herself. I only want him to be proud of me. Honey, can I give you some advice? I nodded. Take this summer to find yourself. And please, take a long, long look in the mirror. The girl you think you are doesn't exist. Look at the woman you are today. Your curls are to die for, and your big green eyes with jealousy-inducing thick eyelashes are amazing. Not to mention your cute button nose, creamy complexion, and high cheekbones. And regardless of your outer beauty, your incredible soul shines through. I'm not beautiful. Yes, you are. You've just been hiding behind the opinions of others. And if you don't mind me saying, your baggy clothes. I looked down at the oversized blue blouse and elastic waistband trousers I'd picked out for the office today. I looked like I was 22 going on 65. However, I was comfortable, and it hid the pooch around my middle. I gave Naomi a small smile. Maybe I could use an updated wardrobe. She laughed. If you want to go shopping, let me know. Okay, cheesecake first, though. Always. She held up her glass of sweet tea to me. I returned to the office in a red floral print flare dress that did a pretty good job of hiding my middle. The Cheesecake Factory was in the mall, so Naomi and I were able to pop quickly into a department store before my too-long lunch break was over, but I could only try on a few things. Thankfully, the strappy leather sandals I had been wearing matched this bold new look for me. I only bought the one dress as a trial run. I felt sort of exposed, even though the dress covered me nicely. It was a good thing I had been waxed to death in a satanic ritual Eva had put me through before the wedding on Saturday. She said I would thank her later for it, and I guess I kind of did. Still, the pain was fresh in my mind. Armstrong Labs' corporate headquarters was a stunning piece of architecture. The circular building was mostly made of windows, which allowed the abundant Georgia sunshine to light almost every space. My favorite, though, was the courtyard. It had magnolia trees for days and smelled like gardenias and peonies. When the humidity wasn't atrocious, it was a favorite spot for people to eat lunch or even work while sitting on the benches and the well-manicured lawn. I loved to lounge under the large, out-of-the-way maple tree and read crime thrillers or romances during my lunch break. I took the glass elevator to the top floor, the executive floor. I wasn't sure why Augie had placed me there for the summer. I was only going over the protocols for the clinical research studies we conducted, as well as the safety procedures for our testing labs. I was supposed to compare them against national laws and regulations to make sure we were in compliance. If I found any discrepancies, I would report my findings to the head of research and development, Pamela Landers. She was also an executive vice president and the current chief medical officer. Someday I would fill her shoes if my father got his wish, and he always did. It wasn't the most thrilling of internships, but it paid well and would look good on a resume. Not that it probably mattered in my case. Any resume of mine would be going to Armstrong Labs. I stepped off the elevator and every eye looked my way. Actually, I had been getting a lot of stares since I'd walked into the building. People normally ignored me, even though I was the big boss's daughter. That was fine with me. I'd rather be ignored than ridiculed. I'd had plenty of that growing up. Suddenly, I was nervous and began to rub my neck. I tried to look behind me, certain my dress was in my panties or something. That would be my luck. When I didn't see anything, I tugged on the back to make sure I wasn't showing off my plain Jane beige undies.
Young lady?
Randall, my dad's secretary, boomed. It's what he always called me. It jolted me out of my panicked state. I looked up to find Randall marching my way. He wasn't what you would picture a corporate secretary to be. He was a large man and former Marine. Every day he wore a short-sleeved white button-down shirt that showed off his bulging muscles and beautiful cocoa skin covered with tattoos. Stepmother number 5, who I'd christened as the Black Widow, had made Augie hire him. Black Widow happened to be my father's previous secretary. Hiring a man for the role had been her way of trying to stave off any competition. Randall lasted much longer than she did. In fact, Randall was the best secretary around as far as my father was concerned. I walked toward Randall, still feeling like everyone was staring at me. Maybe people were remembering my unfortunate walk down the aisle last weekend, as most of them had been at the wedding. Though no one had seemed to be interested in me when I'd come in this morning. What was the fascination all of a sudden? I wasn't sure, but my face was feeling all sorts of hot. Please don't let my dress be in my panties. When I reached Randall, he handed me the folder he was carrying.
Your father asked me to give this to you.
I looked down at the manila folder. What's this?
Last quarter's report.
Randall gave me a toothy grin.
Your father assumed you might delete it if I emailed it to you.
He would have been right. I had no interest in reading the executive summaries, goals, objectives, and highlights. Not to mention all the quarterly figures that were meaningless to me. Though I knew Augie wanted me to be in the know, and that was the single reason I would read the report. I grimaced. Thanks, Sir Randall. I was the only one who called him that. The first time we met, I'd called him Sir. He told me to call him Randall, but my teenage brain couldn't fathom calling the intimidating man by his first name, so I had called him Sir Randall. He'd laughed so hard, and it just stuck. He patted my shoulder, making me falter. I think he forgot his strength sometimes. He quickly realized his mistake and gripped my arm so I didn't fall. Sorry, he laughed. It's fine. Thanks for the report, I sighed. Randall pressed his lips together and thought for a moment.
Young lady, this is your legacy. Be proud of it.
I saluted him. Yes, Sir Randall. I turned to head toward my office.
One more thing.
He tugged me back and ripped the price tag off the neckline of my dress. With a smile, he handed it to me.
This doesn't make a good accessory.
I hung my head in shame. How did Naomi and I miss that? That was why people were staring at me. I face-palmed myself. Why must I always do embarrassing things?
You look lovely, by the way.
He marched off double time, never one to waste a second when he didn't have to. Augie said he was the most efficient and proficient executive admin he'd ever had. Huh? Lovely? No one had ever called me that. I tried to slink back to my office while making as little eye contact with people as possible. When I got there, I closed the door and leaned against it for a moment, trying to catch my breath. Maybe the red dress was a mistake. After several deep breaths, I grabbed my laptop and hit the floor. It felt a little claustrophobic with the door closed, but I didn't want anyone coming by to stare at me. I raided my stash of cookies and turned on some Enya. I was obsessed with Celtic music. Yep, I was an anomaly. No country music for this Southern girl. With the folder and chocolate chip cookies in hand, I was ready to tackle the report my father had so kindly gifted me. I would have preferred a microscope, or a kitten. An hour into the report, my eyelids were drooping as I read about each highlighted project, their objectives, and whether their goals were met or not. The only project of interest was the one Kane's department, Sales, Marketing, and Commercial Development, had submitted. Their department had blown their sales goals out of the water. Kane was mentioned for brokering a huge deal with a pharmaceutical company in Switzerland. No wonder my father often touted him. After trying to make sense of all the numbers, I was about ready to bang my head against the wall. My above-average IQ wasn't helping me for some reason. Or perhaps I didn't care enough to understand. A knock on the door saved my head from being banged against the wall. Come in, I called, too lazy to extricate myself from the papers that were holding me hostage on the floor. An unexpected but handsome head popped in. Kane smiled when he saw me on the floor covered in papers.
Hey there.
Wow, I wasn't sure if I would ever get used to how beautiful he was. It was the first time since Naomi I kind of wished one of my dad's marriages would last, just so I could admire Kane's face during the holidays. Hi, I said, way too breathy. What's up? He let himself all the way in and shut the door.
I thought I would drop by and say hi.
Oh, I bit my lip. That's nice. That sounded lame. His smile said he didn't mind how idiotic I sounded. How odd.
It sounds like I should have worn a kilt in here instead of a suit.
A girlish laugh escaped. I like your suit. I mean, it's Enya. Oh my gosh. I was ridiculous. Don't get me wrong. He looked amazing in his dark suit, but I didn't need to mention it.
Who?
She's an Irish singer. She lives in a castle all by herself. Why did I say that last part? Kane drew closer.
Is that your dream? To live in a castle by yourself?
I tucked some hair behind my ear. No. Kane sat next to me and leaned against the wall. Like everyone else today at the office, he stared at me. I wasn't sure which was making me feel like I might combust more, his gaze or the closeness of his body.
Let me guess. You dream to live in a place with no furniture and high ceilings so you always have far to look up, he drawled.
You're teasing me.
No, I'm not. Remember? I'm intrigued.
I remember, I whispered through massive heart palpitations. Surely he couldn't be intrigued by me. Cookie? My nerves had me holding up the bag that Miss Ray, our housekeeper, had given me before I left for the office today. She was more like my grandma, who Augie paid to cook and clean. With a grin, Kane reached into the bag and grabbed a cookie.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kane didn't eat the cookie, but he continued to study me.
So, what is your dream?
Oh, I had a few, and for some strange reason, I had this unrelenting desire to tell him what they were. Though, what was the point? Today, I'm dreaming that I can make sense of the first quarter reports. His brow creased.
I don't believe that's what you dream about.
You're right, but Augie wants me to understand.
Well, you're in luck. I'm free to take you to dinner and make sense of those numbers for you.
I must not have heard him right. Did you say you wanted to go to dinner with me? I stammered.
You sound surprised.
I am. You don't have to just because we're related now. His face pinched into a frown.
Scarlett, we aren't related.
He sounded almost angry. I leaned away from him, afraid I had upset him. I'm sorry. His features immediately softened.
Don't apologize. I'm sorry. It's just, I don't want you to see me that way.
Okay. That was fine by me. I never wanted to think of him as a brother. I had some other titles in mind that were as unattainable as any of my other dreams.
So, dinner and numbers tonight?
I nodded without thinking, so mesmerized by his golden brown eyes.
Great.
He stood and held up his cookie to me.
I'll pick you up at 7.
I nodded again. I had lost the ability to speak and think. This was like a dream. I was waiting for someone to throw a bucket of cold water on me and wake me up. His smile said he knew how he affected me.
By the way, red looks great on you. See you tonight.
He left without another word. I stared at the door, hardly believing what had just taken place. Was I imagining things? Or did I have a date? No, I didn't think so either. Dinner by the numbers. We were seated at a quiet table on a hotel's restaurant roof, located in one of Atlanta's historic neighborhoods. The strange rooftop restaurant and bar had artificial turf flooring and streetcars that sold hot dogs and hamburgers. It felt almost like we were at someone's backyard barbecue, though no one I knew had views like this. You could almost see the entire Atlanta skyline from up here. I kept looking around at our surroundings. It was amazing and kept me from looking at Kane.
I make you nervous?
Kane guessed. I slowly turned my head his way. When I faced him, I was met with a thoughtful stare and warm eyes that looked like liquid chocolate in the evening sun. He had changed into jeans and a tight black t-shirt. It suited him. Part of me felt an odd comfort around him, although most of me felt on edge. I don't understand why you want to spend time with me. Obviously, it's not a big brother thing for you, though you are the oldest of my father's stepchildren, so congratulations, I rambled. He narrowed his eyes, confused.
Why wouldn't I want to spend time with you?
I reached for the tiny drink menu on the table and fiddled with it nervously. Well, look at me. I doubt I'm the kind of woman you usually spend time with.
You're right,
He was quick to reply. I dropped the menu on the floor. I would like to say that didn't sting, but it did, even though I knew it to be true. He was quick to lean down, retrieve the menu, and hand it back. Yet he didn't let go when I reached for it.
Scarlett, do you know the first thing I noticed about you?
I shook my head.
When you arrived at the office 2 weeks ago, I expected you to behave like your father's stepchildren who work for him. Entitled, rude, and lazy, if I can be candid. But you walked in and greeted your father's secretary with a hug, then handed him a box of his favorite candy, chocolate-covered toffee, if I remember right.
Yes, there's a place near Samford that makes it. I always try to remember to get him a box before I come home. I also knew which step-siblings he spoke of, Tyler and Danielle. Siblings from stepmama number 5, aka Black Widow. One worked in accounting, the other in HR.
That's very thoughtful of you. In fact, I've noticed how thoughtful you are to everyone at the office, even though you're the only other person there who bears the Armstrong name.
It's only a name.
Not in that office, it's not. And you know that. You've also been more than gracious to my mother and sister when they've done nothing to deserve it. Something I'm sorry for.
Now I got it. Is that why you asked me to dinner? To make up for their behavior? He let go of the menu and leaned back in his chair.
I asked you to dinner because I'd like to get to know you better.
I felt a rush of blood to my cheeks.
You don't believe me, do you?
Honestly, no.
Why?
I pointed at him and spluttered. Well, look at you. And look at me. A smile danced in his eyes.
What are you getting at?
You know. I was getting frustrated.
Please, enlighten me.
He was amused. I can't believe you're going to make me say it. I was on the verge of tears. You're beautiful and debonair, and I'm plain and awkward, I choked out. His eyes widened before he reached for my hand.
Scarlett, I didn't mean to upset you.
I stared at our hands. A searing sensation coursed through me. It was raw and unfiltered, something I'd never experienced before, yet it seemed so familiar. He seemed familiar. Weird. I stifled my tears. It's fine.
No, it's not. I don't think you see yourself very clearly.
He brushed his thumb across my hand, leaving sparking embers before releasing it. My hand instantly felt cold and empty. I've heard that a lot today. I thought back to Naomi's pep talk during lunch.
Well, whoever is telling you that is a genius and correct. There is nothing plain about you, and your awkwardness is charming.
He chuckled. Thanks. I wasn't sure what to say. Maybe we should eat. Food was always a good go-to.
Another thing I like about you. You're real and you eat.
I'll try not to get any crumbs down my bra tonight, I teased. This dress doesn't unzip.
I would figure out a way to come to your aid if you needed me to.
He didn't sound like he was teasing at all. I gripped my white metal chair. I think we'll be safe tonight, I stuttered, on the verge of hyperventilating.
I hope you feel safe around me. Shall we eat?
Yes.
The food here is great, and I thought you would appreciate that there's no roof. You can look up as high as you want to. Sky's the limit.
I was touched he remembered our conversation from the reception. I found, though, that I didn't want to look up at all. I wanted to look straight across the table into Kane's eyes. They seemed to hold unknown possibilities. Possibilities, perhaps, that I never imagined within reach. Or was I reading them wrong? This was all so new to me. Thank you, Kane.
For what?
A different outlook. With that, we ordered gourmet cheeseburgers, and Kane insisted I try their frosé, a frozen cocktail made with Pinot Noir, strawberries, and lemons. I didn't do a lot of alcohol, but he promised it was life-changing. I had a feeling it was Kane who possibly held that power. After dinner, and with only a minor incident of me dribbling spicy ketchup down my lip, we got to business.
Do you still want to go over the quarterly report?
Kane asked. Yes, I hesitated to say. Kane tilted his head.
You don't have me convinced.
It's important I learn these things.
I'm happy to teach you what I know.
I pulled out the file folder from my bag and laid it out on the table. Kane took the file and pulled out a few pieces of paper.
Let's start with the balance sheet.
Okay?
The balance sheet, he began, is sometimes referred to as the statement of financial position. It includes the company's assets, liabilities, and net worth.
Sounded straightforward enough. Maybe. Kane went on in detail about every aspect of the report, stopping whenever I had a question. I had many, and he seemed to know all the answers. You love this stuff, don't you? I commented. He flashed me a dazzling smile.
I guess it's in my blood. My dad used to take me to work with him when I was a boy, to teach me the ropes. He was a VP for a manufacturing plant here in Atlanta until he died about 10 years ago.
I could hear the fondness he had for his father in his voice. I knew from listening to Eva that her first husband, Kane's father, had died in a car accident. You must miss him.
All the time. He was a great man, always fair and a hard worker. He wanted me to be the same kind of man.
From what I can tell, you seem to be both.
I'd like to think so, but I'm more cutthroat than he was. I love the thrill of victory more than I should. He used to tell me that a good man knows when to lay it all on the line. A better man knows when to dial it back. I'm still learning that last part.
I like that. Your father sounds like a good dad. I was kind of jealous. Not that Augie was a bad man, but I felt like I hardly knew him. He never gave me life advice like that. Really, any advice. For the most part, he had left me to my own devices. Thankfully, I'd had Naomi to go to for life's burning questions. Kane looked off into the distance. The sun was beginning to set, and it was spectacular against the Atlanta skyline. The sky burned in oranges and pinks. It almost looked as if it was setting the city on fire.
He was my hero,
Kane said more to himself. It must have been hard for you to see your mother remarry. His gaze drifted my way.
I like Augustus. He's been a valuable mentor, a fair boss, and I would even consider him a friend. But I'm not naive to his less than desirable track record when it comes to women. And although my mother isn't the warmest of women, I don't want to see her get hurt.
I grabbed the napkin in my lap and wrung it tightly. I'm afraid that's inevitable. If it makes you feel any better, it won't be because of infidelity. Unless you count work being his mistress.
Not really, but that's not your fault.
I hope you won't hate me when their marriage falls apart.
Scarlett, I don't know you well yet, but I can't imagine ever hating you.
The way he'd said yet made me feel fuzzy all over, and I knew it wasn't from the little alcohol I'd consumed. It gave me hope there would be future dinners and more time to get to know him.
What about you? He asked. How do you feel about all your father's marriages?
I let out a deep breath. I've become sort of numb to it all. Augie's never going to change, so there's no use getting upset over it.
But it does upset you,
he stated. I looked down at the napkin I'd strangled to death, wanting to say so much, but not knowing how to put it into words. Of course it upset me, but there was nothing I could do about it. My only hope was to someday make Augie take more notice of me than his company, and the women who drifted in and out of his life like the waves of the ocean.
I hit a nerve. I'm sorry,
Kane whispered. Please, don't apologize. I spoke into my lap. Kane reached across the small table and tipped my chin up with his finger. I was met with a smile. For a moment, he seemed lost in thought.
Your eyes are truly stunning.
My cheeks burned.
Am I being too forward with you?
He inquired. No, it's just I'm not used to such compliments.
That's a shame.
His finger dropped, and he sat back.
Scarlett, let's make a deal not to speak about our parents' relationship, or let them affect our budding friendship?
Oh, friendship. Of course that's what he wanted with me. I was silly to think anything different. Not only was he older than me, but he probably had hundreds of beautiful, more experienced women begging for his attention. Actually, I knew he did at the office. I'd overheard a group of women in the break room talking. One of the women had said, "That Cain, what I wouldn't give to know him biblically." Her friend had laughed and responded, "I'd love to raise Cain with him." The first woman had replied, "I'm sure he has a little Cain in him. Look at the man." I'd walked out after they started making wagers about who would be the first to sleep with him. "Sounds good to me." I had no idea what else to say. He held out his hand.
Let's shake on it.
I thought it was strange, but placed my hand in his. Once again, a surge of something wonderful and unknown coursed through me. His hand closed around mine, but he didn't shake it. He just held on to it for several moments.
Do we have a deal, darling?
His seductive southern drawl came out. "Yes," I stammered to the beat of my unsteady heart. He gently placed my hand on the table.
How would you like discussing cash flow over ice cream? I know a great place not too far from here.
"Sounds riveting. At least the ice cream part." Cain laughed loudly out into the warm evening air.
I like you, Scarlett.
"I like you too, Cain. Probably a little too much." Personal mission statement. I tapped my pen against a blank notepad as I reclined under the shade of a maple tree in the courtyard. Despite being protected by the shade, the heat and humidity of Georgia on the first day of June were a force to be reckoned with. I hoped, though, that the scenery would help clear my mind. I needed to write a personal statement for my medical school application. I had 5,300 words available to me to impress the admission committees, who held my fate in their hands. Many of my professors had drilled into me that medical schools were looking for people, not only scores. My excellent grades and MCAT score would only go so far. I like to write out my words before typing them. For some reason, I connected more to paper and pen than to a keyboard. Naomi would say I was an old soul. More like weird for my generation. I wrote out the prompt from the American Medical College Application Service. Use the space provided to explain why you want to go to medical school. Could they have been any more vague? I knew it was done on purpose, but sheesh, they could help a girl out. Sure, I knew why I wanted to go, but it wasn't exactly why I was going to medical school. I stared blankly at the prompt and shifted in my indigo sundress. Naomi and I had gone shopping the night before to update my wardrobe. I decided I wanted to look more my age when I came into the office. And I found that certain dresses hid my stomach pooch quite nicely. You know, in case I ran into a certain someone who I hadn't seen yesterday. Not that I expected him to seek me out daily now. Okay, so maybe I'd hoped, but I couldn't afford to think like that. Focus on your essay. I tapped some more on the notepad and stretched out my legs, which could have used some sun. I could tan nicely if I ever took the time, but it had seemed unnecessary since I had stayed away from clothes that showed large amounts of skin, almost as if I were afraid or ashamed of my body. I stared at my legs and really looked at them. My calves were actually shapely. Not like a runner's, but womanly enough. And I had nice knees. Not too knobby, with only a couple of scars where I had fallen over the years. Yet they were smooth and well moisturized. My thighs were another story, but I couldn't see them, though I was probably too critical of them. I needed to direct my focus back to my essay. I stared at the paper for so long, I had to take my glasses off to rub my eyes. I could feel the humidity frizzing my long curls. That was a bummer, as I had tried to do something with my hair today. I'd used curl cream last night, and then done the whole pineappling routine on my hair before I'd gone to bed. I'd woken up to some amazing curls this morning that had needed only a light spritz of hairspray. However, the Georgia weather was too much for it. I was about to give up and go inside when someone plopped down next to me on the grass. I didn't need my glasses to tell me who. His spicy ginger scent hit me full force. It mixed in well among the smell of magnolia and gardenias. I put my glasses back on so I could see him clearly. I didn't want to miss out on anything. He took off his suit coat and undid his tie before saying,
"I've been looking for you."
"You have?"
"Once again, you sound surprised."
"I would keep counting on that." He chuckled.
"Duly noted. So what are you doing out here in this blazing heat?"
"My medical school application personal statement." I flashed him the non-existent essay. "As you can see, I've gotten really far." He grabbed the notepad and read the prompt out loud.
"Use the space to explain why you want to go to medical school. This is a masterpiece,"
he teased. I took back the notepad. "I know," I groaned.
"What's your hang-up?"
I curled my legs under me and debated about what to say. I wondered how much Kane spoke to my father, or what he might divulge to him. Kane tucked some of my errant curls behind my ear.
"Is this one of the secrets you're hiding behind those beautiful eyes of yours?"
I could have sworn he was flirting with me, but then I remembered he wanted to be friends. To prove that point, when he'd dropped me off after having dinner a couple of days ago, he'd patted my hand in a friendly fashion before I got out of his car. Not that I thought he was going to kiss me goodnight or anything. Still, it was an awkward goodbye to be sure. Even he'd seemed uncomfortable with it, like he didn't know what to do. He probably didn't have any women friends. I couldn't imagine any woman wanting to stay only friends with him. He was in luck this time. I'd never had a boyfriend, so I was an expert at being friends only, even if I knew I would long for more. It's not really a secret. It's complicated.
"Ah, well, once again, you're in luck. I'm even better with complicated than I am with numbers."
I laughed. I should have known. He nudged me.
"So, lay it on me."
I laid the notepad next to me. "Maybe later." His brow creased, but he didn't seem upset. In fact, the way his eyes lit up, he seemed to find it intriguing, as he would say.
"Okay, you want me to earn your trust. I can admire that, and I'm up for the challenge."
"I'm not challenging you."
"I beg to differ. How about this? I'll give you some pointers, having myself written a grad school application essay that was worthy of a New York Times bestseller."
"You don't think much of yourself, do you?" I teased.
"On the contrary, I think highly of myself. I have the superego down."
"I don't think that's exactly what Freud was talking about." His brow quirked.
"You've studied Freud."
"It feels like I've studied about everything preparing for the MCAT."
"Let me guess. You scored a 528.
I bit my lip. "Close. 522. He whistled low.
"No wonder your father is so proud of you. That's impressive, Scarlett."
I picked some of the grass around me. "Did my father tell you he was proud of me?"
"He didn't say those exact words, but you can tell when he talks about you. He's impressed."
I flicked the grass away.
"You know what matters much more how you see yourself than how he sees you, right?"
I rubbed the back of my damp neck. "That sounds good in theory." Kane grabbed my notepad and pen and handed them back to me.
"If you want to write a killer essay, you need to believe in yourself. I want you to write down 10 of your best qualities."
"Now?" I was panicked at just the idea of trying to think of 10 qualities, especially in front of him.
"Yes. Or maybe we can go inside first. It's hot as hell out here."
There was a bead of sweat dripping down his beautiful face, getting lost in his stubble. His 5 o'clock shadow came early. "Okay." Walking inside would give me some time to think about what he was asking of me. He immediately stood and held out his hand to help me up. I hesitated, not because I didn't want his help, but when I touched him, it did things to me. It was like opening up a gift I'd wished for but never imagined I would receive, and honestly, didn't quite know what to do with now that I had it. The feelings he invoked made me crave things I wasn't sure I was meant to have. I wasn't talking only about Kane. It was the prospect of romance in general, something I never really experienced outside of falling in love with fictional characters. Real-life romance and intimacy were foreign to me. It was embarrassing to admit, but I'd been kissed only once, and I was pretty sure it was on a dare. Kane didn't seem bothered by my hesitation. He only reached farther for me. No one had ever made such an effort. His gesture had me giving him my hand and, unbeknownst to him, part of my heart. He had no idea how much his kindness meant to me. He easily lifted me up, and I landed dangerously close to him. At least, it was dangerous for my wildly beating heart. "Wow, you're tall," stupidly escaped my mouth. He really was. He had at least 8 inches on my 5'6" frame. Kane didn't seem to mind my awkwardness, judging by his smile.
I can't help it.
He played along. He was still holding my hand. It was very friendly of him. If only he knew he was short-circuiting my system. My heart had never pumped so much blood. "Maybe we should go inside." What a dumb response. And hello, Scarlet, that's where we were already going. I was burning, and not from the sun. Before he could respond, one of my ex-stepsisters, Ophelia, called my name. "Scarlet!" she purred in her heavy southern accent. Kane and I quickly broke apart and faced the beautiful but wicked ex-stepsister. She was a runner-up Miss Georgia, a brunette bombshell, and stereotypical mean girl with a stage mom to rival them all. Her mama was stepmother number 3 and had assured my father she could turn me into a beauty queen. At the age of 8, mind you. I never made it onto any stage. I was barely back to talking to people at that time. Ophelia, who was 4 years older than me, made sure I never forgot that, or how talented she was. She was a classically trained musician. Not only that, but she had graced the covers of many magazines. She'd even done some commercials. My father was using the PR consulting firm she worked for. Unfortunately, she was the consultant. Ophelia looked Kane up and down as if she were formulating her game plan on how to make him another one of her conquests. "Kane, it's so nice to see you again. We hardly got to speak at the wedding."
What a pity,
he responded. I could hear the sarcasm in his voice. It made my lips twitch. Ophelia looked between us with her big blue eyes. "Did my eyes deceive me, or was I interrupting a private moment between you?" "We were only talking," I responded, not liking her incredulous tone. I mean, I got it. I still couldn't figure out why Kane wanted to get to know me either.
Actually, you did interrupt us. Excuse us. We have some important business to discuss.
Kane was curt and to the point. She crossed her arms. "This is an unexpected development. Aren't you two related now?"
Ophelia, is it?
Kane obviously knew that would get to her, that he was so unimpressed as to not quite remember her name.
Whatever you think is or isn't happening between us is none of your concern.
"Does Augustus know?" She wasn't backing down. I swallowed hard, wondering what Augie would make of all this. Not that he cared much what I did, and Kane and I were only friends, or working on being friends.
Precisely what should he know?
Kane was good at this.
That, unlike you, I treat his daughter with respect? Or that your PR firm is overcharging Armstrong Labs?
Her jaw dropped, and she began to splutter indignantly. "How dare you throw such accusations at me? I only came by to say hi to Scarlet. She knows how much we all love her." I blinked in disbelief. Not even I bought that lie. Kane turned to me.
Do you believe that?
He was direct. Too direct. My mouth went dry. I didn't like confrontation.
Do you?
Kane asked so tenderly, as if begging me not to believe the lie. "No," I eked out. He let out a heavy breath, relieved by my answer. Ophelia, on the other hand, scowled at me. "Well, I guess I'll see you later then." We watched her stomp away in her stilettos and black form-fitted dress that showed off her perfect curves. "She's going to say something to my father," I worried out loud.
So?
Kane seemed unfazed. I headed toward the doors, embarrassed and silently lamenting by wringing my hands. Kane followed.
Scarlet, why are you so worried?
"I don't want my step-siblings to talk about me. A lot of them do. You don't know what I had to deal with growing up. And Ophelia is going to make up something because no one will ever believe that you like me. They'll say you're babysitting me or lost a bet. I don't know. Just, this was a bad idea."
Hey.
He gently tugged on my arm. I looked at his hand, which was leaving an invisible mark so deep it scared me. Then I looked into his warm, kind eyes. I knew then I was in way over my head. I need to go.
Scarlet.
Please, I begged. He dropped his hand.
All right. I'll see you later.
He said it as a question. Yes, no, I don't know. I ran off, clutching my notepad to me. Scarlett Jane Armstrong, you are a ridiculous girl. 10 Best Qualities. I drove through the gate of our house in Arden, Habersham, one of the most coveted neighborhoods in Atlanta. It boasted not only beautiful homes, but the governor's mansion. Augie loved the distinction and prestige. There was no denying how lovely our house and grounds were. It was referred to as a timeless English country estate. The large home had a simple elegance to it, with a steeply pitched roof and overlapping front-faced gables. It had 4 chimneys to match the several fireplaces throughout the house. The lawns and gardens were well manicured, with clean lines and rows of hedges. The backyard was as pristine as the front, with a crystal-clear pool, lush greenery, and a forest of trees surrounding it, making the home feel more secluded than it truly was. I believed the women my father married fell more in love with the house than with him. It was probably why they wanted to leave their mark on it. Maybe each wife thought if she could make it a home instead of a trophy for Augie, he would prize her above all and keep her. Sadly, Augie didn't spend much time in the house. To him, it was only a place for sleeping and throwing dinner parties for the Atlanta elite and his business associates. And little did they know, he had bought the house for Naomi. There were 3 things in the house that Augie never allowed anyone to change. My bedroom, the library Naomi had loved so much, and the rose garden Naomi had planted out back. Augie had hired a special gardener to care for the roses over the years, and when Augie ever did spend time at the house, he was usually haunting the library. Naomi loved when I would bring her bouquets from her beloved garden, even though it always brought a tear to her eye. Reminders of what could have been, she would always say. Before I pulled my car into the vast 4-car garage, I noticed Eva had wasted no time. An interior decorating crew was already there. The Asian Zen furniture was being hauled out, and large pieces wrapped in plastic were being brought in. I couldn't care less what style the new furniture was, as long as it was more comfortable than the last go-around. I walked in through the mudroom that led into the kitchen. There was a set of stairs from there that went straight up to the landing outside my room. There was a lot of noise coming from the main part of the house. Miss Ray, our housekeeper, was in the kitchen rolling her eyes and slicing peaches. If I wasn't mistaken, she was making peach and prosciutto flatbread, my favorite pizza. "Hi, Miss Ray," I called in passing as I headed toward the stairs. I wanted to be alone after the day I'd had. Honestly, I pretty much always wanted to be alone, until the last couple of days. I think that scared me more than anything. To crave someone's attention. Someone who would probably end up rejecting me, like most people. And I knew if Kane rejected me, it would hurt more acutely than a rejection from anyone else, save my father. "Dinner is almost done, honey." I opened the door leading to the staircase and my solitude. "Sorry, I'm not really hungry. Can you save it for later?" She dropped the knife onto the granite countertop. "Are you sick?" I know. It was a big deal when I refused food. "No, just a rough day." She untied her apron. "Come tell me about it. I have cookies," she sang. Cookies. "What kind?" Not like there were really any bad kinds. She smiled, making her wrinkles more pronounced on her round face. When I was little, I swore she was Mrs. Claus, with her white hair and penchant for baking. "Coconut macaroons," she tempted me. Oh, were they tempting. I gave her a half smile. "Okay, maybe one." She set a plate out on the large island and placed 3 cookies on it. "Sit down," she ordered kindly. I tossed my bag near the stairs and obediently took a seat on one of the stools lining the grand island. The gourmet kitchen had shiny commercial stainless steel appliances and a breakfast nook enveloped in windows. It was one of my favorite places in the house. probably because Miss Ray had made it feel like home. This was her domain, and no stepmother had been brave enough to boss her around. Miss Ray might have a heart of gold, but she was tough as nails. She sat next to me, and her lively blue eyes encouraged me to spill my guts. "What's up, Buttercup?" I grabbed a cookie and debated taking a bite, which was kind of a big deal for me. No one had ever rendered me unable to eat before. I knew Mindy would get so worked up about guys that she couldn't eat. However, I'd always been sure I would never be a victim to such a cruel fate. "Ophelia," I sighed. Miss Ray slapped the countertop. "What did that ungrateful brat do today? That girl has always been too big for her britches. Her mama should have taught her some manners." Miss Ray had been through all the stepchildren along with me. She loved one, Mindy, and she disliked most, but she loathed Ophelia. I dropped the cookie back on the plate. "It's not her exactly. It's Kane." Her face pinched like a bulldog. "Is he giving you a hard time? He seemed polite, not to mention pretty, but knowing who his mother is, it's no surprise. She is a piece of work. Did you see all the new furniture? Get ready for shabby chic, by the way, whatever that is." I rested my hand on top of Miss Ray's strong, age-spotted hand. "Kane isn't giving me a hard time. It's just the opposite. He's been nothing but nice to me." She squinted. "So, what's wrong?" I was embarrassed to say. I mean, I knew Miss Ray would keep anything I said to her confidential. She'd always told Augie she worked for me, not him. Naomi and she had been my protectors and constants in the musical chair environment I'd grown up in. I tapped my fingers on the counter. "Kane was helping me with my medical school essay during lunch today. Ophelia happened to see us and took it all wrong. Kane and I are only friends. He plainly said so when he took me to dinner on Monday night. But she's going to blow it out of proportion because that's what she always does, and then she'll tell everyone. It will just be one more humiliation since no one will believe that someone like Kane would ever want to be with someone like me. And then everyone at the office will start gossiping and staring at me even more than they have been, which I already don't understand. Unless maybe they saw Kane coming out of my office? Oh my gosh, what if they did? We're practically related, though Kane hates that and doesn't think we are, but everyone else does. Ugh. I groaned and finally took a breath before pushing the plate of cookies away and laying my head down dramatically on the counter with a sigh. Miss Ray chuckled and stroked my hair repeatedly. Sounds like you've had an interesting few days." "Not really. I mean, sure, for me, but it's nothing." "Then why are you upset?" "I don't know why."
"I think you do."
I lifted my head. "I do?" She tapped my nose.
"If I had to guess, and this is just a guess," she grinned, "I would say you like Kane."
"Of course I like him. He's a nice guy."
"Let's not forget attractive and older." She wagged her drawn-on brows.
I bit my lip. "Yeah."
"Uh-huh. That's what I thought. You have a crush on him."
"No," I said way too quickly.
"Honey, you're not fooling me."
I sat up straight. "Fine. It's ridiculous, I know."
"Why? Sounds like maybe he has a crush on you, too."
"No way."
"Oh, honey."
She stood, walked back over to the cutting board, and began arranging the peaches on the flatbread already covered in cheese and prosciutto.
"You are like whiskey in a teacup."
"What does that mean?"
"It means you're delicate and beautiful on the outside, but inside there is this fire waiting to come out if you would only let it. And nothing can stoke a flame like a little romance."
"Miss Ray, Kane and I are not going to be romantic." She shrugged.
"You never can tell about these things, but I'll tell you this. If a man like Kane was paying me some attention, I'd take advantage of it, and I sure as heck wouldn't care what anyone had to say about it, especially Ophelia."
"I don't want people talking about me." She waved her hand around. Honey, you live in the South. Gossiping is our favorite pastime. And I hate to say it, but your daddy will always make sure there is plenty of gossip surrounding your family. Might as well give everyone something fun to talk about. A relationship between you and your new stepbrother would certainly do the trick. She laughed to herself. I cringed. Please don't call him that. She pointed at me with a peach slice in hand. Don't worry, honey. Eva won't last long. Believe me, I knew. I grabbed one of the cookies, feeling a little better after getting it out of my system, and took a small bite. These are delicious. I'm going to pop these flatbreads in the oven and then head on home. You call me if you need anything. I will. Thank you, Miss Ray. You keep that chin up, beautiful girl. I wished I was beautiful. Knock, knock. A familiar voice startled me. I whipped my head toward the main kitchen entrance. There stood Kane, still in his suit and tie, looking a bit unsure, yet focused on me. I'm sorry to barge in. The door was open. I had no idea what to say. Thankfully, Miss Ray stepped in. No need to apologize. It's good to see you. You're welcome here any time. Right, Scarlett? She prompted. Right. Kane flashed us a relieved smile while stepping closer to me. I was worried about you. I'm going to leave you two alone, Miss Ray was quick to say. There's enough pizza, by the way, for two. She winked at me. I rolled my eyes. Thank you, Miss Ray. Have a nice evening, Kane addressed Miss Ray. You do the same. Miss Ray popped the pizza into the oven and skittered away. As soon as she was gone, Kane took the stool next to me. He tugged on a strand of my hair. Hi. Hi, I whispered. Are you okay? He sounded really worried. Yes, I'm sorry for earlier. It's just... Shh. Kane placed a finger on my lips. Just tell me what to do to make it better. I couldn't think when he touched me, and was so close that I could smell him and feel him on what seemed like a molecular level. Maybe he knew that, as he dropped his finger. It allowed me to take a breath. I don't think you can. I think it's something only I can do. I knew so many of my insecurities stemmed from self-esteem issues. His brow creased as if that frustrated him, yet his eyes said he understood. Can I at least help you with your essay? My essay? I hadn't even thought about it, which was terrible. I needed to get my application in by the end of the month. I almost told him he didn't need to help me, but then I thought, why shouldn't I accept his help? I wanted it and needed it. Well, more like I wanted to be near him, as dangerous as it was for my heart. He had come to check on me, after all. Very few people had ever cared to do so. And he made me feel alive, and like I mattered. I'd like that, I found myself saying. Do you want to stay for dinner? Who was this woman controlling my mouth? I had never been so bold. I'd love to. He didn't hesitate to respond. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I thought you might need some help coming up with your best qualities. I plucked the paper from his grip, anxious to see what he had written. You hardly know me. I'm good at reading people. It makes me adept at my job. I carefully unfolded the paper with shaky hands. I opened it to find a numbered list. 1. Brilliant. 2. Kind. 3. Humble. 4. Resilient. 5. Loyal. 6. Honest. 7. Ambitious. 8. Independent. 9. Teachable. 10. Beautiful. My head popped up at that unexpected last one. I was met with an intense gaze. It made me swallow hard. I threw that last one in there for my benefit. He read my mind, a knee-jerk reaction. You think I'm beautiful? I could hardly say it. Yes, ma'am, I do. I felt feverishly flushed. Thank you. I didn't know what else to say. He laughed softly. I think you're the first woman who has ever thanked me for that. I'm ridiculous. I felt like I wanted to cry. I didn't know the right things to say and do. I hadn't ever studied this, whatever this was.
No,
He rested his warm hand on my burning cheek.
you're real. I like that. Very much.
His hand fell away. He leaned back as if to put some distance between us.
Scarlet, I meant what I said. I want to get to know you better.
I ran a hand through my unruly hair. In what way? That was probably a dumb question, but I had always been a spectator. I'd never been up to bat.
The way a man gets to know a woman better. Spending time together, talking, eating, of course.
He grinned. Was this real? I could hardly believe it. I do like to eat.
I should have listed that.
I giggled. He placed his hand over mine, resting on my leg.
What do you say, Scarlet?
Why me? It was the only thing that came to mind. He leaned in closer and whispered in my ear.
Come find out.
A shiver went through me like it was the middle of January, though I felt like I was burning in July. I knew his invitation was more than just getting to know me. It was him daring me to get to know myself. Something I had been too afraid to do. Yet I longed to know me. To be comfortable in my own skin. Maybe I could start by doing something I wanted to. And there was nothing in this moment that I wanted more than getting to know Kane better. Where do we begin? Predictions. I was sitting in my usual spot on my office floor when my phone began to buzz. Glancing down to check the caller ID, I was more than surprised to see it was Augie. He rarely called, and never while he was honeymooning. My first thought was that something awful had happened. I answered in mild panic. Hi, Augie. I waited to hear the worst.
Scarlet?
Who else called him Augie? And no one else ever answered my phone. Everything all right? I asked. He didn't answer right away, making me more nervous. Dad? Came falling out of my mouth. I'd only ever called him that maybe twice in my entire life. For some reason, it now seemed appropriate. Maybe it was the fact that he had thought of me while he was in paradise with his new wife.
How's work going?
He brusquely brushed off my question. Good. I mean, it was boring, but I felt like I was contributing. I had found some minor discrepancies in the language we used to describe our protocols that were out of line with some of the national safety regulations.
Did you read and understand the quarterly report?
Most of it, yes. With the help of Kane, that was. I didn't mention it.
You can talk to Keith if you need clarification.
Keith Derringer was the CFO. I wished Augie would offer to help me himself. Okay.
It's important you understand these things.
I know.
How's your medical school application going?
I wasn't sure where the 20 questions were coming from. He'd never checked up on me like this before. I was surprised he had even remembered when the application was due. I'm working on it. I almost have the first draft of the essay done. It was another thing to thank Kane for. He'd been helping me with the essay, even by phone last night since he was on a quick business trip in Boston. It was just my luck. Finally, a man other than Hugh wanted to spend time with me, and he had to leave town. He would be back late tonight, though.
Send it to Pamela when it's done so she can look it over and give you any pointers.
He once again offered up a person on his executive team. Another person who wasn't him. I will, I sighed.
Good.
He made it sound like he was done with the Inquisition. How's Bora Bora? I had a need to elongate the conversation. I had a need for him.
Fine,
he was quick to answer.
I need to discuss another matter with you.
Weird. All right. Insert another long pause. He cleared his throat.
I received a phone call about you and Kane.
I fumbled the phone and dropped it.
Scarlet?
I could hear Augie calling out my name. I scrambled to pick up the phone. I'm here, I said, out of breath. I knew Ophelia would call him. Why couldn't she have at least waited until he was back from his honeymoon? I felt sick to my stomach waiting to hear what she'd told Augie. I don't know what Ophelia said, but
Ophelia didn't call me.
who did?
That's neither here nor there.
Someone else had called? I was going to puke. I rested my head back against the wall and closed my eyes. Literally nothing had happened between Kane and me. So, yes, we were going on a date tomorrow. A real date. To be sure of that, I'd asked Kane last night on the phone if that's what he had meant when he'd asked me to spend the day with him on Saturday. He'd laughed and called me adorable. I couldn't think about that now, though. I was waiting for Augie to... Well, I wasn't really sure. We'd never had these kinds of discussions before.
Scarlet.
He heaved a heavy sigh.
You're so...
He paused for a long moment.
young.
Augie, I'm 22.
That's young.
Mama was that old when you married her, I reminded him.
We were too young.
His tone said not to bring her into this. Not to bring her up ever. I didn't know why he wouldn't tell me about her. I didn't even have grandparents or aunts and uncles to get information from. My mother had been an only child, and her parents had died in a freak plane crash right before I was born. I'd often wondered if that had played a part in her depression. I knew better than to press the issue with Augie, especially now. What's this all about?
I'm concerned about you dating an older man. A man who has more experience than you, he clarified.
Most 14-year-olds have more experience than me, I deadpanned.
Scarlet, you're not helping the situation,
he scolded me. What situation? I thought you liked Kane.
I do. That doesn't mean I want him dating my daughter. Besides, I'm married to his mother.
I wanted to say, not for long, but I didn't think that would go over too well. Yet, something swelled within me. It felt like a backbone. Nothing has happened between Kane and me, but even if something had, why do you care who I date? I thought he was silent before. Now I couldn't even hear him breathe. The only thing I could hear was my erratically beating heart. I had never spoken to Augie in such a way.
What are you saying?
He finally responded. I think you know what I'm saying. My voice trembled. You don't care about me, I whispered.
You're mistaken,
he snapped.
Be careful with Kane. You have your whole life ahead of you.
He hung up. I stared at my phone. Most daughters would probably cry after a call like that with their father, but I had learned a long time ago not to bother with tears when it came to Augie. Tears, I had learned, only pushed my father further away. I remembered crying once as a girl and Augie saying,
Scarlet, whatever you do, please don't cry.
Then he'd walked away. While keeping my tears in, I wondered who had called Augie, and how many people were talking about me. Whoever they were, I bet they were making fun of me for thinking that I could date someone like Kane. That thought made my stomach churn. Maybe I should break off my date with him. Let's face it, he could ask anyone out. Like any single woman at Armstrong Labs. Heck, probably some of the married women, and even a man or two would love to take my place. Will you please call me when you get a chance? I texted Kane. Though I hated to break the only date I had ever truly looked forward to, I couldn't have people talking about me and running to my father. Plus, I already knew Kane was out of my stratosphere. Frankly, the whole situation didn't even seem real. It felt more like I was living out my own rom-com, where the quirky girl is actually a hot babe behind her glasses, and the gorgeous hero sees her for who she truly is. Except when I took off my glasses, I wasn't a hot babe, and there was a good chance Kane would quickly realize my quirky was just weird. After all, knowing me, on our first date I would probably have some mishap worse than getting my hand stuck in my bra. We're talking my stomach roaring like a lion or a bird crapping on my head. Perhaps even both at the same time. Yep, better just to cancel. That would solve all my problems. I leaned my head back against the wall, not feeling overly enthusiastic about breaking my date with Kane. He was different. I wasn't sure how I knew that, considering I basically had no track record for these kinds of things, but something deep inside told me he was. Like, somehow, he really did see the girl behind the glasses. And in a weird way, he was helping me to see her too. That said, was it worth the scrutiny? And Augie was right. Kane was way more experienced than me. What did Kane expect from all this? From me? Amid my contemplation, Kane called. I'd admit to getting a bit fluttery just seeing his name on my screen. Hello?
Hello, Scarlet.
Oh, the way he said my name was delicious. Like a big, fat chocolate chip cookie made with semi-sweet chips, because that was the best way. Not to say I wouldn't eat a milk chocolate chip cookie, but I digress. Sorry to interrupt you.
Feel free to interrupt me anytime.
I wished he wouldn't say things like that. It was weakening my resolve to break off our date.
Is everything okay?
He asked as if he could read my mind. Well, nothing is wrong per se. I let out a huge breath of disappointment. I think, though, that I'm going to have to cancel our date tomorrow. Those words almost made me cry.
Why?
He seemed upset. I was expecting him to be neutral about it. It's embarrassing.
Like a woman thing embarrassing? If so, I'm your guy. Between my mom and sister, I know the best tampons, chocolate, and pain relievers to buy. Just say the word and we will skip what I have planned and watch a movie at home.
Was he for real? I was beginning to think he was a dream. No man, not even my father, had ever gone to the store to buy me tampons. The first time I started my period, my father sent me straight to Naomi's. From there on out, she and Ray were put in charge of buying all the feminine hygiene products until I could drive myself to the store. It's not my period, I sighed. Augie called me. I don't know who, but someone told him about us, which is ridiculous because nothing is going on and
I called your father.
I blinked about 100 times in a second flat. Oh, why? I spluttered.
Because, Scarlet, our family and work ties make things complicated. I felt it best to be above board. I don't want your father thinking I'm seducing you to score a promotion, and I have no plans to sneak around.
I was totally fine with sneaking around. I mean, I figured this wasn't going to last past the first date anyway. And since Augie wouldn't be back until next weekend, he would never have any idea we'd gone out. I was more worried about... seducing me? I eked out. He chuckled.
I don't plan on seducing you, Scarlet, he said seductively.
On purpose, I was sure. You don't?
Now you sound disappointed,
he teased. I blushed, even though no one was around. I'm not. I mean, I was flustered. I just wish you wouldn't have called my father.
I apologize. I should have told you beforehand, but it wouldn't have changed my mind.
Even if I'd begged you not to?
Scarlet,
he said tenderly.
Did you think this was something we could keep a secret?
Well, I twirled my hair. It's one date. How hard would it be to keep it to ourselves?
You've already decided the date will be so bad you won't want another?
He sounded faux offended. I rubbed my lips together. I was assuming it would be the other way around.
Ah, I see. Do you want to know my prediction?
Maybe, I whispered.
I have a feeling you may like it.
I could hear the smile in his voice.
Scarlet, I predict that we're going to have such a good time. I won't wait until the end of the night before I ask you out again.
A mass of butterflies took flight in my stomach. I'm sure to do something embarrassing.
I hope so, because I love seeing you blush.
I smiled. Count on lots of red cheeks.
I can't wait.
Kane, I paused. Augie isn't happy about this.
I know,
he sighed.
But honestly, if you are, that's all that really matters to me in this situation. So the question is, are you happy?
I thought for a moment. It was rare for someone other than Naomi, Miss Ray, or Mindy to care about my happiness. Sadly, I often neglected it. But in this moment, I was happy. very happy. Yes, yes, I am.
Zombies and first dates.
Don't be nervous, I kept telling myself while I looked in my bathroom mirror. I touched my hair, which was pulled up in a messy bun. It was like wrestling with pigs trying to get all my hair to stay put on top of my head. I'd watched a YouTube tutorial on how to do it right. I had probably used about 50 bobby pins. No telling how many times I'd prayed it would stay up. I debated over and over again on whether to wear the coral spaghetti strap sundress. It showed more skin than I was used to. My hand glided across my collarbone. I did feel pretty, though, and somehow I looked more grown up. I can do this, I breathed out. Kane thought I was beautiful, I reminded myself. Besides, he'd seen me in the revealing bridesmaid dress with my hand down my bra. It could only go up from there. Note to self, do not eat anything that will produce those sneaky crumbs. This dress didn't have a zipper. I grabbed my bag and headed downstairs, holding my breath. Eva was having the master bedroom repainted, and it smelled awful. The color was atrocious, too. Dark salmon. I wondered if Augie knew or cared that his room was going to look like a slaughtered fish. I didn't know how that was shabby or chic. I was grateful she couldn't touch my room. My room was boring, with beige walls and the same white Pottery Barn furniture I'd had since Mindy and I had shared the adjoining bedrooms, connected by a Jack and Jill bathroom. After Naomi, Cindy was the best stepmother, meaning she had pretty much left Mindy and me to do whatever we wanted. We were real rebels and would watch movies past our bedtime. For the most part, Cindy was more interested in being Augie's trophy wife and had gotten a ton of cosmetic surgery done during her tenure as Mrs. Armstrong. She was always recovering from something or other, so we rarely saw her. Once I reached the landing, I took a deep breath of mostly fume-free air. I noticed scaffolding in place in the living room, and the hardwood floors were covered in tarps. I only hoped Eva had picked a better color for the downstairs. It made me glad Kane and I were spending all day together. Not that I needed the extra incentive to spend time with Kane. I prayed I didn't mess this up too badly. I'd been trying to think of things to talk about that made me sound interesting and intelligent. I thought about reciting Robert Frost or talking about the Jackson Pollock exhibition I'd gone to last year. If only I knew what we were doing. Kane had said he wanted to surprise me. No one was more surprised than me that this was even happening. When the doorbell rang, I jumped. Augie really needed to replace it. It sounded like a large gong vibrating through the house. I tiptoed toward the door, giving myself a pep talk as I went. You got this. You didn't wear a lacy bra, so there should be no snagging incidents. Really, though, just don't stick your hand down your bra. With that, I opened the massive mahogany door to find Kane standing there, looking like a magazine ad, in khaki shorts that showed off his tapered waist, a tight white tee showcasing his defined muscles, and leather boat shoes. He took off his shades and rested them on his head.
Hello,
he drawled while perusing me. Hi. I sounded like a breathy teenager.
You ready to go?
He sounded anxious. Yes.
Good.
I walked through the door and shut it behind me. The warm morning air hit me like a wet blanket, but not even the humidity could dampen my spirits. Kane walked beside me toward his silver luxury sedan.
You look beautiful,
he said, sounding about as nervous as I felt. I wondered why he was nervous. Thank you. You look beautiful, too. I mean, handsome. He chuckled.
I like to think of myself as beautiful.
Well, you are, I whispered. Before he opened the passenger side door for me, he tugged on my arm.
You are too. Don't forget that.
Around him, it seemed plausible that I was. He opened the door and I slid in. Unfortunately, I wasn't careful and my dress came up more than I wanted it to. Kane was a gentleman and didn't draw attention to it. I was glad because my thighs looked like they were smiling with all the dimples. When he shut the door, I adjusted my dress before he got in and begged myself not to over-obsess about it. Kane knew I didn't have a runway model body. Victoria's Secret and I weren't spending any time together. As soon as Kane was settled in his seat, he turned toward me.
Prepare yourself for a day like no other. We will begin with zombies.
Zombies? I smiled.
Yes, ma'am. I noticed you had The Walking Dead on in the background a couple of nights ago when we were talking on the phone. Did you know they do a big zombie tour that takes you around to all the sites they used in Atlanta for filming?
Okay, I'd never thought like this about anyone in my life except Benedict Cumberbatch and Landon Drummond, but I wanted to marry Kane. I seriously considered asking him right there. I mean, it would require him to follow me to medical school, put up with Celtic music, and save me from crumbs down my bra for the rest of his life, but I would make it worth it. Not sure how, but I would figure it out for him. I didn't know that. I was blown away by his thoughtfulness. That seemed to please him, considering how wide his smile was. He flipped his shades down.
Let's go.
Yes, let's go. I wasn't sure why I was so nervous sitting next to Kane on the luxury bus while we headed to our first location. I didn't know what to do with my hands. Should I rest them in my lap? Keep them clasped? Wring them? I had pretty much done everything I could with my hands while we listened to our tour guide, Michael, who happened to be an actual zombie on the show. He knew all the insider information, even who was dating who on the show. Several women on the bus were talking about the juicy gossip, while I was trying not to touch my date. Kane did things to me. His scent, his body heat, the way he would smile over at me, all had me wanting to crawl into his lap. This particular reaction had never happened to me before, which made me edgy, even twitchy. Kane finally put me out of my misery and rested his hand over mine.
Why are you so nervous?
Because I want to accost you, even though I'm not sure how to go about that? Thankfully, I kept that to myself. Instead, I stared down at his hand on mine. There was a kind of comfort associated with it that I couldn't explain. It just felt right. His masculine hand bore a thick 2-inch scar down the middle. I ran my finger down it, not feeling as nervous. What happened?
It's a good story.
His hand clasped mine, our fingers naturally intertwined like they were dancing. He was leading, and I followed. We grinned at each other. My heart felt so light, I thought it might float out of my chest. I want to hear it. His thumb brushed against my skin.
When I was 10, my dad took me to the Gulf on a deep-sea fishing trip. I was so excited. Unfortunately, I spent most of the trip inside the boat, vomiting. Motion sickness is a beast.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Don't be. My dad stayed with me the entire time and told me stories about his wild younger days until we got enough Dramamine in me to knock out a horse.
I laughed.
By the time I could handle being above deck, the boat was about ready to head back to shore. In my desperation to catch a fish, and probably because I was drugged out of my mind, he chuckled, I wasn't very careful when casting my pole. The only thing I caught that day was my hand and some stitches.
That's awful. He shrugged.
It was the day I discovered I liked women. The nurse was cute.
Sounds like a good day.
It was a perfect day. My dad had a way of making every day that way.
You're lucky, I said wistfully.
What about you? Why do you call your father Augie?
I ignored the tour guide, who was animatedly telling all of us how we could audition to be an extra on the show. No thanks, I would much rather watch it. And talk to Kane. It's not as good of a story as yours. I looked into his eyes, which seemed to see right through me and still wanted to know me. Naomi, my first stepmother, the only mother I've ever known, believes it's because after my mama died, he couldn't bear the thought of loving anyone as much as he loved her, so he put up barriers, even for me. Calling him Dad would remind him of my mama, or so the story goes. I stared down at my lap, hardly believing I had opened up to him like that. I'd never told anyone the real reason why. I'd always told people it was just the way we did things. Kane gently tipped my chin up with his finger and drew my gaze back to him. There was no judgment in his eyes, only concern.
Don't you dare be embarrassed by that. That's on him, not you.
It's like Kane could see into my heart. I wondered sometimes if Augie would be different around a daughter he could be proud of. A shining star like Ophelia. Naomi, of course, disagreed. Unlike me, she didn't believe he collected stepchildren in hopes of scoring a better kid than me. She said he did it because deep down he wanted more children, but couldn't bear the thought that another one of his wives would get postpartum depression and, well, do what my mother did. Naomi believed that Augie took care of other people's children because he saw it as his penance. It was one of the big reasons Naomi had left him. She'd wanted to have children with him. Augie, as you know, is not the warmest of men.
How about Naomi?
I smiled serenely. She is his opposite in every way.
You're still close to her then?
Very.
Do you mind me asking about her?
I'm surprised you don't know about her. He squeezed my hand.
Did you ever hear of Fight Club?
I leaned in conspiratorially. Maybe, but you know the first rule. He barked out a laugh.
Good. You know your movie trivia. Did you also know most of your stepmothers have a club? And the first rule is that the first two wives are never to be talked about.
My eyes popped. They have a club? What is it called? The Future Ex-Wives Club?
You didn't hear that from me.
He winked. So, are you a paid informant for this club? He swiped my bangs.
No, I was thinking of starting my own club. A fan club.
I bit my lip. Oh yeah? Who are you a fan of? I asked coyly.
You might know her,
he whispered in my ear, sending tingles down my spine.
She's a hot pre-med student.
I rolled my eyes. I don't know anyone fitting that description.
What a shame. I hope you get acquainted with her soon.
I wanted to know her more than anyone did, even more than the man sitting next to me, who had awoken in me every base need a woman could have. I now understood how all my stepsisters could obsess over boys and men constantly. Our conversation about Naomi had to wait, as we stopped at our first destination, some abandoned old warehouses. It was funny how less creepy they looked in the light of day, and without all the scary music playing in the background. And no real zombies. Though Michael gave us all a demonstration on how to walk like a zombie. He expected all of us to try it. Normally, it would be something I would be embarrassed to do in front of someone like Kane. Except Kane wasn't like someone like Kane. He never laughed at me, only with me. He gave me the freedom to be ridiculous in front of him. And believe me, I looked ridiculous doing an impression of a zombie. He, on the other hand, made me want to tell him he could eat my brains any day. Especially when he grabbed me and drew me into an embrace. My head rested on his taut chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. His strong arms made me feel secure in a way I had never known. Kane whispered in my ear.
I read that hugs are highly underrated.
I agree, I said, hardly able to catch my breath. I was so overcome by him. I hoped I never recovered. A secret behind the eyes. The tour allowed time for us to walk around the site on our own. As fun as the tour was, I was happy to spend some alone time with Kane. He took my hand like it was second nature as we strolled around the abandoned warehouses and streets. Seeing the location in person made me appreciate how much Hollywood had to do to make it seem like one of my favorite shows was truly shot in an apocalyptic world.
We didn't get to finish our discussion about Naomi.
Kane didn't beat around the bush. Why are you so interested in Naomi? She and my father divorced a long time ago. He swung our arms between us.
Because I can tell she's important to you and to your father.
I kicked a pebble in front of me. I suppose that is a poorly kept secret. It's not your mother, if that's what you're worried about. I think it's that Naomi was there for my father after he lost my mama, and he can't forget that, or won't. And she's the only one of his wives who didn't want him to forget about mama. For that, I don't think he will ever forgive her. Kane stopped and tilted his head.
You are so much more mature than your age gives you credit for.
That's what Naomi always says.
Tell me more about her.
We continued to walk in the oppressive heat. I didn't mind, though, because I was with Kane. And even though my hand was sweaty, so was his. She's pretty much perfect. She always knows the right things to say. Whenever I'm with her, I know that I belong somewhere. The corners of Kane's mouth lifted.
I'm glad. Everyone needs that.
I nodded.
How did your father and Naomi meet?
I let out a deep breath. Well, Augie doesn't like me to speak of it, but my mama suffered from postpartum depression and took her own life right before my first birthday, I rushed to say quietly. She overdosed on painkillers. Kane stopped with his brows raised so high that his forehead crinkled into oblivion.
Scarlett, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I was told your mother died in a tragic accident.
Don't apologize. That's the story Augie once told. He didn't believe my mama would ever do such a thing. That's where Naomi came in. She's an independent forensic pathologist. Augie hired her to prove the county coroner's report wrong.
I take it she didn't.
No, and Naomi is never wrong. She's worked on some pretty famous cases, not only in Georgia but around the world. She's my hero. Kane leaned in closer.
Interesting. Now it's all making sense. Why you skip weddings to watch forensic pathology documentaries. The way your eyes light up when you talk about Naomi's career. Your reluctance to learn your father's business. I think I know one of the secrets behind those gorgeous eyes of yours.
I bit my lip.
It's okay. You can admit it.
He was doing his best to coax it out of me. I began walking, tugging him along with me, trying not to spill my guts to him, though I wanted to so badly. I needed him to know everything about me. It was a strange desire, seeing as I didn't know him that well. Kane followed silently for a moment before he asked,
Why don't you tell your father the truth?
I swallowed down my reply, and we walked along in silence, his churning thoughts almost palpable. Gently tugging on my hand, he pulled me to a stop and intently searched my eyes.
You're worried I'll tell him,
Kane guessed, correctly interpreting my reticence. Kind of? I eked out, barely audible.
Scarlett.
He pulled me closer.
I can respect that. But your secret is safe with me, even though I don't think it's something you should keep to yourself. If you want to be a forensic pathologist, that's what you should do.
I leaned against one of the brick walls, taking a reprieve from the heat of the sun and Kane's words. Kane stood in front of me, his hand above my head, leaning in as if he might kiss me. In the reflection of his sunglasses, I saw how much my eyes were screaming for him to, though it terrified me. I had never truly been kissed, but somehow I knew if Kane kissed me, I would never want to be kissed by another. He didn't kiss me. Instead, he ran his finger down my cheek. I went from being warm from the sun and the strange stirrings I was having from being so near him to feeling blistering hot.
Why are you so afraid to be you?
His minty breath lingered between us, making me lick my lips. I noticed his gaze turn toward my mouth. I felt even more flushed. I closed my eyes, thinking of what to say, afraid, scared of so many things, but especially of how I was feeling now. It seemed too wonderful to last, yet I wanted it to more than anything. I braved opening my eyes. Kane took off his shades, allowing me to take note of how imploring his eyes could be. They unloosed my tongue. The only time my father sees me is when I'm doing what he wants me to do, and I'm more afraid that he'll forget me than I am of giving up my dreams, I struggled to say without crying. I'm sorry. This is a date, and we should be having fun. I meant to walk away, but Kane placed his entire body in front of me. Both of his hands now rested on either side of my head against the brick wall. His nearness immediately scattered my worries until I could barely remember what we'd been discussing. My only thought was that I wouldn't mind if he pushed up against me. I had no idea where that thought came from.
This is fun,
Kane drawled. I agreed with him silently. Words had escaped me. All that existed was him.
Scarlett.
My name on his lips was like a lantern in the dark. I wanted to follow it wherever it went.
Don't give up your dreams without a fight.
His spicy scent and the heat of his body so close to mine had me thinking of some new dreams. I wondered if he would be okay with me chasing those. Chasing him. I've never been good at fighting for what I want, I admitted.
It's never too late to start.
Augie expects me to take over Armstrong Labs one day.
Have you ever thought that maybe you should expect more from him?
He pushed off the wall and put some space between us. It made me wonder if I had done something wrong, but then he took my hand and led us in the direction of the waiting bus. I thought about what he said, of expecting more of Augie. I'd only be disappointed.
Aren't you disappointed now?
He wisely asked. In this moment, no. Kane flashed me a brilliant smile.
Clever, Miss Armstrong,
he responded, sounding like a true Southern gentleman. Tell me about you, I deflected before he had me spilling all my guts. What are your dreams? He wagged his brows.
I have several.
I want to know them.
I'll share, but only if you promise to tell me more of yours later.
I rubbed my chest. Okay.
That sounded like it hurt.
It did, but I promise I'll tell you.
I'm honored,
he said sincerely. I believed him. We got settled back into our seats on the bus. It felt good to get out of the heat, but better that I was still with Kane. I feel like we had connected. He knew things about me now that no one knew, and for some reason, it made me feel lighter to share my secrets with someone. Kane made good on his promise and told me some of his dreams.
Career goals include senior global manager, then a C-level position, and eventually CEO of a Fortune 500 company by the time I'm 45.
Wow, that's ambitious,
says the future CEO of a Fortune 500 company.
Don't remind me, I groaned.
We won't talk any more today about your impending doom, he teased.
Are those all of your goals?
I forgot the most important one. I'm going to buy a Porsche when I reach officer level.
That's not what I expected. I was thinking more along the lines of family. Well, nice, he laughed.
I suppose that makes me sound shallow.
Sort of. He nudged me.
Call it a teen fantasy I've never let go of.
I get that, except I don't think women care about cars as much as men do.
Probably not, except they do seem to fall for guys with hot cars.
Not me. I've never seen the appeal. He pretended to shove a knife in his heart.
That's because you've never been in a Porsche 911 Carrera.
His eyes got all dreamy.
That must be some car. You'll see. Our next date, we're going on a test drive.
Next date? I smiled. He tapped my nose.
I told you I would be asking you out again before this date was over.
But I didn't say yes, I teased. His jaw dropped.
I see how it is. I bare my soul to you and then you reject me.
I rested my hand on his muscular leg. I don't think career goals and buying a Porsche are your soul. He gave me a thoughtful look before running the back of his hand down my cheek.
You're right, Scarlett. Someday, he whispered, I hope to have a beautiful wife and a house full of children. I want to be the kind of dad my father was.
You will be. I wasn't sure how I knew that, but deep within myself, I knew it was true.
I hope so.
He put his arm around me, and I snuggled into him as if I belonged by his side. The rest of the tour was a lot of fun. I even won a prize for answering one of the trivia questions right. The Walking Dead t-shirt. I would probably keep it for the rest of my life as a reminder that Kane Hudson took me on a date. One of my favorite parts of the date came after the tour, while we were walking toward the restaurant. We happened to walk by a mural of a beautiful baby with the dark curly hair being tenderly held by his mother. She was dressed in a colorful and bright, stunning dress, but it had nothing on the emotion the wall art invoked. I stood in awe, touching the small pieces of it I could reach. So many times, I'd wondered if my mother had ever held me like this mother cradled her baby, as if she were holding the most precious gift Kane stood back in silence and let me take it all in. As my fingers brushed against the brightly colored painted bricks, tears streamed down my face. "It's so beautiful," I whispered. Kane placed his hand on the small of my back.
"Are you all right?"
"Oh, yes. Can you feel how much this mother loves her baby? It's so pure." I longed to love and to be loved like that.
"It's beautiful. You know, these kinds of murals are all over the city. They call them living walls."
"Really? I had no idea." I continued to be enamored by the mural. "It's so strange. I've lived in Atlanta my entire life, and I feel as if you've shown me more today than I ever knew existed."
"Let's change that this summer."
He said it so easily, but it had a powerful implication behind it. I turned and met his gaze. "That means more than only 2 dates." His hand ran up and down my back, making my breathing stop completely.
"That's kind of the point,"
he said matter-of-factly. He was so confident. I envied him. "You know, this seems like a dream to me," I admitted, embarrassed.
"I meant what I said about not giving up on your dreams."
"Eventually, I will have to wake up. Surely this thing between Kane and me couldn't last."
"Even if that's the case, isn't it better to live the dream while you can?"
I stared up at the mother who held her baby as if she were holding a dream. I knew she would say it was better to live the dream, even if the dream eventually vanished. Her love for her baby would still exist. It had changed her, and she would carry that change with her for the rest of her life. It was the kind of change I ached for. "Yes," I whispered. Kane's smile spoke of how pleased he was with my answer.
"Let's make a list of every place we want to visit in Atlanta this summer," he suggested.
"You love lists, don't you?" I thought back to the list he had made of my best qualities. It was under my pillow. I had plans to keep it forever.
"Until you write it down. It's only a wish. I'm a man of action," he said with an air of seductiveness.
I wanted him to act on me. Oh my gosh, where were these thoughts coming from? It was like Kane had lit a fire under the pot of my hormones, and they were boiling to the surface. I was ready to act too. "Do you have a pen and paper?" Kissing lessons. "I can't believe you're dating your stepbrother," Mindy squealed over the phone. "Let me guess, Ophelia called you." I cringed, while setting my laptop on the floor of my office, shaking a bit. I knew it wouldn't be long before the rumors started, but I still wasn't prepared for them. "Actually, it was Danielle who heard it from Tyler, who heard it from Ophelia. Apparently, people at the office are talking about you." "Sounds like you two get cozy in your office a lot. Please spill and go into lots of details. Kane is freakishly hot." Speaking of hot, my cheeks were burning. I hated that people were talking about me, especially my step-siblings. I'd told Kane to leave the door open yesterday morning when he'd brought me a frappuccino and a muffin. But no, he'd insisted on closing the door and eating together before he ran off to a meeting. It was sweet and wonderful, yet I knew it came with risks. Risks that Kane couldn't care less about. He said we weren't going to sneak around like we were ashamed. Easy for him to say. He was so self-assured. Mindy was right. He was freakishly hot, and I was freakishly awkward. He could literally have anyone he wanted. I'm sure people were questioning his sanity. "There are no details." Tears stung my eyes while I tried to keep any emotion out of my voice. I wanted to be brave, like the woman Naomi and Kane saw in me. I was seeing glimpses of her, but this was also new and unexpected. "So, he doesn't come into your office to make out or back you up against trees in the middle of the day in the courtyard?" She sounded disappointed. Not as disappointed as me. "That's what people are saying? They have it all wrong. I mean, yes, he does come into my office, but all we do is talk." The tree thing was Ophelia blowing things way out of proportion, though there was no need to mention that. "Right," she oozed sarcasm. Kane doesn't look like the kind of man who uses a lot of words.
Well, he did. He used a lot of beautiful words. I could listen to him talk for days, but that was beside the point.
I'm serious. We haven't even kissed, I whispered, like I was trying to keep a secret. And for the record, he's not my stepbrother, I said rather snippily. I didn't mean to, but I was having flashbacks of Tyler and Danielle, teasing me because no one had asked me to the prom. To make it worse, they'd found the dress I'd bought with Naomi just in case by some miracle I was asked. They'd laughed so hard at me that Tyler shot milk out of his nose. I was sure they were laughing at me now. I've upset you. I'm sorry. It's not you. I have a hard enough time believing it's true, and I don't want people making fun of me. No one's making fun of you. In fact, they're shocked. I finished what she was too afraid to say. Maybe. She elongated each syllable. You're not fooling me. Believe me, I'm more shocked than anyone. Well, it's not shocking that he's attracted to you, but he is a lot older than you, and you are kind of related. Does your dad know? I shifted to sit more upright against the wall. Oh, he knows. Let me guess. He's not too happy about it. Not at all. But seriously, Kane isn't trying to seduce me or anything like that. We've only held hands and hugged. In fact, Kane was all about the hugs. We hugged hello, we hugged goodbye. Long, breathing in and out together hugs where I listened to the pounding of his heart, trying to memorize every beat while inhaling his yummy, spicy ginger scent. Just thinking about it was making me hungry for gingerbread cookies and him. If it wasn't you, I wouldn't believe it. I know. Actually, I wonder if he even wants to kiss me. Why wouldn't he? Well, I'm not exactly experienced. Mindy was the only person who knew I'd been kissed only once. And like I said, I was pretty sure Brady Jones did it on a dare and was paid by his friends afterward. I tried not to think about it. Not only because it was embarrassing, but because it had been gross. It was wet and sloppy, and he'd just eaten onion rings. I swear I could still taste them. The thought made me queasy. Well, I'm sure Kane has plenty of expertise. Who better to show you the ropes? I tipped my head to the side and groaned. I worried about all his expertise. He was probably a professional kisser, along with having his PhD in unzipping dresses. And there was no telling how many women had benefited from his skills. I had no intention of asking. Though I'll admit to stalking his Facebook page, and wow, his ex-girlfriends were gorgeous and skinny. Not to mention they probably had PhDs in all things romance. What if I do it wrong? Assuming he ever tried. Like I said, he hadn't even intimated he wanted to kiss me. I had a feeling he was avoiding it. My guess is it was the reason for all the hugs. She laughed. It's kind of hard to screw it up. Believe me, if there is a way, I'll be sure to do it. Scarlett, you're too hard on yourself. Live a little. I mean, you're dating one of the sexiest men alive. I'm happy for you, though jealous. So lay a big one on him for me. A big what on him? Kiss, silly, she giggled. Maybe you should watch some YouTube videos or something. There have to be some kissing tutorials out there. Could that be true? Why had I never thought to look? Probably because I'd never had the need to before now. That made me feel pathetic. No wonder Kane didn't want to kiss me. I bet he had a sixth sense about these things. He must know I've had zero experience. Or worse, maybe he wasn't attracted to me that way. Well, I better get back to work. I have some research to do, I hastily said. Okay, call me later. I want to hear everything about how this all happened. If only I knew. Goodbye. I hung up and immediately opened the YouTube app on my phone. I couldn't take any chances that my work laptop was being monitored. I felt lame searching for kissing tutorials, but on the off chance Kane wanted to kiss me, I should be prepared. I only hoped this didn't turn out like the unused prom dress. I would clear my searches just in case. Several tutorials popped up, so maybe I wasn't the only inexperienced person on the planet. I wasn't exaggerating when I told Augie that most 14-year-olds had more experience than me. In fact, some of these tutorials looked like they were being done by kids around that age. I scrolled through several until one caught my eye. How to Kiss Like a Goddess. Yes, that was the ticket. I clicked on the video and some cute nerdy guy appeared. He was more my style. Not to say I wasn't completely smitten with Kane, but I was beginning to think some major shift had happened in the space-time continuum, and our coming together was due to a massive rise in solar flare radiation, or something that NASA should probably look into. I grabbed my pad of paper and pen to take notes. I would burn them later, leaving no evidence of how lame I am. At first, the video wasn't as promising as I'd hoped. He started rambling on and on about masculine and feminine energies coming together. I needed technique and a step-by-step guide. Then his girlfriend came on and started talking about how you'll know when you're on the same wavelength as him. I was pretty sure I wouldn't know that. She also stated I would know when the kiss was coming. I was going to have to disagree with that one, too. I almost chose a different video, but then the guy pulled out a whiteboard with a list. This was exactly what I needed. Number 1 was to never ask him to kiss you. That wasn't going to be an issue. I would rather stab myself in the eye than do that. Instead, he said, you should invite him non-verbally to kiss you. Look at his mouth, then his eyes, and lick your lips. Okay, I could do that. The next step was to let there be an awkward pause in the conversation. Perfect. I was totally awkward. This was my kind of list. Well, it was at the start. The following bullet points were intimidating, to say the least. Meet his lips gently. Don't tilt the wrong way. How would I know I was tilting the wrong way? What if Kane went the same way as me? Close your eyes. Keep it creative. Use your tongue and body. Creative? How do you kiss creatively? Was my tongue supposed to do something special? What should I do with my body? My body and I usually had differing opinions. Like, I didn't want to trip and fall, but I did more often than was probably normal or healthy. What I really needed was specifics, please, and a demonstration. Not that my body and tongue would cooperate, but I was hoping for a fighting chance here. I was sure Kane had kissed his fair share of goddesses already. Wrap your arms around his neck and use your nails to graze his skin. I looked down at my short nails. That was a no-go. Kiss all his hot spots. I paid close attention to this piece of advice. I had no idea about hot spots, unless you counted using my phone's Bluetooth for cellular reception. That was about as hot as I got. Hence, me watching YouTube tutorials about kissing. Ears. Men love for their ears to be kissed. Huh, I wouldn't have guessed that. Would I like someone to kiss my ear? It seemed silly. Don't forget the inner ear. Use your tongue. I giggled to myself. Wasn't that like a wet willy? I wasn't so sure about this. Kiss his neck, and don't forget his collarbone. All right, I might be able to manage that. Except what if his shirt was covering his collarbone? Thoughts of me unbuttoning Kane's shirt popped into my head. Whoa, what a vision. I swallowed hard. Don't forget about his nipples. What? I yelled out into my office. His nipples? Nope, no way. I clicked out of the tutorial. I set my phone down, practically hyperventilating. I needed a paper bag. I had no idea kissing was so involved. Did Kane really love to have his nipples kissed like that man said? Or a tongue in his ear? Was that something he expected from the women he dated? Definitely needed that paper bag. Maybe this was why Kane hadn't kissed me yet. He knew I wasn't up for the challenge. A knock on my door startled me. I let out a huge breath of air like I had run some laps before saying, "Come in!" Kane, in all his beautiful glory, appeared. All I could do was think about his nipples, so I closed my eyes while my face burned like the sun.
Are you okay?
Yep, I squeaked.
Are you sure?
I nodded. so not sure.
Does my new tie offend you?
No, I laughed while opening my eyes and zeroing in on his pink tie. Except that meant I was staring at his chest, and now I was back to thinking about his nipples. My eyes immediately flew up to meet his, which were questioning my odd behavior. I was going way past quirky now. We were talking insane asylum level. He tilted his head.
Are we still on for tonight?
He was taking me along while he test drove his beloved Porsches. Uh-huh. Apparently, I could only speak using 1 or 2 syllables.
Great.
He flashed me his dazzling smile.
It's going to be a night you'll never forget.
Oh, of that I had no doubt. The only question was how I would eventually embarrass myself, and would it involve nipples? Testing the limits. Kane's eyes went wide, and I swore I heard a sigh of contentment when we pulled into the parking lot of the dealership. The slick silver building with large red letters spelling out Porsche screamed that only those with money should enter. The sophistication of it all fit well with Kane's persona. Me? Not so much. I literally had notes in my bag on how to kiss like a goddess. Newsflash, I knew it was one test I would fail, assuming I ever got to take the exam. Once again, when Kane had picked me up at the house, he'd given me a long hug. Definitely not complaining. His hugs were amazing. But I kept wondering why he never tried to kiss me. He didn't strike me as old-fashioned. I mean, we hadn't even known each other when he'd unzipped my dress. However, when he'd hugged me tonight, he had whispered something like,
Being with you is different. It's nice.
I remember Mindy once telling me that if a guy said you were nice, it was the kiss of death. I wanted the molecular, being on the same wavelength kind of kiss. Sadly, I was pretty sure I was going to wind up at a dead end. I wasn't surprised. I knew I was different and this whole thing was too fairy tale-like. Sure, it was all Disney now, but the grim version was my destiny. The poison apple was coming. So I would do the whole test drive thing with him, and then after tonight, I would walk away. I would forget that I had written out a list of all the places in Atlanta I wanted to visit this summer with him. He was supposed to be working on his list too, and then we would make one together. But he hadn't mentioned it since Saturday, so I figured he'd come to his senses about wanting to spend an entire summer with me. He probably had several kissing goddesses waiting for his call, who he'd rather spend his summer with. Kane pulled into a parking space and had hardly put the car in park before he jumped out of it. He was like a kid on Christmas morning, running down to see what Santa had brought him. Before I could open my door, he jogged around and did it for me. He reached out his hand to help me out and didn't let go once I was out of the car. He was confusing me. Or maybe I was making too much out of it. I didn't know the intricacies of dating. That said, I'd read my fair share of romance books and watched all the rom-coms. And with the amount of time Kane and I had spent together, kissing should have happened by now. Or at least a hint of one. Mindy kissed on the first date all the time. It was her test to know if she wanted a second date. She said kissing was an essential part of any relationship. She also didn't eat carbs, so maybe I shouldn't trust her. Kane swung our clasped hands between us and smiled at me.
You've been quiet tonight. What are you thinking about?
Kissing and your nipples? Thankfully, the truth didn't come flying out of my mouth. Nothing important. It wasn't exactly a lie. I mean, how important was kissing? And did I really need to know about the whole nipple thing? He tugged on my hand, bringing me to a stop. Taking off my glasses, he peered into my eyes.
You're keeping more secrets.
No more than usual, I stuttered out. The way he could see into my soul frightened and excited me to the point where I couldn't catch my breath. He leaned in closer.
You did promise me you would tell me more of your secrets.
I swallowed hard. Aren't you anxious to take a test drive? I desperately tried to change the subject before I blurted out something about all the kissing videos I'd watched earlier in the day. It was like every part of me wanted him to know all of me. My heart needed to get the memo that spilling my guts was dangerous, and if he knew how ridiculous I was, he would run screaming. He brushed back some of my unruly hair, giving me shivers in the warm evening air.
I'm more anxious to know what's going on inside that beautiful head of yours. By the way, I love when you wear your hair down.
When he said things like that, it gave me hope I might have a chance to be a Disney princess after all and get to kiss Prince Charming. It also loosened my lips. I researched some silly stuff this afternoon that I can't stop thinking about. His brow popped.
For work?
No, I bit my lip. His eyes danced with amusement.
Do tell, darling.
I shook my head no. He handed back my glasses.
We're going to come back to this after I show you man's greatest creation.
I put my glasses back on, hoping my mouth wouldn't betray me later and tell him exactly what I had been researching. And here I thought it was penicillin.
Penicillin may be life-saving, but the Porsche 911 Carrera is life-changing.
If you say so, I smiled. He pulled me closer to him. He was most certainly a game changer.
Get ready for a religious experience.
Oh, I was looking for one, just not in a car. Well, he could kiss me in a car. I had a feeling if he ever did, I would shout hallelujah. When we walked into the showroom, I swore a tractor beam grabbed Kane and zipped him straight over to the silver car sitting in the middle of the floor. I got to go along for the ride, as it seemed our hands were welded together. With reverence, Kane held out his free hand but didn't touch the vehicle, as if it were too sacred.
This is heaven right here.
I wondered how much heaven cost, and took a peek at the spec sheet displayed in its own special case. Whoa! 150 grand. No wonder Kane was waiting to purchase his dream car until he was making a C-level income. Kane left my side and stalked the vehicle. I watched him, smiling to myself. I wasn't sure anything had ever made me as happy as Kane was in this moment. It didn't take long before a salesperson approached us.
Kane!
The red-headed man wearing a goofy grin and tight boy band pants called out. Kane took his eyes off the prize for a moment.
Duffy, how's it going, man?
I didn't realize Kane knew anyone here. Duffy shook Kane's hand.
I see you're back to torture yourself. Maybe this time I'll convince you to sign on the dotted line.
Kane eyed the car like a proud father would. He exhaled loudly.
It's tempting.
Kane's eyes roved my way. Duffy followed his line of sight. He tilted his head like he didn't know what to make of me. I flushed under his scrutiny. He was probably thinking what I already knew. Kane and I were in different leagues. Kane narrowed his eyes at Duffy, like he knew what the guy was thinking.
Duffy, I would like to introduce Scarlett Armstrong.
Both men walked my way. Duffy held his hand out.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Maybe you can convince Kane to take the plunge.
I shook his hand. I don't know about that.
I was hoping to take her for a test drive.
Kane wrapped an arm around me, his warm hand landing on my bare shoulder. I was suddenly glad I had been getting bolder and had worn my new baby blue spaghetti strap dress. Duffy chuckled.
I'm not surprised. I'll get the paperwork and a key. Give me a second.
He walked off. Kane watched him go with hawk eyes.
I didn't particularly care for the way he was staring at you.
You noticed? I grimaced.
Of course. I was about ready to tell him to keep his eyes to himself. You already have a date tonight.
I leaned away from Kane, surprised. What? You think he was attracted to me? I almost laughed.
Scarlett,
Kane whispered.
If you could see how beautiful you are, you would be a dangerous woman.
I lowered my head. Whiskey in a teacup, Ray would say. Kane tipped my chin right back up.
I couldn't have explained you any better. Embrace it, he implored.
I'm trying. He kissed my forehead, like his actual lips touched my skin. It was searing, yet comforting, like a warm blanket.
You're doing beautifully.
It was silly to tremble and feel so flushed after a simple kiss on the forehead, but to me it was significant. It meant there was hope that maybe our lips would one day meet, even though I knew I would embarrass myself thoroughly if that ever did happen. At least I would be going out in style. Thank you, Kane.
For what?
Seeing me?
Believe me,
He said low.
it's my pleasure.
Amazingly enough, I believed him. Duffy was back in no time with keys and paperwork. They obviously took the process seriously. I was surprised they didn't ask for a virgin sacrifice before they let you take one of their cars on a test drive. Maybe that's why Kane brought me along. Except then he turned to me and said,
Sign here.
"What?"
You're driving too.
He wagged his brows. I faltered a bit. I wanted to say, "You've seen me with my hand caught down my bra. Do you really think I should be trusted with a car that costs as much as a condo?" There's a reason Augie doesn't let me drive his Mercedes and why I drive a nice, sensible Toyota. However, with Duffy standing there, it didn't seem like I should verbalize that thought. Instead, I saw myself signing and handing over my driver's license, and before I knew it, I was in the driver's seat. I looked around in amazement at all the gadgets the car had, and I couldn't help but stare at the red leather interior. It was kind of ridiculous if you asked me, but Kane was in awe of it, so I kept my opinion to myself. He was practically bobbing up and down in his seat. He was so excited as he went over every detail of the car as if he were the salesman.
Start her,
he said in hushed tones, like we were at church. With shaky hands, I did so. Kane closed his eyes.
Do you hear that beautiful hum? It's my favorite song.
Do you need a moment? I teased. Kane opened his eyes and smirked.
Are you making fun of me, Miss Armstrong?
He drawled. I loved when his accent came out. I wanted to bathe in his words. Maybe, I giggled.
Wait until we get this baby on the highway. You'll be singing my tune.
Are you sure you don't want to drive? What I really meant was, please, please drive. I was so nervous.
I will, but I want you to have the pleasure first.
He sounded so sincere. I wanted to enjoy it for his sake. I took several deep breaths and pressed down the brake. I shifted into drive, thankful this model was an automatic. Kane preferred manual, as he said true sports cars only had manual transmissions, but since I'd driven a stick shift only once, and it wasn't pretty, we went the safe route. He also believed sports cars should be red, as it was his heart's desire, but we were stuck test driving a silver one. Slowly, I eased out of the dealership and toward the open road. Well, as open as roads in Atlanta get.
Relax.
Kane rested his hand on my thigh. That only made me grip the steering wheel tighter. He popped his hand right off.
Do you not want me to touch you?
I want you to touch me, I blurted too quickly and too loudly. He chuckled and put his hand back. Meanwhile, I sighed at my awkwardness, all while trying not to crash the ridiculously expensive car I was driving, that I could tell wanted to be driven faster. I swore I heard the car screaming at me to set it free. Kane's thumb brushed against the fabric covering my thigh, making my body zing.
Why do I still make you so nervous?
It's not you, it's me.
Well, I like you, so just be yourself and let loose.
Letting loose for me was cranking up Enya and reading all night. Exactly how do I do that? Kane didn't laugh or make fun of me. He turned on the radio to a classic rock station, rolled down his window, and instructed me to do the same. My hair went crazy in the wind.
Now, relax your arms and lean back. Become one with the car.
I settled back in the seat, which seemed to contour to my body perfectly.
Take the next exit for the highway.
Okay. My voice shook.
You got this,
Kane assured me, yelling over the sound of the wind. Hopefully. If not, Augie had great insurance. I turned on the blinker and checked my blind spot before moving into the turn lane. There was no turning back now. With trepidation, I eased onto the busy highway and carefully merged, staying with the flow of traffic, which was always insane. The car seemed happy for the additional speed, yet I could tell it craved more. I could relate to the car. There was something inside of me that was desperate to be let free, to test the limits of what I could really do. For a small stretch, there was a break in the traffic.
Here's your chance,
Kane yelled.
Speed up.
For a second, I hesitated, but I was tired of holding myself back for fear I would do something stupid. Or worse, that I would be seen. But somebody had seen me, and though that scared me, I wanted it more than anything. With that, I stepped on the gas and the car said, "Finally." A surge of excitement went through me as the speedometer ticked up. "Yes!" Kane shouted. Something took over, and I weaved in and out of traffic like a pro. The car demanded not to be behind anyone. Perhaps my dreams should demand the same. I'd never felt so powerful and in control as I was in this moment when I was one with the car. Sadly, Atlanta traffic had its say and came to a standstill. More than likely, there was an accident up ahead. When we came to a complete stop, I glanced over at Kane, who was gazing at me. "Thrilling, right?" I nodded, still trying to catch my breath from the excitement of it all. "You know what would be more thrilling?" Kane leaned toward me, his eyes piercing me. "Kissing you." I swallowed hard and gripped the steering wheel. The adrenaline from driving the car, added to the thought of Kane kissing me, had me seriously buzzing. "Kane." I licked my lips involuntarily, then remembered it was one of the steps I had written down in my notes. He inched closer. The summer heat and humidity wafting in through the open windows had nothing on how hot Kane was making me feel. "Yes, darling?" I have to warn you that, well, the truth is, I've never really kissed anyone." He backed away with his brow furrowed. "Never?" My face burned so red, I had to turn away from him. "Well, I kind of did once, but I did watch a dozen YouTube videos today on how to do it right. I even took notes." I rambled without thinking of how much lamer that made me sound. He brushed back my hair, which was probably 10 times bigger than it normally was due to the wind and humidity. "Scarlet," he whispered so tenderly. I turned toward him. Traffic still wasn't going anywhere. "I wouldn't blame you if you changed your mind about kissing me." My voice cracked. "I haven't changed my mind, but it gives me some pause." I lowered my head. "Oh." "Scarlet, please look at me." I dared a peek at him. "Will you promise me something?" Of course. I would promise him anything. "Promise me you will never do anything with me that makes you feel uncomfortable, and that you will always tell me if you feel like I'm pushing the limit." "I promise," I whispered, feeling so overwhelmed by him. He was too good to be true. "Put the car in park." He leaned in. I did as he asked, completely mesmerized by him. He took my glasses off and gently placed them on the dashboard before taking my face in his hands and drawing me toward him. We were so close, I could smell the mint on his breath. "You use the 3-finger method," I said, breaking the moment. I was an idiot. He tilted his head. 3-finger method? Some guy mentioned it on one of the videos. He said if a man wanted more control, he should wrap 3 fingers behind the woman's head, and his thumbs should land on her cheeks. Kane grinned. "I'm ridiculous." I trailed off. "No, you're innocent and wonderful." He inched closer, his mouth teasing mine. I swallowed hard, not believing this was actually going to happen. "Should I turn my head a certain way?" "Scarlet," he whispered. "Close your eyes." Right. I forgot that step. My eyes drifted closed while I held my breath. I felt Kane's warm lips first on my brow, then my nose. He kissed each cheek and lingered there, his hot breath making me shiver. He tilted my head gently to the left before kissing the corner of my mouth. I let out the breath I had been holding in a long, dreamy sigh. Finally, Kane's lips found my own. He barely brushed them, but I gasped from the pleasure of it. It was better than any sensation I'd ever experienced. That was, until his lips pressed against mine, and his tongue invited my lips to part as if he was giving me the option. In that moment, I knew exactly what I wanted. My body instinctively did what Kane silently instructed it to do. As soon as I got a taste of him, I gripped his shirt, hardly able to contain myself. He tasted like unfathomable possibilities, and strawberries, and mint. Kane's tongue gently swept my mouth before he groaned and deepened the kiss. My hands twisted in his shirt, while the rest of me went weak. Abruptly, his lips slid off mine. My eyes popped open. Did I do something wrong? For a moment, he didn't speak, only blinked a few times as if he were stunned. I knew it. It was awful for him. I tried to pull away, but he wouldn't let go of my face.
Scarlet, you are more intoxicating than whiskey.
He breathed out as if he were trying to catch his breath. Really? I smiled. He leaned his forehead against mine.
I could easily get drunk off you.
I certainly felt tipsy. My head was swirling, and I had a million butterflies in my stomach. It was the best feeling ever. He lightly skimmed my lips with his.
We need to be careful.
Why?
Because you have no idea what you do to me, and I'm not going to be the one who breaks your teacup.
Do you still want to drink from it? I couldn't believe I had asked such a question, but that kiss had emboldened me. I wanted nothing more than to kiss him again.
Deeply,
he groaned. A car honked behind us, breaking us apart. Traffic had started slowly moving. I'd had no idea. For a moment, only Kane and I had existed. It was a beautiful existence, more than I had ever hoped for. I grabbed my glasses and put them back on. As we started inching forward, Kane took my hand, and something in the way he held it felt different. Almost as if he didn't want to let go. I held on tighter, feeling exactly the same way. Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist. I knocked on Naomi's office door, holding a bag from our favorite deli. She'd called earlier this morning and asked if I could meet her for lunch. She'd said the sooner the better. I knew she was stressed because she was currently working on a high-profile murder investigation, so I figured she needed a pick-me-up, which was why I had made sure to add frosted sugar cookies to the order. "Come in," she called. I walked in to find her desk covered with stacks of papers and her room filled with white evidence boxes. This was my dream. I thought of all the times Naomi had brought me here and shown me what she could about the cases she was working on. I treasured the Knight's Forensic Pathology book she had given me when I had turned 13. I'd read it and highlighted almost every page. I'd even bought the subsequent editions that had come out and done the same to them. I looked at her large, freestanding whiteboard in the corner, covered with notes from her current case. Lines were drawn connecting pieces of evidence and timelines. Naomi had always told me to never discount even the tiniest of links. She said clues hide in plain sight. Naomi took off her reading glasses and gave me a tired smile. "Hi, honey." I held up the bag. "I brought your favorite." "You're the best." She cleared away a small space on her desk so we could eat. I took a seat across from her and began taking out her pastrami on rye and my grilled club sandwich. And, of course, the cookies. When I looked up, Naomi was gazing thoughtfully at me. "You're glowing." "I am?" I mean, I felt all lit up on the inside. Who knew that kissing could do that to you? I thought back to the goodnight kiss Kane had given me last night after our test driving date. At first, it had been sweet and tender, but then he'd backed me up against the front door and started ravaging my neck. It didn't last long. He had abruptly stopped and took several steps back before apologizing for getting carried away. I hadn't minded in the least. He made me feel alive in ways I didn't know I could be. My heart had never pounded so hard, and he made my body tingle from my head to my toes. Naomi reached for her sandwich, never taking her eyes off me. "You are? I hear you're dating someone," she said nonchalantly, though there were some heavy undertones to her words. I sank back in my chair. Not only did I feel bad for not telling Naomi about Kane, but I still didn't like that people were talking about me. "Who told you?" "Your father." I sat up straight. "Augie called you? On his honeymoon?" Naomi dropped her sandwich and grabbed a pink frosted sugar cookie instead. I hated that she still loved my father. Worse, I hated that he loved her and let her go. What a different life I would have had if they had stayed married. "He's worried about you." "That's why you wanted to have lunch with me?" "Honey, I would love to have lunch with you every day. However, I did promise him I would talk to you." "You don't think I should date Kane either?" I rubbed my heart. I couldn't stand the thought that I would be disappointing her. She tossed her head from side to side. I didn't say that, but I admit your father, she growled, makes some valid points. Like what? His age, for one. 7 years isn't that bad. No, but you are so innocent. I'm not a child, I whispered. No, you're not. You're a beautiful young woman, and your father knows that. I think that worries him more than anything. I don't know why he cares so much. Besides, Kane has been nothing but a gentleman. I grabbed a cookie and took a large bite. Naomi grinned. You must really like him. I chewed and swallowed. I do. Well, he's perfect. Naomi laughed. Oh, honey, no man is perfect. But tell me why you like him, and why you didn't tell me about him. I twirled some of my hair. I'm sorry. I wanted to, but it seemed too good to be true. Honestly, I still can't believe that he likes me. Why wouldn't he like you? Don't tell me you didn't look him up and research him. She flashed me a guilty smile. He's very handsome and accomplished. Definitely not my type. Though, honestly, I don't have a type unless you count the host of Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist, the cute, nerdy type. Who's also a lot older than you. I'm beginning to think older men are your type, she teased me. I set my cookie down and rested my head on her desk. Are you going to tell me I have daddy issues now? No. I was going to say there's a change in you. A good one. I see it in your eyes and the way you carry yourself. My head popped up. Kane is helping me see myself, think about myself. I like him already. You would like him. He's intelligent and driven, but a lot of fun. He knows all the best places in Atlanta. Naomi reached across the desk, and I gave her my hand. I'm glad you're having a good summer. With that said, your father wants to make sure you're using birth control. I choked on my own spit and began to cough violently. Naomi jumped up, flew around her desk, and began to pat my back. Are you okay? I got my coughing fit under control and took a deep breath in and out. I couldn't believe Augie thought I was having sex. Naomi knelt next to me, concern in her eyes. Are you having sex? She hesitantly asked. No. Her entire body relaxed. I'm not ready for that step. I put her mind at ease. She patted my knee. Good. You have your entire life ahead of you. And I know this is going to sound old-fashioned, but when the time comes, make sure it's with someone you love and who's committed to you. It will make your life a whole lot easier, believe me. Sex is the most powerful force on Earth, and if you're not careful, it can destroy you. That was quite the statement. I wasn't sure I would have believed her yesterday, but after feeling what Kane's kisses did to my body, I had no doubt she spoke the truth. I'll wait for the right person, I promised her. Honestly, I couldn't imagine sharing my body like that with anyone right now. Not even Kane. I needed to be all the way comfortable with me. Besides, I have goals too. And honestly, I hadn't ever been sure sex was in the cards for me, seeing as I had little to no experience with men. And maybe I was old-fashioned too, because I'd always thought if it ever did happen, it would be with the person I was meant to marry. Your father will be happy to hear that. She stood. Do you really need to tell him that? I was annoyed and admittedly embarrassed that Augie thought Kane and I were sleeping together. Sure, Kane was probably a professional at it. I mean, not a paid professional because that would be illegal, but you know what I mean. Naomi thought for a moment. You're right. It's none of your father's business, though I've never heard him so worried about you. The fact that he called me says it all. They hadn't spoken in years. I think the last time they'd seen each other was at my high school graduation. I don't understand why he's decided to take an interest in me all of a sudden. She squeezed my hand. Honey, can't you see how afraid he is of losing you to another man? It's been a few dates. I don't think Kane is thinking long term. Though that did sound amazing. That may be, but your father knows eventually there will be a man who will think exactly that. Augustus, for all his failings, can't stand the thought of losing you. If only that were true. My eyes pricked with tears. How can you defend him after the way he treated you? Same reason you're interning for him and plan to specialize in the wrong field of pathology. I wiped at a few tears that had escaped my eyes. Why do we love him? She wrapped her arms around me. Because, honey, once in a while we get glimpses of who he really is, and it's incredible. She spoke so reverently. Do you still have hopes for the two of you? She leaned away, her eyes wide. I would be a fool to. Are you a fool? I asked with a smile. A big one. She stood and straightened her lab coat. Anyway, I won't tell your father about your sex life. If he wants to know, he can ask you. I appreciated that, even though there was nothing to tell. Can I ask you something? I squinted. Anything. Okay, so this is kind of embarrassing, but I don't know who else to talk to about these things. Naomi gave me her full attention. I closed my eyes before I lost my nerve and blurted, Do men really love to have their nipples kissed? Naomi spat out a laugh. My eyes flew open and she covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. I'm sorry, honey. You caught me off guard. It's stupid. Forget about it. You know my rule. All questions have merit. She leaned against her desk and tilted her head. Is that something Kane wants you to do? She cringed a bit. No, I laughed. I watched a YouTube video about how to kiss like a goddess, and the guy said it drove men wild. Naomi pressed her lips together like she was holding back another laugh. She cleared her throat before she said, Well, I suppose for some men that might be a turn-on, but the best advice I can give you is to kiss like Scarlet. You don't need to be anyone you're not. You do what makes you comfortable. That's what Kane said. Sounds like a good man. He is. I'm happy for you, honey. Of course I'm going to want to meet him. I want you to meet him too. I'm sorry I didn't tell you about him. Don't apologize. I can understand wanting to keep him to yourself. There is something about new love. I rubbed my neck. I'm not in love, I stuttered. She grinned. I should hope not, but don't be afraid of it if it comes your way. Kane and me in love? Sounded far-fetched and scary to me. Sharing secrets. I kept glancing at the coffee table and smiling at the list we had made in between watching Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist on my laptop, with Kane working next to me on his. He had a big presentation at work on Monday, but he still wanted to hang out. It was our last weekend together before Augie and Eva came home tomorrow night. I tried not to think about it. Instead, I focused on all the things Kane and I had planned for the summer, written out in permanent ink. Everything from the world of Coca-Cola to hiking Stone Mountain. It was going to be a great summer. It already had been more amazing than I could have ever imagined. I kept sneaking peeks of Kane typing away. The evening sun filtered into the sunroom, illuminating him. He truly looked like a vision and added to the beauty of this space made of mostly windows with the prettiest view of our pool. It was a place often neglected in the house, given the outdated rattan furniture, but that was part of its charm, and it was a good spot to be alone when I needed to be. Tonight, though, I was grateful to share it with Kane, even if it was mostly in silence. In the silence, there was peace. He caught me staring at him and leaned over for a quick kiss. I'm almost done, I promise. Take all the time you need. He tilted his head. Thank you for being so understanding. Why wouldn't I be? He tugged on some of my curls. This is why I like you so much. Most women I've dated would be throwing a fit by now. Maybe you should date different women, I teased. Sort of. I wanted to say, only date me. With that said, I couldn't understand why any woman would be upset. Kane didn't have to make time for me tonight, but he had anyway. In fact, he always seemed to make time for me. Scarlet, you are different in all the right ways. Are you saying I'm unusual? I smiled. Very. He kissed me before turning back to his work. Feeling content, I focused back on Landon, the host of Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist. Landon was suddenly not as attractive to me anymore. Of course, I was still super into his show, but he just didn't seem to shine as bright compared to Kane. Still, he could suck me in with his brain power. He was working on an unsolved case in Maryland. He was describing how the trail had gone cold, but he'd found 2 pieces of obscure, non-human hair on the victim's clothes that had been stored in evidence bags for 2 decades. I sat on the edge of my seat while they analyzed the hair and ran DNA tests. The hairs were from an otter hound, a rare breed of dog from England. The victim's neighbor at the time happened to be from Great Britain and owned 2 otter hounds. Genius, I whispered. I literally got tingles when they were able to obtain a DNA sample from the old neighbor and compare it against the DNA found at the crime scene. It was a match. Tears filled my eyes when Landon was able to finally tell the victim's family what had happened to their daughter and that her killer would be brought to justice. Kane set his laptop to the side and scooted closer to me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. Yes, just happy.
It must be some show.
I turned toward him. It is. The power of science is a beautiful thing. Forensics is an unsung hero. Kane gave me a thoughtful smile.
You know, you could be that superhero if you wanted to.
Oh, I did. But I couldn't. I lowered my head and sighed. Kane gently tipped my chin up with his finger.
What's holding you back?
I told you already. He swiped my bangs.
I think there's more to the story. You're hiding more secrets behind those gorgeous eyes of yours.
I went rigid, stunned that he could read me so well. How did he do that?
Tell me,
he whispered in my ear. A shiver ran deeply through me, and when I looked into his inviting eyes, I found words falling out of my mouth before I could stop them. You're right. It's not only Augie. I've never told anyone this, but my senior year in high school, I was on track to be the valedictorian. I bit my lip, still ashamed. The thought of having to give a speech with everyone looking at me was too much. So I, purposely got a C in Latin. Kane's brows shot up. I know. I answered, the shock on his face. Augie was disappointed. Disappointed was an understatement. It was as if I had failed him. He even went to the school and demanded to see every test and assignment I turned in, knowing there had to be some mistake. He was upset I hadn't come to him and told him I was struggling. How could I, when my struggle wasn't with Latin, but with myself? My voice cracked. Kane cupped my cheek with his hand. I leaned into his hand and soaked in the comfort he was silently giving me. So, you see, as much as I would love to do what Naomi and people like Landon Drummond do, I'm afraid of being in the spotlight or taking the stand in a court case. I don't want people looking at me. Kane leaned in and rested his forehead against mine.
Darlin', I hate to tell you this, but it's hard not to notice you. And it's more than your physical beauty. I don't know how to explain it, but I've never been so drawn to someone.
I leaned away, unable to believe him. That can't be true. I've seen the pictures of your girlfriends on Facebook. More like supermodels. Kane chuckled.
Are you stalking me on Facebook?
My face burned. Yes, I admitted quietly.
Why didn't you friend me?
I shrugged. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to. He reached over to the side table and grabbed his phone, clicking on a few things with a wicked grin.
I believe you have a new friend request.
I nudged him with my arm. I don't really use Facebook much. He nodded toward our list.
I have a feeling you're about to be tagged in several posts.
I stared at him, wondering if this was a dream. I brushed my fingers against his stubble cheek to make sure he was real. He caught my hand and held it between us.
Scarlett, promise me you won't ever throw away your chance at being at the top again, for fear you'll be seen. You don't have to struggle alone.
Without thinking, for once, or worrying I was doing the wrong thing, my lips fell on his. It was the only thing I could think to do to convey how much his presence and encouragement meant to me. Not to mention how his touch made me want to be seen, and not only by him. Kane didn't hesitate to wrap me in his arms and press us closer together. My arms naturally wound around his neck. It was weird how it had become second nature to kiss Kane. I let instinct take over when Kane parted my lips and tasted me. When my hands wove through his hair, he groaned deeply and released my lips to trail kisses down my neck. He took his time brushing my skin with his lips and tongue. He had me shaking from the pleasure of it.
Scarlet,
he whispered between kisses, but then his lips suddenly departed from my neck. I leaned away and noticed his gaze was directed outside. I could see an idea forming in his head.
what do you think of taking this out to the pool?
He seemed hesitant to ask. I pulled away from him and blinked 1,000,000 times.
You want to go swimming?
He gave me a devilish grin.
We could swim too while we're in the water, he teased.
There was suddenly no air to breathe. All I could think about was being in the water with Kane and all the possibilities. But mainly, I was thinking that I would be in a swimming suit and unable to hide a thing from him. Do you even have a suit? I stuttered, half hoping he would say no, but excited about the possibility of seeing him in swim trunks.
I always keep a pair in my gym bag in my car.
Oh, I squeaked.
If this makes you uncomfortable, we don't have to.
It did make me uncomfortable, though not because of him. It was always me. Always my insecurities. But how was I ever going to get over them unless I faced them? You know I'm not a supermodel under my clothes, right? I stalled some more while I contemplated my fate.
Scarlet, he groaned. You're beautiful. Do you want to go swimming or not?
I did. I really, really, really wanted to. Kane dared me with his soulful chocolate caramel eyes to metaphorically and physically jump in the water with him. Be brave, I begged myself. I exhaled loudly. I'll meet you in the pool. Yikes. In hot water. After some major hyperventilation, a quick shave of my legs and underarms, and staring at myself in the mirror in my one-piece black swimsuit that was supposed to flatten my middle, false advertising, by the way, I tiptoed out to the pool, wearing a cover-up over the lying swimsuit. Yes, my thighs were clapping for me, but this was one time I could have done without their applause. Especially when I got a look at Kane, glorious Kane, in the pool. Oh my heavens. I was in heaven. The water wasn't the only thing rippling. His abs had ripples for days, and his tan, wet skin was like a beacon begging me to come into the water. Going in meant taking off the protective shield that was hiding all my imperfections, but it also meant being in Kane's arms. Kane swam over to the edge closest to me and dared me with his smile to join him. When I didn't heed his silent call, he motioned with his finger. Inch by inch, I moved forward through the warm evening air and across the brick-paved path. The orange and pink sunset reflected in the water, lighting my way to Kane. When I finally made it to the pool, I sat on the edge and let only my feet and legs dangle in the water. Kane stood in front of me and rubbed his hands up my silky legs, leaving a trail of goosebumps.
You've come this far. Join me.
I tucked some tendrils of loose hair behind my ear and closed my eyes before taking off my glasses and painstakingly removing the cover-up. Once it was off, I held it to me like a lifeline. Kane grabbed it and tossed it to the side before pulling me into the water with him, obviously done waiting for me to get my act together. I didn't feel the cool water. I was only aware of Kane's body pressed against mine. I wasn't sure what to do with my hands, though they were itching to touch his chest. Stupidly, I giggled when my eyes zeroed in on his nipples. That dumb video played in my head.
You find me funny, he teased.
I looked up and caught his intense gaze. No, I breathed out. I find you to be serious, and that scares me.
I'm very serious about you, Scarlet. Here's a little secret. That scares me, too.
I scare you?
Very much.
He nuzzled my ear.
By the way, you're gorgeous.
I braved resting my hands on his taut, smooth chest. It was magical. He was magical. I prayed he didn't disappear.
Now, where were we? He let down my hair before backing me up against the edge of the pool. My hands slid up his chest. I was pleased to see his skin rise. I'd always enjoyed using the pool, but this went way beyond any pleasure I'd ever gotten from swimming. The one sport I was decent at, only because I'd fallen into the pool when I was 3, and according to Naomi, my father had jumped in to save me in his business suit. From that day forward, I was in swimming lessons for years and years, and I was never allowed to swim alone, not even in high school. Kane was, by far, the best swimming companion I'd ever had. Kane wasted no time finding my lips with his. Wet from the water, his lips glided easily across mine. When he parted my lips, I could taste the salt from the water mixed with cinnamon. His hands found my hair, where they got all tangled up as our tongues danced together. His kisses made me feel so flushed. I felt like we were in a hot tub. Minute upon minute upon minute, he consumed my lips and captured my soul. Like always, he abruptly stopped and pushed himself away from me. We both had to catch our breath. "Maybe we should do a few laps," he suggested. This time, I knew it wasn't because he didn't want to be with me. It was because he wanted me. It was a lovely feeling to be wanted and to want. More than that, I appreciated him not pushing me to go further than I was comfortable with right now. Yet, he didn't treat me like a child. He saw me as a woman, and for once, so did I. "Should we race?" I teased. I was a decent swimmer at best, but it seemed like something a couple would do together. Not that we were a couple. We didn't have a title, which was fine. Though I admit I did hope we would become Facebook official or something. He chuckled. "I don't want to humiliate you." "It sounds like you're afraid." "Darling, those are fighting words." "Okay. Ready, set, go!" I rushed to say and dove into the water, trying to catch him off guard. When I came up for a breath, he was right by my side, laughing and trying to pull me back. "You're a little cheater." I was only trying to take all the help I could get. I knew Kane would be able to outswim me. He was quite the specimen and obviously worked out by the state of his lean-toned body. We only made it to the other side of the pool before I found myself back in Kane's arms, laughing. He brushed back my hair and looked me over as if he were amazed. "I'm definitely the winner." I knew he wasn't speaking of our pseudo-race. I felt his words in my very being, making me feel as if I were the victor. "Every winner deserves a prize." I found myself flirting. I deserved a high five for that line. Good job, Scarlett. I like the way you think." He leaned in, his lips hovering so closely, teasing me with beautiful anticipation before they landed on mine. This time, it was me who pressed my body against his and let my hands take their liberties. Of course, just as I was getting comfortable, we had unexpected company, breaking Kane and me apart. Augie cleared his throat so loudly, I thought he might have coughed up a lung. I whipped my head in his direction. Kane took my hand under the water, as if he knew I would need to be steadied. "Augie," I said, out of breath. "What are you doing home already?" Crossed his arms and glared at Kane. Even without my glasses, I felt the heat from his stare and his menacing pose, made even more so by the fact he was in a business suit. "Looks like I arrived in the nick of time," he spat out. "For what?" I questioned. Augie ran a hand through his hair. "Scarlett," he sighed. "I think it's time to say goodbye to Kane." That sounded like a permanent suggestion. "I don't think so." I threw a hand over my mouth. I wasn't used to talking back to my father, but I wasn't a child. Augie spluttered, at a loss for words. I imagined if I could see him up close, his face was probably bright red, ready to explode. Kane looked between my father and me. He sweetly brushed my lips once with his. "I'm going to go. I'll call you later." "But—" He pressed a finger to my lips. "It's okay. This time." Augie gave Kane one more withering glare before saying, "I'll meet you inside, Scarlett." Kane led me to the steps and helped me out of the water. I was so embarrassed by Augie's behavior, I forgot to be embarrassed by my less-than-perfect body.
Kane went directly to the towel valet and grabbed 2 fluffy white towels, one for him and one for me. Numbly, I wrapped myself in the towel, not knowing what else to say other than, "I'm so sorry." Kane wrapped a towel around his waist, covering up his Hawaiian swim trunks, which were clinging to his godlike body. His red splotched skin indicated he wasn't happy about the turn of events.
"Scarlet, it's not your fault. Your father," he growled, "is right to be worried."
"Why?"
"Because, unlike you, I'm not innocent, and Augustus isn't naive."
"But I am." I guess that's where this was going. Kane stepped closer to me and ran a finger down my cheek.
"It's one of your finer qualities."
"I'm not a child," I said in hushed tones.
"No, you're not. You're a beautiful woman, and if you were anyone else, this would be a much different relationship."
My eyes widened, thinking of the possibilities. Was he thinking, like, Facebook official?
"Don't worry, darling. I have no plans on giving you that option right now."
What option? He chuckled and kissed my head.
"The fact that you have to ask says it all."
"Oh!" I eked out, way too high-pitched. How did I miss that? Probably because no one in the history of the world had ever thought of doing, well, you know, with me.
Kane grinned. "Oh is right. I think it's time for me to go."
He pressed a kiss to my lips.
"We will do this again. Soon."
I bit my lip. Promise?
"You have my word."
What if I wanted more than his word?
"Good night."
He turned to walk away. Kane? He turned back around. Does it bother you that I'm not ready for a different relationship yet?
"Do you really have to ask?"
He winked and walked off, leaving me feeling like I was floating on air, until I remembered I had to face Augie. I took my time drying off before I put my cover-up back on. The entire walk in, I lamented that my father suddenly wanted to be all paternal. It didn't help when I entered the sunroom and could hear Eva scolding Kane. "My honeymoon got cut short because of you!" Her shrill voice echoed through the house that was only halfway furnished now. "What are you thinking, dating Augustus's daughter? You're practically related. And, well, she's—"
"Be very careful how you finish that sentence,"
Kane warned. I stopped at the door before entering the main house and held my heart. She didn't need to finish the sentence. I knew how Eva perceived me. It was the same way most of the world did. "She's not your type," she finished. Translation? She's not beautiful like you.
"You're right. She's too good for me. Good night, Mother."
Kane slammed the front door. I leaned against the doorframe, trying to reconcile who I was. Was I the woman Kane saw, or the girl his mama disliked? My heart ached to be the former, especially when I had seen glimpses of her. Regardless of who I really was, I knew for sure I was Augie's daughter, and he probably wasn't happy I had kept him waiting. Truthfully, I didn't really care, as I wasn't happy with him at the moment. I wasn't sure I was ever truly happy with him. Happiness didn't seem to be high on the priority list in our family. I wanted that to change. These last 2 weeks had been amazing. For the first time, I was truly happy. Instinctively, I knew Augie would be in the library. He always went there when he was upset, as if the pieces of Naomi left behind in this house would help soothe him. Unfortunately, while I tiptoed in his direction, Eva and I crossed paths. She was wearing a white sundress that showed off the tan she'd gotten in Bora Bora. Her caramel chocolate eyes, that looked just like her son's, didn't invoke any warm and fuzzy feelings. Instead, they were cold like frozen hot chocolate. Eva looked me over from head to toe, shaking her head as she went. I felt her scrutiny in the pit of my stomach, where my insecurities were bubbling up. I was doing my best to stave off the nausea it was causing. When she was done, she marched off like a soldier to war. Thankfully, I didn't feel like her prisoner of war. In fact, I so badly wanted to say something to her. Perhaps even tell her off, though I had no idea how to do that. I'd never told anyone off. Maybe there was a YouTube video about that. I shuffled the rest of the way toward the library through the maze of scaffolding. The walls were looking a tad pinkish. I wondered what Augie would think of that. If only I knew how my father truly felt. Sometimes I wondered if he had any real feelings. Augie was pacing the hardwood floors when I approached the glass-paned French doors. I took a moment to watch him as he ran his hands through his hair. It crossed back and forth in front of the black built-in cases that lined almost the entire room, only pausing when he came to the section of books dedicated to the classics. Those were some of Naomi's favorites. Everything from Shakespeare to Austen and Melville to Fitzgerald. There were first edition copies of several of them, all gifts from Augie to Naomi. I'd asked her once why she hadn't taken them with her when she'd left. She responded that she didn't want the reminder. Apparently, my father had read to her late at night before they would go to bed. It was impossible for me to imagine Augie being so romantic and thoughtful. My father's entire body seemed to sigh when he ran his finger along the prized books. Whatever his emotion, he shook it off quickly and went back to pacing until he caught sight of me. He stopped in his tracks and took a moment to gaze at me, confused. I wasn't sure I had ever seen him so unsure. I swallowed hard and opened the door to let myself in, closing it behind me so I had something to lean against. I twirled some strands of my wet and wild hair while Augie composed himself. He threw himself into the paisley chintz chair closest to him and scrubbed a hand over his face.
Scarlet, you are putting me in a hell of a position.
How? He hit me with his vacant hazel eyes.
Kane not only works for me, but you're related.
We're not related. I held my ground. Augie exhaled loudly.
People won't see it that way, and I don't want to lose one of my best employees.
How about me? My voice cracked. He gripped the chair.
What are you implying?
His voice said to proceed with caution. I was done being cautious. For once in my life, I had something worth fighting for. Me. All my life, I've done what everyone else has wanted. And for the first time I do something I want, you're trying to ruin it. Why? He took a moment and cleared his throat.
I'm trying to protect you, he defended himself.
From what? A man who has been nothing but wonderful to me?
Wonderful for now, he scoffed. Do you think this will last, Scarlet? You're 22 years old. Your focus should be on other things.
I looked up to the tray ceiling, trying to think of what to say. I wasn't naive enough to think Kane and I were a forever thing. We had never even discussed being a couple, or beyond the next few dates we had planned. But Augie was right about one thing. I was 22. With a brave, deep breath in and out, I faced my father. I'm an adult now, and honestly, who I date and what I do on those dates is none of your business. I can't believe you interrupted us tonight. Worse, you asked Naomi to find out if I was sleeping with Kane. If you were that concerned, you should have asked me yourself. Better yet, maybe you should be the kind of father I could go to and tell you if I was having sex. Wow, look at me, telling someone off. Except, maybe he was the wrong person to start with. Augie jumped up, and his tall frame seemed to fill the room. The look of shock and horror on his bright red face didn't help either. I pushed back as far as I could against the door, but my eyes held firm on him, even if they were beginning to well with tears. Augie couldn't stand the show of emotion.
Are you having sex? He spluttered.
That was all he got from that? I rolled my eyes and sighed. I'm going to my room. I turned to leave.
Scarlet,
he breathed out. I gripped the doorknob, not facing him. The tears I had been holding back began to fall. What? I whispered.
Don't throw your life away for a man who will eventually leave and hurt you.
Are you speaking about yourself? I threw open the door and ran out before he had time to respond. I ran across the house, through the kitchen, and up to my room. The entire way there, it was as if my life flashed before me. It struck me that maybe I was throwing my life away for the wrong man. Augie. Why give him my dreams when I knew in my heart he would be the one to hurt me the most.
My girl.
5 weeks. How was that possible? Kane and I had been dating for 5 whole weeks, and we had crossed 5 items off our list. World of Coca-Cola, indoor go-kart racing, the History Center, the Art Museum, and a tasting tour at a local Tuscan winery. Kane was quite the wine connoisseur. Tonight we were doing something not on our list that Augie had been adamant I attend. He'd never cared if I came to Armstrong Labs' corporate sponsor night at the Braves game before. I'd almost declined, but Kane thought it was important that we go. He said it was like our coming out party. Not that everyone at the office didn't already know we were dating, but we had been careful not to advertise it while at work. No need to poke the bear, as Kane would say. The bear was my father, who had been acting odd ever since he'd returned from his honeymoon. He was driving me to work most days now, and we would sit in awkward silence for the 20-minute drive. Once in a while, he would say something like, "Did you get your med school application turned in on time?" I would give one-word responses like, "Yes," before going back to staring out the window. I think Augie figured if I was with him, I couldn't be having sex. Maybe I should have put him out of his misery and told him I wasn't sleeping with Kane, but honestly, it wasn't any of his business. And I figured if we had a real relationship, he would already know the answer to that question, or it would be something I wanted to talk to him about. I mean, he was my father, but I needed a dad. There was a distinction. I needed someone who wanted to work on our relationship in truly meaningful ways. Ways that would have me spilling my guts to him. Did Augie know how badly I wanted that kind of relationship? Did he want that? If so, he needed to do more than drive me to work. Apparently, he wasn't too pleased with Naomi either for keeping my secrets. If only he knew the secrets I kept. Secrets like how I was seriously contemplating forensic pathology and how I thought I was falling in love with Kane. Possibly. It was hard to be sure, considering I had no experience. Was there a timeline that dictated when that should happen? I wasn't even sure what we were. We didn't have a label. What I did know was that I'd never felt like this before about any other human. And whatever it was, I wanted to keep it. I should talk to Naomi about this. I knew she would want me to. And unlike my father, I did want to spill my guts to her. Regardless of my relationship with Augie, I still found myself sitting between him and Kane at the ballpark that night. It was odd, as Augie should have been in the suite Armstrong Labs had reserved for all the executives and their families. But Kane had said the only way to watch a game was from behind home plate, out where you could breathe in the smell of grass and hear the crack of the bat hitting the ball. Kane obviously loved baseball. Really, there wasn't much Kane didn't love. He had this incredible zest for life. It was contagious, and I wanted to catch as much of it as I could. Anyway, what all that meant was Augie had decided he needed to sit with us. I felt like he was babysitting. What did he think Kane and I would do in public? Not to say Kane was shy about public displays of affection. He was all about the kissing, no matter where we were. I didn't mind. At all. So, there we were, in the heat of a July night, surrounded by Augie, Eva, and 100 of our coworkers watching the Braves take on the Pirates. At least, I think that's who they were playing. Kane looked beautiful in his khaki shorts and Braves t-shirt, which showed off his godlike figure. I especially liked the baseball cap he was wearing backwards. But he wasn't as relaxed as he typically was when we would go out together. I noticed his leg had a slight bounce to it, and he kept stretching his neck from side to side. Our family and work situations were awkward, and it was on full display tonight. On the drive over, Kane maintained that he could keep his work and personal lives separate, and he was proud to be anywhere with me. Regardless, I knew our relationship, or whatever it was, had caused some tension between not only him and Augie, but also Kane and his mama. She was worried that Kane was ruining her chances of beating the odds of becoming the last Mrs. Armstrong. And people thought I was naive. Despite the awkwardness of it all, Before the game started, Kane pulled out his phone and smiled at me.
We need a picture to post.
He'd been documenting all of our dates on Facebook. He tagged me in all the photos, which meant I'd had comments from people I had no idea I was even friends with. Their shock disguised as playful comments jumped off the page. Believe me, no one was more shocked than me. I was still wondering if the space-time continuum had malfunctioned, and I was in some weird alternate reality where Kane's brain was scrambled, causing him to choose to spend all his free time with me, despite his crazy work schedule. I swore Augie was purposefully sending him on more business trips. In the last few weeks, Kane had to cancel on me a couple of times for emergency meetings back east. I wasn't upset with Kane. I understood he was in the middle of trying to close the biggest deal of his career and Armstrong Labs' existence. I was frustrated that Augie kept sending Kane to in-person meetings for something that probably could have been dealt with during a conference call. I knew the drill by now. I took off my glasses to prevent any glare and leaned into him. Kane held out his phone in front of us and snapped a couple of shots. Then he pointed to his cheek.
Lay one on me right here.
I knew what that meant now. Thankfully, Mindy had clued me in before I embarrassed myself even more around Kane. Mindy and her date Reese happened to be sitting behind us. In fact, most of my step-siblings were here, scattered nearby with their dates. Good times. I tried not to concentrate on all the weirdness. Instead, I focused on how happy I was to oblige Kane. My lips landed on a stubbled cheek as he captured the moment on his phone's camera. While Mindy oohed and awed about it, Augie cleared his throat. He did that a lot when Kane and I were together in his presence. Kane ignored him and made his post. I read the caption as he typed.
Nothing better than being at a ball game with my girl.
My girl? Did he really mean that? He caught me reading his caption and smiled at me.
Is that okay?
I nodded, speechless. It was more than okay. It was perfection. The only thing I could think to do was kiss him. Chastely, of course, given our audience. I pressed my lips against his for a stirring moment. No lips parting, just a, please feel how much you mean to me. I think he did, as he pressed harder and didn't seem to want to move. I'm not sure he would have, except Mindy said way too loudly, "Knock it off already! Some of us came here to watch the game." We broke apart even though Kane looked entirely put out by it. I was too, but couldn't be upset. Kane had just declared I was his, and it was incomprehensibly exhilarating. Kane settled for taking my hand, despite the humidity making it feel as if we were swimming in hot pea soup. I didn't mind drowning in the heat with him. Our little display of affection didn't go unnoticed by Augie. He glared at Kane's and my clasped hands as if profits had plummeted at Armstrong Labs.
Did you know the Braves' nickname is the Bravos?
Augie said out of the blue. I squinted to make sure it was my father sitting next to me. Augie never threw out random facts. Augie tugged at a starched collar. The CEO couldn't even dress down for a game out in the blazing heat. To be fair, he thought he would be in a suite. I didn't know that, I replied into the uncomfortable atmosphere. Everyone was surprised by his odd behavior. However, Lady Deathstrike, aka Eva, laughed and swatted his arm. Her makeup was melting off her face, showing that she did indeed have wrinkles. She, too, had thought she'd be in an air-conditioned suite. But she was glued to Augie like a fly to flypaper, always touching him and looking at him adoringly. I could understand the need to be close to the person you loved, or thought you were falling in love with. There was something wonderful about each touch. But sadly, I noticed that it was never my father who initiated the affection. He didn't shun it, but it almost seemed mechanical for him, almost as if he were afraid to put any real emotion into it. Sometimes I wondered what he would do if I hugged him or tried to hold his hand. I wasn't brave enough to try. While Eva played doting wife, Kane played peacemaker.
They're also the only team to win the World Series in 3 different home cities.
Kane threw out another fun fact to smooth over the awkwardness. The corner of Augie's mouth ticked up a tad. That was all the thanks Kane would get from him. I didn't behave like Eva and fawn all over Kane because he knew some random team facts. I went with the teasing route. "What's the World Series?" I grinned. For a second, Kane thought I was serious,
and his mouth began to fall open. I think he was a bit worried I was way too oblivious. Then he narrowed his eyes at me, reading through my feigned innocence. Augie, on the other hand, began to answer me.
It's the annual championship.
He was as serious as could be. I had to press my lips together before I laughed. I may not know much about sports, but I wasn't that clueless. Kane squeezed my hand while I turned toward Augie. Thank you. Augie nodded as if he'd done a good deed. Kane whispered in my ear.
This is why I like you.
Like? It didn't sound as wonderful as it once had. Not because I didn't believe him or feel honored that he liked me. It was just that I found myself wanting more. I wasn't sure I was truly falling in love, but whatever I felt was more than like. I couldn't quite explain it, but I felt connected to Kane in a way I'd never felt before. And because of that connection, I felt more connected to myself, if that made sense. Still, I couldn't say any of that, especially in front of everyone. Instead, I smiled and leaned my head on his shoulder. He kissed my head, and I took comfort in his touch. The game started, and I got lost in my head trying to remind myself that we hadn't known each other that long, and I was being silly wishing for more. I only wished I knew all the rules. Kane shook me out of my thoughts with his enthusiasm for the game. He jumped up several times, and when I didn't follow, he started pulling me up with him. Apparently, standing up was an integral part of the game that I didn't know about, as was shouting and cheering. Most of the time, I didn't know what I was cheering for. However, I was happy because Kane was. It was an odd sensation to be happier because someone you cared about was happy. One person, though, wasn't happy, and that was Augie. Not like he was ever happy. Maybe unhappy wasn't the right word to describe him, but I felt his eyes on me frequently, and when I looked his way, his brow was always furrowed and his face pinched. Sometimes he would tilt his head as if he didn't recognize me. I was grateful when some business associates called to him from the aisle. Augie never passed up an opportunity to mix business with pleasure. Honestly, I was surprised he hadn't already held a conference meeting or made 10 phone calls while we sat there. What did surprise me was when he said,
Scarlett, come with me. I want to introduce you to Jack and Frank Adams.
He said their names like they should mean something to me. I stared at Augie blankly for a moment. This wasn't only unusual, it was bizarre. Augie stood and waited for me. Kane whispered in my ear,
Their company services some of our diagnostic equipment.
Then he nudged me to give me some encouragement. On his prompting, I stood and followed Augie skirting past the narrow aisle to the stares of not only Eva, but Ophelia, who was there with her flavor of the month. They both gave me fake smiles, as they always did in my father's presence, but their incredulous eyes told a different story. I could see Ophelia scrutinizing the white shorts and blue ruffle tank top I was wearing. Of course, she looked perfect in her tiny jean shorts and tight white t-shirt, with her hair pulled through her baseball cap in a pristine ponytail. Eva showed her true colors when she reached for Augie. "Don't interrupt the lovebirds," she choked out. "I'll go with you." My fists curled into balls as I tried to refrain from rolling my eyes. Eva hated Kane's and my relationship more than anyone. She only wanted to go with my father because of her determination to prove to everyone she was number one in Augie's world. Augie surprised me again.
It's important for Scarlett to meet Jack and Frank.
Eva's cheeks pinked, and I swear she held back some tears. "Whatever you think is best." She focused back on what was happening on the field. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Augie bowled past a mixture of stepchildren and employees, all who seemed to bounce on the edge of their seats with anticipation that Augie would acknowledge them. He nodded and waved as he passed. He wasn't a complete ogre. I stepped on only a few toes and narrowly escaped landing in my stepsister Danielle's lap, so business as usual for me. By the time we reached the aisle, I felt like I'd had a workout. Augie shook hands with the gentlemen, who, like my father, were dressed nicely. Augie turned toward me and said,
Frank and Jack, this is my girl.
What he said after that was a blur. Augie had never called me his girl, only his daughter. Saying I was his girl was significant. Even more significant than Kane using the same term of endearment. It meant that maybe my father loved me.
Could I dare to hope?
On top of the world. My dad would have loved this.
Kane squeezed my hand as we looked out over Centennial Olympic Park from the Skyview Ferris wheel. I snuggled closer to Kane on the leather seat in the air-conditioned gondola. Admittedly, I was not that fond of how high up we were dangling in the sky. However, it gave us an incredible view of the city. And being with Kane made me feel as if I were on top of the world. I hadn't seen him all week due to another business trip, so I was willing to be anywhere with him, even if I did feel a little queasy. It didn't help that the floor was made of glass, highlighting how high we really were.
You know, he took me to the '96 Olympics.
That must have been amazing. Kane gazed out over the city.
It was. I still remember people dressed in gold rising high above the stadium to the sound of mysterious tribal music during the opening ceremonies. There was this energy I can't explain. And when the orchestra began to play the theme song by John Williams, my dad started to cry.
Kane's eyes began to water. I loved how easily Kane showed his emotions.
I asked him why he was crying.
His voice cracked. What did he say? Kane's eyes penetrated my own, as if the other passengers didn't exist around us. His look went right through me, and I felt it all the way to my toes.
He said, "Kane, this is sacred ground now. Dreams are being realized as we speak. To witness someone's dreams come true is an honor."
That's beautiful, I whispered.
Then he told me he would do whatever he could to make sure my dreams come true.
I reached up and wiped away a few tears that had leaked out of his eyes, feeling as if my dreams were coming true in this very moment. I'm sure he's still making good on that promise.
Thank you for saying that, Scarlett. Times like these, I can still feel him.
He caught my hand and kissed it. Suddenly, the Ferris wheel jolted to a stop. We dangled there while each gondola's passengers were let off. It was quiet between us, yet comfortable, as we got closer and closer to the ground. I loved these moments with Kane, where I got insight into his heart and soul. More and more, I was falling for him. Was it love? I was beginning to think so. I needed to check with Naomi, but I wasn't sure how to start that conversation. July was fading fast, and next month I would be back at Samford. I wondered if this thing between me and Kane could last. When we got off the ride, we walked around a bit. Kane wanted a picture in front of the Fountain of Rings to go along with the several others he'd already snapped while we were on the Ferris wheel. It seemed important to him to document our time together. I didn't mind at all. This way, I could always relive one of my dreams. I'd been thinking about my dreams so much lately. I wished for a father like Kane's who wanted to make my dreams come true. Unfortunately, Augie didn't even know what my dreams were, despite the fact that he was interacting more in my life than I'd ever remembered. Just yesterday, he'd stopped by my office. He had stood there and stared at me sitting on the floor until he finally asked,
"Is there something wrong with your chair?"
When I told him no, he had nodded and walked off. This may not seem like a significant thing, but he'd never come to my office before, and the fact he cared about how comfortable my chair was, sadly, said something. The real question I had been pondering lately was whether I was brave enough to make my own dreams come true. I strung my arm through Kane's. Being with him this summer felt courageous. I'd been brave enough to believe someone like Kane would want to be with me. I'd been brave enough to be myself around him. Most importantly, I had started to take the leap of faith and explore who I was and what I wanted. Kane pulled me closer as we walked through the crowded plaza toward the fountain. As we approached, I saw a scene that was filled with such happiness. Children and adults running through the fountain, laughing and squealing. Kane and I took a seat on one of the concrete steps to watch for a moment. He snapped a few pictures and a couple of selfies of us with the fountain as our backdrop.
"This is a good one."
He showed me a picture of our heads together, water shooting up behind us. I stared at it for a moment. We looked like a couple, like we belonged together. It was weird. I hardly recognized my tanned face. I liked the woman staring back at me. It's perfect. Kane kissed my lips.
You're perfect.
I bit my lip. Not even close.
I beg to differ. My opinion is completely unbiased.
Uh-huh. I wasn't buying a word of it, but reveled in it just the same. He pressed his lips to mine before whispering against them.
Sweet perfection.
When he pulled away, he had a mischievous glint in his rich caramel chocolate eyes that made me hunger in ways I didn't know were possible.
To prove my unbiased opinion, I think you're going to have to run through the fountain with me.
I leaned away, wary of his plan. What? We'll get all wet and we have dinner reservations.
Scarlet.
He swept the hair off my shoulder.
What would you think of going to my place for dinner?
I blinked and blinked, my brain short-circuiting. I'd never been to his place. He'd never even offered before this.
I'm tired of the prying eyes, and after being gone all week, I just want to be alone with you. But if it makes you feel uncomfortable,
he added when I didn't answer, more like couldn't. I was still trying to process. Augie and Eva were getting ridiculous whenever we were at my house. They seemed to hover wherever we were, whether in the pool swimming or the theater room watching a movie. And then there was the matter of Kane traveling more, most likely because my father arranged it. It doesn't, I stuttered. He tilted his head.
Are you sure?
I'm sure, but this is like a big step for us, right? He chuckled.
Scarlet, you are a breath of fresh air.
More like I was an idiot. Why did I ask that? My cheeks began to burn. He rested his hand on my hot cheek.
Don't be embarrassed. This is a big step. One I want to take with you, but only if you want to.
I do, but I'm not ready to... He pressed a finger to my lips.
I told you. I won't be the one to break your teacup.
Like ever? I blurted. I mean, what if we... Oh my gosh. I was about to use the mother of all big M words. Marriage. What was I thinking? He grinned.
What if we what?
I closed my eyes. Nothing.
Say it, Scarlet.
He dared me. I'm good, I eked out.
Please, open your eyes. Why do you still get so shy around me?
He asked tenderly. I popped one eye open. He patiently waited for me to open both eyes. With a loud exhale, I opened my eyes to find him wearing a soft expression that invited me to speak what was in my heart. I'm so new at this, and I don't want to make assumptions or say the wrong thing, though I do anyway. But sometimes I wonder if this will ever be more. And if you and I will ever, well, you know.
I think I do know. And if we ever get to that point, I assure you that you are well worth waiting for.
There was no question I was falling in love with him. How could I not? It was perfect for me. That realization had me making more of a fool of myself. The nerves fell out of my mouth. I can't wait. I can wait. I stood. I think we should run through the water. Kane was quick to follow, and before I could run away, he wrapped me in his strong arms. When my head landed on his chest, I was pleased to hear his heart beating as erratically as mine.
I can't wait either.
What couldn't he wait for? Sex? Marriage? My pulse pounded with all the possibilities. Did that mean he was falling in love with me, too? It's not something I felt like I could ask. I'd already been too truthful, which I couldn't help but be around him, though I took that as a good sign. He abruptly pulled away and grabbed my hand.
Let's do this.
Before I knew it, we were dashing toward the rings of water. The cold water stung for a second, but felt refreshing in the hot Georgia sun. Kane twirled me around, making me laugh and smile. I didn't care that I probably looked like a drowned rat, or that my sundress was clinging to me, showing off all my imperfections. All that mattered was the way Kane looked at me, and in his eyes, I could see I was beautiful. More importantly, I could feel it myself. In that moment, I felt higher than when we had been on the Ferris wheel. I saw more than the city. I saw what I wanted my future to look like. never be the same. I rolled up the legs of the pair of sweatpants Kane had given me to wear. I'd never worn a man's clothes before. It seemed kind of intimate. I liked it. Especially since his soft alma mater t-shirt from Georgia State smelled like him, spicy and warm. My ensemble wasn't winning any fashion awards, and it was unflattering, but it was my new favorite outfit. It represented the next step. When I was done dressing, I hung my wet sundress over Kane's shower door. It was such a surreal experience. Suddenly, I felt grown up. I looked around Kane's guest bathroom. It was no frills as far as decorations, but it had granite countertops and one of those fancy vessel sinks. It was so weird that I was dating a man who owned his own place. I threw my glasses back on and checked the mirror before I exited. The only thing I could do with my wet curly hair was to brush it to the side. It kind of looked sexy. Maybe? That wasn't a word I ever associated with myself. I anxiously crept into the narrow hall of his condo. There was a masculine vibe to it, with its brick walls and hardwood floors. I tiptoed down the hall toward his living room and the music drifting throughout his place. I wasn't sure who the artist was, but his voice was mellow and romantic. It was no Enya, but I liked it. Kane was sitting on his leather couch talking on the phone, ordering the Chinese food we'd agreed upon during the car ride over. When he saw me, he dropped his phone and fumbled to recover it, as if he were nervous. Totally something I would do, but it was out of character for him. I smiled at him, and once he had recovered his phone, he patted the seat next to him. Zooming his way, I landed next to him while he finished ordering. As soon as he finished the call, he tossed his phone to the side, pulled me onto his lap, and ran his fingers through my wet hair.
Scarlet, you may be the death of me.
I tilted my head. Why? He groaned before kissing me.
Because you're too damn sexy for my own good and yours.
You really think I'm sexy? He wrapped his arms around me, and I snuggled against his chest.
Darling.
He inhaled and exhaled deeply.
You take my breath away.
I knew the feeling. He lightly ran his fingers down my arm, leaving a trail of goosebumps.
What do you want to do?
What do you usually do when you bring a woman home? I asked naively. He cleared his throat.
Well...
Oh,
we play chess,
he teased, trying to smooth over the awkward moment. I lifted my head to find him grinning. Do you play chess a lot? Wow, was I getting bold? But I felt that it was kind of an important thing to know. His smile faded into a thoughtful look.
Not as much as you probably think, and never since we started dating.
And I bit my lip. You're still okay with that, right? He rested his forehead against mine.
I meant what I said. You are well worth the wait.
Oh, so he had meant sex, not marriage? Don't ask that, Scarlet. Thank you.
For what? Not being a Neanderthal? You know, contrary to popular belief, men don't think about sex 24/7. It's more like 22/7.
He laughed. I rested my hands on his stubbled cheeks. Thank you for letting me be me.
That's easy, and selfish on my part. I happen to like who you are very much.
There was the like word again. Not that I expected him to profess his love for me, but it would have been nice. It made me question if I was really in love. Yet, deep inside, if I was honest with myself, I knew the truth. I was falling in love with Kane, and I hoped that he would one day love me, too. I like you, too, a lot, I responded, thankful my heart didn't come falling out of my mouth for once.
That is excellent news.
He skimmed my lips once, twice, 3 times before pressing his own against mine. His hand tangled in the back of my hair, drawing me closer to him before he parted my lips. My eyes drifted shut so that all my senses could focus on the way he tasted like grape-flavored shaved ice, and how urgent his tongue felt as it prodded deeper, as if he couldn't get close enough to me. The same urgency lived inside of me. My hands gripped his t-shirt and twisted it, begging him not to let me go. When he was done ravaging my mouth, his hand pulled my head back to expose my neck. His warm lips made their slow descent down the curve of my neck to my collarbone. Each hot, wet touch made my stomach do entire gymnastic routines and my body tremble from the sheer pleasure of it all. Just when I thought he was done, his tongue lightly glided against the sensitive skin of my neck as if his tongue were a brush and I were his canvas. My gasps only emboldened him to continue his work of art. He groaned as if he were tasting a masterpiece. Kane, I shuddered against him.
Scarlet,
he whispered before capturing my mouth again. This time the kiss was slower and gentler, yet just as intense. So intense, I could see how easy it would be to play chess with him, and how vulnerable the queen was. The thought frightened and excited me, but I knew I wasn't ready for checkmate. I was barely getting to know myself, and if I didn't know all of me, how could I share myself with someone else? Not only that, but it became clear to me that when the time came, love needed to come first. My soul screamed out that I must be loved, that sex didn't make love. If it did, my father wouldn't have been married so many times. I took one more moment to get lost in his touch before my hands released his shirt and I gently pulled away from him. We needed a moment to breathe as we peered into each other's enlivened eyes. Both our cheeks were flushed.
I'm sorry for getting so carried away, Scarlet.
I placed my fingers on his swollen lips. I'm not. I hope we get carried away a lot. He kissed my fingers before taking my hand in his.
You overestimate my self-control.
I don't think so. I trust you, Kane. A sheeny mist of moisture covered his eyes.
I will continue to be worthy of your trust.
I believed him. I snuggled back against him, and he held me tight. All felt right in the world. Who's the singer? I pointed at the sound system near his giant flat screen. His place had minimal furniture, but what he did have was expensive. It told me he valued quality over quantity, and just like the Porsche he was saving up for, he was willing to work for what he wanted.
Don't make fun of me. It's Christopher Cross.
Why would I make fun of you? I listen to Celtic music. And I didn't know who Christopher Cross was.
That's true,
he teased. Hey now. He chuckled.
We can debate the merits of Enya later. Christopher Cross is a singer from the 70s and 80s. My dad told me if I wanted to impress a girl, to put on Christopher Cross and it was a done deal.
I sat up and leaned against his chest. Are you trying to impress me? He brushed my hair back.
I'm trying my hardest. How am I doing?
His tone was genuine. I didn't even have to think about my answer. You have my vote. And my heart. He was about to lean in for a kiss when we were interrupted by a knock on the door.
That will be the food.
He kissed my nose before I slid off his lap. While I watched him walk toward the door, I listened to the lyrics of the song playing. Something about never being the same after being touched by that person. The person. Truer words had never been sung. I would never be the same. Kane had changed my life. Kane walked back with 2 decent-sized paper bags. His condo immediately smelled like garlic, pepper, and sesame oil.
Let's eat out on the terrace. I want to show you the view.
Okay. I jumped up to join him.
There's a bottle of wine in the refrigerator and wine glasses on the counter, if you wouldn't mind grabbing them.
Not at all. I headed over to his small open kitchen, with its dark granite counters and stainless steel appliances. I smiled when I noticed the row of cookbooks neatly stacked near his coffee pot. He even had a grocery list hanging on his refrigerator. Not surprised at all. He loved lists. I was touched when I glanced at his grocery list and saw that he'd written semi-sweet chocolate chips, and then in parentheses added, Scarlet's favorite. It made my heart flutter. I grabbed the wine and glasses and met him outside. Wow, was all I could think. His view was incredible. A pristine golf course filled my gaze. It was even more beautiful as the sun was just starting to go down, casting a glow on the trees below. Kane was setting out white cartons and chopsticks on a round wooden table. He lit a citronella candle to ward off the mosquitoes that loved this time of year. Planter boxes full of what looked like herbs lined the black wrought iron railing. Some neighbors below were barbecuing, and the smell of grilled steak wafted our way. "This is beautiful."
I thought you would like it.
He held out a chair for me. I set the glasses and wine on the table before taking my seat. After he helped push in my chair, he kissed my cheek before taking a seat next to me. "I feel like I've learned a lot about you tonight."
And what have you learned?
He opened the carton of sesame chicken and began dishing me some. "Well, you must like to golf."
I have to. That's where the deals are made.
"That's what Augie says, too." Kane cleared his throat as if to say,
Let's not talk about your father.
I moved on quickly. However, I had some guilt about the strain that existed between Augie and Kane. I tried not to let it interfere with our perfect evening. "I'm also guessing you love to cook."
Right again. Next time you come over, I'll cook for you.
"I'd love that." Especially because it meant he was planning on having me over again.
Me too.
He handed me a pair of chopsticks. I stared blankly at the wooden utensils. "I'll take a fork, please." Kane shook his sexy head no.
The only way to eat Chinese food is with chopsticks.
I beg to differ. I've used a fork several times.
That was before you met me.
"Fine," I grimaced. I was about as dexterous as a Tyrannosaurus.
You got this. Just do what I do.
With ease, he stabilized the bottom stick using his thumb and ring finger, and then he did some hocus-pocus with the top one and easily picked up a piece of sesame chicken. I tried, fumbling the sticks and dropping the chicken, and that was after several attempts. I finally gave up and stabbed one chopstick into a piece of chicken and shoved it in my mouth. Kane laughed loudly at me.
That's one way of doing it. I think I better give you a fork before you hurt yourself. Or me.
He teased before reaching into the bag for a plastic fork. "Thank you." I happily took it. We ate and talked, and in between sipped wine, and shared kisses in the sultry night air. Best night ever. It only got better after dinner when Kane stood and held out his hand to me.
Dance with me.
I stared at him. "I've never danced with anyone," I whispered, embarrassed. Kane took my hand.
You don't know how happy I am to hear that.
He always knew the right thing to say. I took his hand, and with all that I was, I knew I belonged with him. I didn't care if I was too young or if it was too fast. None of that mattered. Kane helped me to my feet before taking me in his arms. The dulcet tones of Christopher Cross drifted out of the screened door.
Just follow my lead,
Kane whispered in my ear before taking my right hand in his left and then wrapping his right arm around me. He drew me close to him, our clasped hands between us. I peered up at his adoring gaze as we began to sway gently. Our eyes stayed locked. He didn't even wince when I stepped on his bare foot a time or two. After several minutes of silently dancing, Kane spoke in hushed tones.
Promise me something.
"Anything," I said without even thinking. Kane flashed me an amused smile.
Promise me you will make your dreams come true. That you'll make the secrets in your eyes a reality.
Did he see all my secrets? Did he see the ones I kept about him? "It's complicated," I whispered.
Life is complicated, Scarlet. Doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue your dreams. If you don't, it will only make your life more complicated.
I had to stop for a moment. That truth bomb blew my mind. I blinked several times, letting what he'd said sink in. He was right. But how did I tell my father? I leaned my head on Kane's shoulder. "I'm going to become a forensic pathologist," I manifested out loud. Kane rubbed my back and kissed my head.
That's my girl.
I leaned away. If he wanted me to pursue all my dreams, he was part of them. "Kane, will I still be yours when I go back to school next month?" My voice trembled. He tilted his head while caressing my cheek.
Is that what you want?
He asked nervously. "Yes," I said with every ounce of hope in me.
We'll make it work somehow then.
I let out a sigh of relief. He cupped my face with his hands and pressed his lips to mine, as if to seal the deal. Before he parted my lips, he whispered against them,
"Scarlet, you are a dream."
If that was true, I hoped we never woke up. He loves me? He loves me not? Where did you go to school? Naomi was playing Mama Bear and grilling Kane, though her tone had no bite to it at all. I was happy to finally introduce Kane to Naomi over lunch at a little bistro near Naomi's office. Between Kane's travel schedule and Naomi's huge case, it hadn't worked out until today. Kane set down his glass of ice water with a smile full of charm.
Undergrad was Georgia State. I received my MBA at Emory.
Naomi's left brow raised. Impressive, though the important question is if you like Celtic music. She smiled. My unusual taste in music came straight from Naomi. We'd been to see Celtic Woman in concert many times, even flying across the country to catch one of their shows. Kane chuckled deeply.
I'm acquiring a taste for it.
That was his way of saying he tolerated it. Naomi threw her napkin on the table. Well, you have my seal of approval. She winked at me. Kane honestly looked relieved. I'd told him Naomi was going to love him, but he worried because Augie didn't appreciate our relationship. Augie had gone as far as having Eva remind Kane that I was young, and an unexpected pregnancy right now would derail my life. Kane hadn't taken too kindly to it and had told Eva if I did have his child, he'd count himself a lucky man. While that was sweet and it gave me hope that Kane was falling in love with me, it only fanned the flames. Though I couldn't blame Kane for not dispelling the truth about our non-existent sex life. That was between us. Kane hadn't spoken to his mother since. It hurt that Augie didn't know me well enough to know that I knew I wasn't ready to become a mother or a wife, and that he didn't think I was capable enough to keep from screwing up my future. Truthfully, I'd never thought those options would be available to me until this summer. And while I found myself excited about those prospects, I wanted to go to med school and pursue my dreams. Dreams I hadn't shared with Augie yet. I'd been waiting for the right time. I just didn't know when that would be. Though today I had other things to worry about. Kane was meeting with my father after our lunch. He said it was nothing to worry about, just business, but I was concerned. Kane didn't directly report to my father, so the one-on-one meeting seemed suspect. I was praying it truly was nothing. Kane was not only good at his job, he loved it. He'd just closed the most lucrative deal in Armstrong Labs history with that pharmaceutical company back east he'd been working with all summer. The office was all abuzz about it. Surely Augie wouldn't fire him after that, right? Maybe he wanted to congratulate him personally. Sure. Kane was intrigued with Naomi's job and peppered her with questions. Naomi was used to it, but loved it all the same. And I never tired of hearing her talk about the intricacies of forensics. It only fueled the fire in me to follow in her footsteps, especially when she spoke of being able to give families peace and offering them real answers about the death of their loved one. Unless they were my father. In that case, the truth only haunted him. I wondered if he would ever come to terms with Mama's death.
Do you go to a lot of crime scenes?
Kane asked. More than I would like to. Kane gave me a thoughtful look.
You ready for that?
Are you worried about me?
Not at all.
He kissed me. I could feel Naomi smile. Kane looked at his watch.
I hate to run, but I don't want to be late.
I could hear the nerves in the pitch of his tone. I squeezed his hand. I'm anxious to hear how it goes.
I'll stop by your office later.
He stood and reached out his hand to Naomi.
It was so nice to meet you.
Naomi waved his hand away, stood, and came around the table to give him a hug. From the expression on his face, it was obvious Kane was touched. You couldn't have picked a better girl. Naomi patted his back.
Believe me, I know.
Kane smiled at me, warming my heart. Naomi leaned away from him but still kept him in her grasp. I'm going to offer you a bit of insight into Augustus. He loves to grandstand, but he appreciates talent and results, and he has a soft spot for all his stepchildren. Kane rubbed the back of his neck.
proving he was as nervous as I was. Well, none of them have ever dated his daughter.
This is true, Naomi grinned. But he loves profits almost as much as he loves Scarlet, so I think you're safe.
I hope you're right. Let's do this again soon. Next time, it's my treat.
Naomi had insisted on paying and couldn't be talked out of it. I look forward to it. Naomi stepped back. Kane leaned down to kiss me goodbye.
I'll see you soon.
We'd driven separately because I wanted to talk to Naomi alone. Bye. I kissed him an extra time for luck. Naomi and I watched him walk out of the crowded bistro before she took a seat next to me. She gave me a thorough once-over. I've never seen you so happy. I've never felt like this before. I like him. He's a good match. I think so too. She tapped my nose. So, what did you want to talk about? I grabbed my drink and took a sip of my lemonade before I laid it all out for her. I'd been practicing what I would say. It was one thing for me to admit my feelings to myself. It was another thing to let someone in on my secrets. I decided to start with a question. When did you know you were in love with my father? Naomi grabbed her heart with wide eyes. I'm sorry, is that too painful of a question? She placed her delicate hand on mine. Not at all. You surprised me is all. Are you asking because you think you're falling in love? I bit my lip and nodded. I should have known she would know. Ah, I see. Well, my love, falling for your father had a lot to do with you. Me? I smiled. Yes, you. She sat back and sighed fondly. I remember the first time I met your father. Outwardly, he was stoic, though it was apparent he wasn't in a good place, as most of our clients aren't. He manifested his trauma in other ways. He took you everywhere with him those first few months, even to the office. It was how there came to be a company daycare center. Though you were mostly an angel child, you were still a toddler, and he found out quickly he couldn't watch you and do his job, even though the company was much smaller back then. I shook my head, amazed. I had no idea. Oh, yes. Augustus was so afraid he would lose you, too. He probably fired 10 daycare directors that first year. None of them were good enough for you. That brought a tear to my eye. Just like no man will ever be good enough for you. It's why your father has been acting like a fool all summer. He's not ready to let go. He never has been. So, why did you fall in love with him? The first time I met you, you curled up in my lap, and I knew I was meant to love you. The devotion your father had for you touched me. His sheer capacity to love overwhelmed me. And for a while, he was able to express those feelings. But, her voice cracked, they eventually became too much for him to bear. His fear got the better of him, and I needed more from him. She grabbed a napkin and wiped her cheeks where some tears had trickled down. I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm not. I got you out of the deal, and for that I will be forever grateful. I embraced her. So grateful that once upon a time Augie had good taste in women. Naomi, I whispered, how do you know you love someone? She leaned away and placed her hand on my heart. When you feel at home here, that's when you know. What if they don't feel the same way? That's the risk we take when we give our heart to another. But don't fear it. Don't be like your father. You love and keep on loving. But what if Kane, darling, he would be a fool not to love you. But don't let that stop you. You're young, and you will probably fall in love many more times. Enjoy each go-around and learn what you're meant to from each relationship. I knew I was naive. Even so, I couldn't imagine falling in love with anyone but Kane. He was it. I knew it. My heart felt at home with him. Thank you, Naomi. I love you. That's the best love right there. I went back to the office, still unsure if Kane loved me, but I knew I loved him, and that was what was important. Not to say I didn't hope that he loved me, or wouldn't be hurt if he didn't, but I was at peace knowing my own heart and mind. Really, that's what this summer had been for me, coming to know myself. I couldn't believe that in a few weeks it would be over. I tried to get back to work as soon as I returned, but I was anxious to hear how Kane's meeting had gone with my father. I swore I read the same paragraph 15 times on my laptop before I gave up and stared aimlessly at the ceiling from my spot on the floor. Just when I started counting the ceiling tiles, Kane knocked on my door before letting himself in. He quickly closed the door behind him, looking a bit shell-shocked. His eyes were darting all over, and he was breathing heavily, as if he'd come from a workout. I stood with a huge knot in my stomach. "What happened?" I eked out. Kane ran a hand through his hair.
It was good. Better than good.
I let out a huge sigh of relief. "Really?" I approached him. "What did he say?" Kane swallowed hard.
Well, he's happy with my work. Very pleased."
He stumbled on his words. "Of course he is." I threw my arms around him. Kane stood stiffly. I dropped my arms and stood back. "Is everything all right?" He shook his head as if trying to get his thoughts straight. He reached for me and wrapped me in his arms.
"I'm sorry, darling."
I rested my head against his chest. His heart was pounding. "Are you sure everything is okay?" He stroked my hair.
"Yes, it went better than expected."
I relaxed a bit. "I'm so glad. I was worried." He kissed my head and lingered there.
"Scarlett, I'm going to need to cancel our plans tonight. I have an important project I need to work on for Augustus."
He growled his name, if I wasn't mistaken. I tried to pull away, but Kane wouldn't let me go.
"I promise, everything is okay."
He answered my unspoken plea. I heard him say the words, but I didn't feel them. "Kane?"
"Darling,"
he choked out.
"I promise, I'll make it up to you tomorrow. In fact, can we change our plans? Let's do Edge of the World tomorrow instead of Stone Mountain."
Weird. I thought he was saving Edge of the World to cap off our summer list of dates. It was one of Kane's favorite places. All summer he'd been going on and on about how beautiful the waterfalls were and how it was the perfect swimming hole. "Sure, what time should I be ready?"
Does 10 work for you?
I nodded against him. He gripped me tighter.
"Scarlett, I...
"What?" I felt nervous. Something was off. He didn't say anything. Instead, he grabbed my face, using the three-finger method, and pressed his lips to mine. He'd never kissed me before in the office, and this wasn't just any kiss. His tongue was urgent and demanding, making my lips part and then prodding as far and as fast as it could go. He held my face so tight, as if begging me not to let go. I had no intention of letting him go. I loved him. I let myself drown in him minute upon minute while he devoured my lips and mouth until I was only breathing him in. And just as urgently as the kiss started, it ended. He broke away from me and peered into my eyes as if he were trying to commit them to memory.
"Scarlett, you are one of the best things that has ever happened to me. Please, don't ever forget that."
Did that sound like he loved me too? I wasn't brave enough yet to say how I truly felt. All I could say was, "I feel the same way about you." He gave me a half smile before kissing my brow.
"Your father wants to see you in his office. I'll see you tomorrow."
He left before I could even comprehend what had happened or say goodbye. I stared at the door for several moments, trying to gather my thoughts and decipher Kane's words and actions. I wasn't sure it was possible. Normally, I would embarrass myself and ask him, and maybe I would tomorrow when we were alone. For now, I needed to see Augie, which was weird too. He'd never called me to his office before, and why would he ask Kane to tell me? I stepped out of my office and was met with several stares, mostly from admins who worked in the cubicles across from me. Some of them literally popped up when they heard my door open. I'm sure they had noticed Kane coming in and staying for a while. Some of the men wore sly smiles. The women were a mixture of narrowed eyes and pouty lips. I'd gotten used to it. I knew a lot of women in the office were envious of me. I couldn't blame them. Kane was the best. I hustled toward Augie's office to avoid getting the full force of each glance and stare. When I reached the executive wing, I was greeted by Sir Randall, who jumped up from his desk and saluted me.
"Hello, young lady."
I saluted him back. "Hello, Sir Randall."
"Your father's waiting for you."
I nodded and turned to enter through the large, dark wood double doors, but before I could, Randall said something odd.
"Keep your chin up, honey."
I whipped my head toward him to respond, but he marched off double time. What was up with everyone? It made me more nervous to knock on my father's door, but knock I did.
"Enter,"
Augie's gruff voice called out. With trepidation, I turned the gold knob and pushed the door open. Every time I entered Augie's office, I looked around in wonder. It was stately, though light and airy, which was such a contradiction of his character. His massive glass desk sat back in the large office that also housed a long conference table set near a giant screen used for presentations. Additionally, he had a seating area with a couch, 2 chairs, and a minibar. Augie stood as I crept toward him, not saying anything. Even though his office was large, he loomed larger in his dark suit and tie.
"Have a seat, Scarlet."
I pointed to the couch. This day was getting weirder and weirder. I thought this would be a quick trip in and out. I obeyed and made a detour for the seating area. The beige couch was stiff and uncomfortable, kind of like Augie, but I didn't say that out loud. Especially when he took a seat next to me, holding a leather-bound book. Wait, was that a photo album? Augie tapped the album with one hand and adjusted his yellow tie with the other.
"I wanted to give you something."
Yep, this was definitely going down as a weird day. Okay. I stared at the album.
"Callie, your mother,"
he whispered. He never, ever spoke Mama's name. Tears filled my eyes just hearing it. Even more hearing Augie say it so tenderly. Maybe it was unusual to miss someone you never knew, but I did miss her. And more than anything, I missed my father.
"She would have wanted you to have this."
Augie handed over the photo album, though when I grabbed it, he didn't let go.
"Scarlet, don't live in the past. You have a bright future ahead of you."
I didn't think I did live in the past. I mean, my past wasn't all that wonderful, unless you counted the past summer. I planned to relive that for a long time, but I did look forward to the future. A future with Kane in it. Augie let go of the album and I cradled it to me, wondering what was inside. But I didn't dare look as Augie's eyes pleaded with me not to open it in front of him. Is that all? My voice shook. He took a moment to answer. He paused. So unlike him. He let out a heavy breath.
"You've done a good job this summer. Pamela was impressed with your reports."
I'm glad. He hastily stood. I jumped up too. I guess I'll go now. Thank you for the album. Before I could leave, Augie gently grabbed my arm.
"Scarlet, you may not understand why I do the things I do, but I do them with your best interests at heart."
Do you really? I wasn't sure he knew what was best for me. How could he when he hardly knew me? His eyes widened.
"Please, don't doubt me,"
he pleaded. He breezed past me as if embarrassed he'd shown some actual emotion. I guess that was my cue to leave, so I turned toward the door in a daze, stunned by his response. It left me wondering not only if Kane loved me, but if my father did too. The beginning of the end. It was hard to imagine I had ever been so small. I brushed my fingers over a picture of me sleeping peacefully in my father's arms. I had to say, I was pretty adorable. Who knew I had been born with my crazy dark curls? My hair was as unruly then as it was now. I was torn between continuing to absorb the photo album Augie had given me and getting ready for my date with Kane. It was a testament to the power the pictures held. I didn't think anything could keep me away from Kane, especially since we'd missed our date last night, and I was worried about him after the scene in my office yesterday. I kept reliving his kiss, which still had my lips feeling swollen, and his words, that I was one of the best things that had ever happened to him. However, those pictures of me as a baby with my beautiful mama, so full of life, and with Augie looking so happy, were special beyond words. They were the only proof in existence that I had a mama and that my father had once loved me. The man who'd cradled me so gently and smiled down on his infant baby girl, me, that man didn't exist anymore. I think that Augustus would have wanted to be called Daddy instead of Augie. The fact that he had given me evidence he was once a different man still had me in shock. Why, after all these years, did he share it with me? I hadn't let go of it since I'd left Augie's office. I'd pored over every page several times, trying to inhale my first year of life, documented by my mama. Everything from my birth to my first steps. Her little captions under some of the pictures were treasures. A few of my favorites were, Daddy and his favorite girl. Sweet baby girl said her first word today. Of course, it was Dada. I don't care how tired I am. When I see this girl smile at me in the middle of the night, I can't help but think I'm the luckiest woman in the world. I sat up on my bed, set the photo album next to me, and wiped some tears out of my eyes. I desperately wanted to know how Mama could seem so happy in the pictures, then just days after some of them were taken, take her own life. Did Mama hide her demons? Is that why Augie had never come to terms with her death? Maybe I should bring the album with me. Perhaps Kane could give me some insight, and I know he would love to see it. It would make him smile and give him something to tease me about. I could tell he had still been down when he'd texted me before I fell asleep last night. "Good night, darling," was all he'd said. Normally he would text something longer and sexier like, "I can't stop thinking about you. You don't know how often I look at the empty pillow next to me and imagine your hair splayed across it and you smiling back at me." I would blush even when I was alone before I texted back that I couldn't wait for that day. Then I would drift off to sleep, the happiest woman in the world. Bringing the album, though, probably wasn't feasible. We would be hiking to Edge of the World and then swimming. I didn't want anything to happen to it. I would show him later tonight after we got back. We had plenty of time together before I left for school, assuming Augie didn't have any more unexpected business trips to send him on. School, I sighed. 3 more weeks. Normally, I couldn't wait to get back to school, but Kane had me wishing for an endless summer of being in his arms. This summer was nothing like I had envisioned. I thought living at home with Lady Deathstrike was going to be torturous. Instead, it had ended up being the best summer of my life. While Eva would never be my favorite, her son always would be. I smiled, thinking back to our parents' wedding. How our relationship began with him rescuing me from getting my hand stuck in my lacy bra, all due to my ring and those pesky cake crumbs that had taken a deep dive down my chest. That would be quite the story to tell as we got older. Kane had not only rescued me from an embarrassing situation, he'd saved me from myself this summer. For the first time in my life, I saw myself for who I really was, and I loved who I saw. I loved him too, even though I had been too afraid to say it. What if he didn't feel the same way? He did say he would make time to see me as often as we could while I was at school, and that I was one of the best things that had ever happened to him. And it's not like Samford was that far away. It was barely over a 2-hour drive. We could see each other every weekend. I liked the sound of that. Maybe Kane and I could make a list of everything we wanted to do in the fall. Or maybe we would have to finish off part of our summer list, since Augie had kind of put a damper on it. We had 5 more items to go after today. Starlight Drive-In, Sips Under the Sea at the aquarium, Stone Mountain, the outdoor concert series at the Wildflower Meadow at Serenby, and the Botanical Garden. Maybe I should brave telling him how I truly felt. Wasn't it Kane who always told me not to be afraid of who I was? Well, I was a woman in love. I squeezed the photo album one more time before jumping off my bed and hustling to get ready for the day. That meant throwing on my red swimsuit and cutoffs before pulling up my load of curls. My skin was so sun-kissed from our summer of fun that makeup wasn't even a thought. Not that Kane cared if I wore makeup or not. He didn't even care about my freshman 15. And by some miracle, I didn't either. Who knew I could feel so comfortable about my body? It was sad I had never taken the time to appreciate it until this summer. But from here on out, this was a whole new world for me. Scarlett Armstrong was going to live her dreams. You know, as soon as I told my father I didn't want to take over his company and would be specializing in forensic pathology. I still didn't know how to broach that conversation, especially after yesterday in his office. If I only felt secure in Augie's love, this would be a no-brainer. But I feared what telling him would do to our very delicate and almost non-existent relationship. Thankfully, I had something else to look forward to before that dreaded conversation. The doorbell rang, and I raced down the stairs with my bag full of towels, sunscreen, and lip balm. I planned on lots of kissing. Augie got to the door before I could. It was odd to have him home on a Saturday morning. He was usually golfing with other executives in the area or at the office. It shouldn't have surprised me, though. He'd been acting off all summer. However, I wasn't used to him doing anything fatherly like meeting a date at the door. Before Augie opened the door, he gave me a once-over. His troubled hazel eyes narrowed and he let out a deep sigh. "Is something wrong?" He ran a hand through his thick, yet thinning, dyed brown hair.
Be careful, Scarlett.
I wished he would stop saying that to me this summer. I didn't know what Augie was so worried about. Kane was all for me finishing my education, and it wasn't like he and I were planning on running off and getting married. Besides, Kane encouraged me to reach my career goals, and hopefully, my other goals that involved him. "Augie, I'm always careful." He pressed his lips together, making the lines around his eyes more pronounced. Sometimes I forgot Augie was getting older. He chased his youth like he ran away from real connections. How he ran away from me.
Just remember you're young.
I was tired of that catchphrase this summer, too. When I didn't respond, Augie opened the door. There Kane stood, wearing my favorite swim trunks, the Hawaiian ones. The ones he'd worn the first time we'd gone swimming together in our pool. My knees went weak thinking of the heated kisses we'd shared that night. Kane wore something else that caught my attention, a look of contempt for my father. Augie sighed and hung his head, which wasn't like him at all. I was confused as I looked between the two men. What was going on? Augie let out a meaningful deep breath and walked off, not saying a word to Kane or me. Before I could ask what all that meant, Kane pulled me to him and took my face in his strong hands. His minty breath was intoxicating, as were his beautiful eyes. I loved when he didn't shave and left a dark layer of stubble on his angular, tanned face. "Is everything okay?"
It is now.
He gently brushed my lips with his own. My body erupted in an explosion of tingles, per its usual whenever Kane kissed me. Kane grabbed my hand and my back and rushed us over to his car waiting front and center in the circular drive, next to the large fountain stepmother number 6 had installed. She'd felt the property needed it. As soon as we made it to his car, he took off my glasses and tossed them in the bag before dropping it on the ground. Then he pushed me up against his car. His lips didn't waste a second before slamming into mine. He held my hands and pressed them against my thighs while his body pinned me against his car, as if he couldn't get close enough to me. He parted my lips and tasted me deeply, so deep I could hardly catch a breath. I wasn't complaining, though I wondered if anyone from the house was watching our very public display of affection, and I began to worry, as this kiss felt reminiscent of yesterday's in my office. Urgent. Where was the urgency coming from? Minute upon minute, our lips stayed tangled up. When the kiss did slow, he groaned against my lips.
Scarlett.
He whispered my name. My name had never sounded so good. Kane, are you all right? He kissed the corner of my mouth and my cheek before pressing a kiss to my forehead.
Always when I'm with you. Let's get out of here.
The hour drive to Dawsonville was mostly a quiet one. Kane held my hand the entire drive and kept sneaking glances of me when he could, almost as if he were making sure I was still there. Something was off, but every time I pressed him to tell me what was going on, he brushed it off. He told me he only wanted this day to be about us. I was fine with that. Still, I wanted to ease whatever was bothering him, and I knew him well enough to know he was upset. I was missing his smiles and laughter. When we reached our destination, he had barely thrown the car in park before his lips were on mine again. This time, his hands tangled themselves in my hair, making it come tumbling down around us.
"You are so beautiful,"
he said between taking my breath away. "You are too." He chuckled lowly. He always laughed when I called him beautiful. It was good to hear his laugh. He sat back in his seat and took a deep breath. I had to catch my breath, too.
"Plan on me kissing you all day."
"Works for me." He got out of the car, came around, and opened my door. I was trying to put my hair back up to no avail. Kane took my hand.
"Don't. I love it down."
"You say that now, but this humidity is going to make it look like I stuck my finger in a light socket."
"Leave it down,"
he begged. I tilted my head. Something was definitely off. I didn't ask again what it was. Instead, I let him help me out of the car. He seemed determined not to let me go, even when retrieving my bag, his backpack, and the small cooler he'd brought. He carried each item and still held my hand as we walked the trail. The mid-morning August sun was already blazing hot, and the humidity made it feel like a sauna. Thankfully, the trail offered periods of shade, provided by the forest of trees, and it wasn't an awful hike. Very little elevation change and only a little rocky. There was so much I wanted to say. I wanted to plan our fall list and ask about the project Augie had him working on, but whatever Kane was dealing with hung in the air like the humidity sticking to my skin. For 3 miles, we made small talk about the weather and the beauty the trail offered. It was so unlike our normal talks. It was almost as if he didn't want to have any meaningful conversations. The only thing of consequence we spoke of was the photo album Augie had given to me. When I expressed how surprised I was by it, all Kane had to say was,
"I'm not surprised at all."
"Why?" Kane knew Augie wasn't a sentimental man or an attentive father.
"Let's not talk about your father,"
he growled. I let it drop. By the time we made it to the swimming hole, I was ready for a dip in the cool water. The rushing rapids sounded refreshing, and being close to the river dropped the temperature about 10 degrees, which was a nice reprieve. A lot of other people must have thought so too, as it was crowded. Sounds of laughter and cheering filled the air as people made their way down the chutes of water and splashed in the pools below the rocks. Others were lying on the rocks and soaking up the rays. While I shimmied out of my cutoffs, I watched Kane spread out a blanket under the shade of a river birch tree before he took off his t-shirt. His golden brown skin looked smooth to the touch. Sweat beads dripped down his taut chest and landed among his defined abs. I bit my lip, mesmerized by him, still in shock that this man chose to be mine. It should give hope to all the shy, awkward pre-med students out there. I approached him, taking my glasses off when I reached him and gently tossing them on the blanket. I wrapped my arms around his beautiful body and rested my head against his hard chest. He didn't hesitate to embrace me. "Please tell me what's wrong." Without a word, he scooped me up, and I threw my arms around his neck. He gave me a forced smile.
"Time for a swim."
I let him keep his secret, for now. We entered the water together. I gripped him tighter, stung by the cold of the river. Kane didn't seem to mind. He seemed reluctant to let me go at all, and even when he did set me down, he pulled me right back to him. I snuggled up against him, letting the nearby rowdy crowd splash us. Kane kept kissing my head and running his hands down my back and arms. His touch sent more shivers down me than the cold water. Once we'd cooled off, we headed back to the blanket. Neither of us spoke about eating the food Kane had brought. There seemed to be more pressing needs, though I wasn't sure what those were. We soaked each other in while lying on the blanket together, my head on his chest. My fingers danced down his wet skin.
"That feels good,"
he whispered. "Thank you for this summer, Kane," I spoke quietly. He embraced me tighter.
"It was one for the books."
"It's been the best summer I've ever had." Those words seemed so inadequate and not truly what I wanted to tell him. I needed him to know what the past 3 months had meant to me, what he meant to me. With my heart full of emotion and beating wildly, I propped myself up on Kane's glorious chest. He offered me a smile. My trembling fingers touched his lips. "I love your smile." "I love you," I said, so breathy it was as if it were whispered by the light breeze. For a moment, I experienced such sweet relief telling him how I felt. I was filled with the hope of him reciprocating my feelings. It didn't last long. His eyes grew wide before he tightly shut them and let out a heavy sigh.
Scarlett, have you ever been in love before?
It seemed as if it pained him to ask. How could he ask that? The man had needed to teach me how to kiss. He knew I had never been in a serious relationship before him. No, I sat up, trying not to cry. I was an idiot. I should have known he didn't feel the same way. I reached for my glasses, intent on walking back to the water or back to his car, anywhere to be alone. Kane reached for my hand.
Scarlett, stop.
Please, let me go, I cried.
No, you need to listen to me,
he begged before gently turning my face toward him. Hot tears of embarrassment started to stream down my face and onto his hand. He wiped a few tears away while tenderly looking at me.
You are so young. You need to live more life and fall in love again and again,
he struggled to say. You sound like my father.
Your father is right,
he snapped. I felt as if he had slapped me. I tried to look away from him, but he wasn't having it.
Scarlett, I'm not trying to hurt you.
His tone softened. Too late. Is it because I'm not beautiful and stick skinny like all your other girlfriends? He let go of my face.
How could you think that?
He asked angrily. Did you love any of them? I choked out. He hesitated, seeming reluctant to respond. It gave me all the answer I needed. I scrambled to stand and put my cutoffs back on. He gently grabbed my arm.
Scarlett, I've been promoted to senior global manager.
He spat out, as if he were upset about it, which was odd, considering that was huge for him and what he wanted. He hadn't expected he would reach that level for another year or two. Congratulations, I said, a tad snarky. I mean, he'd just crushed my dreams and I was supposed to celebrate that one of his came true? He hung his head.
I'll be based out of London.
What?
Your father told me yesterday, he growled. I'm moving next week.
To London? As in England? As in across the ocean? I grabbed my stomach, hardly able to catch my breath. He nodded. When were you going to tell me?
Tonight.
So, what was all this today? He ran the back of his hand down my cheek.
It was me trying to say goodbye, to come to terms with, well, it doesn't matter.
It mattered to me. What about us? He swallowed hard.
Scarlett,
he whispered.
You're going to go to medical school and live your life. You don't need me to do that.
Some emotion crept into his voice.
Long-distance relationships aren't feasible.
He sounded like he didn't even believe that. We could try. I'm willing to try. I want to be in your life, Kane. I sounded like a ridiculous schoolgirl. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Are you saying you don't want me? I squeaked out. I wanted to know what had happened to change his mind. How he could go from telling me yesterday that I was one of the best things to ever happen to him to saying I should go live my life without him. He opened his eyes and whispered,
I didn't say that.
What are you saying then? He hung his head, then opened and shut his mouth several times before replying,
Goodbye.
I never knew one word could crush my soul and leave me feeling so empty I couldn't breathe. And I certainly didn't know one person who could make me so happy and hurt me so profoundly. It was a pain I had never known. It made me wish I had never met Kane Hudson. The After. What came after was 8 grueling years of medical school and my residency, marked by my attempt to forget Kane and do exactly what he'd said to do, fall in love. Oh, I tried and tried. But how could I give my heart to someone when it was no longer mine? Despite my best efforts, I never came close to feeling how I had during the before. If that wasn't bad enough, apparently stealing my heart wasn't everything Kane wanted. No, he wanted it all. He was out for blood. My blood. Little did he know, that spelled war. And this time, I didn't intend to lose. Houseguest. 8 years later. I was doing the right thing, right? I'd been asking myself this for hours as I drove from California back to Georgia. Honestly, I'd been asking myself the same question for years, which was crazy, seeing as I just spent 3 grueling years completing my clinical pathology residency at Stanford. Not to mention the 4 years of med school at Johns Hopkins before that. It was a little too late to second-guess my decision now. I was going to work for my dad at Armstrong Labs. It was set in stone. No backing out now. What were dreams, anyway? It's not like forensic pathology was as glamorous as TV shows made it appear. Not to say that forensics wasn't amazing. I mean, forensics helped put away serial killers and solve famous kidnappings like the Lindbergh case. It also gave families closure and peace of mind. Sure, Armstrong Labs was paving the way for innovative blood plasma treatments, which was vital, and my new position as lab director would be important. If only that made me feel better. I cranked up Lorena McKennitt on the car stereo. I needed a little Celtic music to soothe my soul. The miles seemed to stretch on forever, yet they were going by too quickly. The closer I got to Atlanta, the more I questioned myself. More like my sanity. I wondered if my father would ever see me for who I really was. Would becoming his protege finally accomplish that? When I was ready to take the reins of Armstrong Labs when he eventually retired, would I finally get more than a pat on the back and a new car, like he had given me when I'd graduated with honors from medical school? He had asked that I stay with him while I looked for my own place. That was something. It gave me some hope that we could have the kind of relationship I'd always wished for. Plus, while I stayed with him, there would be no stepmother or step-siblings at the house to distract from our time together, as Augie hadn't been remarried in 2 years. I guess 10 marriages was his limit. Hallelujah. Stepmother number 9 had been a doozy. The woman, who was younger than me, called me before the wedding to say she expected me to call her Mom. Let's just say I hadn't gone to the wedding, and I'd informed Augie I wouldn't be attending any of his future nuptials. I refused to deal with any more demanding stepmothers. It was bad enough I was going to be working with several of my ex-step-siblings. One in particular. The real reason I was questioning myself. Kane. Kane, the shining star of Armstrong Labs, the COO, the second highest-ranking person in the company. Thorn in my side. My first love. I thought he would have disappeared by now, but no. He was in my face like a breaking news flash on a 24-hour cycle. Whether it was the company newsletter or the quarterly reports highlighting all his accomplishments that Augie made sure to send me to keep me up to date, Kane was always mentioned. Even worse were the holiday dinners. Seriously, our parents had divorced 7 years ago, so why in the world did he keep coming to Christmas dinner? He had his own family, and mine obviously had issues. The only reason I even showed up was because Augie, for some reason, always asked me to come, and Naomi still lived in Atlanta. She was good incentive to go home. I'd even stayed with her a few times, although I'd stopped after she said it hurt Augie's feelings. Regardless, Kane had no business being there. He was the reason I'd started bringing dates home. Of course, he had to one-up me and started showing up with supermodels. I won't even go into how he played a part of scaring off my now ex-fiancé. Okay, maybe I will. He'd told Ethan last Christmas that he had the personality of a dry piece of toast, and then had the audacity to lecture him on how he should be treating me. Really, the man who'd left me for London without a thought. Who had treated me as if I were nothing more than a summer fling. Ethan had treated me fine, thank you very much. so he might have occasionally stopped me mid-sentence to record his thoughts. He was a history professor at Stanford, and he was constantly thinking about his lectures. When brilliance struck, he never let the moment pass. Like, ever. Even during intimate moments. Sure, it got annoying, but Ethan was intelligent, and he could be very thoughtful. I couldn't tell you how many times I had come out of the lab after a brutally long day to find a rose on my windshield with a little note that said, "I love you." And he gave the best foot rubs. Ethan was long gone now, thanks to Kane berating him, and Augie telling him he wasn't the right man for me right after Ethan asked him to pass the ham. How would Augie know that? Augie didn't even know me. I had told Ethan I didn't care whether or not my father approved of him, but right before Valentine's Day, Ethan said he'd been thinking since Christmas that maybe we weren't right for each other. He said my father's wealth bothered him. Apparently, that kind of money went against his principles. What? He taught wealthy people's children at Stanford. Not only that, he said he was concerned about the strange attachment my stepbrother seemed to have to me. Hello? Kane wasn't my stepbrother. And hadn't Ethan noticed Kane's bombshell girlfriend who had practically sat on his lap during Christmas dinner? To top it off, he'd decided he didn't want to move to Atlanta. He didn't think it was fair he had to give up his job for mine. Truthfully, I wasn't as torn up about our breakup as I should have been. Not that I would ever tell anyone that. I guess it said something, though. There had been only one man I'd ever been truly heartbroken over. That man was the reason I was thinking of turning the car around. But how often would I really see Kane? He would be up on the executive level doing his thing, and I would be in the lab doing mine. And when I did have to attend meetings, I would ignore him. I definitely wouldn't think that age had made him more attractive. Nor would I remember what it was like to run my hands through his thick brown hair, or the way his chocolate caramel eyes could see right through me. For sure, I wouldn't dwell on the way his kisses could set my soul on fire, and the fact that no matter how I'd tried to find someone to light the flames again, I'd only ever felt a few sparks and maybe an ember or two. Kane needed to marry one of his supermodels and start going to see her family for the holidays. Better yet, he should find a different company to work for. He would never reach his goal of becoming a CEO of a Fortune 500 company by the time he was 45 if he stayed at Armstrong Labs. Unfortunately, that honor would be mine. And the first order of business when I became CEO would be to fire him. I really needed to stop thinking about him. We were over. So over. And I was no longer the awkward girl who got her hands stuck in her bra while retrieving cake crumbs. Okay, so things like that still happen to me. Even last Christmas, in front of the man himself, I'd had a little mishap when my sleeve had caught on fire as I'd reached for the rolls and had gotten too close to the candle's flame. Of course, Kane had been the first to spring into action. He'd thrown a glass of water on me, then had peered at me with that look he used to give me that said, "You are so adorable." Oh, how I longed to loathe him. Somehow, I never could. Note to self, buy only fire-retardant clothing, and don't eat cake in front of Kane. In fact, don't do anything in front of him. When I hit I-20, I stepped on the gas. I might as well get it over with. 8 years ago, I'd realized dreams were just that. Dreams. There was no use second-guessing myself now. I drove through the gate of our house in Arden, Habersham. It was as beautiful as ever, though it still didn't feel like coming home. I reminded myself it was temporary. I planned on spending the next few weeks hunting for a townhome or condo before I started my new job. I parked in front of the 4-car garage, and when I stepped out of my vehicle into the sweltering July early evening heat, I swore my hair went, "Oh, humidity," and puffed out to twice its size. Marco, my hairstylist in Stanford, had assured me the humidity would be no match for the smoothing cream he'd recommended. He was a liar. I was going to miss the arid air of California. I still had the garage code, so I punched it in and went back to my car while I waited for the door to go up, ready to get out of the sauna that was called Atlanta summer. To my surprise, The spot was already occupied by a red Porsche 911 Carrera. I swallowed hard. The test drive with Kane popped into my head. My heart beat faster than the car could go. I had to take several breaths to calm down. Once I was breathing normally again, I began to wonder why Augie would buy a Porsche, especially the same model and color he who should not be named or remembered said he would buy as soon as he reached sea level. Did he and Augie buy matching Porsches? Was it a bonding moment for CEO and COO? Augie did like fine cars, but he was more a Mercedes kind of guy. So weird. Maybe it was Augie's midlife crisis car, except one would think his last prepubescent wife should have taken care of that itch. But who knew when it came to Augie? I tried desperately not to think of the day Kane had taken me for a test drive, during that fateful summer long ago when I had still believed in dreams, when I'd believed in Kane. I had never seen anyone happier than Kane was behind the wheel of his dream car, screaming down the highway. Except maybe when he was watching me drive. He'd almost walked away with that car, but he wanted to save it as a reward for when he'd reached his career goals. I still remembered like it was yesterday. Our first kiss during that test drive. Stop thinking about him. Wanting to be out of the heat, I grabbed my 2 suitcases and laptop case and headed into the house. I would figure out where to park the car later, after I showered and napped. After being in the car for 4 days, I felt disgusting. Augie had offered to pay to ship my car or even fly out and drive back with me. I'm not going to lie, that one freaked me out. Don't get me wrong, part of me really wanted to say yes, but we had never spent that much time together, and I wasn't sure a road trip was the best place to start. Besides, I'd figured he would be on the phone the entire drive, so what would be the point? Plus, I needed time to decompress and delay the inevitable for as long as I could. I walked into the mudroom and was hit with the scent of 2 of my favorite things, chocolate chip cookies and chicken with red wine cream sauce. Did Augie have Miss Ray come over to make me a welcome home dinner? I would have never believed Augie had it in him. It was the most thoughtful thing he had ever done for me. I dropped my bags and ran into the kitchen, ready to throw my arms around Miss Ray. I missed her so much. She'd retired after I went to medical school. I only saw her when I visited, which wasn't often, although we kept in touch by phone. But she had obviously been keeping secrets from me. When I reached the kitchen, I skidded to a halt. There was no dear, white-haired lady in the kitchen. Oh, no. There was a gorgeous, half-naked man pulling a sheet pan full of cookies out of the oven. It was like heaven and hell, all wrapped up together. Kane, I spluttered. What are you doing here in a towel? Avert your eyes. Quit thinking about what it was like to rest your head on his beautiful, defined chest. Or how sexy he looks with his wet, slicked-back hair. For sure, don't focus on those water droplets taking their time dripping down his gorgeous body. Oh, what I would give to be a water droplet right now. Stop thinking like that! Kane, with a smirk worthy of being smacked off his face, held out the pan.
Baking cookies. Chocolate chip with semi-sweet chocolate.
Why did he remember that was the way I liked them best? I see that, I said, practically out of breath. I spun around, unable to continue looking at him. Why is the better question, I managed to say. It was then I remembered I wasn't looking all that hot in yoga pants and an oversized t-shirt. You couldn't tell I had finally lost the freshman 15. That's what rotations and a residency will do to you. Some days there was hardly time to eat, plus I had taken up swimming as a stress reliever. Sure, Kane had seen my trimmer body during the holidays, not that he'd noticed, or that I wanted him to. But, since he was here, it wouldn't have hurt to be wearing something more form-fitting.
I thought it would be nice, since you were coming home. You're early, by the way. Augustus said 6.
I was thoroughly confused. Augie invited you over to bake cookies in a towel? Kane's deep laugh rumbled through the large kitchen.
Didn't he tell you? I'm living here while my house is being renovated.
I held onto the wall for support and closed my eyes. What? He failed to mention that.
Scarlet,
he crooned. The way he said my name went through me like a bolt of lightning.
why won't you face me?
Wasn't that obvious? You're naked, he chuckled.
Not quite, he drawled. Besides, darling, I'm not showing off anything that you haven't already seen.
Please, don't remind me. Nights in the pool with him flashed through my brain like a steamy movie montage. I was going to have to fan myself momentarily.
Dr. Armstrong, don't tell me you've gone shy again, he teased.
I still wasn't used to people calling me Dr. Armstrong, even though for the last few years I'd practically heard it on a daily basis. I'm not shy. Okay, I still kind of was, but he didn't need to know that. However, I don't think it's proper for me, for us to... Well, never mind. Where's my father? I was going to have some serious words with him. Had I known Kane was staying here, I would have stayed with Naomi. And why was Kane staying here? His mother still lived in town, and he had a girlfriend.
He's at the office.
I wasn't surprised, even though it was Sunday.
He should be back for dinner, though. Like I said, you're early.
Great. I'm going to go call him. I started to walk toward the door that led to my old room, hoping there weren't any more naked ex-boyfriends up there.
Wait,
Kane said abruptly. I kept my back turned to him, refusing to behold his beautiful body.
How's Ethan?
He asked out of the blue. I clenched my fists. Don't pretend that you don't know we split up. I would have been sending out wedding invitations right about now. How's Katrina? Katrina and Kane, unfortunately, had a ring to it.
We broke up.
Why did that make me happy? Tragic. You have my condolences. The sarcasm oozed out of me.
We were never serious. I knew she wasn't the right woman for me.
Better luck next time, I quipped, ready to leave his presence. I almost felt sorry for Katrina. I knew what it was like to not be the right woman. It was devastating.
Thank you, Scarlet. Believe me, I'm going to need it.
What did that mean? I guess he already had the next supermodel lined up. All right. I'm going to go to my room. I pointed in the direction of the stairs.
Dinner will be done in 45 minutes. Feel free to push any of my toiletries out of the way in the bathroom.
What bathroom?
Which bathroom do you think? The adjoining one between our rooms.
I grabbed my chest. You're staying in the room next to mine? I stuttered.
I thought it would be more fun that way.
I could hear the smile in his voice. Fun wasn't the word I was thinking. To stay or to go? Naomi, I whispered. Can I please come stay with you? I decided to call her instead of my father as I stared at all of Kane's toiletries on my bathroom counter. I would almost think this was a practical joke, but I peeked into the room that connected to the Jack and Jill bathroom, and it looked well lived in. There was even a king-size bed in there now and a huge flat screen, not to mention his clothes strewn all over. I didn't remember him being such a slob. It was almost as if he were a nervous teen girl, trying on every outfit he owned before a date. Maybe he had a date tonight. The thought made me feel jealous and ill, which was ridiculous. Why are you whispering, honey? Is something wrong? I picked up the bottle of Kane's intoxicating cologne that smelled like spicy ginger cookies. Yes, something is very wrong. You're worrying me. Where are you? I'm at home. Is Augustus okay? She sounded panicked. Poor Naomi still loved Augie after all these years. He's fine, as far as I know. He's not here, but someone else is. Another bimbo? I could hear her blood boiling. No, Kane, I whispered. That's not unusual. He's living here while his house is being renovated, I eked out. Really? She laughed. Well, that is quite the bold move. What does that mean? Honey, isn't it obvious? No, it's not. She paused. I've been reluctant to say anything to you, but it's obvious you two never really got over each other. Of course we did. I said it like I was defending my honor. I got engaged, remember? And believe me, Kane was way over me. Honestly, I wondered if he was ever really into me. He so easily left me. How could he have been? Yes, I do, she sighed. I have to say, I'm happy you didn't go through with it. I slapped my hand against my chest. I thought you liked Ethan. Liked him, yes, but I had my concerns. You didn't say anything. Honey, you seemed determined, and I didn't want to stand in the way of... She paused and paused. Stand in the way of what? Well, of your desperate attempt to move on. Desperate? I was highly offended, though only because she was probably right. I'm not desperate. Perhaps that was a poor choice of words, she conceded. But honey, you need to face the truth. You never got over Kane. I wiped some tears from my eyes, not willing to admit that for even a second. Can I stay with you? I pleaded again. She took a deep breath and let it out. As much as I would love that, I'm going to tell you I think it's best if you stay there. It will be good for you. I almost fell backward into the tub. Good for me? I questioned while I steadied myself. You've been running away from your feelings for far too long. No feelings here to run from, I lied. Before she could call me out on my lie, there was a loud knock on the door, making me scream. I was so on edge.
You all right in there?
Kane shouted. Fine. Just fine. Naomi laughed. Sounds like I better let you go. Have fun. Why does everyone keep thinking this is going to be fun? Thanks a lot. I love you, honey. Call me later. I hung up and took a deep breath. I'm leaving. The bathroom is all yours, I called out, even though I hadn't freshened up like I had planned to, or even taken out my contacts. My eyes needed the break. After years of wearing them, I still didn't love them. But I found them to be better when working in the lab, especially when looking through a microscope. Besides, there were 5 other bathrooms in this house I could use.
Don't go. I brought you cookies.
I did love cookies, but... Are you dressed?
If you want, I can take the towel off.
He laughed to himself. Well, that did it. I dropped my phone onto the Italian tile and faltered back into the large jetted tub while visions of, well, never mind, danced in my head. I let out a yelp when I hit my head and my legs flew up in the air. I had no idea how Kane unlocked the door, but I was filing that bit of information away and definitely using a different bathroom during my short stay. He swept in all his half-naked glory, and before I knew it, he was towering above me, giving me the same look, a mixture of concern and amusement, he had 8 years ago when he'd caught me with my hand stuck down my bra digging out cake crumbs. He reached out his hand to me, his eyes smiling. I'm fine. I tried to right myself. I couldn't touch him. I knew exactly how it would feel. It would feel like coming home. And he'd made it clear 8 years ago that he didn't want to play house with me. While I awkwardly tried to maneuver myself into a less precarious position, he reached in and easily lifted me up and out. The force of it had me landing way too close to him. I could smell the clean scent of his body soap and feel the heat rolling off him. I wanted to back away, but he had a hold of my hand and it would mean going back in the tub. There was something so comforting about his hand. It warmed me in ways I couldn't explain. It didn't matter, though. He'd chosen his path, and it went in the opposite direction of mine. I pulled my hand away from his. Thanks. I tried to keep my eyes averted. Unfortunately, my line of sight was his defined pectorals. How I ached to brush my fingers across his smooth chest. I clenched my fists, resisting the urge. Why he still affected me like this I couldn't explain, and I wished he didn't. With no thought for my mental health, he tipped my chin up with his finger.
Still hiding secrets behind those eyes of yours, I see.
How often had he said that to me during the best summer of my life? He'd said it until I had believed he truly wanted to know them. I had shared my innermost thoughts with him, my hopes and dreams. Then he'd left me. I turned my head from him. I wasn't hiding secrets anymore, except maybe the one regarding how much I wished things could have turned out differently for us. I would never tell him I still dreamed about him and ached for his touch. Or how much I missed his laughter and ability to get me to come out of my shell. No, he would never know my secrets again. No secrets here. Thanks again. I turned and headed toward my room.
Scarlet, we should talk.
I paused at the door. What about? A bathroom schedule? This one is all yours. I'll use the hall bath.
I don't want to talk about the bathroom. Hell, I'll use the one in the hall. Will you please just look at me?
He pleaded. I gripped the doorknob for support. I can't.
I'll put some pants on.
That won't help.
Tell me what will,
he begged. I rested my forehead against the door. Why does it matter to you?
Scarlet.
A loud timer went off.
Damn,
Kane exclaimed under his breath.
The chicken is done. We'll pick this conversation up later.
I didn't think that was a good idea. I rushed into my room, shut the door, and leaned against it, trying not to hyperventilate. What was wrong with me? I was a grown woman now, a doctor, not some wide-eyed co-ed who had zero experience with men. I couldn't stay here. Maybe Mindy would let me stay with her and her family, though she'd just had baby number 3. I'm sure I could deal with a crying baby all hours of the night. In fact, I could use some baby snuggles. Or I could get a hotel. I did have a high-paying job, after all. A knock on my bedroom door interrupted my thoughts. I planned on ignoring it, figuring it was half-naked Kane.
Scarlet, are you in there?
My father's gruff voice surprised me. I padded over to the door and opened it, ready to give Augie a piece of my mind. I say that, yet I knew I wouldn't. Instead, I stood there, looking at him and silently begging him to see me, to love me. He, too, seemed at a loss for words as he ran his hand through his still thickish, now silver hair. I was so glad he had stopped dyeing it in an effort to look younger. Maybe, since he wasn't marrying a new woman every year or two, he felt like he could show his age a bit. For 63, he looked great. He was trim with an athletic build and tan from being out on the golf course making deals and keeping up appearances. I was pretty sure Botox was a friend of his. Hi, Dad. Augie. I slipped up and called him what I always wished he would be. My dad. Not only my father.
You made it.
He stated the obvious. It would appear so. I smiled. The corners of his lips twitched, which was saying something for the man who never smiled.
How was the drive?
He seemed about as uncomfortable as I felt, not knowing what to say. Long, but good.
Good.
He nodded. Good, I replied, not knowing what else to say. I think most daughters would have flown into their father's arms by now and said how much they missed them. I longed to do that, but I didn't miss Augie. I missed out on him, and I desperately wanted to find him. Where was the man in the pictures I held so dear? The man who once adored infant me? More than anything, that's why I had come home. I knew deep within me that I had to know that man.
Dinner is in 15 minutes, he replied.
Great. More time with Kane. I hoped he put on some clothes before we ate. Thank you for letting me know. I assumed we were done and began to shut the door. As the door started to close, Augie did something unprecedented. He reached out and rested his hand on my shoulder. I think the last time he touched me was when he'd literally patted me on the back when I'd graduated from medical school. I stared at his large hand, wishing I knew what it felt like to hold it. Would I feel secure and like I belonged? Augie cleared his throat.
I'm glad you're here,
he rushed to say. His hand popped off and he jetted away. I watched him walk down the long hall, wondering what had just happened. It was one of the most tender things he had ever said to me. It had me wanting more from him. Unfortunately, it also had me thinking maybe I shouldn't go to Mindy's or a hotel. I leaned against my doorframe, contemplating this decision. Kane would be at work most of the time, and I would be furiously house hunting. Most evenings, I'm sure I could find something to occupy my time. Maybe Augie and I could even do dinner. And surely Kane would have plans. He wasn't one to sit still. More than likely, he probably had his entire summer planned out. After all, he loved lists. I wouldn't mention I'd kept the one he'd written of my 10 best qualities to help me with my medical school application essay. The essay he'd helped me to perfect. The one that got me into my first choice, Johns Hopkins. I wasn't sure why I'd kept the list. Maybe it was because it was the first time a man had told me I was beautiful. Though not beautiful enough for him, apparently. I really needed to stop thinking about him. Maybe I should go to Mindy's or check into a hotel. But it was 3 weeks, 4 tops of my life. Who knew? Maybe this time Augie wouldn't disappoint me. He had, after all, asked me to stay with him, and he was glad I was here. I could do this. Who was Kane to me, anyway? Jumping back in the water. I stood at the edge of the pool and rubbed my neck in the early morning light. The air was already too sticky. Why did I leave California again? Oh yeah, to live my father's dream in hopes of coming to know him, and apparently to be tortured by Kane. I hadn't slept well last night, despite being exhausted from the long drive. Knowing Kane was in the room next to me, and the way he'd behaved during dinner, had kept my mind on hyperdrive all night. It was still in Kane mode this morning. I dove into the invigorating water, hoping a good long swim would help clear my mind. I knew how futile it was. It had been 8 years, and I'd never forgotten about Kane. Not like I obsessed about him. Well, at least not after the first year. My senior year of college had been rough. I'd questioned what was real and whom I could trust. My conclusion was myself. For that, I would always thank Kane. I mean, not to his face, but in my heart. The heart he'd breathed life into and then stolen. Thankfully, med school and my residency kept me so busy I didn't have time to miss the beating in my chest. Everything became so mechanical for me, even my relationships. I'd once dated a man for several months who finally ended up telling me I did a great impression of a woman in love, and he loved me so much he was willing to take the imitation. Then he also said he loved me too much to allow me to live a pretend life. Those words still stung because I knew they were true, and I had unintentionally hurt someone I really cared for. I let the cool, teetering on warm water wash over me, trying to concentrate on my breathing and each stroke. I reveled in the feel of the silky salt water. I had to say, I missed this pool. It was better than the chlorinated one at my condo complex in California. I intended to enjoy this pool while I could, as I wouldn't be at Augie's long. Honestly, after dinner last night, I'd contemplated checking into a hotel later this morning. Kane had been, well, Kane. The Kane from 8 summers ago. He'd been all smiles and laughter. Worse, it had been as if he was trying to relive our time together in one sitting. I sat, flabbergasted, as he'd talked about several of the city attractions we had been to together. If that wasn't odd enough, he'd started talking about every episode of Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist that had ever been on, as if he'd religiously watched and re-watched them. Even weirder was that I'd never had the impression that he enjoyed that show when we were dating. I hated to use that word, dating. For so long, I'd wondered if that summer was only about him getting close to me so he could get his dream job in London. That job shot him to stardom. He was the golden boy, not only of Armstrong Labs, but of the blood plasma business world. And obviously, he and Augie were close. Closer than even I was with my father. How long had they been roommates? Long enough that he'd actually made my father laugh last night. I didn't even know Augie could laugh. It was some weird inside joke between them about golf scores. I, on the other hand, had eaten quickly and only gave short answers to any questions directed my way. The kind of answers that didn't lead to more questions, more engagement. But Kane had been relentless. Questions regarding my thoughts about such and such case on my favorite show. Questions about where I was looking for a place to lease. And questions about if I wanted his help. Absolutely not. And those were the exact words I'd used, which only seemed to amuse him. So much for trying to forget about him. Just swim. Lap after lap, I couldn't shake him. I kept thinking about every little touch from last night. from how he'd made sure to touch my hand when he passed the chicken, to when he'd rested his hand on my thigh under the table, before I'd immediately pushed it off. With every touch, my heart beat as if someone had finally shocked it with a defibrillator. I'm not going to lie, it made me angry. Kane had no right to touch me, and he certainly had no right to affect me so strongly after so many years. After he'd made me fall in love with him and then left me with no cause or warning. Focus on your breathing. Become one with the water. You can do this, Scarlet. You became a doctor. You're strong and smart. Yes, I am. Those were good thoughts until I was interrupted by a huge splash, startling me so badly I swallowed a gallon of water, then began violently coughing while flailing my arms in an attempt to keep my head above water before I drowned. Although that might have been a good alternative to Kane coming to the rescue. Scarlet! He grabbed me, pulled me to the shallow end of the pool, then started patting my back while I gasped for air, and not just because of the water I'd sucked into my lungs. My body, though convulsing, was very aware it was in Kane's arms, against his bare chest, and there was little clothing between us. My traitorous body longed to sink into him and rest my head against his chest. Worse, my heart screamed that it was alive and home. That I couldn't have. I pushed away from him, but he wasn't letting me go. Breathe. He kept patting my back. I stuttered between coughs, hardly able to get oxygen into my lungs. Why did I always do embarrassing things around him? I mean, he wasn't the only witness to my idiocy, but he was the last person I wanted as my audience. I didn't mean to scare you. He stopped patting my back and brushed some of the hair that had fallen out of my messy bun away from my face. His touch scared me more than anything. I took a good, deep breath in without coughing and pushed away. I'm fine. The pool is all yours. I turned to swim back to the steps. Kane was quick on the draw and reached for me, gently grabbing my wrist. Scarlet, he said tenderly. I hung my head and sighed. Why wouldn't he leave me alone? Please look at me. I'd been doing my best to avoid it at all costs. His rich caramel eyes did things to me. They made me believe anything was possible, that dreams could come true. They were false advertisers. But I couldn't avoid him forever, so I dared a peek. That was my first mistake. Not only were his eyes irresistible and full of wonder, but he hadn't shaved yet this morning and, in a word, he was beautiful. I noticed he now had a bit of gray in his dark stubble. It only added to his distinguished air. Kane drew me closer, and I was so mesmerized by those eyes of his, it didn't even register until we were so close that I could smell the spearmint mouthwash on his breath. What are you doing? I breathed out. Having the best morning I've had in a long time. What does that even mean? I think you know. I shook my head. I wasn't allowing myself to go where his undertones were heading. I couldn't believe his audacity. I need to go. Scarlet, I missed you, he blurted. No, don't say things like that. You don't get to say things like that. Why? I narrowed my eyes at him. You know why. I told you Well, never mind. Good one, Scarlet. Bring up how you humiliated yourself and told him you loved him, only to have him tell you to go fall in love with other men. You left. It was as simple as that. I yanked away from him and dove into the water. The athletic man made it to the steps before I did. No matter, I was still leaving. I ignored him and walked out of the pool, only to have him follow me to the towel valet. He stood in front of it like a juvenile, preventing me from reaching for a towel. I stood there, dripping wet in my red tankini, staring at him, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, he looked me over from head to toe, a big grin spreading across his face. Oh, I got it. Is this body now worthy of you? I spun and headed for the house, not caring if I dripped water all the way up to my room. I'd always known he wanted someone more attractive than me, given his supermodel propensity. Not to say I would be hitting the runways anytime soon. I wasn't even close to that level. But I wasn't oblivious to the fact I had received more male attention since I'd lost weight. Kane grabbed my hand and spun me right back around, fury blazing in his eyes.
Did I do things during our relationship that I regret and wish to God every day I could take back? The answer is yes. But tell me one time when I ever gave a damn about your weight.
I had never seen him this angry. I stood speechless, blinking and blinking, wondering what regrets he had and trying to think of a time when he had made my weight an issue. He never had. It was always me. But the fact remained that he'd left. Not only left me, but cut me out of his life completely, except for holiday dinners, which were awkward messes. What else was I supposed to think? Please let me go. He dropped my hand with a heavy exhale.
Scarlett, I didn't come out here to upset you. I want to talk to you. Explain why I left.
You had 8 years to explain yourself.
You think I don't know that?
He whispered. Why now? It doesn't even matter anymore, I lied. He wasn't buying it for a second.
If that were true, you wouldn't keep trying to run away from me.
He smirked, daring me to contradict him. My mouth fell open, but not a word came out. I hated that he still knew me so well. Fine. I would show him. I stood tall and folded my arms across my bare midriff. Go ahead. Let's hear it. He chuckled.
I really have missed you.
I wish you wouldn't say that, I said, half exasperated. That wiped the smile off his face.
I'm not trying to hurt you. I only want you to know the truth. Can I take you to breakfast?
As much as I wanted to know the reason why he'd left, my heart couldn't afford being in his presence. As hard as I tried not to, I still loved him. He was the first man to ever see me, and he introduced me to myself. It was the best gift I had ever been given. Because of that, he and I would always be connected. But while the connection did exist, it didn't mean I needed to torture myself by deepening it. I don't think it's a good idea. Maybe you could send me an email. He stepped closer, smiling.
I really think this should be an in-person conversation, darling.
Oh, no. He was not darlin' in me with his sexy southern accent. I stepped back. You could text, I suggested. It's not like I had changed my number. And if he didn't still have it, he could get it from his BFF Augie.
What are you afraid of?
Definitely him. I'm not, I stuttered. I'm busy. Very busy. He reached out and played with a strand of my curly hair. My eyes came face to face with his taut, smooth chest and his nipples. That stupid YouTube video I'd watched years ago about how to kiss like a goddess popped into my head, and I started to giggle like an idiot. Never did find out if he liked to have his nipples kissed, and it would definitely remain a mystery. Kane tilted his head.
What's so funny?
Nothing. I need to go.
I really wish you wouldn't.
His sexy undertones and body had me spellbound. My head and heart were at war about whether we should stay or go. The spell was broken when Augie appeared almost out of nowhere. He was already dressed for the day in a suit and tie. He looked between Kane and me, and long gone was the disdain from 8 years ago, whenever he saw us together. In fact, if I wasn't mistaken, his lips twitched like he might smile. Was I in the Twilight Zone?
Good. You're both together. I want to talk to you.
I stepped away from Kane, and this time he didn't close the distance. Thank goodness. I needed to breathe. We gave Augie our attention.
I would like both of you to meet me in my office today at 10. I have an important matter of business to discuss with you. Carry on.
He didn't even wait for a response before he turned and walked back toward the house. I watched my father go, feeling more and more like I had entered the Twilight Zone. Or maybe the mix-up in the space-time continuum that had long ago thrown Kane and me together was beginning to right itself, or perhaps malfunction again. There was no way to be sure. NASA really needed to investigate this house. Weird happenings were afoot. Do you know what that was all about? I asked Kane.
No clue, but...
He flashed me a heart-stopping grin.
He did say to carry on. Would you like to continue in the pool or head to breakfast?
I was almost taken in by his charm. Almost. But I wasn't that naive anymore, and he'd made his choice 8 years ago. I think I'll let you carry on by yourself. You're good at that. He slapped a hand across his glorious chest.
Ouch, darling. I deserved that, but I don't think I'm giving up.
I turned and walked away, more afraid than I'd ever been. It didn't help when he yelled out,
By the way, I like this new feisty side to you. Looks like the whiskey finally burst the teacup. Total turn on.
I pressed my lips together before I smiled. I was in trouble. Deep trouble. Declaration of War. I walked into the office feeling like an intern again, uncertain and like everyone was looking at me, though I was better dressed now. Ethan had a knack for fashion. He'd taught me how to shop and knew the best places to get designer labels at deeply discounted prices. I was wearing a straight coral dress with a thin black belt. It accentuated all my curves. At least that's what Ethan had said when I tried it on for him back in January. He used to get more excited than me when I found something I liked and looked good in. Fashion was never my thing, but today I felt like I needed to be on my A game. I was very curious as to why Augie wanted to see Kane and me here in his office. He'd had last night to talk to us during dinner, or even this morning at the house. Now that I thought about it, he'd never once brought up business, which was so unlike him. But Kane had dominated the conversation with his incessant need to make me talk to him. After this morning's little episode, his actions during dinner now made more sense. I was beginning to believe he thought we should get back together. Was he insane? And where was this all coming from? We'd both moved on with our lives. Though Naomi contested Kane and I hadn't moved on from each other. She was wrong, right? I would have to worry about it later. Right now, I needed to focus on not falling flat on my face in the heels I was wearing. I still wasn't a fan of pumps, but Ethan had said a dress like this called for them. And he'd said they make my calves look sexy. Why I had the need to feel sexy today, I didn't know. Okay, so maybe I did. Perhaps I wanted to show Kane what he had missed out on. And I wanted people to see I had grown up. That I wasn't the shy, awkward intern anymore. Now I was the shy, awkward lab director. At least I was the well-dressed, shy, awkward lab director. That was another worry. I didn't want people to believe I wasn't qualified, that the only reason I'd gotten the job was because of my last name. Not that it was a secret that if you were ever related to Augie, you had a job with him. Augie wasn't a nepotist per se. You had to prove your worth, but he would always give you a foot in the door. Kane could at least claim he'd made his own way in before Augie had married his mother. Still, no one here would ever know what I had given up to take on this job. Well, maybe one person. But he was the one who'd made me realize dreams were just that. Dreams. After Kane left 8 years ago, I had planned to tell Augie I was going to specialize in forensic pathology, right after I accused him of promoting Kane on purpose so he would leave. However, after I'd voiced my accusation, Augie had tenderly said he was sorry I was hurt, and that he'd assured me Kane had earned the promotion, and he hadn't made Kane break up with me. That was Kane's choice, he'd so painfully pointed out. He added that I should look at it as an opportunity to reach my potential, that he had every confidence I would do great things for Armstrong Labs. I had seen how much that meant to him, and I'd promised him I would. I meant to keep that promise. I had given my life to it. As I rode the elevator to the executive level, I gripped my purse like a lifeline. Not only because real life was hitting me, but because I had to see Kane again. My heart wasn't ready. I'd done everything I could this morning to make sure we didn't see each other again before he left for the office. Even when he'd knocked on my bedroom door and asked if I wanted to ride in together, I'd replied through the door, refusing to come face to face with him again. He'd known I was going to say no, but he'd reiterated he wasn't giving up. As far as I was concerned, he'd given up a long time ago. With a ding, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. I let out a deep breath and stepped onto the gleaming tile floor. I took a moment to look around before I proceeded. Not much had changed since the last time I was here. It was still open and airy, yet just as claustrophobic as it always had been. I can do this. I started forward. My heels clicked and clacked except when I slipped a bit, but thankfully caught myself before I hit the floor. Of course, there were witnesses. And one just happened to be my stepsister, Danielle. "Be careful there," she snickered before walking away. No, "Hi, how are you? I like your dress." Or, "Wow, I love how you straightened your hair." It was fine. I didn't need her approval. Long ago, I quit seeking her acceptance and that of all my other step-siblings, even Kane. He would hate if I ever referred to him as my stepbrother. Maybe I should. The rest of the trip to my father's office was uneventful. When I walked out of the hall leading to the inner sanctum, I was met by Sir Randall, who seemed to be waiting for me to appear. He immediately wrapped me up in his bulging, muscular arms. "Dr. Young Lady." I laughed into his chest. "Hi, Sir Randall." I choked up. It had been a long time since I'd seen him, and like Ray, Naomi, and Mindy, he was one of those shining spots from my past. Someone I had no doubt loved and cared for me. He gave me one more bone-crushing squeeze before letting me go and giving me a big toothy grin.
"Our girl is all grown up."
I reached into my bag and pulled out his favorite candy, chocolate-covered toffee. "I took a detour and stopped in Alabama." His eyes went misty.
"Dr. Young Lady, you're the sweetest girl around." "Yes, she is."
Kane's voice startled me as he came strutting out of his office, looking way too good in his tailored navy suit. Ignore him. I focused solely on Sir Randall, who was now chuckling. Kane would not be ignored and stopped by my side.
"You look amazing."
I paid him no attention. "How's your wife?" I asked Sir Randall. He looked between Kane and me with interest before answering.
"We're getting on, getting older."
I supposed he was getting older. I noticed the extra gray in his hair. However, his deep, dark eyes were still full of life and mischief. "Please tell her hi for me."
"I will."
He held up the box of candy.
"She'll be thanking you for these. I better get back to work, and you two have a meeting, I hear." "Yes, we do,"
Kane drawled. There was no we. Sir Randall narrowed his eyes at Kane.
"Boy, don't be so presumptive. You've got a long road ahead of you. Yes, you do."
He walked off, shaking his head.
"Good thing I like to drive fast,"
Kane whispered in my ear. I fought off the shiver that went down my spine. "You're on a dead-end road." Kane laughed.
"Darling, you're killing me with the one-liners. I like it."
I rolled my eyes at him and walked toward my father's office door. Kane followed and stood in front of the door, leaning against it, before I could even knock.
"Scarlet."
He hit me with his magical, mystical eyes.
"I'm not trying to make light of the situation. Please, just give me the chance to explain why I left."
"I know why. You deserve that promotion. And if you would have let me, I would have been very proud of you. But you never gave me that chance. And I don't think anything you ever say will make me understand why." I tried to keep my voice down and my emotions under control, though it was difficult. I wanted to cry. These were painful memories I didn't enjoy reliving, and I'd done so way too many times over the years. His face turned pale.
"Scarlet, you don't know how sorry I am."
I shrugged. "It's all in the past now, and Augie said I shouldn't live there."
"Could we at least make a visit there to see if we can change the future?"
he pleaded. My eyes widened. He was always so bold. I couldn't understand why now, though. It was like he had chosen to hit the pause button on our relationship, and now he wanted to click play again. That didn't seem right, but I didn't get to answer him because Augie opened the door, making Kane falter, though he had better balance than me and easily steadied himself.
"Good. You're both here."
Augie waved us in. Kane let me go in first. How gentlemanly of him. I waited for Kane and Augie to see where I should sit.
"Have a seat in front of my desk,"
Augie directed. Kane and I each took a seat in the high-back leather chairs. Augie sat at his desk, which was pristinely organized and had two large curved monitors on it, each filled with colorful charts and graphs. Augie sat up straight and looked between me and Kane almost wistfully, it seemed. Weird.
"I know you must be curious why I asked to visit with you both."
Kane and I nodded.
Well, I won't beat around the bush.
Except he swallowed hard a few times before he blurted,
I have come to the decision that it's time for me to retire.
I was rendered speechless. Augie's plan had been to retire when he turned 70. That would give me 7 years to learn all the ins and outs of Armstrong Labs, especially the business side, which was still quite foreign to me. Oh, maybe that's why he'd called Kane in here too. He wanted Kane to mentor me. That wasn't going to happen, though it might be kind of nice to fire him right after he'd helped me. Sweet revenge. But did I really have it in me to fire Kane? The golden boy? The man I loved? The answer was probably not. The big question was why Augie was retiring now. He had to be... No, I couldn't think like that, but my mouth was way ahead of my brain. Are you sick? I blurted out. Augie adjusted the knot of his tie as if it were strangling him.
I'm fine.
He wasn't convincing me. Dad? I squeaked. Augie gave me a half smile. Something was definitely wrong. 2 almost smiles in one day. He was dying. I knew it.
Scarlet, there's nothing to worry about. It's time for me to turn over the reins, which is why I called you both in here.
Kane sat at attention like he was in the running for the job. I scrunched my nose at him, but he was too focused on Augie to notice.
The truth is, this is earlier than I'd planned for, and as you both know, the plan was always for Scarlet to take my place. However, given her lack of experience, the board would like to be reassured of the company's future.
That perked Kane up even more. Was Augie seriously making him the next CEO? And why was Augie talking about me like I wasn't even here? Oh my gosh. He was totally giving the job to Kane. Not to say Kane didn't deserve it. But I had just given up 7 years of my life for this job. Well, really 3. I would have gone to medical school either way. Still, I could have done the residency I'd truly wanted to do had I known this was going to be the outcome.
With that said, I assured them Scarlet was more than capable.
Kane's shoulders rose and fell. That's right. Go be a CEO of another Fortune 500 company. And please, give me back my heart on your way out the door.
The board, though,
Augie paused,
would like some additional assurances and options. And given that you are my 2 favorite and most capable children...
Excuse me. I wanted to raise my hand and say, you only have 1 child. That's me, your flesh and blood. And since when did you have favorites? And how did I not know I was one until now?
The board would like you to each submit a business plan before next month's 3rd quarter meeting. This way, they can evaluate each of you. You will also be expected to present during the meeting, and you will go through a formal interview process. Given my tenure won't end until the end of the year, if they feel like neither of you are qualified, we will expand the search. But I don't see that happening.
Kane perked right back up, and I noticed his cocky smile. I wanted to slide off my chair. I wasn't prepared for this. At all. Augie turned toward me.
Scarlet, I realize this puts you at a disadvantage, which is why I would like to delay your lab director duties until after a final decision has been made. This will allow you to focus all your energy on crafting your plan and presentation while preparing for your interviews.
He said it like he was rooting for me. I nodded, so many thoughts going through my head. Thoughts like screaming and running out of the room, or just letting Kane take over. But I hadn't given up my dreams for nothing. Augie clapped his hands.
Well, that's all.
What? That was it? I needed direction. I had no idea how to write a business plan. Kane stood while I sat there dumbfounded. He reached across the table to shake Augie's hand.
Thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to presenting my vision and goals for the company.
Augie shook his hand and nodded. Kane gave me an expectant look. I think he was waiting for me to walk out with him. I want to talk to my father.
Of course.
Kane walked toward the door. As soon as I heard the door close, I asked, why this sudden change? Augie rearranged some folders on his desk.
It was time.
No, it wasn't. Please tell me what's wrong.
Scarlet,
he sighed.
I'm not going anywhere if that's what you're worried about.
He stood.
I have a meeting I need to get to. I've had Randall prepare the office next to Kane's for you. He will give you access to any reports or information you may need. To keep it fair, I told the other board members I wouldn't coach you. But like I said, I have every confidence in you.
Augie, I'm not sure I'm ready for this. I was honest with him. A rarity for me. He pressed his hands against his desk and leaned toward me.
Scarlett, I wouldn't have recommended you had I not believed you could do this. Don't let me down.
Those were always the magic words. My kryptonite. I won't. I stood.
I'll see you at home.
Oh, about that. I think it would be best if I checked into a hotel. His face dropped and he took a second to recover.
I wish you wouldn't.
Why? I whispered. He cleared his throat.
I've missed you.
My jaw dropped. I was definitely in the Twilight Zone. Really? My voice cracked, full of emotion.
Do you need to ask?
He sounded hurt. Yes. He hung his head.
I guess I better work on that. We'll talk later at home, he emphasized.
I was beginning to think my father was a doppelganger. Or, more likely, he was sick. I'd like that. I needed to get to the bottom of what was going on. I walked out of Augie's office in a daze. Kane was waiting for me and unceremoniously pulled me into his office next door, which was almost as nice as Augie's. I was in such a state of shock, it didn't register that Kane was manhandling me, albeit gently. Once he shut the door, he let go of me, smiling his charming smile.
So, did you tell Augustus you were out of the running and finally ready to pursue your dreams?
I scrunched my face. Why would I do that? And what do you know about my dreams? He stepped closer and ran the back of his hand down my face. Oh, man, did I miss his touch. Snap out of it, Scarlett. He's your enemy now. I backed up, trying to shake off how good that felt, how I longed to be touched more by him.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't take such liberties with you.
You're right.
That said,
he smiled,
I do know your dreams. They still live in those beautiful eyes of yours. You should be out pursuing them.
I folded my arms. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to psych me out because I'm your competition now. Well, it's not going to work. I intend on presenting the best plan to the board. I had no idea how, but that wasn't going to stop me. He laughed.
Scarlett, you are probably the smartest woman I know. But darling, you don't know business. You never wanted to.
Things change, I scoffed. I've changed.
Maybe some, but not like that. What happened to you pursuing your dreams?
My eyes betrayed me and filled with tears. You lost the right to know. All you need to know now is that I have every intention of continuing my father's legacy and becoming the next CEO of Armstrong Labs. He reached out to wipe a few errant tears off my cheek, but I turned my head.
I didn't mean to upset you, and I don't want to hurt you, but you and I both know you aren't qualified for that role.
I narrowed my eyes at him. Well, Mr. Hudson, get ready to be proven wrong. From here on out, you and I are at war. He smirked his smirkiest smirk.
Bring it on, darling.
I plan to. He grabbed my belt and pulled me toward him, our faces a mere inch apart.
While you're at it.
He spoke intimately against my lips, lips that ached for his.
Plan on me pursuing more than the office next door.
He let me go and walked toward his desk. I stood there breathless for a moment before I could respond. Get used to being disappointed. He chuckled and waved.
See you later, darling.
Not if I could help it. Maybe he had stolen my heart, but I wasn't going to let him take my company. Heart surgeon, anyone? I pulled How to Write a Business Plan for Dummies off the shelf at the local bookstore and added it to my ever-growing stack of books. My arms were getting a workout. Naomi helped me out and relieved me of a few of them. Thank you. She browsed the title she was holding. Are you sure this is what you want? Yes, of course. Besides, this is what my father wants, and in my heart, I know something isn't right with him. He wouldn't just up and retire like this. Plus, there was the little matter of beating Kane. Naomi's face went ashen and she dropped the books she was holding. She scrambled to pick them up. Do you really think he's sick? Emotion filled her voice. I bent down to help her, placing my books on the floor so I could reach for her hand, which I noticed had a few age spots. When did my parents start getting older? I didn't like it. I gently squeezed her elegant hand. I'd always admired how soft and smooth they were. Her nails were always well manicured, even though they were constantly in latex gloves or being meticulously washed. He says he'll be fine. I tried to comfort her. I don't buy it. You're right. He would never step down. Maybe you could talk to him, I suggested. Me? Her brow raised. We haven't spoken in years. I haven't even seen him since you graduated from Johns Hopkins. I stood and helped her up alongside me. She was a petite thing. It didn't seem all that long ago that I was shorter than her and she was the one comforting me. I wrapped my arms around her. If he'll talk to anyone about this, it's you. She laughed. Oh, honey, you underestimate the animosity between us. No, I'm counting on the love that still exists. She leaned away with her eyes full of tears. He stopped loving me a long time ago. I gave her a pressed lip smile. Uh-huh. That's why he still lives in your house, haunts your library, and has the housekeeper fill vases with your roses. She wiped the corners of her eyes. That's not love. It's unhealthy coping mechanisms. Sure, okay, I said playfully, though I agreed with her on some level. Are you disagreeing with your mother? I rubbed my heart as it leapt with incomprehensible joy. You've never called yourself my mother, I said, so overcome. Her cheeks pinked. I'm sorry. Please don't be. I've always thought of you as my mom. It was Augie who didn't want me to call her mom, as he felt like it was a betrayal to my mama Callie. I could understand that, but even though I never knew Callie, when I looked at pictures of her and me, I got the feeling she would understand. She would want someone to love me like she had. And I knew Naomi loved me every bit as much as Callie had. She threw her arms around me and squeezed the life out of me. I love you, daughter, and if you want me to talk to your father, I will. Please, I begged. She nodded against me, inhaling and exhaling deeply. Thank you. I had to know what was going on with Augie. He wasn't Father of the Year material, but despite his many shortcomings, I needed him to stick around so maybe we could figure out our relationship. And I wanted him to see how capable I was in running his company. Naomi let go of me. We probably look like two ninnies in here. Let's get your books and go eat dinner. Good idea. I gathered up my large pile. I liked physical books. It made researching easier for me. Something about being able to write in the margins and highlight passages helped me internalize information. With 2 large bags full of books, we walked out into the Georgia heat. Naomi asked once again, Are you sure this is what you want? I nodded, very unsure. Naomi knew the truth. She patted my cheek. I hope in the end you get what makes you happiest. She left it at that. Happiness? I didn't really do things to make me happy. I mean, I wasn't unhappy, but for me, I did things that made sense. Like Ethan and me. I had thought we made sense. He was intelligent and all about me pursuing my career goals. At least, I thought he was, until it impeded his own. Even taking over Armstrong Labs made sense. It was my family's company, and I had been preparing for it for the last several years. To switch gears now wouldn't make any sense at all. And, admittedly, the last time I was ridiculously happy, it came to a soul-crushing end, and I didn't want to feel like that ever again. Better to be safe than sorry. So all I could say to Naomi was, me too. But as had been the case for a long time, I knew that wouldn't happen. I wasted no time getting to work. The house was quiet when I got home from dinner with Naomi. I wasn't surprised. Augie lived for work, and Kane obviously did now too. He was probably already perfecting his business plan. I knew I was at a disadvantage. A severe disadvantage. Kane lived and breathed business. He made deals in his sleep and could probably recite the last quarterly report by heart. Possibly the last 10 years' worth of reports. He likely knew the company's net worth down to the last penny and could list every asset as well as our testing and processing procedures. Even though it wasn't his area of expertise, he was well versed in our research and development initiatives. He had to be to make those big deals. Just because I was behind the curve didn't mean I couldn't come out on top. I'd graduated from one of the top medical schools in the country and earned a coveted residency at one of the most prestigious labs. And I knew more about plasma, pharmaceutical treatments using plasma, and innovative lab techniques than Augie or Kane. I would use that to my advantage. I spread out my books, laptop, notepads, and snacks all over my bedroom floor. Yep, I still did my best work on the floor. In the lab, it was never an option, but when I could be in my office, I was on the floor as much as possible. My medical colleagues had always teased me about it. I opened the first book and read over the basics of what a business plan should include: statistics, vision, strategy, goals, analysis, research, teamwork. I made a list. Lists. Why did I always think of Kane when it came to lists? I needed to not think about him, except for how I was going to snatch victory from his grasp. That was kind of hard when 2 hours into my research, he came waltzing into my room using the bathroom door after knocking but not waiting for my response. I looked up at him and scowled. "Excuse me? I could have been undressed."
Darling, don't excite me like that.
"What do you want?" I ignored his salacious comment.
Isn't that obvious by now?
He wagged his brows. I sighed and held up my book, the personal MBA, in front of my face, trying to ignore him. It didn't work. He sat down next to me, grabbed the book, and flipped through it.
Great book, except he discounts the value of getting a real MBA.
I snatched it right back. I honestly think he doesn't undervalue it enough. Kane chuckled.
If you say so.
Believe me, I did. I didn't need an MBA to do this job. I had an MD. 2 little letters that were worth a lot more than the 3 behind his name. "You can go now," I threw out there.
Not yet.
He tugged on a strand of my hair.
I miss watching you in your natural habitat.
I whipped my head toward him and let out a frustrated sigh. "Can you please stop with all the—" I threw my hands into the air, not knowing how to put it into words.
All the what?
"You. Just stop being you." That was a good way to put it.
You know, you used to like me.
He nudged my arm. I still did. A lot. I missed how he could make anything fun, and how I felt when I was around him. "That was a long time ago."
Yes, it was,
he whispered.
Scarlett, can you at least let me have my say?
I set my book down in resignation. He was going to keep at it until I heard him out. Might as well get it over with. Except, I had a question for him first. Has Augie said anything to you about why he's retiring?
I was as shocked as you were this morning.
Has he been acting sick or abnormal? Kane thought for a moment.
He's seemed fine, except...
He paused, making my pulse race.
Last month, he didn't show up to a budget meeting. When I called him, he said he forgot and he needed to take a few days off.
He never forgets a meeting, and he doesn't take time off, even when he takes time off. I started breathing hard. I knew something was wrong. I prayed Naomi would be able to get Augie to talk. Kane took my hand.
I'm sure he's fine.
I didn't hear what he said over the comfort I felt from his touch. I couldn't have that. I pulled my hand away. "What did you want to say?" I stuttered. I needed him to leave. We felt too right together, sitting on the floor like old times. Kane exhaled loudly.
Scarlett, I've practiced this speech 1,000 times over the last 8 years. Now I find myself tongue-tied.
That was a first. Perhaps it's not that important then.
No, it's just the opposite.
If that were true, you would have said it a long time ago. I kept the rising emotion out of my voice while I scooted farther away from him. Everything about him called to me, and I needed distance.
I should have. I meant to, but you were always dating someone new, and I had no right to interfere.
And now you do? I snapped.
Are you dating someone? Engaged?
No, thanks to you.
Me?
He pointed at his chest.
I would like to take credit for your breakup with Ethan, but you and I both know you weren't happy with him.
I squinted at him. And how would you know that? He grabbed my shirt and pulled me to him.
Because I know you.
We were so close. His minty breath blew across my lips. No, you left me. I blinked back my tears.
You think I wanted to?
Of course you did. You got the promotion you'd always wanted.
Yes,
he scoffed.
The job. It was a great trade.
He oozed sarcasm.
It only meant losing the woman I love.
His eyes penetrated my own while his words slammed into me like a tsunami. I scrambled out of his grasp and stood, pacing back and forth. Don't say that to me. It had to be a lie. He stood and took my hand gently but firmly, holding on like he might drown if I let go. As for me, I felt as if I would lose myself in him if I didn't pull away. I would want his lie to be the truth. I yanked my hand away and leaned against my dresser for support, my eyes begging him not to come closer. He seemed to teeter about what to do, but kept his distance.
Scarlet,
he whispered.
You were so young and inexperienced. I should have known better.
What does that even mean?
It means you deserved to have a choice.
And you benevolently gave me one. Do you want me to thank you?
No, I want you to understand. Leaving you was the hardest thing I've ever done. But I did it because I love you.
My mouth fell open, dumbfounded. That makes 0 sense. And please, for all that is good and holy, stop saying you love me. He took a step closer.
Scarlet, it makes perfect sense. The way our relationship was headed, where did you think it was going?
I bit my lip and looked up at the ceiling. I don't know.
You do know. You've been in enough relationships now to understand right where we were headed.
I lowered my head and glared at him. And that was too awful for you to bear? He didn't hesitate this time and pulled me to him. We were body to body and face to face, sharing the same breaths. His eyes bored into mine.
Scarlet, for 8 years I've longed to have you in my arms. I've dreamed of coming home to you every night and making a life with you. Making love to you.
My body burned with a heat so fervent, I melted where I stood and was rendered immovable and speechless. For so long, I had dreamed of those same things. Still, that was all they would ever be. Dreams. Tears streamed down my cheeks, yet I couldn't say anything. He gently wiped some of the tears away with his thumb.
That's where we were headed, and you deserved the choice of whether that was your final destination or not.
His words loosened my tongue and my ire. You didn't give me the option. You walked away with no regard to my feelings. For 8 years, I questioned if what we had was real. I raised my voice, which I never did. I wondered what I had done to make you leave. Why you had told me to follow my dreams and then snatched the one I wanted most away from me. I cried, always too honest with him. He rested his forehead against mine. His tears dripped onto my nose.
What we had was so real it hurt.
His lips came dangerously close to mine, and for a brief second, I almost let him close the distance. Almost. I pushed away from him and began to pace again, running my hands through my long hair, which had gotten curlier as the day had gone on. No straightener was a match for the Georgia humidity. We're not doing this, Kane. You made your choice. I was trying to do the right thing, he replied earnestly, begging me to believe him. The right thing would have been to tell me the truth back then. Did you think I couldn't handle it?
No, damn it. I knew if I told you the truth, you would have convinced me to stay.
I stopped pacing and whipped my head his way. You're wrong. I would have told you to go, and then booked a ticket to see you over the holidays. I would have called you every day just to say I loved you and I missed you.
I would have even looked into going to medical school there. The one thing I wouldn't have done is give up on us.
He sighed deeply.
I never gave up. I gave you time to live your life, and whether you agree with me or not, you deserve that. Do you think I wanted you to wake up 15 years down the road and regret that you never knew life outside of me?
I wouldn't have regretted it.
You can say that now because you've received your education, traveled, and have known life with other men. And as much as I've hated to watch other men touch you and love you, I always hoped they were only stepping stones back to me. Or, he swallowed, that you would find someone who made you ridiculously happy.
So maybe he made some valid points, but still.
Right. I should thank you for being so noble and self-sacrificing, all for my benefit. And I could see how hard it was for you, pining away from me all these years with your supermodel girlfriends who you love to shove in my face every Christmas. Thank you for all the awkward dinners, by the way.
How in the hell else was I going to see you?
He zinged back at me.
Kind of hard to see me when you had your little sex kittens on your lap.
He busted out laughing.
Sex kittens? You heard me right.
I wished he hadn't.
Yikes. My mouth was ridiculous.
Scarlet, what did you want me to do? Show up alone? How much more awkward would that have been knowing you were bringing someone with you?
You didn't have to come at all.
I did, he breathed out. Because it didn't matter how much it hurt to see you with someone else. At least I got to see you, in the flesh, where I could admire you from across the table.
I pinched the bridge of my nose.
For years, you could have seen me any time you wanted to. All you had to do was pick up the phone. But you didn't. Instead, you treated me like a child who couldn't make up her own mind.
I never thought of you as a child.
Regardless, you hurt me and stole my heart, and I would really like it back. Could you at least do that for me? I pleaded, with tears streaming down my face. Maybe then I could get over him, truly fall in love with someone else.
Darling, if I could, I would, just to make you happy. But I don't think there's a your heart and my heart anymore.
He stepped closer and placed his hand across his chest before resting it on my wildly beating heart.
Whatever happened between us, it wasn't meant to be severed. Don't you feel it every time we touch?
Yes, I felt it. I felt it so much I almost shouted it. His words rang truer than any words ever spoken. But to know he loved me this entire time and let me live without him was too much. How could I forgive him for that? There has to be a way.
I hope we never find it.
I do. We're over, I whispered because my heart, our hearts, wanted to strangle my response. Kane was right. We were bound together in an inexplicable way. It made so much sense now. It wasn't that he had stolen my heart. It was that my heart had found its missing piece, what made it truly come alive.
He hung his head.
You don't know how sorry I am to hear that, he choked out.
I think I did, because no one was sorrier than me.
How to Save the World. The phone ringing on my desk startled me. I had forgotten there was even a phone in here. I set aside my books and notes and stood to answer it, assuming someone had mistakenly called the wrong extension. Hello?
Dr. Young Lady.
Sir Randall's booming voice came through loud and clear.
Your father would like to see you.
Now? I was in the middle of working on my vision statement. It was going to be brilliant. As soon as I finished reading the book on how to write an inspiring vision statement. And, of course, after I perfected my mission statement, because that had to come first, according to the book. I'd started my mission statement, as in I'd written out Armstrong Labs to discover and develop. Yep, that's all I had written out. All I needed was one amazing sentence, possibly two, and that's all I could come up with. There were so many things we did. It was hard to condense it into one little statement. Maybe Kane was right. I didn't know business. Or was he more correct when he'd said I didn't want to? I mean, I could diagnose every disease imaginable in the lab. Give me any specimen from blood to urine, and I could tell you more about yourself than you ever wanted to know. But I couldn't write out one lousy mission statement.
That would be best for him.
It would probably be best for me, too. I'd been locked up in this office all week, reading, studying, writing, scribbling out, and crumpling up paper. I still loved to write out my thoughts before typing them. If only that were helping. I'll be right there. I hung up and straightened out my blouse, just in case I saw the main reason I was locked in this office. Kane. I was also blaming him for my inability to focus the way I wanted to. I kept running our last conversation over and over in my mind. Why did he have to tell me he loves me? Those words haunted me day and night. I wished I didn't believe him. I wished for a lot of things, mostly for the ache to go away. The ache for him. The ache for what could have been, should have been. I did some breathing exercises, trying to prepare myself for the possibility of seeing my competition. It was always awkward when we saw each other now. It made me wish for the good old days when he'd caught me with my hand down my bra. I peeked out the door, and all I saw was his secretary, JC, typing at her desk across the way. I had no idea he had a secretary until a few days ago. Apparently, she had been on vacation. Now she was back, perfectly tanned and with no tan lines, I might add. She was the living definition of a sex kitten. Meow. She even purred at Kane while she stroked her silky brunette hair. I imagined her sitting on Kane's desk in her short skirts, rubbing her shapely, smooth legs together while they went over his schedule for the day. Without Kane in sight, I decided to make a break for it. Unfortunately, JC noticed. "Hey, Scarlett," she drawled in the cutest accent ever. "How are you?" She was sweet, too. It was unfortunate, as I wanted to dislike her. "Doing well, thank you." I kept on walking. "We should do lunch one day," she called out. That was the last thing I wanted to do. Have lunch with Kane's future girlfriend. Oh, she was angling for it, and she was totally his type. She would look perfect on his lap during Christmas dinner. I stopped, turned, and smiled. That would be great. I kept myself from cringing. She flashed me her brilliant white smile. Yay! What day works for you? Never? Can we discuss this later? I'm late for a meeting with my father. Sure, she waved. We'll talk later. Great. Something else to give me heartburn. I hustled toward my dad's office. Sir Randall stood up and saluted me when I made it to Augie's door. At ease, I teased him. He gave me a wink and sat down. Go on in. He's expecting you. I turned the knob and walked in. Augie hastily shoved something into his desk drawer. If I wasn't mistaken, it looked like a prescription bottle. I wasn't aware he was taking any medication. I wasn't aware of anything because he wouldn't tell Naomi what was going on either. Though he had asked her to have dinner with him tomorrow night. She was still thinking about it. I begged her to say yes, hoping he would open up to her in person. He was acting like a man tying up loose ends, and I didn't like it at all. We had way too many ends to tie up, and we needed time. Scarlett, Augie popped up. Hi, I tilted my head. How are you? I'm well. His lips twitched. Was this funny to him? In fact, I was wondering if you would like to join me on the golf course. Now? It was the middle of the day. No time like the present. Yep, he was dying. I knew it. I don't golf. I figured as much. It's an important skill for you to have. I've made more deals on the green than in this office. And I'm not a bad teacher. I started blinking rapidly, waiting for Rod Serling to announce I had entered the Twilight Zone. Are you busy? Augie asked when I said nothing. I was busy, but I had been waiting for a moment like this my entire life. Can we go home and change first? I've handled that. They have a shop at the club that will have everything you need. He was taking me shopping and teaching me how to golf? I was waiting for the catch. When it didn't come, I said, "Okay, I'd love to." Though I was sure to injure myself or someone else. I could easily see myself knocking Augie in the head with the club. That could be therapeutic. Augie clapped his hands.
Excellent.
He was way too chipper. It scared me. He walked toward me smiling, like a real smile.
Shall we go?
Yes, we shall. I met Augie at his golf cart, decked out in my new outfit. Who knew golf apparel was so cute? I was wearing a pink skirt and a white sleeveless polo shirt, both made with fabric intended to keep you cool. Obviously, whoever made the clothes had never spent any time in the South during the summer. I didn't think there was any fabric that could beat the heat down here. Augie looked relaxed now that he had changed into some white shorts and a light blue polo. It made his tan more pronounced. He really was a distinguished-looking man.
Are you ready?
He asked. I nodded and took a seat in the cart. Augie wasted no time, and we were off toward the first hole. At least I think that's where we were going. They were called holes, right? On the short drive, I began to realize something. This golf course looked familiar to me. I gripped the seat when I figured out why. I looked around me, and sure enough, in the distance, I saw some condo buildings. The same complex Kane used to live in. I only ended up going to his place the one time, but that was all it had taken for me to know how at home I felt with him. I was embarrassed to admit I'd kept the t-shirt and sweatpants I'd worn that night long ago. The first year after we broke up, I would wear them to bed and cry myself to sleep, praying that I would wake up in the morning and Kane would call to tell me he'd made a mistake, that he did love me. To find out that he had loved me this entire time was a sucker punch. I grabbed my stomach. I really needed to stop thinking about him. So what did I do? Where did Kane buy a house? I hated that I was so curious about him. But how could I not be? Augie glanced over at me, a smile in his hazel eyes.
The Virginia Highland neighborhood.
That's where Kane had grown up. He used to speak often of how much he'd loved his childhood home set in one of Atlanta's historic districts. Of the projects he used to work on with his dad, like building retaining walls in the backyard or laying the hardwood floors. Kane treasured those memories with his father. It made sense he would want the same legacy to pass down to his own children. The thought of him having a family that wasn't mine, made my stomach clench. I wanted to literally shake him for what he had stolen from me, from us. Not only had he permanently altered my heart, he'd stolen a million possibilities, all wonderful and sweet. Oh, and how long is he staying with you? Please don't let it be long. My heart couldn't take much more. Augie shrugged.
As long as he needs to, I suppose.
Why is he staying with you? That was the better question. Augie cleared his throat.
I owe him.
Owe him for what? I was going to ask exactly that, but Augie headed me off at the pass.
I brought you out here because this is where Armstrong Labs all started.
Why was he avoiding talking about Kane? And did he sound sentimental? There was definite weirdness going on. NASA needed to check this out. Stat. Either that or he was dying. I couldn't stand that thought. I thought you were going to teach me how to play golf. I didn't have the courage to ask him if he was dying.
We'll get to that.
He stopped the cart and wistfully looked over the beautiful course, with its deep green grass manicured to perfection, and large leafy trees that looked as if their leaves were dancing in the light breeze.
35 years ago, I met with Andy Newell on this very course. I thought we were going to discuss real estate. Your grandfather wanted to buy property to build another donation center.
My father's father, who had died when I was very young, so young I didn't remember him, had owned several plasma donation centers in the Southeast. It was how my father got started in the business.
He told me, my father continued, that I was being short-sighted. He said anyone can collect plasma, but to be a real player, research and development was where it was at. Why not do it all, he said.
I had to disagree that anyone could or should collect plasma. There were processes and strict protocols that should be adhered to. It wasn't as cut and dry as people might think. but I got the sentiment.
At first, I thought he was crazy. I knew how to run a business. I knew very little about R&D, but I learned and got connected with the right people and players.
His hazel eyes bored into mine.
Scarlet, this is why I have every confidence you can take over for me. You're driven and intelligent. You don't know everything now, and I know you think you're underqualified, but once upon a time, so was I. You'll learn.
Would I? I couldn't even write a mission or vision statement. And sure, I could analyze all the numbers, but I was having a hard time translating them into what they meant for market share and forecasting for the future. I'll do my best. My voice shook. He nodded, satisfied, before he started to take off again. What was your vision when you started Armstrong Labs? Maybe if I knew that, I could expand upon it. Go back to our roots. He glanced my way.
First, conquer the world, then save it.
Is that all? He chuckled. So not like him.
I accomplished the first. It's up to you now to save the world.
Save the world? I swallowed hard.
I have no doubt you will.
He said it with such conviction, I almost believed it. It did, though, give me an idea for the company's mission statement. Armstrong Labs, saving the world one plasma donation at a time. Maybe that was a little dramatic. Perhaps something more like Armstrong Labs, bettering humankind one plasma donation at a time. It was a start, at least. And I was passionate about helping people, as passionate as I was about forensic pathology. Over the years, I had learned the importance of giving patients an accurate diagnosis, even when many times it meant devastating news. That accurate diagnosis meant proper treatment and an increase in positive outcomes. What we did at Armstrong Labs helped with both diagnosis and treatment and could help save lives. That was important. That would be my goal, lose my life to save others. It sounded like a fair trade, even a noble one. I was grateful when we came to a stop and could get out of the cart. As much as I needed the pep talk and reveled in the fact my father was treating me like his daughter, I needed to get out and move. Augie had given me a lot to think about. Augie walked around to the back of the cart and I followed.
Can you carry your clubs, or should I call for a caddy?
I'm sure I can manage it.
I don't enjoy caddies.
That didn't surprise me. I was sure it would annoy him to have someone follow him around and hand him his clubs. He wasn't only the leader of the pack, but a lone wolf, too. Augie heaved both sets out of the cart.
Are you ready?
Yes. No. I honestly had no interest in golfing or making deals on the course, but I had to save the world. Augie smiled and easily hoisted his set over his shoulder. He seemed in good health. I really needed Naomi to find out what was going on with him. I grabbed my set and followed him onto the green. I think that was the right lingo. I was going to get a book, Golf for Dummies. The clubs were heavier than I'd assumed, but not unmanageable. The heat and humidity were more oppressive than anything. So, who have you taught to play golf? It was the only question I could think to ask. Other than, what medications are you taking? But it didn't seem like the time or place for that question. Augie paused and thought for a moment.
Naomi and your mother,
he mumbled. Naomi had never said anything. I didn't even know she knew how to golf. Were they any good? He smiled to himself.
Naomi was a natural, and your mother was a disaster.
Really? What happened?
Stitches.
He began walking again. She hurt herself? I could so see that happening to me today.
No, me. She did a thorough job, too. 10 stitches in the back of my head. She had quite the swing. Unfortunately, she couldn't seem to keep a hold of the club.
I laughed. I bet she felt awful.
She apologized for weeks.
Did she ever get the hang of it? He shook his head.
She would never come out with me again.
Regret laced his words. That's too bad. Augie said nothing in return. You don't like talking about her, I finally stated after all these years.
No, I don't,
he admitted. I reached for my father's hand. I had never held it before, at least not that I remembered. Maybe when I was a small child I had. Augie stared down at our hands as if he were stunned, but his fingers curled around mine, gripping them tightly. A sense of security swept through me to the point that my eyes began to water. What if I need to talk about her? He tilted his head and studied me, almost as if he had never seen me before this moment. A softness washed over his face.
What do you want to know?
Only everything. Peace offering. I should have been researching and working on my business plan, but all I could do was absorb the photo album Augie had given me many years ago. It took on so much more meaning now that I was beginning to know the woman and the man in the pictures. My fingers lightly brushed over the pages as I sat on my floor and tried to memorize everything my father had told me today. He and Mama met when she was a sophomore in high school and he was a senior. When he went off to college back east, they wrote to each other. I wish I had those letters. I knew he had given her the promise ring I still wore when she was 16, though the way he spoke about it today, I believed he regretted it. She was too young, he'd said. I had heard that before. But I got the sense that he'd loved her deeply. It was the way he talked about how she would pack him a lunch every day and put notes on the napkins, or how she had a Christmas tree in every room during the holidays. What touched me the most, though, was hearing how much she had wanted a baby. They'd tried for 7 years before I was born. She had also been instrumental in helping Augie start Armstrong Labs. She'd worked tirelessly helping him research, and then acted in an administrative role for the entire company until she got pregnant with me. Augie said she'd spent months decorating the nursery and going to all the birthing classes. He hadn't made it to any of them, which he sounded remorseful about. It made me sad for my mother. I didn't know how, but I knew she would have wanted him there. I admired her golden blonde hair and thought of how she could play the piano and sing. How all she'd ever wanted to be was a wife and a mother. I ached for her and wanted to know what had brought her to the point of taking her own life, but that wasn't something Augie would discuss with me. In fact, he'd gotten agitated when I had asked about it. So agitated that when he'd swung his club, he'd missed his ball and sworn all the 4-letter words. That was the end of the conversation about my mama. While I was flipping through the photo album and writing some notes in it so I would remember everything Augie had told me, there was a knock on my bedroom door. I could tell who it was just by the knock. Kane. We hadn't spoken in 3 days, only nods of acknowledgement if we ever did pass by each other. Not to say I hadn't obsessed every night about what it would be like to share a life and a bed together. Although that only made me angrier because I knew exactly what it would be like. Wonderful. I ignored him. He persisted.
I can knock all night.
What do you want? I called out in resignation.
I've a peace offering.
That sounds suspicious. We were making no treaties. He chuckled.
The only way to know is to open your door.
I'm good. I really wasn't. I wanted to open the door and punch him in the gut and then kiss him until I couldn't breathe. However, both would make me feel as if I'd lost all self-respect, so I remained firmly planted on the floor. His sigh was so deep, I could hear it through the closed door.
Scarlet, I know you hate me.
He was wrong. I loved him. If only I could hate him. It would make my life a whole lot easier.
But you're going to hate yourself even more if you pass up meeting Landon Drummond.
What? I popped up. This had to be a trick. No way did he score a meeting with my hero, my first crush, and perhaps the most famous forensic pathologist in the world.
Come on, Scarlet. You know you're dying to meet him.
Oh, did he play dirty? I would think it was sexy if... Well, never mind. I still thought it was sexy. But I wasn't falling for it. I cautiously crept toward the door and told myself I was only checking to make sure I wasn't missing out on an opportunity of a lifetime. It had nothing to do with wanting to see Kane. At all. I inched the door open and peeked through at him. Kane stood there grinning. His suit coat was slung over his shoulder, and the top buttons of his dress shirt were undone, giving me a view of his beautiful chest. I averted my eyes, as hard as it was. We were at war. "So, what's this about meeting Landon?" I asked nonchalantly. Kane pushed the door open a tad more.
"That's better."
He gave me a smile that said, "I could look at you all day." I lowered my gaze, willing myself not to be taken in by him. He must have known, as his tone changed from playful to more sincere.
"Landon is working on a case in town, and I know a guy who knows a woman on his production team. He can meet with us tomorrow."
"Us?" My head jerked up. "Oh, no, no, no."
"I'm a big fan, too."
"Right. Well, have fun meeting him." As much as I wanted to meet my hero, there was no way I was doing it with Kane. I started to shut my door. Kane put his foot in the door, preventing me from closing it.
"You're seriously going to pass this up? Why?"
"You have to ask?"
"You hate me that much?"
he choked out, as if it physically hurt him to think that's how I felt about him. "I don't hate you at all," I whispered. That was the problem.
"Then come with me. There are no strings attached. We'll go as friends."
"Friends?" I scoffed. "You're trying to steal my company, and well, you know what you did."
"Believe me, I know what I've done. I'll regret it for the rest of my life. And to set the record straight, I'm not trying to steal your company. As far as I'm concerned, you're trying to steal my promotion."
He smirked. "That position was never meant for you."
"No, darling. You were never meant for that position. And deep in your beautiful heart, you know that's true. Your passion lies elsewhere."
I grabbed my chest where he'd pricked it with his words.
"Is that why you don't want to meet Landon?"
His brow quirked.
"Are you afraid you're going to realize the truth?"
My mouth fell open and I spluttered like a fool. I hated that he was right. So right. "I see what you're doing. This is a ploy of yours. Just so you know, I came up with the most brilliant mission and vision statements the company has ever had."
"Then it appears you have nothing to be afraid of coming with me tomorrow,"
he taunted me. I was going to show him. "You're right. I'll go." See? I really showed him. I slammed the door in his face before leaning against it, breathing as if I'd run a marathon. Which I would never do. Who in the world would choose to run 26 miles in a row? Crazy people, that's who. And speaking of crazy, what was I thinking agreeing to go with Kane?
"We need to leave at noon," he called through the closed door.
"Okay."
"By the way, what's wrong with your dad? He's icing his knee in the kitchen."
I bit my lip. We had a little accident playing golf this afternoon." As in, I took after my mother and had whacked my father in the knee with the club. It was good of Augie not to broadcast that. I still felt terrible about it. He'd assured me he would be fine, but he was limping, and his knee had a huge bruise on it. He'd offered to hire a golf pro for me. I didn't think he trusted me not to injure him again. That was a good call on his part.
"All right, see you tomorrow."
Tomorrow? It seemed too close, and yet so far away. I stared out the window of Kane's Porsche, which still had that new car smell, questioning my sanity while trying to stay as far away from him as I possibly could. Which made zero sense given we were in a tiny sports car. It made about as much sense as me agreeing to drive downtown with him. Sure, it might seem weird to show up separately, but at least that way I wouldn't have had to be consumed by his intoxicating scent, or the Christopher Cross he was playing on his amazing sound system. In the last 8 years, I hadn't been able to bear listening to any of his songs. I wasn't bearing it well now. Honestly, if I could have plugged my ears, I would have. Lyrics talking about someone turning your heart around were making me squirm. That's exactly how I felt. My heart was all turned around. Worse, Christopher Cross was crooning about how the best thing you could do was fall in love. False. My hands balled into fists while I leaned my forehead against the cool glass. trying to focus on the stream of cars Kane was blazing past, instead of on sweet memories of dancing with Kane on his balcony, promising him I would follow my dreams.
You look great,
Kane said out of the blue. I inadvertently adjusted my red spaghetti strap sundress so I wasn't showing quite as much leg. I didn't want to feel even more exposed to Kane. It was bad enough knowing he could read every emotion running through me. No one knew me like he did. Not even Ethan. It was probably why I'd been able to so easily let Ethan go. Thanks. I spoke softly into the glass.
Scarlet.
He spoke my name so tenderly.
You know, that used to be your cue to tell me how beautiful I am,
he teased. A smile broke out on my face before I could stop it, though I quickly recovered. Could you please stop being charming for 5 minutes? I begged.
I'm not sure that's possible.
I could hear the smile in his voice. I was afraid of that. However, I would resist him. He lightly ran a finger down my bare arm, leaving a trail of goosebumps behind.
I promised no strings attached today. I meant that. So, could you at least look at me?
It's not that I didn't want to. It was just better for my mental health if I didn't. Not only was he breathtakingly beautiful, but I would get a look into his eyes and see so many possibilities that were no longer feasible. We were at war. More like I was at war with myself. I knew if I let him, he would want to be my ally and my greatest champion. Why couldn't he have believed in me enough 8 years ago? Maybe I shouldn't have come, I eked out, unable to face him. What was wrong with me? I'd survived med school and a grueling residency. I should be able to handle an afternoon with the man I loved. Kane eased off the gas. The car decelerated quickly despite our still being on the highway.
I know there's nothing I can say or do to make up for what I did, but do we have to be enemies?
I braved a glance at him. His eyes were darting between me and the road, begging me to forgive him. I will be firing you soon, I said lightheartedly, though there was a hint of truth in my words. How could we ever work together? I mean, I would give him the ultimate severance package and even allow him to say he resigned. I wasn't a monster. Kane laughed.
Darlin', the board would never approve that. They love me.
Ugh, of course they did. He had the advantage in every way. Right, I sighed.
Why didn't you ever tell your father the truth?
I shrugged. What are dreams, anyway? Actually, I'm surprised you haven't. You could use it to your advantage. He swerved a bit when he whipped his head my way for a brief second.
Advantage? You think I would do something so low? I promised you I would keep your secrets, and I have.
I felt terrible. I knew Kane wasn't that kind of person, but I had all this hurt built up inside of me, and it begged to be let loose, to lash out at the source of the pain. I'm sorry. I wiped a tear that had escaped off my cheek. I didn't want to be that person. No matter what he had done, I still wanted to be me. Though, was I truly me without him? I couldn't think like that. I was my own person. Why didn't I feel whole then?
Don't apologize. I deserve that and more.
He sounded so defeated.
Regardless of what you may think of me, I will always feel honored you chose to share your dreams with me, but your dreams are for you to tell. And if you ever need help making them come true, I will do anything in my power to see that they do.
I knew he spoke the truth, and I loved him and hated him for it. But I had to save the world and make my father proud. So, you'll drop out of the running?
That would defeat the purpose of making your dreams come true.
He wagged his brows before giving me a thoughtful smile.
But if I believed for 1 second that's what you really wanted, I would step out of your way. Is that what you really want?
I told myself to lie to him. But how do you lie to half of your heart? It was impossible. Drive, Kane. Just drive. A dream come true. My stomach was flip-flopping as we walked toward the production studio warehouse. Landon Drummond was my first crush and one of my heroes. I was anxious to meet him, though cautious. I was wary of dreams now. What if Landon wasn't all I had imagined him to be, like the man who walked too close to me? The man who'd breathed life into my soul, only to crush it. It was a silent walk into the studio, though a million thoughts hung between us in the sticky air. I think I hated that more than anything. It used to be so easy to be around him. I missed that comfort. Kane opened the door for me.
Megan will meet us and take us to the editing suite.
I nodded. Thank you for setting this up. I should at least be grateful. And I was. It was just like him to be so thoughtful. Which only added to my conflicting feelings toward him.
You're welcome.
As soon as we walked in, we were greeted by a frazzled redhead. She was around my age with curls tighter than mine, and was wearing mismatched socks with her sandals. I already loved her. It wasn't that long ago that I was wearing polyester pants with elastic waistbands. Sometimes I really missed that girl. I wished I was still as naive. Not because I didn't want to know the truth, but because I wanted hope for a future that I knew wasn't possible now. I ached to feel that all-encompassing excitement of the unknown. Now that I knew the truth, there was no reason to hope. Hi, I'm Megan. You must be Kane and Scarlett. Landon is on an extremely tight schedule, so follow me. Kane placed his hand on the small of my back, nudging me forward. He had done it dozens of times in the past, and it felt so natural that for a moment I forgot we were at war and that he had ever let me go. However, reality was never far behind. I gave him a pointed look. He dropped his hand with a heavy breath.
Sorry, old habit.
It was a lovely habit, one I used to adore. It said we were a couple. It's fine. I hustled ahead, trying to run from my feelings and catch up to Megan, who was practically sprinting across the cement floor and down the large corridor toward the editing suite. It was a no-frills place, or at least I thought it was until we entered the editing suite. We walked in to find massive monitors on almost every wall, and enough computer and electronic equipment to start a Best Buy. The only source of light in the room illuminated from the monitors. Even so, it was easy to make out Landon standing with his arms folded in front of a large hanging monitor, showing photos of a dead woman's hand. He was looking intently at the screen as if he were contemplating the meaning of the universe, or, trying to solve a crime. I began to get excited, wondering what secrets were under her dirty fingernails. DNA? Dirt that could be analyzed to tell us where she was from or where she had died? I had to hold myself back from running over and asking him if there was anything I could do or research for him. Landon was dressed casually in the same black t-shirt and loose-fitting jeans he normally wore during his show. Sometimes he sported a lab coat when it was called for. His circular wire-rimmed glasses rested atop his graying mop of messy brown hair. There were several people in the room, engrossed in their work. A low hum from the electronics and whispers from a few people could be heard, but no one gave us the time of day or even noticed us as far as I could tell. Megan jetted over to Landon and tapped on his shoulder. He barely glanced at her. "You have some visitors," she informed him.
I'm busy,
he growled. I had a feeling another dream of mine was about to be obliterated. Might as well add it to the collection. "Maybe we should go," I whispered out of the side of my mouth to Kane.
Not yet.
Kane strutted over to Megan and Landon, obviously intent on saving the day once again. I stood by and bit my lip, watching Kane be Kane. I wasn't sure what he said to Landon, but within a minute, both men were walking my way. Kane with an arrogant smile, and Landon resigned. Of course, Kane got his way. I had a feeling he would make a good hostage negotiator. Maybe someday he would quit holding my heart hostage. As they drew nearer, Landon slid his glasses down off his head and fixed them on his diamond-shaped face. Even in the dark, I could see his eyes widen when he got a good look at me. His scowl was replaced with a smile. He didn't wait for an introduction, but instead held his hand out to me on approach.
I'm Landon. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
His baritone voice filled the room and, admittedly, me. I knew his voice like my own. He'd been a constant in my life for many years. Sometimes he had been the only thing I had to look forward to on a weekly basis during my lonely undergrad years. That fluttery feeling was back. Who was I? Besides an idiot.
This is Scarlett Armstrong.
Kane came in clutch again.
Excuse me, Dr. Armstrong.
He sounded so proud of me. I took Landon's hand. It was a bit dry, but his grip was firm.
Yes, Kane was just telling me that you finished a clinical pathology residency at Stanford. Impressive.
Yes, it was all I could think of to say. What was wrong with me? It wasn't as if Landon was drop-dead gorgeous like Kane, or even that I was attracted to him like the aforementioned. Yet, there was something about Landon. His intelligence consumed me. Kane again came to my rescue. I really wished he wouldn't.
She's also a huge fan.
Kane winked at me. I twirled some tendrils of my hair that I'd pulled up in a messy bun. I'd refused to wear my hair down because Kane loved it that way. I knew it was petty. I wasn't proud of it. Yes. I was one of the first 100 subscribers to your YouTube channel. That made me sound juvenile. Thankfully, it seemed to please Landon.
I'm honored.
Well, I know you're busy, so we won't keep you. I just want you to know that I admire the work you do. I think you're brilliant. I sounded like a starstruck teen, breathy and all. Landon smiled, and it lit up his brown eyes, which crinkled a bit at the corners. He looked older in person. Not that he was old. He was only 45, but they obviously did some editing to make him look younger.
Please, don't go yet. I was about to take a break. Do you like green tea?
It wasn't my favorite. Ethan was kind of a health nut and had always been trying to get me to drink weird concoctions. Half of them made with green tea. Still, I didn't want to be rude. Yes! Kane's brow quirked. He knew I wasn't telling the truth. He always knew. But he didn't say anything. Landon turned to Megan.
3 green teas, if you wouldn't mind.
I caught Kane's grimace. He wasn't a green tea sort of guy. Megan huffed like she did mind, then marched out the door anyway. It made me feel even more guilty for the intrusion. Landon waved his hand toward a couch back in the corner.
Please, have a seat.
I walked over and sat down. Landon was quick to sit right next to me, leaving Kane to take the overstuffed chair nearby. He wasn't pleased about it. I could tell you that. He shot daggers at Landon with his eyes. Landon leaned back and studied me for a moment.
Tell me about yourself, Doctor. Why clinical pathology?
Please, call me Scarlett. My father owns Armstrong Labs. We specialize in blood plasma therapies and collection. I'm the new lab director. Which was true. Only the board, Kane and I, knew that perhaps I would have a different title soon. Besides, I wasn't slated to start in the lab until next month anyway. I was supposed to be house hunting and settling into my life in Atlanta, not writing a business plan for a Fortune 500 company.
Yes, I've heard of Armstrong Labs. I recently read a study that came out of your R&D regarding plasma protein therapies. You're doing good work.
It's not me yet.
Don't be modest, Scarlett. She graduated from Johns Hopkins with honors, and she's been involved with our processes and procedures for years, Kane interjected.
Landon clapped his hands together, basically ignoring Kane.
My alma mater.
I know, I blushed. Admittedly, it was one of the reasons I had wanted to go there. I used to go to the little coffee house west of campus that you've mentioned several times on your show. They have a drink named for you, the Confession. It's the best latte I've ever had. Seriously, I sounded ridiculous. Landon laughed.
I'm certainly glad it didn't disappoint you. Tell me more about your time there.
I ended up rambling about professors, some of which we'd both had. We talked about the sights we loved in Baltimore and the food, our favorites both being the Oyster House and a cozy Indian restaurant. We even discussed some of the cases he was currently working on. We talked and talked and talked until I noticed Kane smiling at me. He hadn't once interrupted us or tried to be part of the conversation. It was then I knew he had done this all for me. He couldn't have cared less about meeting Landon. He wanted to make one of my dreams come true. He was the best and worst ex-boyfriend ever. Best because of his thoughtfulness. Worst because he made it impossible to get over him. After a good half hour, with me never once touching my green tea that rested on the coffee table in front of us, I said, "We should probably let you get back to work." Even though I had enjoyed getting to know him and wanted to talk about a few past cases he'd solved, I felt bad keeping him for so long. Landon looked at his watch. He tossed his head from side to side.
You know, I could catch a later flight. Would you like to have a late lunch with me?
For some reason, I immediately glanced at Kane to see his reaction before I answered. He was no longer smiling. Landon looked between the two of us.
I'm sorry. Are you two together? I didn't realize.
No, I was quick to reply. In fact, our parents were married. I tried to cover up the awkwardness with more awkwardness. I didn't want to mention we were exes. That would have been too uncomfortable. Or so I thought. Leave it to me to find a way to make it even more so.
Step-siblings. Excellent.
Landon laughed. Yep, my stepbrother, I teased. Though I immediately regretted it when Kane's eyes flashed with a fury I'd never seen. It was as if I had murdered a loved one. I knew he hated to be referred to with that title, but it had just kind of fallen out. Sure, I'd thought about saying it before to taunt him, but honestly, this was an accident. After what he had done for me today, I wouldn't purposely injure him. Landon turned to Kane.
You wouldn't mind, would you?
Then he faced me.
You are absolutely enchanting, and I would be happy to personally see you home.
Landon thought I was enchanting. Wow. Kane didn't seem to be feeling it. He jumped up.
Can I speak to you for a minute, sis?
His tone was biting. Sure. My voice quivered while I stood on shaky legs. Kane took my hand in a very unbrotherly fashion and led us over to a dark corner. It was a little awkward.
You're not seriously considering going out with him, are you?
He whispered. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I?
He's old enough to be your father.
I spat out a laugh. He's 15 years older than me. I don't think we'll be breaking any world records with that age difference. Besides, I like older men. And I did. Even Ethan was 8 years older than me. Kane's eyes softened.
I remember. Regardless, you need to ask yourself why a 45-year-old man is still single. What does that say about him?
I scrunched my face. You're 37 and single. What does that say about you? He pulled me closer. Again, not very sibling-like, but being so close to him made me forget about anyone else in the room.
It says I've been patiently waiting for the right woman. I'm ready to walk away from the single life anytime. Just say the words, Scarlet.
I had no words. I had no breath. Kane had stolen both. All I could do was blink and blink. Kane, on the other hand, had plenty more words.
While we're on that note, a stepbrother shouldn't know that if he kisses you right here,
his finger grazed the hollow of my neck,
you'll gasp. Or if he nuzzles you right there,
he touched the skin right below my earlobe,
you'll throw your head back and beg for more.
Though his warm lips hadn't touched me, my body shook as if they had. My body longed for him to take me in his arms. Stay strong, Scarlet. I pulled away from him. Thank you for bringing me here, I eked out. I'm going to go to lunch with Landon, I said before I lost my resolve and begged Kane to take me to his car and make me feel all the things. Kane sighed and hung his head.
Fine. Keep running, Scarlet. I'm not your big brother, here to protect you from men who come calling. Just be careful. I'll keep my phone on if you need me.
I'm not running from anything. My voice cracked.
Keep telling yourself that. But the truth is, you've been running your entire life, afraid to go after what you really want.
Tears of frustration filled my eyes. I tried once. It didn't do me a lot of good.
Here's the thing,
he whispered in my ear.
You have to keep trying no matter how hard it gets or how impossible it seems.
He pushed away, leaving me stunned.
See you later.
I stared after him, feeling such loss as he walked away. Landon appeared by my side.
I hope I'm not causing any problems. You're obviously close.
He had no idea, and I planned to keep it that way. Kane's just, well, he's worried.
I can see that. Are you ready to go?
No, I wasn't. The Runners Club. I popped an olive into my mouth from the hummus sampler between us. Mediterranean was Landon's favorite food. I knew that from his show. We were cozied up in a corner booth at a hole-in-the-wall place downtown. It smelled of olive oil, fig, and rosemary. It wasn't a bad combination at all. Neither was listening to Landon talk about his work and travels all over the world solving what seemed to be the unsolvable. Especially intriguing was a case in Argentina involving twin brothers. It was one of my favorite episodes. They were identical twins, and it had been obvious one of them had murdered a prostitute. The local police hadn't been able to prove which brother had done it, so they'd let them both go. The victim's family then contacted Landon and his team. Being the genius Landon was, he'd taken a second look at the DNA, though it had seemed futile given the brothers were identical matches. I loved that episode. The one brother smoked, and you were able to use DNA methylation signals to prove he was the one who did it. Most people don't know smoking can alter your DNA. Another good reason to never smoke. Landon smiled at me from across the table.
Would it be very forward of me to say that you're too beautiful and smart to be hanging out with a guy like me?
I swallowed and bit my lip. I wouldn't say you're forward, but maybe you need your glasses prescription checked.
Ah, modest too. A lethal combination.
I couldn't believe this was happening. Not only was I having lunch with my idol, but he was flirting with me. If only I could fully enjoy it. Kane kept infiltrating my mind. I inadvertently touched the hollow of my neck and my ear. Kane's touch still burned beneath my skin. His words seared even hotter.
I'm ready to walk away from the single life anytime. Just say the word, Scarlet. Keep running, Scarlet.
What did you mean by a guy like you? I needed something to distract me in the worst way. I even clasped my hands in my lap to keep me from touching my neck. If only I could shut out Kane's voice. Landon leaned back in the booth.
You know, an introverted science geek.
I know very well. I would put myself in the same category. I have to say, you don't come across as an introvert, especially on your show.
I've gotten good at playing the part, but I promise you, after this, I will be in great need of alone time and getting lost in video games.
I could totally relate to him, except for the video games part. Social situations always wore me out. I would probably go home and read a book after this. What games do you play? He raised his brows.
That didn't scare you off? Most women are put off that a man my age is still gaming.
I remembered Kane once saying something similar to me. That I wasn't like other women. It was something he had appreciated. After he'd left, I'd wondered if he'd want me to be more like other women. However other women were, I wasn't sure. But who was I to judge anyone? I listened to Celtic music and sat on the floor whenever I could while I worked. I was about as quirky as they came. Landon was probably more my speed than someone like Kane. However, that's what I loved about Kane. He brought out a side of me no one else could. Someone once told me that the most beautiful thing I could be was myself. I think that's good advice for most everyone. You know, except serial killers and psychopaths. The kind of people Landon helped put in jail. He laughed, and then his laughter turned into a thoughtful stare.
Did Kane tell you that?
I was taken aback that he knew that. Why would you think that? I stuttered. He drummed his fingers against the wooden table.
I'm good at studying people, the living and the dead. I've noticed that when you touch your neck in the same place Kane did during your chat, your tone of voice turns wistful. And as much as I'm hoping it's not true, I'm not buying the stepbrother angle. Thinking back, I'm sure he wanted to punch me before he left.
Our parents were married for about 15 months. I defended myself, though I was quite embarrassed he noticed all that.
I'm not accusing you of lying, only trying to feel out my chances here.
I took a drink of my lemonade, trying to think of what to say. I wasn't sure. I liked Landon. I really did, but Kane was getting in the way. Always.
I'm being too forward again. It's a bad habit of mine. It's just I don't often find myself so drawn to someone so quickly.
He leaned forward as if I were pulling him in. Oh, I knew the feeling. Not with Landon, but believe me, I knew the feeling. I'm flattered, and I like you. Honestly, I had the biggest crush on you when I was in college. He pursed his lips together.
Let me guess, not anymore?
I felt myself getting all sorts of hot. I hated letting people down. It's not that. It's just, at the beginning of this year, the man I was engaged to broke things off. And I'm involved with a huge thing at work, and
You have unresolved feelings for your stepbrother,
he interrupted me. Yeah, I whispered. I'm sorry. Kane and I have a complicated past, but there's no hope for a future together. Landon's eyes widened.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I said too quickly.
Can I give you some advice?
I nodded. Not sure anything he said would be helpful, but at this point in my life, I was open to any suggestions.
Most crimes I get called to investigate happened in the heat of the moment. A few emotionally charged seconds that change the course of the victims and the assailants' lives forever. Probably 9 out of 10 crimes could be avoided if only the aggressor took a few minutes to breathe and think before acting.
What are you saying?
I'm saying, I don't know exactly what happened between you and Kane, but I'm guessing some decisions have been made in the heat of the moment, by both of you. And you haven't given yourself the time to stop and think before you do something you may regret for the rest of your life.
My mouth fell open.
Yes, I'm blunt like that. And I wish it wasn't true, because I would like nothing more than to ask you back to my hotel room to play video games.
He gave me a sly smile.
Wow, he really was blunt.
Uh-huh. Video games. With one sentence, he'd obliterated another dream. He laughed.
Too forward?
Yes. I didn't find it all that funny. One-night stands weren't my thing. And all I could think about was how Kane would have never asked me back to his hotel room, especially on a first date. He would have known better because he knew me. Landon obviously didn't know me, and he never would.
I should probably get you home. I need to get back to the studio, he said abruptly.
Thank you for lunch. I had no idea what else to say. I was more than ready to go home. He reached across the table for my hand. When he touched me, it felt wrong. Not creepy, just like we didn't belong together.
I'm sorry for coming on so strong. My mouth is always getting me in trouble.
I could relate to that too, except I didn't go around propositioning people for sex.
I know after my stellar people skills, you probably never want to see me again. But if you find yourself unattached and without regret, I would love to take you out again. I'd fly you to anywhere I am. No video games need to be involved.
He grinned. I wanted to tell him that I was unattached and didn't have regrets. Not because I wanted to see him again. Unfortunately, he'd kind of ruined it there at the end. But because I wanted it to be true. Because then maybe the pain would go away. But I was attached to Kane in ways I couldn't explain. It went beyond space, time, or even reason. I knew that meant something. I just wasn't sure what. I walked into a quiet house after I was dropped off by my Uber driver. I felt it was best if Landon and I parted ways at the restaurant. Not that I thought he would stalk me or anything. It was just awkward after the whole video games thing. I needed to decompress after my so-called date, so I welcomed the silence. And I was extremely grateful not to have to face Kane. Admittedly, I had been hoping I could come home and tell him I'd had a great time and that Landon and I would be seeing each other again. That wasn't happening, and honestly, I wasn't even sure if I would be watching Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist anymore. I had a feeling if I did, I would always think to myself that Landon had wanted to sleep with me. Kane had probably perceived Landon's intentions. Maybe he was right, and there was a reason Landon was still single. Ugh, man. I knew I should probably get some work done, but I didn't think I would be able to concentrate. Even though Landon was a dud, his work still excited me. I itched to go research DNA methylation signals and the time-tracing fingerprint technology Landon and I had discussed over lunch. It was amazing that we could tell how old a fingerprint was now. Instead, I found myself in the library scrolling through Naomi's books. I wanted to talk to her, but she was doing something more important, having dinner with my father and hopefully getting some answers for me. If only she could tell me what to do with my life. With Kane. While I perused the books, I received a text from the maddening man.
Did you make it home all right?
I debated about responding, but I could picture him getting ready to avenge my death, or, at the very least, call the police. I'm home. I wondered where he was. I almost asked him, but it wasn't any of my business. And he didn't respond, so I went back to searching for a book to take my mind off the events of earlier today. Especially my thoughts regarding Kane's theory on me running away. Maybe he was right. Of course he was right. I sank into the chintz chair nearest me, my mind reeling as I recounted all the times I'd run away in my life. I'd run away from being valedictorian, from my step-siblings and stepmothers, letting them bully me into silence and self-loathing. I'd spent years, not to mention my medical residency, running away from my career dreams, or at least being too afraid to pursue them. I'd even tried to run away from Kane in the beginning, but he wouldn't let me. I was still running away from him, yet he still chased. And perhaps that's why I couldn't forgive him now. 8 years ago, he'd stopped chasing me. He'd stolen my courage. Him. And instead of finding my own courage, I did the safe thing. I gave up on my dreams. But was it really safe? I was still chasing after my father's approval, begging him to love me and be proud of me, see me. It's all I'd ever truly wanted. So, technically, I was trying to make my dreams come true. Then why did I feel so empty? I curled into myself, afraid of the answer. While contemplating my life, more like trying not to contemplate it, I noticed a book, Harvest of Blood, on the small table near the chair. I smiled when I picked it up. It was a medical thriller by one of my favorite authors, Taryn Taylor. I had no idea Augie liked him too, though he probably didn't love him for the same reasons as I did. Taryn Taylor wrote great thrillers, but my favorite part was always the amazing love story woven into the plot. I hadn't had a chance to read this book yet, so I picked it up hoping it would be a good distraction. A track for me to use to run away from my life. I was obviously good at it. Too good. I read and read until it was dark, until my eyes became heavy and I fell asleep in the chair. I was startled awake by a gentle shake. Blinking several times, I allowed my eyes to adjust and focus in on Augie, who stood smiling above me. I sat up and tried to stretch out the crick in my neck. What time is it? 11. That was good news. It meant he and Naomi had been together for hours. Or that's what I assumed. I supposed he could have gone somewhere else after dinner. How was dinner? I asked nonchalantly. Augie didn't answer me. His head was tilted, studying me.
It's been a long time since you fell asleep in this library. I used to have to carry you to bed when you were a little girl.
You did? I didn't remember that, but oh, how I wanted to. He picked up the book that had fallen onto my lap and absent-mindedly flipped through it.
You wanted to read the big books, as you used to call them. Always wanting to learn.
Why couldn't I remember that? Remember him? How old was I?
4 or 5.
He set the book on the side table. That made sense. It was probably right after he and Naomi divorced. No wonder I couldn't remember. I didn't want to. I guessed I was always good at running away from my feelings. From life. So, how was your dinner?
You're not going to let that go, are you?
He said with a smile in his voice. I let my hair out of its messy bun and ran my fingers through my curls. No, not this time. Augie sat in the matching chintz chair on the other side of the small table. He ran a hand through his hair just like me. It dawned on me how similar we were, right down to running away. He had run away from my mother's death and Naomi's love. He'd even run away from me. I was no better. I had a string of men who'd all loved me that I could never fully love back. I hadn't even given myself fully to Ethan. I think he'd known. His excuse for leaving me had been his career and moving, but in my heart, I knew it was because I hadn't fought for him. His eyes had pleaded for me to tell him he was making a mistake. I hadn't been able to. And even now, when I was faced with the kind of love that Naomi had offered my father, I was shunning it at every turn. Sure, Cain bore some of the blame, but even if I was willing to forgive him, I would probably run. No one can hurt you while you're running. I sat stunned by these revelations. Augie and I belonged to the same runners' club. I always swore I would never be like my father, yet I turned out to be exactly like him. Augie shook me out of my thoughts by saying,
"It was like old times tonight. Naomi was on a mission."
He gave me a pointed look.
"I believe on your orders this time."
I wanted to shake him and yell at him, blame him for teaching me how to run, but I couldn't. He may have given me the running shoes, but I'm the one who put them on and laced them up tight. I even bought new ones when the old pair wore out. Tonight, though, I decided to retire at least one pair and confront my father. Force him to tell me the truth. I know something is wrong. You aren't acting like you.
"And how is that?"
Well, I bit my lip. You're normally standoffish and cold. I didn't sugarcoat it. And you would never step down as CEO. Not like this. His brow furrowed while he scrubbed a hand over his salt and pepper 5 o'clock shadow.
"This is what you think of your father."
Regret laced his words. I wish I didn't, I whispered, on the verge of tears.
"Your assessment is well-deserved."
Why? What did I do? I begged to know. He whipped his head my way.
"What do you mean? What did you do? You think this is your fault?"
I pulled my knees up and wrapped my arms around my bare legs. Tears dripped down them as they fell off my cheeks. I was a disappointment.
"No,"
he said angrily. How could I believe otherwise? You never once said you were proud of me. I can't even remember you ever saying you loved me. I sobbed, even though I knew Augie hated the tears. Augie flew out of his chair and dropped to his knees in front of me. His expression was bewildered. He obviously didn't know what he should do. He raised his hand as if he wanted to touch me, but wasn't sure how or if he should. He eventually patted my arm.
"Scarlet,"
his voice cracked.
"I love you."
He stumbled on those words, as if he hadn't said them to anyone in years. He noticeably inhaled and exhaled before saying with more conviction,
"I love you."
I lifted my head. You do? Without hesitation, he stroked my hair.
"From the moment I held your tiny body in the delivery room. I'm sorry. I've done a poor job over the years of showing you."
It was the sweetest thing he had ever said to me. I felt a tiny piece of my heart mend.
"Scarlet, I'm proud of you. It's why I'm stepping down. I want time to see my daughter at the helm of Armstrong Labs."
I had wanted to hear the P word for as long as I could remember, but I couldn't enjoy it. Instead, I was struck with fear. Time? Are you running out of time? He swallowed hard and let out a heavy breath.
"Last month, I had an episode."
An episode?
"It was no big deal."
He stood and began pacing.
"Possibly a mini," he emphasized. "A heart attack," he mumbled.
I jumped up. You had a heart attack?
"Perhaps. The tests were inconclusive."
I want to look at the test results and your blood work. He chuckled.
"You sound just like Naomi."
That was a huge compliment. I'm serious.
"So was she. But I'm fine. I'm taking some beta blockers and exercising more. However, my doctor recommended a change in lifestyle if I would like to live to see the next decade. According to him, I'm too high-strung and work too much."
He scoffed. I took Augie's hand and he held on to it like a lifeline. I need you to stick around. I feel like I don't even know you. We need to change that. He squeezed my hand.
"Agreed."
He studied me as if he were trying to memorize my face and everything about me, like he was looking at me for the first time.
"You are so beautiful, but more importantly, you're intelligent. You will do great things for Armstrong Labs.
Would I? Could I? What if the board chooses Kane? Or someone else? Though Augie was right, I didn't see them looking past Kane or me. Augie was still the chairman of the board and wielded a lot of influence. Besides, the board loved Kane. Ugh.
I've never known a finer man than Kane, and honestly, his skills are second to none. And though he is like a son to me, Armstrong Labs is your legacy. I built it for you and your mother.
Oh, when he put it like that, how could I deny my destiny? I could pick new dreams, give my father his wish, perhaps even his dying wish, to see me run his company. I'll do my best, I whispered. He drew me in for a hug, albeit awkwardly, as this was a first. When we figured out arms and where my head would land on his chest, he held me tight and I settled into him. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I had needed this moment for as long as I could remember. I needed my father.
I know you can do this, Scarlet.
His confidence filled me, and I began to believe too. Then he flipped the script.
How are things with you and Kane?
I leaned away to look at him, but stayed in his embrace. What do you mean?
I think you know.
He gave me a half smile. I thought you didn't want me to be with him.
Times change.
He shifted uncomfortably.
Like I said, I've never known a better man than Kane.
Me either. And that was my problem. The Best Man. Sunday found me with Naomi at the zoo, of all places. Not that it should have surprised me. Naomi had taken me to the zoo many times when I was growing up. While there, she had taught me the scientific names for the animals and where they could be found in the wild. She had let me ask her a million questions, and I always came home with a new book and a stuffed animal. I think she felt we could both use a little happy this afternoon, in a place that reminded us of a time when life had seemed simpler. I should have been researching and working on my business plan, but when Naomi called me this morning, I felt she needed to see me as much as I needed to see her. I knew having dinner with my father couldn't have been easy for her, and Augie's bombshell last night wasn't easy to digest. Besides, I desperately needed to talk to her about my life and men. Kane hadn't come home last night. Augie figured he was staying at his own place. I wondered if he was with a woman. The thought made my stomach hurt, though I knew I had no claim on him. I'd done my best to push him away. It was all for the better, I kept telling myself. CEOs and COOs shouldn't be romantically entangled. Neither should runners and ex-boyfriends who leave you because they love you. I still wasn't sure how he had come to that conclusion. I love Scarlet, so I should leave her. We were strolling through the African savannah, both lost in our thoughts. Dozens of children and their parents whizzed by us in the stifling heat. It didn't smell all that great either. Regardless, I was still in awe of the majesty of nature. Even now, I wondered at why giraffes had such long necks and how elephants could have 250-pound babies. Can I ask you something? I stopped in front of the zebra habitat. Naomi stood next to me and looked out at the zebras lazily eating. Of course. Would you say I'm like my father? She tilted her head and took a moment to think. You're intelligent like him, and you have his nose. She tapped mine. I smiled, though I wasn't really feeling it. I also don't know how to love. She faltered as if someone had pushed her. Who in the world would say such a ridiculous thing? Me, I choked out. Honey, she rubbed my arm. What would make you think that? I turned around, leaned against the railing, and wiped the sweat off my brow. It's true. I related to her my long list of running away offenses. She sighed and shook her head. Let's go sit on one of the benches over there. We weaved in and out of the crowd on our way to the bench. We took a seat, and the bench's heat radiated into my skin. Still, it wasn't any worse than the discomfort my heart was feeling. Naomi gave me such a tender look, a mother's look. Honey, you were bound to have some relationship issues due to your father's stupidity, but you have a bigger heart and love better than anyone I know. That's not true. Remember Alan? He said I did a great imitation of a woman in love, and he was such a great guy. You even loved him. I let my fiancé go too. Not to mention half a dozen other good men. And I have, what, maybe 3 friends? Just admit it. I'm a runner. Her facial expression bordered on amused and sympathetic. Sweetheart, have you run away from some things? Yes. Given your history, it's not surprising. With that said, you've tackled some humongous mountains. College, medical school, your residency, not to mention your father. You're no quitter, or runner for that matter. My father? Do you think most daughters in your position would have stuck around? Absolutely not. But you, my dear, are the very essence of love. Love is what kept you coming back. I wiped the corner of my eye where a tear had escaped. But what about all those men? She waved her hand in front of me dismissively. That was only your heart telling you they weren't the right one. There's nothing wrong with that. Will I ever find the right one? I begged to know. She narrowed her eyes at me. Haven't you already? I covered my face with my hands. Don't say that. You are running, she teased me. No? Well, yes. I dropped my hands. But he ran from me first. I sounded like I was tattling on him. Then I told her Kane's tale of why he'd left. Naomi listened intently, nodding here and there. When I finished, she said, well, that was foolish, but I have to admit, it was an honorable thing he did. What? Honorable? Honey, you are so young and naive. You needed more experience with men before you settled down. You're taking his side? She patted my knee. I'm always on your side. However, it sounds like he had good intentions, just a very poor execution. So I should just forgive him? For your own sake, you should always forgive, she said wisely. Whether or not you give him another chance, that's up to you. You have to ask yourself which you will regret more, loving him or leaving him. I rubbed my temples. I don't think I'll ever stop loving him. There's the crux of the problem, and why you, quote unquote, run from other men. You're already taken. Yes, I was. Body and soul. Tell me what to do, I pleaded. Darling daughter, that I can't do. What I can tell you, though, is what I know. There was something about you two together that was, in a word, magical. He unlocked something in you. For that I will always thank him. And, she grinned, for talking your father out of getting married again. What? I perked up. Oh, yes. According to your father last night, it was Kane who convinced him to hang up his tuxedo. He called him out for all the hurt his marriages have caused you. He did? I shouldn't be surprised. Why did he have to be the best ex-boyfriend ever? That's what your father said. What else did my father say to you? I started my fishing expedition to extract any juicy details she would give me. Naomi laughed. I see what you're doing. I thought we were talking about you. We were, but I want to know how last night went. What do you think of my father's episode? She blew out a heavy breath. I'm only surprised something like this hasn't happened sooner. The man subsists on caffeine and has worked 18-hour days for years. Did he tell you he drove himself to the hospital? No. Why didn't he call someone or 911? Pride. Stubborn fool, she muttered before standing. Let's get a drink. I need to cool off. No one could get her ire up like my father. That and shoddy police work at a crime scene. I followed her as she marched toward the nearest cafe. I'm sorry if I've upset you. I know Augie gets to you. That's the problem. He shouldn't after all these years. Did he do something last night? Besides being wonderful? No, she spat. I couldn't hide my smile. So, are you going out again? She whipped her head my way, her eyes wide. Absolutely not. There is way too much water under that bridge. And there isn't a boat big enough to get me to jump in and try to cross it. You're really passionate about this, I teased. You better believe it. God himself would have to visit me before I ever entertained seeing him again. Now I know what to pray for. I nudged her and she laughed. Don't you dare! Your father and I are over. Maybe someday we can be friends again for your sake, but he crossed all the lines. In my heart, I knew that, but it still pricked it. I knew it was silly, but like all kids, I hoped my parents would one day reconcile. Naomi took my hand. But it's not too late for you and your father. He wants to make things right with you. And, she hesitated, I'm not sure it's too late for you and Kane either. I stopped dead in my tracks. Don't say that. I rubbed my chest. Why? Because the truth hurts, my love? So much. She squeezed my hand. You need to be brave, honey. You can't run from this. You shouldn't run from this. Don't make the same mistake I did and walk away when you're too angry and hurt to see straight. My brow hit my hairline. You regret divorcing my father? She looked up to the clear blue sky. I regret letting my own pride and anger get in the way. That's not to say, even if I'd given myself time to step back and breathe, it would have worked out. But now I'll never know, and I have to live with that. I don't recommend it. It's so complicated. We're fighting for the same job, and he didn't give me any say when he left. Love is always complicated, and even the best men make mistakes. The best women, too. She winked. I had no idea what to do. Turmoil ran rampant through my body. My heart and mind were fighting over the best course of action. My heart was all for opening the door to Kane. My head said we should buy a lock. I think I want some ice cream. Ice cream is a good answer. For now. I know. I have decisions to make. And I know you'll make the right ones. I was glad someone was sure of that. The Friend Zone. I walked into the executive break room Monday morning to grab a cup of coffee. It had been a late night of research, and I was already fading by mid-morning. Still, I was pleased with my progress. Now that I had my mission and vision statements in place, I could focus on strategy and goals. That meant analyzing our current strategies and understanding the blood plasma market in general. Who were our competitors? How do our partners play a role in our success? Are we currently meeting the needs of our customers? It was enough to make my head swim, but I felt like things were beginning to click, and a picture was beginning to form in my mind. I wasn't sure how it would all take shape yet, but it would. It had to. When I walked in, I no longer needed the caffeine to wake me up. Kane and JC were there, in all their beautiful glory, chatting near the counter filled with pastries and fruit. Suddenly, I was wide awake. JC, in her form-fitting pink dress, was laughing and playfully smacking his chest. Kane looked pleased with himself. Meanwhile, I wanted to vomit. I hadn't seen Kane since Saturday when he'd left me with Landon. Though I'd heard him come back late last night while I was working. The first thing he'd done was jump in the shower. Yeah, I'd had a hard time concentrating after that. Lots of visions running through my head, and not visions for the company. I'd thought of all the things I envisioned myself doing with him. It was beautiful torture. Now I wondered if he'd spent the weekend with his secretary. They were awfully cozy with one another. Kane and I locked eyes before I could walk back out. He immediately cleared his throat and backed away from JC. "Please make sure to give the caterer the final number," he said, very businesslike. JC blinked her beautiful big eyes, obviously confused by the abrupt change of subject. I decided to mind my own business and headed straight for the coffee machine. "No problem," I heard her purr. "I can't wait for the conference on Friday. I hope you're pleased with the job I've done for it." "You've been great," he responded. Oh, I bet she had. Now I wanted to attend the conference Armstrong Labs held every year even less. This year it was being held at the Porsche Experience Center. No surprise there. Apparently, Porsche had opened a venue where you could not only drive their cars on different tracks, but also host corporate functions. Trying my best to ignore the pair, I reached for a hot cup on the shelf above the coffee machine, and of course, 100 of them came tumbling down. JC and Kane rushed over to help me pick them up. That was the last thing I needed. I've got it. Thank you. Don't be silly. We love to help. JC bent over, and let's just say I got very well acquainted with her and her breasts. I wondered how well Kane knew them. She did just say, we. I scrambled to pick up the cups while my cheeks burned. At least this made my decision easy. Kane had found his new sex kitten. Meow.
JC, why don't you get the conference room ready for my 11 o'clock meeting, and I'll help Scarlet.
Are you sure? She sang in an angelic voice.
Yes, thank you.
She popped up. Okay, see you later. Scarlet, we still need to do lunch. Yeah, maybe next week. My schedule is full this week. Or at least it was going to be. Sounds great. I made sure to place us at the same table during the conference on Friday. I'm so excited. Someone please shoot me. Wow, me too, I said through gritted teeth. Kane chuckled under his breath. Bye, y'all. She waved as she sashayed out the door, swinging her hips like she was in a salsa class. I stood with an armful of white hot cups and set them on the counter. She's quite the find. Kane set a stack of cups next to me.
She's almost as good as Randall.
I'm sure. I rolled my eyes.
Are you judging her because she's beautiful? How very sexist of you, Dr. Armstrong.
His eyes danced with amusement. So, you think she's beautiful? I asked nonchalantly. He leaned in, enveloping me in his intoxicating scent.
Not as beautiful as you.
Right. I began putting the cups back on the shelf. I bet she does a lot of overtime in your office.
I'm not that kind of man.
His curt words put me in my place. I dropped the cups I was holding, feeling ashamed of my insinuation. More like my jealousy. Kane swiftly picked up the cups and handed them to me.
How was your date with Landon?
He hissed his name. I blew out enough breath to make my bangs ruffle. Fine, until he wanted to take me back to his hotel room. Kane's face flashed red.
That scumbag. I knew it.
You knew what?
Men like him think they can get whatever they want because they have a little notoriety. He damn well knew we were together, but he had the gall to ask you out in front of my face.
We're not together. Those words hurt in the depths of my soul.
So you keep reminding me,
he growled. I am sorry for calling you my stepbrother. I offered an olive branch. I couldn't stand being his adversary anymore. It wasn't who I was. The corner of his mouth twitched.
I suppose I can forgive you.
I'm glad. Actually, I've been thinking. Lots and lots of thinking. I had come to the conclusion that there were too many feelings between us to just walk away. And I decided that when you receive new information, like that someone loves you or that perhaps they had good intentions, you can't ignore it. You have to process it, add it into the equation, and see what it amounts to. Even if I knew it would be painful and had no idea what the outcome would be. He stepped closer. Hope shone in his eyes. I've been thinking maybe we could be friends. After what Naomi had said to me yesterday, it was the only viable choice in my mind right now. It would give me a safe place to explore all the new data he'd thrown at me and process all the feelings I'd been running away from for a long time. His chin hit his chest. You did offer me friendship as an option, I gently reminded him. He lifted his head.
I was hoping you would choose the other option.
I know, but things are complicated right now. I mean, I'm going to be your boss soon. I smirked. He grabbed his midsection and laughed.
Darlin', you keep telling yourself that.
Oh, I will. Don't discount me.
Scarlet, I never have, but I will fight you for this.
I stood tall, and I'll be ready.
I'm glad to hear that, because I like nothing better than a good fight. It makes the making up so much sexier.
He wagged his brows. Who says we'll be making up? I stuttered.
It's all in your eyes.
He ran a finger down my cheek.
You want me just as much as I want you.
I shivered and took a step back before I accosted him. I don't know what I want. That was true. I needed time to figure that out. Can we start with being friends? His broad shoulders rose and fell.
If that's what you need.
I nodded.
Should we kiss on it?
He flashed me an impish smile, taking a step closer.
Yes, please.
I pushed against his rock-hard chest. Kane, please give me time. I don't know what will happen between us, but I don't want to have regrets.
That's the last thing I want for you,
he said sincerely. I catch your double meaning, and I want to run Armstrong laps. I need to. I pleaded with him to understand that. He tilted his head.
Need to?
He didn't know about Augie, and I'd promised Augie I wouldn't discuss it with anyone besides Naomi. I quickly held out my hand, ignoring his last question. Let's shake on it. Friends. He didn't hesitate to grasp my hand and draw me near enough that we were sharing the same breaths.
Best friends,
he whispered. He was the best friend I'd ever had. I missed him so much. Best friends, I whispered back before I could stop myself. A grin engulfed his face.
Now that that's settled, we need to finish our list.
What list?
Our summer list.
My hand flew to my chest. You kept it? He reached into his pocket, took out his wallet, and opened it. Inside was a folded-up piece of paper. He carefully pulled it out. It looked worn, as if he had unfolded and refolded it many times over the years. And there it was, our list. I rubbed my heart, overcome by feelings. So much hope lived in each word that had been written on that paper. Cherished, yet haunting memories lived and breathed on the page. Kane held it out to me, but I was afraid to take it for fear I would start crying. How long have you been carrying that around?
Since the day I said goodbye.
His voice was on the cusp of breaking with emotion, but he held it together. I don't understand why you kept it. I was doing everything I could to hold back the onslaught of tears ready to be unleashed.
For this moment, right here,
he said, as if he were fulfilling a lifelong quest or relieving a burden he had been carrying around for years.
Because I knew someday I would see you again, and I could give this to you, and you would know that I thought about you every day we'd been apart.
That did it. The tears burst through and ran down my cheeks. I loved him for it, and I wanted to shake him for 8 lost years. This was why I was so torn. He had stolen from me, and I wasn't sure it was something we could get back.
Please take it, he begged.
With trembling hands, I uneasily took the paper. I had a hard time focusing on the words as my eyes had become so blurry from crying. Yet, through the waterworks, I saw every date we had planned and the check marks by the ones we'd been on. There were 6 check marks missing, except there should have only been 5. You forgot to check one off. I couldn't say edge of the world. It was such a beautiful place, but it was an ugly memory. Edge of the world could have been renamed the day my world came crashing down.
No, I didn't.
He tucked a tendril of hair behind my ear.
That one deserves a redo.
I can't go there, I stammered.
Give me a chance to change your mind, he pleaded.
I handed him back the list. Don't press your luck, I half-heartedly teased. He chuckled and took the list.
So, Starlight Drive-In first?
Of course he would pick that one first. Pamela, the chief medical officer, walked in. I wished she hadn't. I already felt as if everyone who worked here and sat on the board was watching my every move, scrutinizing me. Even Pamela, who I'd interned for and who I believed thought highly of me. I could see in her eyes that she had serious questions about me leading Armstrong Labs. Even now, she looked between me and Kane with interest, taking note of my tears. CEOs didn't cry at work or date their coworkers. I mean, it's not like she didn't know that Kane and I had dated a long time ago. Still, I didn't want people to think we were in a relationship now. Especially anyone from the executive team who was on the board. People Kane already had a good relationship with. Yeah, that didn't bode well for me either. Regardless, I was going to do everything in my power to knock their socks off, to make them forget I was Augie's daughter and that I cried in the break room. Honestly, I was surprised Kane wasn't on the board yet, though I knew Augie liked to have a good mix. Only the CFO and CMO from the executive team currently sat on the board, alongside 20 other individuals with various professional backgrounds. And, in a way, keeping Kane off the board was a smart strategic move on Augie's part. Hold number 2 at bay in case he ever wanted to raise a coup. Not that I ever saw Kane doing that. I cleared my throat. That all sounds good, except the one item. Just remember our previously agreed upon terms, aka friends only. See you later. I hustled away from him and smiled at Pamela. Hello. Hello. She seemed taken aback by my harried state and tear-stained cheeks, but she didn't say anything. I rushed out and back to the safety of my office, questioning my sanity. Leaning against the door, I closed my eyes. How in the world was I going to survive being friends with Kane? I so badly wanted to run, but I knew with all that I was, I had to see this through. There would be no regrets, one way or the other. The start of something good. I pulled into the garage, surprised to see Augie there. I couldn't believe he was already home with so much daylight left. I got out of the car, still kind of nervous to be around him. I was always afraid I wouldn't know what to say, or worse, we would run out of things to say. I went to the grocery store, I blurted. Augie walked my way.
You know we have a housekeeper who does all the shopping. Fran will get you whatever you want. Just give her a list.
I know, but I've been researching heart-healthy and stress-reducing foods. I thought it would be best if we all started eating better. Augie gave me a pressed-lip smile.
Is that so? He said, seeing right through me.
Besides, I miss cooking.
I didn't realize you knew how to cook.
He sounded abashed. There was a lot he didn't know about me. I planned to change that. I popped the trunk with a push of a button and walked toward it to retrieve the groceries. Ethan and I took cooking classes last year. I reached for a few cloth bags. Augie grabbed the rest while clearing his throat.
Do you miss him?
Ethan? Augie nodded while we walked toward the mudroom door. Well, sometimes. I was an awful person. I should be pining for the man I had been planning to marry. But the truth was, I wasn't. Yes, there were things I missed about Ethan. He could make history come alive, and, like Kane, he liked to try new things. Although, unlike Kane, Ethan did it more for appearance's sake. Kane did it because he had a zest for life.
It's all for the best.
Augie opened the door for me. How do you know that? I wasn't being snarky. I truly wanted to know why he thought so. Augie looked taken aback by my question, but he easily answered,
There was something missing in your eyes.
I didn't even realize my father cared to look in my eyes, or understand how he would know something was missing. What was missing?
Light, he quickly said, as if he were embarrassed. Besides, he wasn't your equal. You would have come to resent his lack of ambition and brains.
I snickered. He's a professor at one of the most prestigious universities in the country.
I've known a lot of smart idiots in my day. He talked a big talk, but believe me, he's not going places.
I didn't argue with him. Not because I necessarily agreed with him, but because it seemed pointless since Ethan and I were a thing of the past. We set the bags on the counter. Does a crunchy chicken mango salad sound good for dinner? I started taking out the produce.
Sure.
Augie helped me.
But you don't have to take care of me.
I stopped what I was doing and caught his eye. I know, but I want to do this. And I don't mean cook for you. I wanted to get to know him. Having dinner with him seemed like a good place to start. We hadn't had a lot of meals together while I was growing up. He set down the pineapple he was holding. He nodded, indicating he got what I was really trying to say.
I would like that.
We both carried on as if we hadn't just had a life-changing conversation. So, why are you home so early? I started unloading my next bag. He opened the refrigerator to put away the almond milk.
I thought I should probably start trying to see what life outside the office looks like. And since you're here now...
He trailed off. I smiled. I'm glad you're here, I admitted.
Me too.
We put away the rest of the groceries in silence, but once I started cooking, we braved more conversations. While I chopped veggies, Augie sat at the breakfast bar looking as unsure as I felt. Do you want to help? I wasn't sure what else to say.
I'm a disaster in the kitchen. Your mother banned me from it.
She did? What did you do?
You name it. But I think the last straw was when I used the blender without a lid and sprayed tomatoes all over the kitchen.
I laughed, imagining what a mess that must have been to clean up, and because I could never imagine my father doing something so like me. I pushed some washed romaine lettuce toward him. Could you handle tearing lettuce into bite-sized pieces?
What would you consider bite-size?
He asked quite seriously. You're a smart man. I think you can figure it out. He raised his brows at me.
Now you sound like Naomi.
I'll take that as a compliment. He grabbed the lettuce.
I'm glad for her influence in your life.
She's the best. I tossed some cucumbers in a bowl.
She is,
Augie agreed. Do you ever miss her? I eked out. Augie stopped tearing lettuce and swallowed hard.
She and your mother were the loves of my life, he offered.
Maybe you'll find love again. I only prayed it was with a sane woman his own age, and that I didn't have to go to another one of his weddings. I would appreciate an elopement. He waved away my insinuations.
I think I've exceeded my limit.
Internally, I breathed a sigh of relief.
What about you?
He casually asked. I don't know. I grabbed a mango.
What about Kane?
He gave me a pointed look. It suddenly felt very warm. I set my knife down on the cutting board. We're going to be friends. Augie laughed a deep, throaty laugh, so unlike him.
Does Kane know that?
Of course.
All right.
He went back to tearing lettuce, not believing a word I just said. Why are you all of a sudden Team Kane? I had to ask. In fact, I was a bit annoyed. Why couldn't he have been more supportive about my relationship with Kane 8 years ago? Not that it would have changed anything. Kane still would have left me for my own good. He let out a heavy breath.
Whether you believe it or not, I'm not on Kane's team. I'm on yours.
His words touched my heart. I wanted to believe him. I was trying to.
You were different with him. There was light in your eyes.
He lowered his voice.
They reminded me of your mother's.
How did you know Mama was the one? I dared to ask. Augie sighed and looked past me as if he were seeing the ghosts of yesterday.
We were children, Scarlet.
He sounded so remorseful. Why was it he always did when he spoke of Mama? That he constantly drifted to how young she was? You didn't answer my question. He turned his head toward me. His turbulent eyes peered into my own.
He
paused before restarting.
One day during gym, some friends and I made fun of one of our classmates for tripping on his shoelaces. She quietly said to me that I was better than that, and then she walked away. It was the first thing she had ever said to me, but I couldn't stop thinking about it or her. She was like that, though. Quiet but deafening in her own way. From that day on, I found ways to be around her. I noticed how kind and unassuming she was. She was beautiful, he said wistfully, though she never believed it, no matter how many times I told her. I don't know how I knew, but I knew I didn't want to ever be without her.
He choked his emotion down. I reached over and put my hand on top of his, tears filling my eyes. I'm sorry she left you. He rested his other hand on top of mine.
We can't live in the past.
He said it in a way that made it clear he was done talking about her. We both went back to our tasks. Despite the quiet, I felt like we had made some more progress. Little by little, I was determined to know Augie, for him to become my dad, not just my father. While we ate, we didn't talk about anything deep other than work and the conference coming up on Friday. Apparently, all the board members would be there. Joy! He also asked how my business plan was coming. He tried to give pointers without really giving any, like keeping the plan to the point and as clean as possible. Use bullet points, graphs, and charts, and avoid long information dumps. I'd read that in my How to Write a Business Plan for Dummies book, but it was good to have the validation, and it was good to talk to my father. While I finished washing the dishes, Kane walked in looking way too good in his khaki shorts and a tight white t-shirt with a big grin on his face.
Sorry I'm late. I was prepping for tonight.
I swallowed hard. I still couldn't believe I'd agreed to go to the movies with him. The drive-in, no less. I blamed it on the list. Seeing it and holding it in my hands today had overwhelmed me. Although it was more that he'd kept it and carried it around all these years. How do you not love a man like that? And how do you resist him? Or should I? That was the question I was trying to answer for myself.
You two have plans?
The corner of Augie's mouth twitched.
The drive-in.
Kane wagged his brows at me. We're going out as friends. I grabbed a dishcloth and began furiously wiping the counter off.
Scarlett, you can leave all this for Fran to clean up tomorrow,
Augie reminded me. I don't mind, I said, way too high-pitched. I was used to cleaning up after myself. In fact, it was kind of therapeutic. And I needed all the therapy right now. Augie grabbed the dishcloth from me.
Get ready for your date,
he smiled. It's not a date, I whispered.
Of course not.
Augie tossed the dishcloth into the sink and strode out of the kitchen.
Have fun tonight, you two,
he called.
I plan to.
Kane hit me with his dazzling smile.
We should probably leave in a half an hour if we want to get a good spot.
Okay, I squeaked. Kane chuckled and sauntered over to me. I backed up against the sink.
Still so nervous around me.
I'm not nervous, I breathed out nervously.
I'm glad to hear that, because that's the last thing I would want you to be.
He gently tugged on a tendril of my hair. I pointed toward the door leading to the staircase. I'm going to go change.
I'll be waiting.
Great. I started to bolt like a frightened colt, but Kane grabbed my hand.
Scarlett, I think this is going to be the start of a beautiful friendship,
he teased me. I rolled my eyes and pulled away from him. Just don't be you tonight, I begged. I know all your moves.
Darling, you didn't get to see all my moves, but don't worry, you will.
That's exactly what I was worried about. Are you trying to talk me out of going? I asked, breathlessly thinking about all his moves. From his kisses to the way he could look at me and right my world.
Definitely not,
he said in all sincerity. Heaven help me, he was going to be the death of me. Though it wouldn't be a bad way to go. Give me a minute. I needed to go hyperventilate and overthink this.
I'll give you all the time you need.
I knew he wasn't only talking about tonight. The question was, what did I need? Bueller. I fanned myself in the steamy night air, sitting as far away as I could from Kane in the back of his truck. Yes, he had a truck. I mean, why not? It's not like they were super romantic or the subject of half the country love songs. I wasn't a country music fan, but I knew what happened in the bed of trucks. And, of course, he'd made sure to deck the bed out with pillows and blankets to make it more comfortable. I was sure he didn't mean it to be romantic in any way. And he didn't stop there. He'd brought homemade cookies and a bottle of wine, not to mention chocolate-drizzled popcorn, my favorite. He was pretty much the devil, but oh, so godlike. The scenery didn't help either. Why did Atlanta have such beautiful sunsets? The sky was afire in pinks and oranges. The cracked pavement and movie screen that had seen better days added to the ambiance. There was something nostalgic about it all. And the sun's fading rays seemed to shadow all the flaws, allowing the beauty of the place to shine through. When did you get the truck? I asked, not daring to look at him. I'd already caught a glance of him cozied up against the pillows, looking like an invitation. Everything about him called out to me. Not surprising, as we shared hearts. I swore it was as if I could hear them beating together in unison among the swirls of people headed to the concession stand. I longed to snuggle up to him, even though it was warm out. I had never minded having our sticky skin together. Honestly, I'd loved it. There was something sensual about it. Though sensual was the last thing we needed right now. I needed to get to know him again, to see if I could trust him. I needed to see if I could forgive him, heart and soul. And I knew if we allowed ourselves to be physical in any way, it would only cloud my judgment.
It was my dad's.
There was still such pride in his voice whenever he mentioned his father. So much for not looking at him. I turned toward him. Really?
My mom gave it to me when I bought my house and decided to renovate it. It's been sitting in storage forever. She thought it would come in handy for hauling supplies.
That explained why the truck was so old. I mean, it was in good condition, but given Kane's taste in cars, the older tan Ford didn't fit him. Yet, in some ways, now that I thought about it, it was all him. It had character, and the inside of the cab was impeccably clean. Plus, there was something comforting about it. Are you doing the renovations yourself? I figured he'd hired a contractor.
What I can.
Why was that such a turn-on? I could picture him getting all hot and sweaty, knocking down a wall in nothing but tight jeans.
That's where I went this weekend. I've been working on the master bedroom. I'd love for you to see it.
My brow quirked. Your bedroom? He slapped a hand against his chest.
Excuse me, Dr. Armstrong. I'm not that kind of man. We're friends here.
He winked. I laughed and thought about how he could make me laugh like no one else ever could.
I would, though.
He got serious.
Love for you to see my house.
I would love that too, but didn't say anything. I had a feeling if I went to his house, I would want to picture myself there, and that would most certainly cloud my judgment.
It's in the neighborhood I grew up in. Only a few blocks from my old house,
he said wistfully.
The house needs a lot of work, but it's great. You would love the big backyard with the pool, and there are skylights in the kitchen. You can look up and see forever.
I always appreciated that he never found my quirks weird. Instead, he celebrated them. Ethan could never understand why I chose to sit on the floor, while Kane totally got it. Sounds nice. Someday, I would like to see it.
Someday?
The disappointment was apparent in his voice. I'm trying to figure this all out. Going to your place would mean something to me. I tried to make him understand.
I get it.
Of course he did. He got me. I didn't say never. He grinned.
Darling, I don't believe in never when it comes to us.
Whoa. I fanned myself. Pass the cookies, please? I squeaked. He chuckled and grabbed a bag out of the cooler he'd brought, so the chocolate wouldn't melt. I took the bag and immediately grabbed 2 semi-sweet chocolate chunk cookies. When did you have time to make these?
I left work early.
You didn't have to do that. I knew how busy he was. He had his own business plan to work on, besides the day-to-day running of the company. He was my father's right-hand man, after all. On top of that, he was playing a huge role in the upcoming conference and was renovating his house.
Yes, I did, Scarlett. I don't want to screw this up.
I stared down at the cookies. The chocolate already had a sheen to it from the Georgia heat. This whole situation is kind of screwed up. We're vying for the same job. Our parents were married once. We're living under the same roof. And there are a million unresolved feelings between us. He brushed my bare shoulder, leaving behind a flurry of tingles.
I don't see it that way. We can easily keep our personal and professional lives separate. And I'm glad our parents got married. It led me to you, and living with you is a major bonus.
He smirked.
And we don't need to leave anything unresolved. Isn't that what tonight's all about? Starting to resolve your feelings?
I took a bite of cookie and, oh, was it ever delicious. It bought me some time before I had to answer the infuriatingly charming man. Once I swallowed, I turned toward him to find him patiently waiting for my response. How do you make everything sound so simple?
Nothing about this is simple. It's complicated as hell, but that's life. When things are complicated, it only means you try harder and appreciate it more.
There you go again, making it all sound like a wonderful adventure instead of a hard road ahead, I teased. Truthfully, I'd always admired his attitude. It had made him successful, and once upon a time, it made me believe in dreams and in myself. He scooted closer, though not too close.
Darling, life is what you make of it. The road is always going to be hard. It's all about who you're traveling it with and where your destination is. I know who I want beside me and where I'm going, so I'm willing to go the distance and work to overcome the roadblocks.
I stared at him in amazement. Was there any wonder why I hadn't been able to forget him? I'd never met anyone who took life on the way he did. I didn't think there was anything he couldn't accomplish, except maybe convincing me I should travel on the road with him. Kane, I whispered. I thought I knew who I wanted to travel with and where I was going, but you took a major detour, and I had to exit. If I hadn't, the pain would have crushed me. He rested his warm hand on my knee.
Scarlet, I'm sorry.
I believe you, but the road I took hasn't been bad. In fact, there has been a lot of good. A lot of things I wouldn't change. Maybe it hasn't been as thrilling as the one we were on, but I don't know if I can risk jumping back on that road, or even if I should. You left a crater-sized pothole when you left. I wonder if you realize that. His caramel eyes searched my own as he seemed to grasp for his words. Several times he attempted to reach up and touch my face, only to stop himself. I was grateful for his hesitation. This was a precarious situation that called for an abundance of caution.
Scarlet, he finally managed to say, I will never forget the look you gave me when I told you I was leaving. It broke my heart and has haunted me for years. I hated myself for it. It took everything I had not to call you and beg you to come to London. But I thought I was doing the right thing.
It didn't feel right. My voice cracked.
I know.
He sat back against the pillows.
I don't know what I can do to make it up to you, or make you see I'm not leaving again.
I didn't either. I held up the melting cookies. These are always a good start. I tried to add some levity back into the conversation. He laughed lowly.
There are plenty more.
That's good news. He braved resting his hand on my cheek, and naturally I leaned into it.
Don't give up on us, please, he begged.
I'm here, aren't I? I whispered.
I thank God for that.
He dropped his hand, and I felt the loss of his touch. I filled the void with cookies. Kane took out his phone and held it up to take a selfie of us.
We need to document another item being checked off our list.
I mumbled with my mouth full. Kane gave me a wicked grin.
I noticed you blocked me on Facebook 8 years ago.
I choked on my cookie and Kane patted my back. I hacked and hacked until finally I could breathe normally. I turned to Kane, red-faced. I couldn't bear to see you, I stuttered. Or you documenting your dates with other women, I admitted. Kane rested his phone between us.
Scarlet, I never documented another date on Facebook after Edge of the World.
My eyes widened. You didn't? Why? He leaned in and tapped my nose.
Because I didn't want to hurt you. Plus, no woman has ever compared to you.
I nudged him. I saw your beautiful girlfriends over the years in living color. They were plenty worthy of a few Facebook posts. He shook his head.
If only you could see how I see you. You would know those women don't hold a candle to you.
I bit my lip, not sure I could believe him, but oh, I wanted to. What did you say in your Edge of the World post? I'd missed that one, as I had blocked him as soon as I could after we broke up. I thought it would help lessen the pain, though it hadn't. It had only deepened the void.
Why don't you unblock me and read it for yourself? He dared me.
Maybe I will, I stammered. I was more than curious, but I was afraid it would be painful. How could it not be? I didn't think there was any spin he could have put on it to make it okay. And why would he post a picture of us after breaking up with me? Better question was, what picture? I didn't remember us taking a photo together that day. Kane grabbed his phone and held it up.
Good. Then I can tag you in this post. Smile, darling.
I leaned into him as if there weren't 8 years between us and smiled. He took the shot, then looked at the photo as if he were stunned. Oh, no. Do I have chocolate on my teeth or lips? He turned his screen toward me.
No, you're perfect. I was just thinking what a fool I was to let you go.
I stared at us together. A sense of belonging swept through me. It was as if I could see the past, the present, and the future all wrapped up in his smile. It scared me, and I practically shoved an entire cookie in my mouth while I backed away from him. We had been down this road before, and like I'd said, it had ended in a huge pothole. But I had to see if the pothole could be filled, or if we were meant to travel another road together. Or maybe I would find out the separate roads we were currently on weren't meant to intersect. He gave me my space and grabbed the popcorn. The sun had gone down and lights began to flicker on the giant screen ahead of us. A hush fell over the parking lot filled with cars. Several people were sitting outside of their vehicles on camp chairs. I think someone was grilling based on the delicious aroma in the air. There seemed to be a collective excitement about the movie starting. Tonight they were playing retro movies on our screen, Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Footloose. I hadn't seen either of the 80s classics, but Kane was pretty excited about them. Apparently, they were some of his favorite movies growing up. It didn't take me long to see why. I turned to him once we were well into the movie. "You're Ferris Bueller," Kane laughed. "You think so?" "Yes." Ferris and Kane made life happen. I could see Kane skipping school and making his best friend Cameron let him borrow his dad's prized Ferrari for a day trip into the city. When Ferris got his friends into the fancy restaurant without reservations, I saw Kane. It wasn't Ferris on the screen singing Twist and Shout in the Parade. It was Kane. Ferris and Kane were spirit animals, a rare breed who had a zest for life unlike any others.
Does that make you Sloane, then?
Kane whispered in my ear, sending shivers down me in the warm summer air. Sloane was Ferris Bueller's gorgeous cheerleader girlfriend. No, I would be Cameron's off-screen, extremely awkward girlfriend. I would be so awkward, Cameron probably wouldn't have even known we were dating. Kane ran a finger down my cheek.
Good thing for Ferris, because I'm sure he grew up and realized that while the Sloanes of the world are great, it's the women who quietly live behind the scenes that make the world go around, that make my world go around.
His words made my pulse race. You promised me you wouldn't be you tonight. I could hardly say it, as he was making me want to pole vault over that pothole and right into the front seat of his car.
I think you're mistaken. You just assumed,
he said seductively while leaning in a little closer until I could feel his sweet breath against my lips. I so badly wanted to close the distance, but instead I placed my finger against his begging-to-be-kissed lips. Friends don't kiss. He gently removed my finger.
Darling, you know that's not true.
Fine. I kissed his cheek, meaning for it to be only a friendly peck, thinking it would put him in his place. Except when my lips touched his skin, they felt like they had come home. As in, take your shoes off and stay for a while. I took a moment to breathe him in and memorize how his stubble tickled my lips. How he smelled like spiced ginger cookies and red wine. It felt as if I had been put in my place. I pulled away, my eyes wide like a deer in the headlights. We should probably finish watching the movie, I said breathlessly. Kane wasn't retreating. I didn't expect him to. He was Ferris Bueller. He was the guy who didn't let any obstacle get in his way. Not even me.
When you're ready, my lips are all yours.
I'll keep that in mind. Every second of every day. But I wasn't ready to give in yet. Actually, I didn't plan on giving in at all. If I gave Kane another chance, it wouldn't be because he truly convinced me. It would be because I knew it was the right thing to do. But first, I had to figure out how to become his boss. Missed memories. For 2 days now, I'd been avoiding unblocking Kane on Facebook and reading his Edge of the World post. Not to say I was avoiding him. We'd had lunch at the office the last couple of days. We were friends, after all, just not on social media. Kane was still patiently waiting for me to take the next step. I had this feeling he had shifted gears since our night at the movies. He was going to let me come to him. During our lunches, he had been way less flirty, and he hadn't touched me once since he'd almost kissed me in the back of his truck. He hadn't even tried to when he'd walked me to my room that night. That was weird, us coming home together. I stared at the door to the Jack and Jill bathroom from the floor where I was supposed to be working on my business plan, not debating about whether or not I should friend Kane, or wondering where he was so late at night. I assumed he was working on his house. How he had time to do it all, I didn't know. He was even giving a huge presentation at the conference on Friday. He seemed 0% worried about it. I had tried to get him to tell me how his business plan was going, and all he did was smile as if he didn't have a care in the world. Meanwhile, I was researching new plasma therapy uses to play to my strengths. I was going to show the board that I was a forward thinker, that Armstrong Labs would lead the way in curing diseases and saving the world. I had even tried to find a way to bring forensics into it. I still hadn't found the perfect angle, but I wasn't giving up. Maybe if I could merge my life's passion with my legacy, I could be fulfilled. However, I had bigger problems, like I didn't have a firm grasp on costs. I was used to grants, not investors. I'd never had to worry about the numbers or the bottom line. Yes, I'd read dozens of quarterly reports over the years, and I grasped the overview, but this was a whole new ballgame. I had to make projections, numbers I would be held accountable for. Sure, if I was chosen as the CEO, I would work with the executive team to create our strategy as a company going forward, but the board needed to see what I brought to the table. I had to be able to answer the interview questions. They needed to see that I was more than a last name. I had to show Augie his company was going to be in good hands. Augie and I had been having dinner together every night. Things were getting less awkward. I had decided to just get to know him like I would a friend. Tonight, we talked about what kind of music he liked. He was a classic rock guy. Who knew? He loved bands like Boston and Kansas. Apparently, groups named after cities and states were his thing. He'd even been to some of their concerts in college. I couldn't imagine Augie at a concert. In fact, it had made me giggle. Augie had been amused that I was amused. My mom, according to Augie, loved classical music. She loved to play Tchaikovsky, Mozart, and Beethoven on the piano. A piano I never knew existed. Augie admitted to giving it away after my mother died. It was a beautiful black baby grand, according to him. A gift from him for her 29th birthday. It made me want to take piano lessons. Maybe I would, once life settled down. I'm not sure when that would ever be. Running a large corporation was going to mean long days and little vacation time. I was used to that between medical school and my residency. But I had to admit that I'd been looking forward to my time off before my lab director job started and the more stable hours that position would provide. Every weekend off sounded amazing. That didn't mean I wasn't up to being CEO. I didn't have to be a workaholic like Augie. Still, I would be naive to believe I wasn't looking at 60-hour weeks on a regular basis. It was fine. I was fine. Was I? Yes, of course I was. I added a few bullet points to my report, explaining the cost benefits of keeping up to date on the latest technology and equipment. But my phone served as a constant distraction, daring me to click on my Facebook app. I turned it over, as if that would help. Why did it matter what Kane had posted 8 years ago? Why was I a little disappointed he wasn't home and pestering me? Maybe this was part of his strategy. He knew if he could distract me, he'd have the CEO thing in the bag. Well, I would show him. I picked up my phone. I would read the post and get it out of my system. Then I would go back to showing him who was going to be the boss. I clicked on my app and went to my user settings. He was the only person I had ever blocked, so it was easy to undo. It's not like I used social media a lot. I hadn't had time for it. Still didn't. I went to my feed anyway. The first thing to pop up was Kane's drive-in post. There we were, looking cozy. I lightly brushed my fingers across the screen as if I could touch Kane. His eyes were bright, and I swore he was glowing. His happiness jumped off the screen, like he'd found his best friend. And that's pretty much what his post said. Best night in a long time. Reunited and it feels so good. I rolled my eyes, but I had to smile. It had felt good. Even looking at myself in the picture, I could tell I was different. I saw some of what Augie had said. There was a light in my eyes, an easiness to my smile. I hesitated to go searching through 8 years of posts, but I knew the not knowing would only take up precious brain power if I didn't. As I began to scroll through pictures of Kane hiking, boating, and receiving awards, and his trips to London, Paris, Zurich, Hawaii, and on through the years, a pang hit me so deep. I felt as if I had missed out on a lifetime of memories. I had to stop and look at the ones of him deep-sea fishing. He was holding a ginormous fish. "This one's for you, Dad," he'd written as his caption. It brought a tear to my eye, as did his Father's Day and birthday tributes to his dad, his hero. I found myself staring at Greg Hudson. Kane was his twin, except his father had eyes as blue as the sea. However, their eyes both possessed the same sparkle. I wished I had known Greg, the man Kane always spoke so fondly of. The posts of his niece and nephew also caught my eye and my heart. His sister had a 5-year-old girl and 3-year-old boy. They were adorable, with curly red hair. Their daddy was a redhead, so it made sense. Kane had shown me pictures of them yesterday at lunch, but it was so fun to see all his posts of how proud he was to be an uncle. Did he ever look good with a baby in his arms? I hadn't thought he could be any more attractive, yet there he went, proving me wrong again. As I scrolled and scrolled, the ache in my chest grew. I hated that I had missed out on so much of his life. I found myself mentally inserting myself into his pictures and posts. I imagined posts like, "Scarlett and I spent the weekend with our favorite kiddos," or "Anniversary trip to Cancun. Didn't leave the room once." Those were Kane's words, not mine, but they sounded perfect. Then I began to imagine what he'd missed out on in my life and what he would have said. "So proud of Scarlett. The cap and gown never looked so good." Or, "She said yes." I pictured me beaming, holding up my hand, showing off my engagement ring. I saw myself in front of his house with him holding up the keys to our new home. "Our first house. Bring on the babies." His red brick home with a deep porch and a large front yard that needed some work looked, quite honestly, perfect. I could see why Kane had bought it. I was so overwhelmed by emotion, I stopped scrolling. That was until I had a notification pop up. Kane had tagged me in some photos. Was he idly waiting for me to unblock him? I clicked on the notifications, and the first photo he tagged me in was the one taken at the drive-in. The second one I had never seen, never even knew he had taken it. There I sat on a rock in the middle of a river in my old red swimsuit, my hair tumbling down in wild waves. I was holding my legs and resting my head on my knees. Tears began to flood my eyes as I remembered the pain of that moment long ago. I had been trying desperately to hold back the tears that day. Kane had just told me he was leaving, and I wanted to be anywhere he wasn't. The last thing I had wanted to do was get in the car with him and go home, so I had run to the river. Not sure what I thought that would accomplish. Raw heartache leaped off the screen. Yet there was beauty. I don't know how Kane did it, but I looked like a model posing for a magazine spread. Honestly, I hardly recognized myself. I realized, though, that's how Kane saw me then and now. I braved reading his caption, written long ago. "Last stop this summer, edge of the world. Fitting, since this woman rocked my world. I've never seen a smile as beautiful as hers, or eyes that run so deep and mysterious that all I want to do is get lost in them. Never have I touched skin so soft, or heard laughter that sounded like music. Because of her, my world will never be the same again." That was it. I blinked several times, my eyes blurry from the tears. I smiled, detecting a hint of Christopher Cross in his last line. Maybe it was a good thing I hadn't read that post until today. I'm not sure what it would have done to me 8 years ago. Probably wrecked me and given me more questions than answers. Even now, it took my breath away. Kane had changed my world too. I wondered if our worlds were meant to collide again, and not in the professional sense. Did I want to miss out on more memories with him? So much for taking my mind off him. Kane was either an evil genius or the best ex-boyfriend ever. Maybe both. My phone buzzed and I looked to see who had texted. "Good night, Scarlett. Thank you for being my friend." I sighed and rested the phone on my laptop before rubbing my hands over my face. Suddenly, friendship didn't sound as good as I thought it would. But what could I do? If I thought Kane was a distraction now, I knew opening the door to him would be game over for me. I had no time for romance. I was literally out for blood. He had already stolen himself and our missed memories from me. He wasn't taking Armstrong Labs. The experience. I looked down at my notes, not seeing any of the words. My mouth was dry, though I had been drinking water like a fish. That probably wasn't smart, since I would be getting up soon and presenting to almost 150 people, including all the board members. Why I had agreed to this, I would never know. Well, I did know, but I should have known better. I was the girl who almost failed Latin so I wouldn't have to give a valedictorian speech. I began racking my brain for what I could do now. Faint? Pull the fire alarm? That would look suspicious, considering Kane was about to get up and present. He would think I was sabotaging him. Kane. Beautiful Kane in his designer black suit looked calm, cool, and collected as he made his way to the podium here in the conference room of the Porsche Experience Center. This place was so him. Sophisticated, sleek, open, and light. The room gave a stunning 360-degree view of the race course, where anyone who wanted could take a Porsche for a spin after this morning's session and the catered lunch. Of course, Kane would be taking advantage of the opportunity. I overheard him tell JC and a few other people how amazing it was. He'd been mostly avoiding me, to the point of staying at his place. Not to say he was ignoring me. He'd been pleasant and greeted me this morning when I'd walked in, even complimenting me on my red dress. Other than that, he'd been rather elusive. Was this all part of his strategy? Drive me mad thinking about him, wondering where he was all the time and what he was doing. Did he still want me? Did I want him? Judging by the way I was mesmerized by him, I would say that was an easy answer. But nothing was actually easy about this. The board was already starting their process, even though I had 2 weeks left to hone my plan. I'd had to turn in a resume and bio to them a couple of days ago. And I knew they were researching my accomplishments. They were contacting former colleagues, professors, and attending physicians I had worked under. They were even reading all the papers I had published in various medical journals, including Johns Hopkins and Stanford. That had to look good, right? So Kane had been in Forbes and Bloomberg Businessweek. Yes, I knew that was a big deal. Focus, Scarlett, and not on Kane. Augie had thought it would be a good idea if I spoke today as well. It was a last-minute kind of thing. I had a feeling some board members had suggested it. I assumed they wanted to evaluate how well I could publicly perform, seeing as I would be the face of Armstrong Labs. Augie suggested I speak on a look into the future of plasma therapies, since most people in the company assumed I would be the lab director. The thing is, public performances aren't really my thing. Sure, I was no longer the girl who ran away from giving valedictorian speeches, but I was still awkward. I was either dry and stale, or I got all giggly. There was no in between. Staring at my notes was impossible. Kane was giving a commanding performance. I couldn't help but give him my attention. Kane stepped out from behind the podium to get closer to the audience, which included me, as I was sitting in the front behind a row of long white tables. I watched him as he made eye contact with everyone he could, except me, drawing them in. It worked like a charm. Everyone was glued to him. Coming out from behind that podium was genius. It said, "I'm one of you. We're a team." Kane had come up with the conference theme, the Armstrong Lab Experience, obviously based on the Porsche experience, and he was playing to that concept. Porsche was built to compete, win, and stand the test of time, and so is Armstrong Labs. Not only do we have the most sophisticated system to collect plasma safely and effectively, but we are the global biotech leader in research and development. Our innovations, along with our pharmaceutical partners, have created life-saving therapies and will continue to do so well into the future. What makes us so strong is our diversity, not only in people, but in products. Just like the visionaries at Porsche didn't stop with perfecting the sports car, but went on to develop other popular lines of vehicles, Armstrong Labs has continued to be on the leading edge of... Kane's presentation was interrupted, at least for me, by JC, who, for some reason, had stayed next to me all day. She leaned toward me and whispered, "Isn't he amazing?" I nodded. He truly was. Augie hadn't even commanded the audience as well when he had kicked off the conference earlier this morning. In fact, I had never seen anyone captivate an audience the way Kane was. I wish he was available. She wouldn't be quiet. Heat rushed to my cheeks in a flash of jealousy. Not that I was surprised JC was angling to be more than his secretary, but there was something about her admitting it to me that made me feel ill. She didn't stop there.
I don't know who he's seeing, but man, is she lucky.
He told you he was seeing someone? I couldn't help myself from asking, even though it was rude to talk while someone was presenting. I had to know if that someone was me or another woman.
Not in so many words. He just said his heart belongs to one woman alone.
I rubbed my own heart and tried to focus back on Kane, even though JC's words were buzzing in my head. I wondered how long ago they'd had that conversation. Did I still own his heart? He hadn't been acting like it the last few days. Not that I had given him a lot of incentive to. I hadn't even responded to his text after I'd unblocked him on Facebook. It wasn't because I didn't want to. I just didn't know what to say. Now, here I was, watching him kill it. He was definite CEO material. I even sneaked peeks at some of the board members, all of whom were smiling. I could see the wheels turning in their heads. All those wheels were headed toward Kane. It was apparent that Armstrong Labs was his passion. The people in this room were his incentive. His words said, "I care about you and your future, not only the company's." I had never even really stopped to think about the people in this room. Only the man sitting next to me, Augie, and the man in front of me speaking beautiful words. I was in this for Augie, and Kane was in this for everyone. Sure, I had thought about the lives we would save. That was something. But I now realized I wasn't doing this for all the right reasons. I needed to expand my vision and shift my perspective. Suddenly, I felt small and even selfish. I didn't think I was a selfish person by nature. Honestly, I thought I was being selfless by trading my dreams for Augie's. But how could I be the captain when I didn't even know the crew? Instead of having my nose in books and reports, I should have been talking to the people in this room. Obviously, Kane had. Sure, he'd been working at Armstrong Labs for years, but he knew everyone by name. I mean, everyone. He literally went around the room and mentioned each of them by name, even the people who had come in from some of our offices around the world. He greeted one woman, Bella, and then spoke of how her son had been saved by the very plasma therapies we'd had a hand in creating. It didn't matter if he told a story about the person or not. Each person smiled when he said their name. All 150 people, including me, who he had saved for second to last. Though he hardly gave me a passing glance. He set his sights on Augie, the last person in his parade of names, and segued into a beautiful tribute to my father, the visionary.
We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the insight, vision, and fortitude of Augustus Armstrong, the man who is truly the lifeblood of our company.
The room erupted in applause. Augie stood and waved. He was actually beaming as he looked over the crowd. This was his life's work. I'd always known that, but Kane, in his 30-minute presentation, had made me understand how incredible it was. Unfortunately, he also made it very clear what I lacked. Did he do that on purpose? If he did, touché. More like stick a fork in me, I was done. How was I going to get up and speak after him? Fainting was sounding good right about now. Augie sat down while Kane finished off his Academy Award-winning performance and patted my knee.
I'm looking forward to your presentation. You can do this,
he whispered, like he actually understood I was nervous. It was odd how comforting his presence had become. Maybe we would get this father-daughter thing figured out. Still, I worried I would disappoint him. I looked at my note cards, and they appeared to be written in hieroglyphics. My mouth was so dry now, I couldn't swallow. Please, Scarlett, get your act together. You interviewed at the most prestigious schools in the country and got accepted. Don't forget, you're a doctor, a real-life MD. You've given big presentations before. So they weren't mind-blowing, but they were well thought out and at least got the point across, even during your fits of giggling or talking in monotone. You can do this. Please. Your father believes in you. That was something, but I needed to believe in myself. I didn't even hear what Kane said at the end. I was so stuck in my head. Then the applause for him drowned out even my own thoughts. For good or bad, I did hear my own name being announced as the next presenter. My introduction sounded impressive, touting my education and degrees. I stood on shaky legs with my note cards in hand. I shouldn't have worn heels. I felt even more wobbly than normal. One other thing, I should have sat on the end of the row. Because who banged her knee on a chair trying to get out? That's right, me. Who also let out a little yelp when she banged said knee? Yep, me again. A few people gasped on my behalf. Great. To make matters even better, my heel snagged on the carpet on my walk to the podium, and I faltered a bit. At this rate, people were going to think I was drunk. Maybe I should have had a glass of wine. By the time I made it to the podium, my heart was beating out of control. I gripped the podium and looked out at the rows of people, all staring at me. I still wasn't fond of it, even though I was dressed to impress and I was having an unusually good hair day. Admittedly, I had kept it down in long wavy tresses, the way Kane loved it. Yes, I wanted him to notice. I know, I needed help. Like, right now. I swallowed, and my throat seemed to swell up mid-swallow. I gripped the podium tighter, trying to get the rest of the swallow down. Did I mention that everyone was staring at me and the lights seemed awfully bright, so I was blinking way too much? My brain finally remembered that I should say something. "Thank you for that introduction," I stuttered. Now what did I say? Oh yeah, note cards. My hands were trembling so hard I could barely see the words. Thankfully, I knew the joke I was going to start with by heart. "Did you hear about the outgoing pathologist?" Without any sort of comedic timing, I rushed to say the punchline. "He stares at your shoes when he talks." Crickets. Apparently no one got it. Except I heard one lone laugh. A laugh I knew better than my own. My gaze naturally drifted to Kane, who was now sitting at the end of the front row. I felt my eyes begin to sting with tears, not only because the joke had flopped, but because he had tried to support me. He flashed me a smile before mouthing, "You can do this." In that instant, I knew he wasn't my enemy. He was my ally. Which, in a way, made it harder. I didn't want to defeat my ally. So, for a moment, I forgot I was competing against him. Instead, I decided my presentation should complement his. This wasn't about me. This was about the people sitting in this room and in our many offices around the world. It was about our partners and the patients on the receiving end of our life-saving treatments. I nodded at Kane and smiled. "Let's try that again. An internist, radiologist, surgeon, and pathologist walk into a bar." I paused for dramatic effect, and because I didn't really know a joke that began like that. "Just kidding." This time everyone laughed, and I relaxed a bit, even letting go of the podium. When the laughter died down, I started with, "All joking aside, I want to thank Kane for his inspiring words. We're fortunate to be part of the global Armstrong family." For the first time, when I said that, I not only meant it, but felt it in my heart. A company whose main goal is to save lives. And regardless of what position we each hold, everyone in this room plays a part in fulfilling that mission. We've all heard the saying that not all heroes wear capes. I would say that all Armstrong Lab employees are heroes. The audience spontaneously clapped. I was so taken aback by their response, I almost forgot to speak again when it died down. Thankfully, I remembered I had note cards, and they had become legible to me again. "Though we've made great strides, we know our work isn't done. There are over 2,000 plasma proteins, the vast majority of which are waiting for us to unlock their life-saving potential." That seemed to pique several people's interest. I'm not sure how the rest of it went as I delved into some of the latest technology, research, and equipment that we were using or planned to implement. I think I might have used my monotone voice, but no one fell asleep, and I got another round of applause at the end when I used part of the mission statement I had been working on. "Together, we will better humankind, one plasma donation at a time." I took their applause as my cue to hustle back to my seat. Augie had made sure I was the last speaker during this session. I felt like it should have been Kane. Kane, who gave me a wink and nod of approval before I sat down. But that was all. His attention was quickly drawn toward the MC, who thanked all the presenters and directed everyone to the restaurant that had been reserved for our party only. I had barely sat down before everyone was standing. I jumped up too. Augie beamed at me and gave my hand an almost imperceptible squeeze. "Well done, Scarlett." "Thank you." JC and what looked like almost everyone else, including all the board members, rushed to Kane to bask in his glory and congratulate him on a job well done. A few people, on their way to him, said they enjoyed my presentation. I looked at Augie and bit my lip. I didn't have to say a word. He knew what I was thinking. Kane had scored some major touchdowns today, perhaps even the winning one. And truthfully, he probably deserved to win. In fatherly fashion, he patted my shoulder before saying quietly,
"Being the underdog isn't a bad thing. You can use it to your advantage."
How? I was feeling more than discouraged and confused. I had to think about what was best for everyone. And to be quite honest, I wasn't sure I was it.
The less people expect from you, the easier it is to impress them. And once you impress them, it forces them to take a closer look at you. Question any preconceived notions, even question their own judgment.
Are you saying the board expects me to fail?
You won't.
He hadn't answered my question, telling me all I needed to know. I sat back down in my chair, feeling defeated. I should have known better. I'd known the odds were against me. Augie sighed, as if he didn't know what to do. He looked around the crowded room.
"Let's take a walk."
I blinked a few times, making sure I'd heard him right. When he held out his hand to me, I knew I had. And even though I was more than depressed, his offer made me feel inexplicably happy. I took it and immediately gazed at our clasped hands. His large one engulfed my delicate one, almost as if he were protecting it. Protecting me. I wasn't used to it, but I found great comfort in it. He squeezed my hand and helped me up. Together we walked past the crowd surrounding Kane. I caught a glimpse of Kane amid his fans. He was in his element, all smiles and laughter, but also giving sincere thanks for all his well wishes. They were well deserved. I found myself wondering if I would even enjoy that kind of attention. Kane caught me staring, and for a brief moment, time stood still as our eyes locked. His gaze sent its usual message.
"I see you."
I knew that he did. He gave me a small wave before going back to being adored. Augie and I walked out into the hall, heading toward the restaurant at a snail's pace.
"No final decision has been made."
Augie pierced the silence.
"But yes, you have an uphill battle. One I know you're up for."
I looked up at Augie. How do you know? He let out a deep breath and stopped for a moment.
"Because I see your mother in you. A quiet fire lived within her. If she put her mind to it, there wasn't anything she couldn't accomplish. She learned to play some of the most difficult piano pieces flawlessly, including Stravinsky's Trois Movements de Petrochka."
Really? I hardly knew anything about music, but Ethan was well acquainted with a concert pianist, and I remember them discussing this piece over dinner one night and how it eluded him.
"Yes,"
Augie smiled.
"I see that same fire in you."
I bit my lip, worried that what burned inside of me wasn't hot enough to become CEO. Or that perhaps the fire he felt coming from me was meant for other dreams. I opened my mouth to say something, but then he rested his hand on my cheek. He had never showed me this type of affection before. I leaned into his hand, feeling so loved.
"If only Callie could see you now."
He rarely said her name.
"To see you take on what we started together so many years ago. She would be so proud. As am I."
His hand dropped. I stared wide-eyed at him. Oh, 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 oh. Did she see me taking over for you?
"She called you the boss. You always got your way. Always."
His voice trailed off, his pain apparent. A light went on for me. Did you avoid me because I reminded you of her? At first his eyes narrowed and his face turned red. Then his thoughts seemed to shift while he ran a hand through his hair.
"I didn't mean to,"
he said, barely above a whisper. I could hear the remorse in his voice. I went to reach for him, but it was as if every person decided to leave the conference room at the same time. A herd of people rushed our way in search of sustenance. Augie was swept up in them, though not before giving me a look that said how sorry he was. I didn't fault him for leaving me. It wasn't the best place to have a meaningful conversation. Besides, everyone wanted the ear of the CEO. I stood back, not really hungry, which was saying something. Food was my first true love, and by far the most loyal. I leaned against the wall, contemplating my life and what I was doing. I thought about my mother, who had sacrificed so much to make Armstrong Labs a reality. I thought of some of the pictures in my photo album of the company's first building and how proudly my parents stood in front of it. Or the one of Augie holding me at his desk. My mother's caption, "Like father, like daughter." She'd obviously hoped I would be like him. I could even hear echoes of long-ago conversations between her and Augie, discussing their hopes and dreams for themselves and me. Armstrong Labs was more than my father's legacy. It was Mama's, too. I was startled out of my reverie by the voice I loved most, even though part of me wished I didn't. "Scarlet." Kane said my name a tad breathily. I tucked some hair behind my ear as he approached. "Hi, you were amazing today." He stood in front of me, close but not too close. He seemed to be torn on how to behave around me now, even shoving his hands in his pockets. I admit, I ached to have him run a finger down my cheek or even brush the hair back off my shoulder. However, I understood why he kept his distance. In some ways, I was even grateful for it.
"Thank you," he responded. "You were brilliant."
"You're lying, but thanks."
"I meant it. Your last line was gold." "Your joke wasn't half bad either," he teased.
I cringed thinking about it. Please, don't remind me. Note to self, never tell a joke again.
"I'll only bring it up on special occasions," he laughed.
I rolled my eyes, but smiled.
"Really, Scarlet, you did well. The information you presented was well thought out and insightful."
I knew he was only saying it to make me feel better, and I appreciated it. I really did, but we both knew he had outshone me. "Thank you," I whispered.
"Are you headed in to eat? I think JC has us all at the same table."
Internally, I groaned. JC was truly lovely, but she and Kane were so at ease with one another, and I didn't need the visual. Yeah, I'm going to freshen up first." I don't think I had ever used those words. I was never one to check my hair and makeup.
"Great."
"Yes, great." That sounded ridiculous, but I didn't know what else to say, and neither of us seemed to want to leave. It was like blind date level awkward between us. I hated it. I was the only one who should be awkward. He should be charming and making me feel better about all the awkwardness. The truth was, though, things were more than complicated. Soon, one of us would be very disappointed, and we would blame the other person. Let's be real. I was going to be the disappointed one. The question was, how disappointed would I be? A war raged within me. On one hand, I longed to continue the dreams of my family. On the other, I yearned to follow my own. But I worried that it was a selfish choice. How could I give up saving lives for working for the dead? I knew that Naomi and people like her gave families closure and peace. Answers were magical things, but so were life-saving treatments. I had no idea what to do, or even if it was possible to continue my family's legacy. Kane all but had it in the bag unless I worked a serious miracle. Without another word, I turned to go find the ladies' room. Being in Kane's presence was hard to bear. There was so much between us, good and bad, that once again I found myself wanting to run away from him. I never knew a person could have so many conflicting feelings at one time, and I had no idea where or how to start processing them. So I went with my go-to: run. I wasn't proud of it. Kane, once again, wouldn't let me, as if he knew I would regret it. He grabbed my hand, though seemingly reluctant at first, but once he'd caught a hold of me, his grip tightened, as did mine of its own accord, as if my body knew better than me what I needed in that moment. Kane's eyes bored into mine as if he himself were searching for answers.
"Are you planning on taking one of the cars out on the track?"
I wasn't expecting his question. I'd hoped for something more meaningful. I don't know. Driving sports cars wasn't really my thing. Pretending I was a race car driver was even less my thing. Kane tugged me closer.
"Do you remember the first time you drove a Porsche?"
He spoke so intimately. How could I forget? I could only nod my response. If I spoke, I knew too much emotion would flood my voice. That night was one of the best nights of my life. Not only because Kane had kissed me for the first time, but also because it was the first time I'd felt free to be me. To live in the moment and let go.
I'll never forget how beautiful you looked that night. The thrill of the moment showed in your smile. You deserve to live your life like that. Stop being afraid to go for what you want, Scarlett. He begged.
You want me to drop out of the running? My voice cracked, not only because of his audacity, but because he was right.
No,
he said, as if I'd hurt him. I hadn't meant to hurt him. I didn't even want to. It's just that I was hurting, and I didn't know how to make it better.
I want you to be happy.
He let go of my hand.
It's all I ever wanted.
He walked away, leaving me to stare after him. When he was out of sight, I looked up to the ceiling, trying to hold the tears back. I felt as if my world was spinning and I didn't know what was right or wrong. More importantly, I didn't know what I wanted. Or was it that I was afraid to want? Honestly, I didn't know. I should probably figure that out. Kiss and tell. I snuggled little 2-month-old Donovan close to me and inhaled his soft baby scent. I was mixing business with pleasure tonight. It was the first semi-reprieve I'd had in what felt like months, though it had been only days. Meanwhile, Mindy sat across from me on the couch while her toddler daughters, Madeline and Sophia, ages 3 and 4, used her for a jungle gym. I thought I was exhausted working all hours into the night trying to conjure up a miracle. I had nothing on poor Mindy, who hadn't even had the chance to shower today. The dark circles under her eyes, Cheerios in her hair, and stained t-shirts said it all. I felt bad I couldn't do more than pick the cereal out of her hair, order takeout, and offer some adult conversation. I was definitely getting the better end of the bargain. I needed some baby snuggles and to talk to Caden, Mindy's husband, and oddly enough, one of my stepbrothers. He was stepmother number 8's son. I don't know why I say oddly. With all of Augie's marriages, it was bound to happen that some of his stepchildren would end up together. Caden was also the regional manager for the Southeast Area Plasma Donation Centers. Thankfully, he was one of the more competent stepchildren. The last several days, I had been interviewing as many employees as I could from various departments within the company. Kane's presentation had made me see I was missing the bigger picture, and my plan needed to be more about people than numbers. The numbers were important, but without the people, they meant nothing. I wanted varying perspectives and to find out where we could improve as a company and what our employees thought we did well. It was tricky, as I couldn't say I was interviewing them. My cover was a special assignment from Augie before starting my duties as lab director. At least with Caden, it made a lot of sense that we talk. The donation centers worked hand in hand with our lab. Plus, we were practically related. I thought of him not only as a step-sibling, but as my brother-in-law. I had been the maid of honor in their wedding, and Augie had given Mindy away, as Mindy's biological father hadn't been heard from in years. 6 years ago, when Mindy got married, I thought it was sad that Augie was her better option. Today, I had a much different opinion. In fact, I had found myself missing Augie the last couple of days. He was in New York on business and wouldn't be back until Sunday night. No matter how busy I had been, I had made our nightly dinners happen, even if it meant asking Fran to make the meal for us. I hated to impose on her, but I wanted as much time as I could get with Augie, and plenty of time to work on my business plan. Next week was the deadline. It felt like I was back in school and it was final exam crunch time. I'd always dreaded that week, but in a way, I just wanted it to get here so I could be done. Mindy extracted herself from her girls. "Why don't you go get your new dolls to show Aunt Scarlett?" She practically begged them. The girls, who were little mini-me's of Mindy, with golden blonde hair and petite frames, ran off down the hall screaming. Mindy took a deep breath and threw herself against the couch. "Remember when I was 15 and told you all I wanted to do was get married and have kids? I'm totally rethinking that." I laughed and held Donovan's tiny head. "You're doing great." "I don't know." She pulled up some strands of stringy hair. "I don't even know when I brushed my hair last. Forget about washing it. You're gorgeous, and you're raising little people. There's nothing nobler than that." "I don't know." I'm thinking a spa day with no children sounds pretty majestic right about now. When I'm done with this project at work, I'll book a day for us. You'll just have to tell me where." She rolled her eyes at me. The richest woman I know doesn't even have a clue where to book a spa day. There is either something really right with that or very wrong. My father is wealthy, not me, I kindly reminded her. She playfully smacked me. We all know you have trust funds up the wazoo, and you know your daddy is leaving you everything. I bit my lip. Maybe, I teased. Honestly, I didn't like to think about it. Money had never bought my family happiness. In some ways, I think it had stolen it. Augie had filled his life with business and women who were attracted to his money, thereby running from his pain, though he never truly escaped it. Speaking of pain, I'm dying to know, before Caden gets home, how is it working with Kane? Mindy wagged her brows. I cuddled Donovan closer and stroked his baby soft chubby cheeks. We don't really see each other. I tried to say it like it wasn't a big deal, but the ache in my chest said otherwise. Ever since the conference last week, Kane and I had avoided each other. I kept trying to tell myself it was for the best, but I hadn't convinced myself yet. It didn't help that he had totally moved out of the house on Monday while I was at work. I'd come home that evening to find no trace of him left, except for his spicy scent lingering in his bedroom. I might have aimlessly walked around the empty room breathing it in, wishing he were there even though I had no idea what to do with him. "Oh," she said, obviously disappointed. "I thought maybe you would rekindle the flames and sneak in some sexy time in your office." "Mindy," I spat out. "We're professionals. Besides, we're over," I said, way too high-pitched. "Of course, I forgot." She gave me an evil grin. "I saw his post on Facebook. Was that the drive-in?" Her tone insinuated so much more. "Maybe?" "Come on, I need details. Like rolling around on the floor, heavy panting kind of details. Heck, I would even take some minor flirtations. The only form of entertainment I get around here is listening to Baby Shark on repeat." "What's Baby Shark?" "You don't even want to know. Do yourself a favor and never, ever let your children listen to it. It's like crack to them." "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." She tilted her head and gave me a thoughtful glance. "You do look good with a baby in your arms. Do you ever think of having one? When we were growing up, you said you never thought about it." I gazed down at Donovan, who was sleeping so soundly. There were definite stirrings. Ethan hadn't known if he wanted children. He'd said it was something we could figure out later. At the time, I was okay with that. However, if I was being honest with myself, which apparently I had a hard time doing, the answer was, yes, I would like to have a baby of my own. Mindy peeked at her little guy. "They aren't always this wonderful. Case in point," she groaned, as Madeline and Sophia came back, fighting over the same doll. Mindy stood with a tired sigh. "I better break up Fight Club for the 10th time today. Good luck." I leaned back on the couch and snuggled Donovan closer. Mindy ripped the doll from the clutches of her daughters. "Your daddy needs to get home." "Daddy?" I looked at the sleeping baby in my arms, wondering who the daddy of my children would be. I pictured a baby with olive skin, dark hair, and caramel eyes like his father. "I need help," I whispered to Donovan. Lots and lots of help. With Augie still on his business trip and feeling like I needed a change of scenery from the floor in my bedroom, I spread out all my notes and books over the island while I made a nutritious dinner of boxed macaroni and cheese. This location also gave me a good view of the rainstorm tapping against the large windows in the kitchen. I had Confessions of a Forensic Pathologist on in the background. Even though Landon was no longer a hero in my book, he was still a genius, and I always learned something new from him. Wow, I really knew how to live it up on a Saturday night. Not like I would be going out even if I weren't working on my business plan. Not only was I exhausted, but visiting Mindy last night constituted what I had for a social life. And sadly, even that had been mostly business. Caden had given me some good insights on how we could more effectively market the vital importance of plasma donations. I stood at the stove, stirring the fake powdered cheese that I inexplicably craved. It was my dirty secret. No Southern girl should admit to liking boxed macaroni and cheese over the real stuff. While I stirred, I was running through my head the best way to organize my plan. I wanted to hit all the emotional punches while highlighting my vision and insights. I knew it was an uphill battle, but I was giving it my best shot. I was hoping the board would be impressed with my by the people, for the people approach, as well as my medical research and background. I sat on a stool with a bowl of mac and cheese in hand, staring at my laptop screen. I had been working on creating a profile graphic including the company's history, locations, overview, milestones, and figures, so the board would know I understood the ins and outs of Armstrong Labs. I'd been studying color theory to pick the perfect color combo for my presentation. I was using complementing blues, greens, and cyan. It was minimalistic and professional. After the profile graphic, I would hit them with my brilliant mission statement. Or at least I found it to be brilliant. Even Kane had said it was golden. I shoved a large spoonful of mac and cheese into my mouth and wondered what Kane was doing tonight. Working on his house? On a date? Perfecting his plan? All three? Did he hate me now? I needed to stop thinking about him and focus. Easier said than done. I put my bowl down and tweaked some of the graphics, making sure my numbers and dates were correct before moving on to my mission statement graphic. That was the easiest slide. Next up was an overview of what I found to be our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and even our vulnerabilities. I was nervous about this section. I didn't want to come off as incredulous by telling these people where I thought the company was weak and vulnerable. Although my findings had come from speaking to our employees. Naturally, I'd researched each concern to make sure it was valid, as I knew I would be questioned about my conclusions and have to defend them. After an hour and, sad to say, bowl after bowl of mac and cheese, I searched through notes and checked and double-checked figures and my own analyses. My eyes began to hurt so badly that I took out my contacts and went with my trusty glasses. My head bobbed a few times, but still, I pushed on. I may be a runner sometimes, but I wasn't a quitter. I was a pro at all-nighters. Or at least I used to be. Somewhere along the way, I must have fallen asleep, as I woke to a gentle voice calling my name.
Scarlet.
The voice sounded almost dreamlike. Or was that dreamy? My eyes drifted open, and I realized my cheek was plastered to the granite countertop. Worse, there was a puddle of saliva near my mouth. Nice. I sat up, wiped my mouth, and rubbed my neck, trying to recall the dreamy voice that had spoken to me in my sleep. I wasn't expecting the voice to have a body, so it startled me when I saw someone next to me, and I almost fell off my stool. As always, Kane was there to witness my lunacy and save me from falling. He chuckled while setting me straight.
Looks like your dinner is in your hair.
He picked a couple of noodles out of my untamed mane. I hadn't bothered to style my hair today, as I had been working non-stop. Ugh, why? Why did he always find me in the most ridiculous situations? I must have fallen asleep too close to my bowl. I ran a hand through my hair to see if there were any more noodles in there. When I didn't find any, I put my glasses on and focused on Kane. He, of course, looked perfect in his tight jeans and white tee, though his eyes looked a little red and worn, and his hair was mussed. It looked as if he had just rolled out of bed and thrown on a pair of jeans. If that wasn't sexy enough, his fine layer of stubble did me in. Why did he have to be so beautiful inside and out? What are you doing here? I looked at the large clock on the kitchen wall. It was almost midnight. He took a moment to look me over before answering. His expression bordered between pensive and determined.
I can't take it anymore, Scarlet, he breathed out. This staying away from you, giving you your space, is killing me. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it.
I took a moment to digest what he had said. I don't know what I want, I stuttered, not ready for this conversation yet, though clearly he was. He grabbed a stool and pulled it as close to me as possible before taking my face in his strong hands, calloused by the work he had been doing on his house. He peered straight into my eyes and cut right through to my soul.
Yes, you do. But you're afraid. Guess what? I'm afraid too. Afraid of losing you.
Of course I was afraid. You left me, I cried.
I know.
He removed my glasses before leaning his forehead against mine. His thumbs caressed my cheeks.
I'm sorry I hurt you,
he whispered earnestly before his lips brushed my own. His kiss made me forget for a moment that there was any hurt between us. I pressed my lips against his, and suddenly I was home. I savored the moment, the pure sweetness I had missed so much. However, Kane was impatient. With an urgency I hadn't felt in years, Kane parted my lips. His tongue crashed into my mouth, making me gasp. Instantly, the fire I'd been searching years for reignited. I grabbed his shirt and twisted it in my hands, begging him to continue the assault on my mouth. He complied ardently, almost devouring me. When he was done with my mouth, his warm lips trailed down until he landed on the hollow of my neck, where he was rewarded with another gasp. He groaned before pulling away and meeting my eyes. There I saw myself, always in his view.
"Tell me what you want, Scarlet,"
he gently implored. I had no breath left to speak, but it was obvious what I wanted. My actions spoke louder than any words. But was that the right thing? I opened my mouth to speak, and nothing came out. It was as if my heart had gotten stuck in my throat.
"Tell me," he begged.
When I was too afraid to answer, he turned away, his eyes landing on all my notes and my laptop screen.
"Why didn't you pursue your dreams?"
He sounded so defeated. I closed my laptop lid, tears forming in my eyes. You stole them from me when you left, and now you're going to take the company away from me too. The lateness of the hour and the never-ending days had finally gotten to me. My emotions spilled out. Kane brushed back my hair with such a look of adoration.
"No, Scarlet. I can't take the blame for stealing your dreams. You let those go, not me."
"No!" I jumped off my stool, defiant. "I'm pursuing new dreams." Kane stood and scoffed.
"Running Armstrong Labs isn't your dream. It's your father's."
"Of course it is. I'm his daughter. You have no idea what my father and mother had to give up to make this company succeed." I raised my voice. Kane lowered his head and sighed.
"So you can forgive him for giving you up for his company, but you can't forgive me for trying to do the right thing."
I gripped the counter, taken aback by the sting of his words. "I didn't say that," I whispered. I just don't know what to do. You don't know the pressure I'm under." I pleaded with him to understand. His shoulders rose and fell with a large exhale.
"You're right."
He leaned in and kissed my forehead, lingering there as if he couldn't break away. I wanted to stay in that moment, just him and me soaking each other in.
"Scarlet,"
he broke the silence.
"you're going to have to choose, darling, and you will have every choice available to you. I only hope when it's all said and done, you choose what you really want."
He pushed away and turned to leave. "What do you mean?" I stared after him. He didn't answer my question. He only waved from behind as he headed toward the mudroom.
"Good night, darling. I love you."
Like a puddle of goo, I melted onto the stool, wondering what had just happened. "I love you too," I eked out, knowing he wouldn't hear me. Then I rested my head back on the counter, not caring if I got macaroni and cheese in my hair. It was the very least of all my worries. Plot twist. I dragged myself into the office on Monday, desperately needing another weekend. Between working on my business plan and Kane's appearance in the middle of the night, my mind was spinning. His words kept playing over and over in my head, not to mention that kiss. Sometimes I used to think my memory had exaggerated how amazing his kisses were, but Saturday night made me realize I hadn't been giving him enough credit. My spine was still tingling from it, as was my heart he'd pricked with his words. He had this way of putting things into perspective. It was maddening. He also left me with questions, like what choices would be available to me, and would I be brave enough to choose them? I stepped off the elevator, a bit apprehensive about seeing Kane. We hadn't spoken since Saturday night. I'd thought about calling him, but so much hung in the balance right now. Armstrong Labs was my family's company, my legacy, perhaps even my children's legacy. He needed to understand that. Sometimes we had to give up what we wanted for something better. That's what I was trying to do. When I entered the executive wing, I was met by Sir Randall, almost as if he were waiting for me.
"Your father wants to see you, Doctor, young lady."
"Right now?" He nodded before marching past me. I quickly dropped off my bag and laptop case in my office before heading over to meet with Augie. I was anxious to see him. He'd gotten home after I'd called it a night last night, then left before I was ready this morning. He was a machine. That worried me. He needed to be taking it easy. Unfortunately, I had to pass by Kane's office to see Augie. I'd been hoping to sneak in undetected this morning. Luckily, I didn't see Kane, though JC was there as perky as ever. She looked fresh as could be in her mint dress that showed off her shapely yet muscular legs, not to mention all of her ample curves. "How was your weekend, Scarlett?" "Good, thank you." I tried to hustle past her. "We still need to do lunch," she reminded me. I really needed to stop brushing her off, but I was afraid all she would want to talk about was how attracted she was to the man I loved. Then I would want to slap her with some breadsticks or something. I'd never slapped anyone with anything, and I didn't really want to break that streak. "Let me check my schedule." I put her off again. "I won't let you forget," she sang. "I know you won't," I sang back, feeling guilty. I should just go to lunch with her, but I was kind of in the middle of something huge. I knocked on Augie's door.
"Enter,"
he called out. I walked in to find him pacing the floor, running his hands through his hair. He stopped for a moment, gave me a glance, then kept on pacing. I rushed to him, worried. "Augie, what's wrong?" He pinched the bridge of his nose.
"Scarlett, I need you to send me your business plan."
I shook my head, praying I hadn't heard him right. Though I was sure I had, and my throat started closing up. I hurried to speak before I lost my ability to. I thought I had until Friday to finish it."
"You do," he growled. "But a situation has arisen, and I need it now."
"What situation? It's not done," I stammered, in major panic mode. It was like one of those dreams where you showed up to class naked.
"Just send me what you have."
He was clearly upset. I grabbed his hand. "Dad?" He let out a heavy breath and gave me a sad smile.
"I do love it when you call me that."
Tears filled my eyes. "You do?" He nodded. I squeezed his hand. "Please, tell me what's going on." He cleared his throat.
"Kane has—"
He hesitated. "Kane has what?" My heart started beating wildly out of control. "Is he okay?"
"He's fine," Augie snarled. "He's pushing the envelope like he always does around here."
If I wasn't mistaken, I heard a hint of pride, even though he was obviously unhappy about it. Which was even more confusing to me. "Why do you need my business plan so soon?" Augie walked off.
"Scarlett, please just send it to me. We'll talk more later when I know what I'm dealing with."
I rubbed the back of my neck. "It's so raw, and I have a few more people I want to interview, plus some more research," I rambled. Augie sat down at his desk as if he were exhausted and gave me a look of understanding.
"It will be enough for now. Continue working on it."
I stared blankly at him, not believing this was happening. What was Kane up to? "Okay," I eked out before turning to leave.
"Scarlett, is there anything you want to tell me?"
I stopped in my tracks, facing the door. "Like what?"
"Do you want this job?"
That was such a loaded question. What had Kane told my father? He was supposed to have kept my secrets. Is this what he meant by choices?
"Scarlett,"
my father pressed. I shut my eyes and let out a deep breath. "Yes," I squeaked out. It wasn't a lie.
"Okay."
He sounded relieved.
"We'll talk later."
I marched out the door and straight to Kane's office. I didn't even bother knocking before opening his door. "He's not there," JC informed me before I could open the door all the way. I turned and faced her. "Do you know where he is?" "He came in early this morning to meet with Mr. Armstrong and then left. He said he was taking the rest of the day off, and he didn't want to be bothered." "Too bad. I was going to be bothering him. Thank you. Can you do lunch today?" She smiled sweetly. Against my better judgment, I said, "Sure." It's not like I was in the middle of a huge life change and had hours of work ahead of me, but my mind was spinning so fast, I wasn't sure I would be able to think straight. Especially after I gave Kane a piece of my mind. She clapped her hands together. Yay! Finally! There's this great little Italian place I love close by. Perfect. Excuse me. I have some pressing matters this morning. Of course. Does noon work? I nodded and walked toward my office. The first thing I did was reach for my phone and dial Kane's number. He picked up right away.
Hello, darling.
Don't darlin' me. What have you done?
Scarlet.
He said my name so tenderly.
I promised that you would have all the options. I meant that.
How? Why does Augie want my plan? I barked at him.
You'll have to ask him.
I did, and he said you were pushing the envelope. Did you tell him I didn't want this job?
Do you think so little of me?
He sounded angry. That pulled me up short. No, I whispered, ashamed.
Scarlet,
he sighed.
Talk to your dad, and when you finally decide what you want, let me know. You know how I feel about you. Goodbye, darling.
He hung up. I stared at my phone, willing the tears not to fall, but they did anyway. What had he done? And would I love him or hate him for it? Who was I kidding? I was always going to love him. I grabbed my laptop, set it on my desk, and turned it on, not even bothering to sit down. With shaky hands, I logged in and pulled up the files I'd been working on. My presentation and plan were in no shape to be evaluated. Regardless, I zipped the files, ready to send them to Augie, but first added a lengthy explanation in my email to fill in the blanks and more accurately portray my vision. I also mentioned who I still planned to talk to and the research I had left to do. I wanted to shake Kane for whatever it was he was playing at. Was he forcing Augie to see I wasn't ready? Or was he trying to convince Augie I needed his help? Or worse, was Kane throwing in the towel? Was that how he meant to give me options? Well, I had news for him. I wouldn't accept that. I was either going to earn this or lose this, fair and square. I sent my email, and for the rest of my morning, I paced around my office, not knowing what to do with myself, even though I had more than enough to do. I kept wondering what Augie thought of my plan and presentation. When I wasn't wondering about that, I was thinking about Kane. I remembered a long time ago he'd told me if I didn't choose my dreams, it would complicate my life even more. Well, things were complicated, all right. I wondered how life would be now if 8 years ago I had told my father the truth, and if Kane hadn't tried to do the right thing. I had a feeling I would have been in a lot more Facebook posts, and I'd still be doing my residency, as forensic pathology requires 1 more year past clinical pathology. Would I be happier? Would Augie still have been proud of me? Or would he and Mama be disappointed that I didn't want their hopes and dreams? By the time noon rolled around, it felt like midnight. I almost canceled with JC, then decided I would feel too guilty if I did. Besides, I needed some fresh air. My office was becoming more and more claustrophobic as the day wore on. JC and I mostly made small talk on the way over to the restaurant. I let her drive me in her sporty little coupe. Another thing she had in common with Kane, she loved sports cars. She couldn't say enough about how fun it was driving the Porsches at the conference and, of course, how gorgeous Kane looked behind the wheel. When we got settled at our table and ordered, the tone of the conversation shifted. JC bit her pouty lip. I've heard rumors that you and Kane used to date. Is that true? I wrung my napkin on my lap. We did, a long time ago. She breathed a sigh of relief. Was it amazing? She was obviously obsessed with him, which on one hand disturbed me, but on the other hand, I understood. I didn't appreciate her question, though. It made me think of how utterly amazing he really had been. I'd never been with someone so fully supportive, who appreciated who I was. He'd never wanted to change me. He had been thoughtful and never made fun of me, even when he'd had to teach me how to kiss. And man, could he kiss. But he'd never pushed it further than I had wanted it to go that summer. Always careful to never break the teacup, as he'd put it, even at times when I probably would have let him. So, yes, he had been amazing, even though he'd left me. and I wish I could blame him for stealing my dreams. However, he was right. That was on me. All on me. And he had probably been right to break things off. Not in the manner he had, but I was 22 years old, and overly naive at that. I'd had no business committing my life to anyone back then, even though I'd really wanted to. JC didn't need to know any of that, so I answered with a simple, "It was." She grabbed a complimentary breadstick. "Maybe you could give me some advice on how to make him forget his mystery woman." Just as I'd imagined, I wanted to grab that breadstick out of her hand and smack her with it. She would be getting no such advice from me. I didn't want Kane to forget about me. If I couldn't forget about him, it was only fair. I refrained from violence and instead asked her a question. "Do you really want to be with a man who's in love with someone else?" She thought for a moment. I thought this would be a no-brainer. "Well," she nibbled on her breadstick. "I mean, sometimes you need someone to help you forget. Believe me, you don't want to be that person. When you really love someone, no one else can make you forget that." She patted my hand. "Aw, have you been that person?" "No, but I've hurt a few men when I couldn't give them my whole heart because it belonged to another. I don't wish that on anybody." "Ouch." She sounded shocked. "Are you still in love with that person?" "Yes," I whispered. "So much." "Anyone I know?" she teased. When I sat quietly, wide-eyed, not knowing how to answer her, dawning swept over her face. She dropped her breadstick. Oh. Oh. Oh! Oh was right. The question was, what was I going to do about it? What a girl wants. I fidgeted while sitting on the couch in Augie's office. My heart was racing, and I was pretty sure I hadn't put on enough deodorant this morning. I was afraid to raise my arms for fear of what damage had been done to the underarms of my blouse. Every pore I had was sweating as I waited for my father to tell me what he thought of my plan. Augie sat across from me on a leather accent chair, looking between me and his laptop screen. Consternation was written all over his face. It didn't help my state of being. Not only did I have to worry that JC was blabbing to everyone that I was still in love with Kane, that had made lunch really awkward, by the way. But now I feared that I had disappointed my father once again. Augie finally set his laptop down on the coffee table between us. With a huge exhale, he said, "I'm impressed with you." I relaxed a bit and smiled. "Really?" He smiled back, but it was subdued. "You have excellent insights and you grasp the nature of what we do here. And, of course, your medical experience is second to none, not even Pamela's." That was a huge compliment, considering Pamela was a brilliant doctor in her own right. I clasped my hands together. But I knew there was one coming. He scrubbed a hand over his face before running it through his hair. "Kane sent me his plan as well. He asked me to evaluate both." "Why?" "Because, Scarlett, he plans on resigning, dependent on my findings." I blinked a dozen times. What? He would quit? Why would he do that? Augie leaned forward. "Why do you think?" My cheeks began to burn, and my eyes started stinging with tears. "He loves you." Augie said it so bluntly. "He wanted me to evaluate his plan to see who I believed the board would pick." "It's him, isn't it?" I managed to ask the question he obviously didn't want to answer while a great sense of disappointment and, admittedly, relief washed over me. "Yes," Augie confirmed. I wiped my eyes. "I'm not surprised. He's brilliant." "That he is. Regardless, he's willing to resign and help you with your plan. He knows if he drops out of the running, the board will want additional candidates to evaluate. He wanted to make sure his plan was enough for you to clinch their approval over anyone else." "I'm not going to cheat. I don't need his help," I said indignantly. "He figured you'd say that." "Then what is the purpose of all this? Other than to humiliate me? Or was Kane trying to make his point that I wasn't meant for this job?" Augie turned his screen toward me. "Kane included an interesting idea in his plan. He believes we should expand our services here, including a new division dedicated to forensic pathology." I couldn't help but smile, though it was pretty subdued, as I was trying to keep my emotions in check. Of course, he was brave enough to include it in his plan. I had considered something like that, but thought I would look like a fool suggesting such a thing. The fact is, clinical and forensic pathology did go hand in hand. Clinical forensic pathology is needed for both the living and the dead, and all forensic pathologists were trained in clinical and anatomical pathology. I quickly scanned Kane's overview, which laid out how the kind of technology we used here at Armstrong Labs would benefit the forensic pathology community. How he envisioned Armstrong Labs bringing together the medical community to further advance the causes of the living and the dead. He really was brilliant. It was both frustrating and enviable.
I called Kane and asked him where he got this idea.
My head popped up, and I met Augie's eyes as he carefully examined me.
He told me I should talk to you.
I swallowed hard. He did? I squeaked.
He said something to the effect that I didn't know my own daughter. It's not the first time he's mentioned it.
He grumbled. And you let him talk to you like that? I teased, trying to lighten the moment and delay what I knew had to come next. What probably should have come 8 years ago. Augie chuckled.
I'm not fond of it, but I've always admired his directness.
Really? It drives me crazy. But it was admirable, even though I wanted to smack Kane with a breadstick right about now. He knew this would force my hand, make me choose once and for all what I really wanted. Augie stood and came to sit by me on the couch. He took my hand.
Tell me what I'm missing, Scarlet.
I blinked back my tears, trying to avoid looking at him while mustering up the courage to say what I needed to. Well, my entire life, I've been afraid of disappointing you. I've wanted you to see me and be proud of me, and I thought the only way I could do that was for me to take over Armstrong Labs. But I braved looking him in the eye. The truth is, I want to be a forensic pathologist. I'd rather help solve crimes than run board meetings, I rushed to say before I lost my nerve. Augie seemed at a loss for words, almost as if I had used a stun gun on him. He opened his mouth several times to speak before saying,
Why didn't you tell me this?
There was a slight bite in his tone. How could I? I didn't want to give you any reason to love me less. He leaned away as if I'd slapped him, but he was quick to recover and wrapped his arm around me. I fell on his shoulder and bawled, no longer able to hold back my emotions. I've disappointed you again. He stroked my hair.
I'm not upset with you. It's me. I'm the one to blame here.
I've been trying to do the right thing. I know how much the company means to you and Mama, I blubbered. I wanted to make you happy.
Scarlet. He paused. Are you happy?
He had never once asked me that question. I leaned away from him. Not really. I haven't been in a long time. He carefully wiped some tears off my cheeks.
What will make you happy?
I looked around his spacious office with all its amenities and fancy technology. I looked at his desk and chair. I didn't belong in that seat. Honestly, not this. I don't see myself here.
Where do you see yourself?
In a lab, surrounded by evidence. He smiled.
You're more like Naomi than I ever realized.
Yes, but it's not only because of her. I want what she has. I pointed to my heart. It's something here that calls to me.
I think you should listen to it, he said stoically.
What about your legacy?
Scarlet, you are my legacy. You're the best thing I've ever done in my life. I only regret you didn't know that.
I regretted that too, so my mouth apparently decided to continue blurting out more truth. You asked me what would make me happy. Having a real relationship with you makes me happy. I need you in my life. I was about as vulnerable as I had ever been. He leaned in and kissed my forehead.
I don't deserve you.
Probably not, I teased. He laughed.
You are more like your mother than you will ever know. She always knew how to make me laugh.
I took his hand. Help me to know her, I begged. He nodded, a sheeny mist in his eyes. Then he took a deep breath and let it out.
Scarlet, I need to tell you something.
I tilted my head, a bit concerned because of his tone.
I know this competition of sorts between you and Kane has caused some issues and placed a divide between you.
That's only part of the reason. He cleared his throat.
I'm part of the other reason as well.
How do you figure? I was confused. He swallowed hard.
When I promoted Kane to senior global manager 8 years ago, I had a little talk with him. You were so young, and I didn't want you to face the same fate as your mother.
His voice hitched. What do you mean? I was taken aback.
Your mother and I should have waited to get married until I was more settled in my career. I spent too much time away from home. So much time, I didn't even realize how deeply my wife was drowning. I brushed off her concerns, thinking someday she would understand why I had to put so much damn time in at work. She tried to tell me she was unhappy and that she needed me, but I thought all the money we were making would somehow make it better. That there would be time later for us to spend together. I let my young ego get in the way, and because of that, she's dead.
The pain still very much lived in his eyes, his soul. I placed my hands over my mouth, thinking about how lonely and unhappy my mother had been. How my father had carried around this guilt for years. So many of his actions now made sense. Maybe even the next one he revealed did. Maybe. He rested his hand on my cheek.
Scarlet,
he whispered.
I begged Kane to let you go. Let you grow up. I saw so much of your mother and me in the two of you. I was afraid his own ego would get the better of you both, and I couldn't stand the thought of losing you like I did your mother.
So, you did send him away? I felt so betrayed that he had lied to me all those years ago.
No, I wouldn't do that. He'd earned that promotion. The timing of it just happened to work in my favor. Or so I thought.
You had no right. Kane isn't like you, I spat out.
Once upon a time, I wasn't like me. But you're right. Kane is the better man, and he fought like hell with me. It wasn't until after I told him about your mother that he came to realize he needed to let you go for a while.
I grabbed my stomach, feeling sick. Did you make him think I would take my own life?
No. I made him see that you needed to live life. I was well aware of all the mistakes I had made with you, though he was more than happy to point them out to me. And he was right. But the fact remained that you needed to come into your own.
I was coming into my own, I fired back. Kane helped me more than anyone. He helped me see who I was and that I shouldn't be afraid or embarrassed because I was different. He taught me to believe I could make my dreams come true. Augie let out a heavy breath.
He did the job I should have done, but it was even more reason for me to be concerned. I wanted you to be able to separate your feelings about yourself from him. He wanted that too.
I stood and ran a hand through my curls, not believing my father had convinced the love of my life to leave me. I was livid with both of them, while also sort of understanding why. Even so, while their intentions were good, their actions were foolish. Why did the men in my life have to make everything so complicated? You both should have talked to me, trusted me, I threw at him. Augie stood and, without a second thought, embraced me.
You're right, and now we are both paying for that mistake. And you are too, and for that I am truly sorry. You deserved better from me. I hope one day you can forgive me. And Kane. He's a good man, Scarlet.
I burrowed my head in his chest. I know. As maddening and meddling as he was, I knew how good he was. And I knew I had to forgive him. I suppose he's going to become the new CEO.
More than likely. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I really wanted to beat him. I laughed somewhat maniacally. Augie leaned away but kept me safely in his arms. He seemed reluctant to let go.
You have every right to be proud of your plan. I know I am. You would have given Kane a run for his money. Regardless, I placed you in a position I had no right to. The question now is, what do you want? And how can I help, other than to get out of your way?
Wow. What did I want? I wasn't used to thinking about that. Unexpectedly, I had a world of possibilities in front of me. I liked it. I liked it very much. I took a moment to think about what this really meant, what I really wanted. I laughed to myself. Was it really any question what I wanted? There was absolutely no doubt. Do you know Kane's address by chance? Augie grinned.
I'm sure Randall can find it for you, or JC.
Let's leave JC out of this. Augie gave me a knowing look before letting me go.
I'll get Randall on it.
Thank you. He headed for his desk.
I'm sure you'll likely be busy tonight, but I'd still like to have dinner with you. We have a lot to catch up on.
Yes, we do. I wanted him to know me, the real me.
You can bring Kane,
he offered. I tossed my head from side to side and smiled. We'll see how it goes.
He's not going to let you go this time. After all, the man was ready to turn in his resignation for you. He'd do anything for you. Believe me, I know.
He playfully grumbled.
I can't tell you how many times over the years he's put me in my place because of you.
I had no doubt. I guess that says something.
He loves you, Scarlet. I do too.
I love you, Augie. I mean, Dad. I choked out.
How about we stick with Dad?
All right. Just promise me. No more interfering in my love life.
Deal. Now get out of here.
He jerked his head toward the door.
I'll have Randall send you the address.
He didn't need to tell me twice. There was something I wanted, and I had every intention of getting it. Checking all the boxes. I straightened out Kane's old alma mater t-shirt as I stood on his doorstep. I was more nervous than I thought I would be. I shouldn't have been surprised. This was kind of a big deal. One of those I am woman, hear me roar kind of moments. Granted, my roar would probably be more like a purr. Regardless, it would be me seizing my moment. After a few cleansing breaths in and out, I knocked on his door. While I waited for him to answer, I admired his home. It was older but charming, with a deep covered porch complete with a swing. Kane had even hung a few potted ferns that were rustling in the light breeze. It didn't take long for Kane to open the door. When he did, he blinked a few times, as if his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Hi," I said breathily. He perused me from head to toe, taking in my outfit, his old t-shirt and a pair of cutoffs. He must have liked what he saw. He dropped his hammer on the tarp-covered floor. I took a good look at him, too, all sweaty in a dusty-fitted t-shirt and snug khaki shorts. Oh, I was definitely going to be purring. Perhaps even roaring. He wiped his brow.
Hello, darling. Nice shirt,
he said, ever so pleased. I looked down at the old faded thing I had probably worn and washed 100 times. I thought you might like it. I also thought since I have nothing to work on now, thanks to you, you might want some help with the house. Though I knew zero about renovations. He chuckled and tugged on my shirt, pulling me into his home before shutting the door. I was hit with the smell of freshly cut wood and stain, mixed in with Kane's spicy scent and a hint of perspiration. I found the mixture quite intoxicating. He pulled me closer, his eyes dancing with amusement.
Are you furious with me?
Very. I ran my hand up his taut chest. How dare you try to give me what I want? I purred.
And what is it you want?
His lips drew closer. I placed a finger on his lips before they ravaged my own. We'll get there. First, we need to lay out some ground rules. He kissed my finger before leaning in and whispering in my ear.
Name your terms, darling.
A shiver so deep ran through me before I stuttered out. 1, no more trying to force my dreams to come true. That's up to me. And no more playing hero, unless I'm on fire or have cake crumbs stuck down my bra. He nuzzled my ear, driving me wild.
I'm happy to unzip you anytime.
I gripped his shoulders as he was making me weak in the knees. I'm trying to be serious. My voice hitched.
Believe me, I'm serious about unzipping you.
He groaned. Kane. I pulled away enough to peer into his hungry eyes. You know what I mean. No more trying to be valiant, thinking you're doing the right thing. I'm not a naive young woman anymore, and even if I were, I know my own heart. Which brings me to point 2. You don't get to leave me unless I have a say in it too.
Easy. I don't plan on ever leaving you again.
His lips brushed mine, almost making me forget we had more to talk about. I'm amenable to that, I breathed out, wanting to get lost in his touch.
You are you?
He picked me up and I wrapped my legs around his body. It's pretty much non-negotiable. My fingers curled into his hair, reveling in how wonderful it felt.
Any other rules, darling?
He sounded impatient to accost me. Believe me, I was impatient too, but business first. Who's going to run that new forensic pathology division you plan on opening?
You heard about that, huh?
He was obviously pleased with his genius plan. Which reminds me, Rule 3, no gloating that you won.
Scarlet, this was never about trying to beat you or steal your company. I wanted us both to come out winners.
He gave me such a tender look. I might be able to forgive you if you let me be involved in the creation of the new division and let me run it after I find a new residency and do a fellowship. He pushed me up against the bare drywall.
Who else did you think I had in mind?
It took a moment for me to reply. He had a knack for stealing my breath. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Can you forgive me?
He pleaded. I took my time peering into his eyes, which begged me for forgiveness. I rested my hand on his stubbled cheek, my thumb gently caressing it. My dad told me about your conversation before you left for London. Why didn't you tell me? Kane let out a deep sigh.
Scarlet, I debated all that night whether I should tell you, contemplating if I should beg you to come to London with me, but in the end, I realized how selfish that was. And your father was right. My ego could have easily swallowed you whole. I didn't want you to
end up like my mother.
No, hate me.
I've never hated you. And believe me, I've tried. He chuckled.
I'm glad to hear that.
He paused.
Scarlet, I am deeply sorry for hurting you, leaving you, and stealing your job.
He smirked for a moment before his earnest expression returned.
But most of all, I regret all the time we lost together.
I regret that too. And between you and me, I didn't want the job, I quietly admitted.
I had a feeling. So you can forgive me?
Well, I sang, we still have some unfinished business. His left brow raised.
What's that?
We never finished our list, and you did say a good fight makes the making up that much sexier. We should probably do those things. I know how you love to check all the boxes, I teased, though the words barely crossed my lips before he closed the distance between us. He groaned as his lips landed on mine, soaking me in, not parting them, just enjoying the moment. The realness and the realization that we were together came streaming down my face. Beautifully, I felt his tears mix with my own.
Scarlet, he whispered, I plan to check all the boxes with you.
That's excellent news. Now, I think you should kiss me. We have a lot of making up to do. He wasted not a second before his lips landed on mine and parted them. While his tongue tasted me, he pressed me harder against the wall, making sure there wasn't any distance between us. My hands did their best to decimate his perfectly styled hair as I continued to gasp in utter pleasure. He tasted not only like my dreams, but my future. Kane, I love you. I managed to sneak in while his lips trailed their way to my ear. It was odd how much more meaningful those words were now. There was no doubt in them, not even a shred of insecurity on my part. He stopped and smiled.
Let me get this right this time.
He looked me in the eye, his face full of adoration.
I love you, Scarlet,
he whispered tenderly, but I could hear the exclamation point. Much better than last time, I grinned. He leaned his forehead against mine.
I apologize for screwing it up so badly the first go-around. I promise to spend the rest of our lives making it up to you.
I accept, I teased. He laughed. His beautiful, melodic, make me feel all the feels laugh.
Let's start with the tour of the house. There are some things I want to show you.
He sounded more excited than he did about Porsches. He must have some tour planned. I thought you would never ask. I slid down his body and took his hand, anxious to see his home. He walked us across the tarp-covered foyer to an open room that was probably a formal dining room. It was currently an empty slate with exposed drywall and wood floors covered in tarps. I loved the large window that allowed for plenty of light to stream in. Kane pulled us into the middle of the room. An old brass chandelier hung above our heads.
I want to make this the library.
He pointed to the longest wall.
I see built-in shelves along here holding all your forensic books.
I tilted my head. My books? He cupped my face with his hand and swept my cheek with his thumb.
Yes, your books. When I bought this place, all I could see was us. You, really. That is, unless you want to pick a place together.
I gripped his t-shirt and pulled him toward me, hardly able to keep my emotions in check. I realized I was going to be able to fill in my missing memories of him. How about we make this place our own? A grin a mile wide engulfed his beautiful face.
You tell me what you want, and we'll make it happen.
For now, I brushed his lips. All I want is you. Soon, though, I would make the rest of my dreams come true, too. Edge of the world. I stood outside the boardroom alone, waiting for Kane to emerge. The board had informed me only an hour earlier of their decision not to offer me the position of CEO. I thought I took it quite well, considering the grueling month I'd just had of interviews and presentations. Apparently, I really had given Kane a run for his money. The interview process wasn't as cut and dry as I had expected it would be. That was satisfying to know, but the only reason I'd gone through with interviewing was so the board wouldn't feel the need to look outside of the family. Besides, it had been fun keeping Kane on his toes, all while he'd curled mine with every touch and kiss. The office was quiet this time of night. It was funny how it wasn't claustrophobic to me anymore, even with only the artificial light illuminating the long hallway. While I paced the gleaming tile floors and admired the large plants and artwork lining the walls, I thought of how much my life had changed this past summer. Here I thought I would be doing my best to avoid Kane. Never, ever did I think I would end up spending every moment I could with the love of my life. And while I thought I would be working to make my father's dream come true, I was still astonished to find out my father's dream all along was that I'd be happy. Well, I certainly was. In fact, I had happily informed the board tonight of my decision to pursue a different course outside of Armstrong Labs, for now. I was already busy with residency applications and studying to pass the necessary board exams in Georgia. In between, Kane and I were checking off our summer list. We had only one more checkmark left to go. No one besides Dad and Naomi knew that Kane and I were back together. We'd thought it would be best not to advertise it until after the board made their final decision. I hadn't minded at all. It meant that while we were in public, we kept it friendly, but then every minute we spent alone was a gift I loved to unwrap every time. Dad came out of the boardroom first and was to me in no time. He put an arm around me in what I was sure looked like a consolation-type hug. I suppose in a way it was, just for him, not me. Sure, Dad wanted to see me pursue my dreams, but if I pressed, I knew he would admit he was disappointed not to see me at the head of his empire. Honestly, he couldn't have asked for a better captain than Kane. Deep down, he knew that. Dad kissed my head.
You did well.
Thank you. I was glad it wasn't well enough.
I made reservations at Bacchanalia for dinner to celebrate. Naomi, he cleared his throat, has agreed to meet us there.
My brows shot up. You invited Naomi? His cheeks pinked.
I thought you and Kane would want her there.
Right, I said with a smile. Kane and I definitely want her there. He flashed me a knowing smile. I didn't have a lot of hope that my parents would reunite. However, after the last few months, I believed almost anything was possible, even the impossible. I mean, who would have ever thought I would be calling my father Dad? Or that next month we would be taking a father-daughter trip to Europe. Okay, so Kane was coming too. And I made them promise no working while on vacation, even though they would be in the middle of transitioning Kane in and my father out as CEO. However, my father would retain his position as chairman of the board. He wasn't ready to fully retire yet. I knew this wasn't easy for Dad. Next week, the company would make the announcement that he was retiring and Kane was taking his place. It was all getting real. He had no idea what he was going to do with all his free time. He was going to have to finally stop running and hiding from his pain. I think he knew, deep down, he had to finally come to terms with Mama's death. It was one of the reasons we were going to Europe. He and Mama had taken a second honeymoon there, and he wanted to show me all the places she'd loved. Especially Salzburg, Mozart's birthplace, as he was one of my mother's musical heroes. I couldn't wait. It didn't take long for Kane to emerge with several of the board members. I swore some of them were actually swooning over him like he was a rock star or something. I wanted to say, he'll be signing autographs later in the lobby, but he caught my eye and broke away from his adoring fans to come straight to his #1 fan. I held out my hand to congratulate him, keeping up the appearance that we weren't a couple, though Kane was terrible at keeping his eyes to himself. "Congratulations, Kane." He took my hand, drew me close to him, and whispered, for my ears only, things that made me turn as red as my namesake. I needed to fan myself. Instead, I stepped away from him and said, "I am amenable to your proposal." That earned me a smile. When we turned to face everyone, we were met with a lot of suspicious grins. They wouldn't be suspicious for much longer, I was sure. Kane was tired of sneaking around. It wasn't too long before we were able to leave to meet my father and Naomi at the restaurant. On the way over, I couldn't help but admire Kane. He was beaming. "I'm proud of you. You made your goal of becoming CEO of a Fortune 500 well before your 45th birthday. Now, what will you do with your life?" He flashed me a grin while driving insanely fast down the highway.
"Believe me, darling, I have bigger and better plans than this."
"And what are those?" He wagged his brows.
"You'll see."
With the way Kane drove, we were at the restaurant in no time. Naomi was already there, and I noticed how well dressed she was. I'm pretty sure she'd bought the lacy black dress for this occasion. She even had her hair in a fancy updo. I didn't draw attention to it when I hugged her, other than to say, "You look beautiful." She kissed my cheek. "Not as beautiful as you." I looked down at the curve-hugging, chalky blue pantsuit that I'd worn to receive the devastating news I wasn't going to be Armstrong Labs' next CEO.
"You're gorgeous,"
Kane said before I could reply to Naomi. When he said it, I believed it. Dad soon arrived, looking a bit nervous as he walked up. It was kind of fun to see him behave so unlike himself. He had his hands in his pockets, trying not to seem like he was staring at Naomi, all while staring at her. It was kind of adorable. "Augustus?" Naomi said formally.
"Naomi,"
he responded with a hint of wistfulness that made Naomi smile at him briefly before she caught herself. This was going to be a fun night, I could tell. Kane and I made sure of it when we took seats next to each other at the table, making it so Naomi and Dad had to sit close to each other for all 4 courses of dinner. This restaurant didn't mess around when it came to food. It was my kind of place. I also loved it for the entire wall made of windows and the exposed ceilings. I loved to look up. I thought the dinner conversation would center around Kane's promotion, but mostly it was about me. Naomi and Dad easily found themselves taking a walk down memory lane. "Remember when Scarlett was 3 and would sneeze and then say, 'I think I have the bless yous'?" Naomi asked nostalgically. Dad smiled and laughed.
"Yes, I do."
"Well, I was adorable," I chimed in. "Yes, you were." Naomi gave me that adoring motherly look.
"She still is."
Kane kissed my cheek. My parents also reminisced about how smart I was and how they knew I would grow up to be a genius. Kane and I mostly sat back and watched them talk. While my parents did their thing, Kane kept staring at me with this look. I couldn't quite place it, but I liked it, whatever it was. The look only intensified as the evening wore on until dessert, the cranberry cheesecake, was demolished. As soon as I took my last bite, Kane unexpectedly asked,
"Would you mind if Scarlett and I excused ourselves? There's a pressing matter we need to attend to.
There was? This late at night? Dad smiled at Kane.
Of course not.
Naomi looked a bit flustered at the thought of being left with my father all by herself. I should probably get going too.
Please stay,
Dad was quick to say.
We could have a drink, he offered.
Naomi bit her lip and blushed. I suppose one? She stuttered. I could practically see Dad internally sighing. Kane stood and reached for my hand to help me up.
You kids have fun,
Dad winked, making me wonder if he knew something I didn't. I kissed each one of my parents goodbye, hoping they would have fun too, before Kane whisked me out of the restaurant like a man on a mission. Where are we going? Kane stopped and kissed me hard once.
Do you trust me?
Yes, I said, unsure. He was acting off.
Scarlett, do you trust me?
He was being awfully serious. Yes, I trust you.
Okay,
he said, relieved.
We need to go home and change.
Kane said hardly a word as we rushed home to Dad's house, where Kane was once again staying while his house was being renovated. His only instructions were for me to change into something comfortable and to wear tennis shoes. I did as he said and met him back at his car. He was already there with a picnic basket in the back seat. Where are we going?
You'll see.
On our drive to somewhere, Kane played Christopher Cross and drove like he was entering the Indy 500. It wasn't until a half hour in that I realized where we were headed. I thought we were going to Edge of the World tomorrow. Kane glanced my way.
This can't wait.
Isn't the trail closed at night?
Technically.
He grinned.
You did say, though, that you trusted me.
I do, but couldn't this wait until tomorrow?
I thought so, but no.
All right. He said not another word, though I could see the thoughts spinning in his eyes. He was planning something. Kane parked his car and turned off the lights after we drove into the empty parking lot where the trailhead began. I should have been nervous we were breaking the law, but I knew if we got caught, Kane would be able to talk his way out of anything. He turned toward me and ran a finger down my cheek. His handsome face was illuminated by only the overhead light in the car.
Thank you for letting me have a do-over here.
You're welcome, I smiled.
It's more than just this place. I mean, thank you for letting me correct the biggest mistake I ever made. That day 8 years ago, it felt like my world ended.
Mine too, I whispered.
I hope you can forgive me.
I leaned in, kissed his lips, and lingered there. With him, all felt right in the world. I forgive you.
Good, because we have some unfinished business to attend to tonight.
Without another word, he hopped out and ran around to get my door. He grabbed me and the picnic basket.
Stay close to me on the trail.
I think I can manage that. I pray I don't twist an ankle, though. That would be my luck.
If you do, I'll carry you, he promised. You know, only if you want me to rescue you, he teased.
That kind of rescuing is acceptable. He laughed into the cool night air. It was finally cooling down here in Georgia, at least at night. We carefully traversed the trail in the dark. It was slow going, and my ankles faltered a time or two when I landed wrong on a rock, but they were so used to my clumsiness by now we kept on going with barely a wince. Though I couldn't see well, I loved listening to the sound of the rushing water and the leaves rustling in the light breeze. It was the perfect mood music. When the trail ended at our destination, the moon and cloudless night gave us a lovely view of the river. Kane reached into the basket and pulled out a blanket, spreading it out near the water's edge. He helped me sit down before joining me. I snuggled up close to him, and he wrapped me in his arms. Looking out into the water, I was able to make out the rock that I had taken solace on the day Kane had said goodbye. I wished I could tell that girl that it was all going to work out, and even that she would appreciate the time she had to grow, to know without a doubt that the man who held her now was the one. It wasn't something she could have known then, or even fully appreciated. More than anything, though, I wished I could have told her it was okay to go for her dreams, that she didn't need to wait to follow them. Kane kissed my cheek.
Tonight, we get to check off the last item on our list.
Finally, I sighed a happy sigh.
I want to make a new list with you.
Okay, an autumn list? He turned me toward him and tipped my chin with his finger.
No, a lifelong list. And I know what I want number 1 to be.
He reached into the basket and pulled out a little white box. My hand flew to my mouth as I gasped. Was this really happening? He opened the box to reveal a stunning halo ring that shimmered in the moonlight.
Scarlett Armstrong, please marry me.
His voice choked, full of emotion. I was so overcome, I couldn't speak. I hadn't been expecting this. At all. Not to say I wasn't happy about it. I was ridiculously happy. Kane tilted his head, worried when I didn't answer.
Are you going to say something?
Leave it to me to make our proposal awkward. Yes!
Yes, you're going to say something, or yes, you'll marry me.
Yes! It was all I could think to say.
Scarlett, I'm going to need some clarification. What are you saying yes to?
He seemed desperate. Finally, my brain kicked in. Yes, I will marry you! I wanted to shout it out to the world. He let out a huge breath of relief.
You had me worried there for a second.
He slipped the ring onto my finger while we both laughed. That was until he took my face in his hands and captured me with his soulful eyes.
I love you, Scarlett.
I love you too, so much. He leaned in and gently pressed a kiss to my mouth. It was a forever kind of kiss. But as with all of our kisses these days, his tongue parted my lips, and we were all hands on deck. Touching, feeling, and trying to close any distance between us. We could never get close enough. Sharing the same breaths and hearts somehow didn't seem enough. When the kiss slowed, he gently laid me next to him while I held up my ring and stared at it. It's beautiful. How long have you been planning this?
Since the moment we first touched,
he whispered. My eyes welled with tears, so overcome by him and his love for me. No words could express how much he meant to me. All I could do was turn into him and brush his lips with my own.
We need to take a picture to document this.
He pulled out his phone and held it above us. I put my head next to his and turned my hand, ring up, for the world to see that I was his. After Kane took the picture, he flipped his camera around to show me. If there ever was a picture to capture pure bliss, this one was it.
What should the caption be?
He asked. That was an easy one. She said yes. The Ever After. 5 years later. So not only did Kane end up stealing my heart and company, but he steals kisses whenever he can, and my breath on a daily basis. Oh, he also steals the covers. Basically, he's a sexy thief. But there is no one else I would rather share a bed or a life with. Well, there is one more person. There's another boy who has stolen my heart. Gregory, all of 2 years old, who has his daddy's caramel eyes, his dark hair, and his olive skin. He, too, frequently steals kisses and the covers. He's as charming as his daddy. Neither Kane nor I can get enough of him. And we aren't the only ones taken in by his charm. He has all of his grandparents wrapped around his cute, chubby finger. My dad is especially smitten by the boy who calls him Papa and loves to swing a golf club. He's already better than me at playing the game. Of course, Naomi can't get enough of him either. Him being Gregory and my father. Yes, those two kids decided to give it another whirl last year, before they had to walk down the aisle using wheelchairs, as my dad put it. It had only taken him 4 years to convince her. It had been the only wedding of my father's that I was happy to attend. And thankfully, Kane had been there to save the day when those pesky cake crumbs fell into my bra. Fine, I might have purposefully shoved a few down there. I loved watching him in action. His PhD in unzipping was well earned, and it's always a nice trip down memory lane for us. Who would have ever known what possibilities had lain before us long ago, on the day our parents got married? Now, 13 years later, here we were, checking off each item on our lifelong list. Marriage, baby, Armstrong Labs becoming an industry leader not only in plasma collection and therapies, but forensic pathology advances as well. Our new division had opened 2 years ago. Just call me President Armstrong Hudson. I loved my job. Not only were we working with crime scene units and law enforcement agencies around the country, but I'd been able to travel the world and present the new technologies our company had helped develop that were aimed at advancing the accuracy and efficiency of DNA results. I probably still giggled too much when presenting and, unfortunately, have told one too many bad jokes, although Kane says it's part of my charm. He also says some other things about me that make me blush, and I shouldn't repeat. But what he says the most is that he loves me, and I always say it back because truer words have never been spoken. This doesn't mean our lives are perfect, and we aren't living in a fairy tale. However, we do believe in dreams and making them come true for each other. And most importantly, that you can make your ever after as happy as you want it to be. The end. Do you want to read more about Kane and Scarlet? Subscribe to my newsletter for giveaways and book news, and you will receive a bonus chapter of All's Fair in Love and Blood. This recording of All's Fair in Love and Blood was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Stephanie Kay. Produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2021 by Jennifer Peel. Sound recording copyright 2022 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.